Family who understands. A destitute university student has just won 5 million, and upon awakening, finds himself thrust into the role of the CEO's secretary. The inescapable fate of a working individual. The CEO's classic quote, "The dawn has arrived, the Wong Corporation is destined for bankruptcy. Secretary Lin, I expect the Wong Corporation to collapse within a month." Lin Yong is tempted to hurl his resignation letter at the CEO's face. Is this the kind of statement one expects from a person managing the world's most formidable company? To fulfill the perfect conclusion of this CEO romance, Lin Yong fervently assists in intertwining the fates of the protagonists. Lin Yong, this is the first time I've seen President Hu bring a woman home. Yen. Secretary Lin, wasn't it you who requested me to bring her back? Lin Yong, I have never seen President Hu smile before, Miss Jiang. Thank you. Yen. Secretary Lin, just a few days ago, didn't I see you grinning foolishly? There are rumors circulating that the CEO might have an affinity for men. Lin Yong confidently assures, impossible, absolutely not. This is a CEO romance, his affections are solely for the female lead, how could he possibly be interested in men? Suddenly, the CEO appears behind him. How can it be impossible? On the weekend, the CEO visits him at home. Lin Yang's expression falters upon seeing the CEO. President Hua, does this count as overtime pay? The CEO's eyes darken. This is an unrescuable situation, this is indeed the life of a working individual. Chapter 1. The Enchanting CEO Secretary. This is merely a light-hearted romantic tale, with the author lacking logic and reason. If I am to act foolishly, I hope you all will indulge me. The morning is bleak. Gazing at the clock on his phone, it reads 8 o'clock sharp. Lin Yong takes a deep breath. What a glorious day, another day of toil lies ahead. In the mirror, his complexion is fair, yet he cannot escape the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. He has just awoken, yet already feels a faint sensation of impending doom. How delightful! Life continues to grow increasingly promising. Dressing in a suit, adjusting his bow tie, and finally donning his classic silver-framed glasses. He appears to be quite the elite. Yet even elites are burdened workers. As he steps out, he gazes at the resignation letter on his desk for a few moments. In a fit of rage, he grabs the letter and stuffs it into his pocket. At the moment of departure, his face is etched with a tragic resolve. No one understands family. A month ago, he was merely a college student who had won 5 million in the lottery, blissfully planning to live a life of leisure. Yet, upon awakening, he finds himself transmogrified into the charming secretary of a CEO. No, 5 million. 5 million. For heaven's sake. What a cruel world. To prevent him from lounging about, it has cast him into this role. This world is merely a grand capitalist conspiracy. Lin Yong raises his gaze to a 45-degree angle, gently closing his eyes. The world kisses him with pain, he wishes to succumb to it. With a surge of indignation, he clutches the resignation letter to his chest and steps outside. He approaches the company entrance with a meat bun in his mouth. A sharp-eyed colleague rushes over and grabs his hand. Secretary Lin. Trouble. We're in big trouble. Lin Yong, accustomed to such outbursts, shoves the entire bun into his mouth before, with a blank expression, looking at his female colleague. What's wrong? Did you soil your pants? You look dreadful. The female colleague, unfazed by his words, explains. No, it's Miss Dong, she's back again. Lin Yong closes his eyes in resignation. Here comes the classic plot twist of CEO novels. Behold, this woman is Dong Yen. Dressed provocatively, adorned in gaudy attire. She is causing a ruckus at the reception, berating the receptionist to tears. A quintessentially wicked supporting character. Lin Yong approaches, forcing a smile. Miss Dong. Dong Yen turns, glaring at him with venom. Secretary Lin. It's you again. Her voice drips with disdain. Just the sound of it conveys her intense loathing for Lin Yong. Lin Yong adjusts his glasses, plastering on a formulaic smile. Indeed, it is I. Miss Dong has arrived at our company so early, is there something you require? Dong Yen coldly regards him. Where is Brother Hua? I wish to see him. Lin Yong is all too familiar with this tactic. He promptly recites the classic line of a CEO secretary. Apologies, Miss Dong, but President Hua is preoccupied with urgent matters. To meet him. An appointment is necessary, and since you have not scheduled one, I cannot permit you to see him. Dong Yen, undeterred, showcases her wicked character traits. She arrogantly raises her chin. Do you know who I am? I will soon be Brother Hua's woman. If you obstruct me, I will ensure he dismisses you. She believes this will intimidate Lin Yong. To her surprise, Lin Yang's eyes light up. You can truly have him fire me? Being dismissed sounds delightful, and extra month's salary would be quite pleasant. Dong Yen, clearly taken aback by his attitude, appears flustered. Yes, so you understand, right? Let me up. Lin Yang sighs, accepting reality. Let's not revisit this. You said the same thing last time. The scheming of the wicked supporting character pales in comparison to the more humorous antics he could display before the CEO in front of the entire company. Dong Yen, fuming, she retorts, how dare you speak to me like that? Are you courting death? Lin Yang calmly replies, I am merely conducting business. If Miss Dong has no further matters, I must kindly ask you to leave. Dong Yen glares at him fiercely. Take me to Brother Hua's office. Lin Yang, I cannot admit unrelated individuals without authorization. President Hua would hold me accountable. Dong Yen grits her teeth. As long as you allow me to see Brother Hua, I assure you he will not blame you. Lin Yang remains impassive. That is still not permissible. I only heed the words of my employer. I know exactly who pays my salary. Dong Yen is nearly beside herself with rage. No matter what I say, you will not permit me entrance, will you? Lin Yang is moved to the brink of tears. You finally understand my words. I was beginning to think you were incapable of comprehending human speech. Lin Yang pretends to wipe away tears, his lips curling into a wry smile. What a performance. This is a most offensive remark, and Dong Yan's freshly enhanced features twist in fury. You are merely a lowly secretary. Do not overestimate your worth. As she speaks, she raises her hand. Today, I shall teach Brother Hua a lesson on your behalf. She swings her hand, unhesitatingly aiming to slap Lin Yang. Lin Yang's eyes flash with cold intensity. Just as her hand is about to make contact, he seizes her wrist. The anticipated scene does not unfold. Instead, it is her wrist that he grasps firmly. The person holding her hand shows no sign of fear. Her pupils constrict, and she erupts with rage. Release me. You, a mere secretary, dare to lay hands on me? Several receptionists, witnessing the scene, are taken aback and watch him with trepidation. Lin Yang, however, smiles calmly. Apologies, but getting slapped is not within my job description. Dong Yen stares at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. What did you say? Lin Yang releases her wrist, expressing heartfelt dismay. I must ask, how could someone as beautiful and exceptional as you waste the prime of your youth on a person utterly devoid of romantic understanding? What? Dong Yen, previously seething with indignation, had intended to deliver a stern lesson to this presumptuous secretary. However, upon hearing Lin Yang's unexpected compliment, her face instantly flushed crimson, with utmost sincerity. Lin Yang continued, therefore, you should cease your affections for him. Seek someone else to cherish, for you deserve far better. After all, she was merely a supporting character, and according to the narrative, the domineering CEO could never harbor feelings for her. Continuing down this path would only lead to further complications for him. It would be wiser to encourage her to relinquish her feelings now. Yet, Dong Yen remained oblivious to this reality. She gazed at Lin Yang, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How had she never noticed before? This little secretary beside Brother, who appeared to possess quite an appealing charm, though not of the strikingly defined or impeccably flawless visage. She radiated a sense of comfort and grace, adorned with silver-framed glasses perched delicately upon her nose, exuding an elegant demeanor. It was endearing, indeed. At that moment, a cold voice shattered the oddly tense atmosphere. What are you two doing? Chapter 2. The domineering CEO is undeniably handsome, yet his arrogance strikingly tempers that allure. In a mere utterance, he captivates the attention of all present. Standing at a height of 6'3", he emanates an aura that feels 2 meters wider. His features are sharply defined, with deep-set eyes that possess an otherworldly charm, rendering him irresistibly attractive. His demeanor resembles that of an iceberg, exceedingly aloof. Dressed impeccably in a black suit, he carries himself with an upright posture, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. Merely his presence is enough to radiate brilliance. Indeed, he epitomizes the quintessential male lead of a corporate romance novel, with a business empire that spans the globe and ventures into multiple domains. Simultaneously, he is also my immediate superior, Huoyen. Mr. Hua. Just look at that name, so strikingly unique, unlike mine, which appears as if conjured in a moment of desperation by an author ensconced in a restroom. However, to prevent any misconceptions, I feel compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Such CEOs do not exist in the realm of reality. But here, we find ourselves in a corporate romance narrative. Lin Yang dutifully called out to Huoyen, Mr. Hua. He approached Huoyen and announced, Miss Dong has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than Dong Yen transformed from her earlier haughty demeanor into a delicate figure, flinging herself towards Huoyen. Brother Hua, You must avenge me. Your secretary has been bullying me. With a swift shove, she pushed Lin Yong aside, standing in front of Huyen with an air of innocence. Lin Yong, having stumbled 2 steps back, calmly adjusted his glasses. He closed his eyes for a moment. Aminos, the whims of romance truly make one feel exasperated. He resolved to set aside his inclination to assist and respect the destiny of others. He had thought, given Dong Yan's fervor, she might actually encounter Huyen. Yet, upon glancing back, he witnessed Mr. Hua's hand firmly pressing against Dong Yan's forehead. Indeed, Mr. Hua, with a single hand, effortlessly maintained his distance from Dong Yan, rendering her struggles futile. How can one not consider that contact? The collision of her forehead and his palm certainly constituted a meeting. Dong Yan was on the verge of tears. Brother Hua, what are you doing? We played together as children. How can you treat me this way? Huyen, unfazed by her tear-streaked visage, coldly retorted, Who invited you here? Faced with the overwhelming assertiveness of the CEO, Dong Yan appeared flustered. I came on my own, she stammered. I wanted to see you. Huyen's gaze turned even colder. If you dare come here again, I will have security throw you out. Dong Yan, teary-eyed, pleaded, Brother Hua. Huyen mercilessly cut her off. Silence. Her eyelashes fluttered as she refrained from speaking. Lin Yong, observing the scene, couldn't help but marvel. What a melodramatic spectacle akin to a lavish prime-time soap opera. Who else would so earnestly perform for his amusement? Noticing that Dong Yan had ceased her antics, Huyen withdrew his hand and casually glanced at Lin Yong. Secretary Lin, what time is it? Lin Yong discreetly glanced at the watch adorning Huyen's wrist. Surely, a timepiece worth millions should be accurate enough. Why inquire of someone who lacks even a watch? TSK. Without him, the company would surely crumble. It is currently 8:53, Mr. Hua, he replied obediently, having checked his phone. Their office hours commence at 9, and he had intended to arrive precisely on time. Unfortunately, the prior day's workload had been excessive, leaving him no choice but to come early, only to encounter this debacle. Huyen's expression immediately soured. Then why are you still standing there? Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?
Lin Yang felt bewildered.
Was he truly asking? Had he managed to resolve his entanglement with this woman, he would not be ensnared here now. Apparently, the life of a supporting character holds little value. Conversing with them requires no sense of reason. Meanwhile, Dong Yan interjected, further inflaming the situation. Brother Hua, your secretary is utterly incompetent. He tried to strike me. My wrist is bruised from his grip. She presented her wrist to Huyen, which indeed bore red marks from their earlier encounter. Lin Yong had never intended to treat her with gentleness. Miss Dong, this is a public area, not a lawless wasteland. Encountering a plethora of work-related nuisances is already vexing enough. Your antics only serve to escalate my frustration. He spoke with unrelenting candor. There are numerous surveillance cameras present. Are you certain you wish to revisit the events that just transpired with Mr. Hua? Dong Yan's face paled with anger. But she was swiftly silenced by a chilling glare from Huyen. Do I need to warn you again? Silence. Instantly, she was cowed into submission. Lin Yong realized this was his first encounter with the CEO's striking allure. Regrettably, before he could even begin to harbor any positive feelings towards Huyen, the latter turned his attention towards him. What are you still doing? Come to my office. I have matters to discuss. Lin Yong was tempted to immediately brandish his resignation letter before Huyen's face. However, Huyen provided no opportunity for such theatrics, already striding toward the private elevator. Lin Yong had no choice but to hasten after him. Upon closing the office door, Lin Yong was immediately engulfed by an icy chill, as if he had transformed into a popsicle. The day was ostensibly warm at 28 degrees, basking in sunlight, yet this office felt inexplicably frigid. The source of this chill undoubtedly originated from the individual seated in the office chair, a veritable mobile refrigerator, exuding an aura of coldness. Do not question it. The CEO's demeanor is simply of a different realm than that of ordinary individuals. Secretary Lin, explain to me how that woman gained access to the company. How did she gain access? Why? She simply walked in. With her status as a wealthy heiress and her brazen personality, which ordinary employee would dare to impede her? Mr. Hua, I am unsure. When I arrived at the company, she was already at the reception. Huyen raised his gaze to meet Lin Yang's, his voice a frigid whisper. You are unsure? As my personal secretary, you do not know even this trivial matter? Hearing these words, Lin Yong felt a surge of anger. How could he possibly call this reasonable? He was his personal secretary, yet Huyen had never divulged his bank card password to him. Lin Yong nearly pulled out his resignation letter on the spot to fling it at Huyen, declaring, "I'm done here." Yet, upon considering his bank balance, he hesitated. Find out who permitted her entry. Inform them that regardless of what that woman says, she is not to be granted access again. Let them understand who the true boss is. Lin Yong nodded earnestly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Internally, he mused. This man possesses a visage that is indeed breathtakingly handsome, yet his domineering nature effectively tempers that quality. By the way, has there been any progress with the new medication? Huyen's tone grew considerably somber. Lin Yong understood that the new medication referred to the sleep aid being developed by the pharmaceutical company under their umbrella. This man was the ultimate embodiment of a domineering CEO, sufficiently assertive, yet plagued by classic insomnia. He truly longed to utter a single phrase. In such circumstances, no medication would suffice. If only he could find the female lead and simply share a restful slumber. Chapter 3. A collision with someone. Though these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Yong could only obediently respond. Not yet. Huyen frowned deeply. How is it still not ready? Lin Yong rolled his eyes inwardly. How could he possibly know? They weren't even in the same company. Regardless, his insomnia was impervious to any amount of medication. It was a condition that could neither be cured nor alleviated. After a moment of silence, Huyen spoke again. Prompt them to expedite the development. Lin Yong pondered. If his urging held any weight, what purpose would his boss serve? After all, they were both part of the same company, and he certainly did not receive 2 salaries.
Outwardly, Lin Yang replied, understood.
The efficacy of a worker could be measured by 2 simple phrases. All right and received. Once he exited the domineering CEO's office, he was immediately approached by a concerned figure. Secretary Lin, are you all right? Did President Hu give you a hard time? Lin Yong regarded the bright and cheerful Secretary Zhou before him and couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, he was still untainted by the drudgery of work, his eyes sparkling with an innocence untouched by cynicism. It seemed that the fresh minds still dared to speak freely. However, such words were not to be uttered in this place. He cast a glance at the firmly shut door of the CEO's office and pulled Zhou Qi into his own office. This was the privilege of being a personal secretary, having a space of one's own. How did you fare with the task I assigned you yesterday? Lin Yong inquired, adopting a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Zhou Qi smiled innocently. It's all done. I've already sent it to you. But why did you insist on assigning me such a simple task, Secretary Lin? Simple? Lin Yong certainly did not share that sentiment. For an academic high achiever to utter such words could bring tears to a dog's eyes. Present, he felt little different from someone who had taken another place through connections. The only distinction was that he had passively acquired the role of the CEO's secretary. Waking up one day to find himself in this position was surreal. The prerequisites for the position of a CEO's secretary demanded a doctorate, while he was merely an ordinary graduate from a second-tier university, having stumbled into a job that paid a meager $3,000 a month, a commoner who had resigned himself to mediocrity. His mind was filled with thoughts of sleep and food, while the former occupant's mind brimmed with useful knowledge, akin to information trapped within the pages of a book, stored but unused. Nevertheless, it mattered not. This world resembled a colossal makeshift stage, where one could impose upon others what one would not wish to endure oneself. For him, it was indeed a simple task. Lin Yong patted Zhou Qi's arm. But you must know, among this new batch of recruits, you are the one I hold in highest regard. This is a trial, and I believe you will excel. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up immediately, glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at Lin Yong. Secretary Lin, you are truly too kind to me. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. His emotional response resembled that of a weeping puppy. Lin Yong nodded in satisfaction. There was no need for excessive gratitude. Understanding the intention behind his kindness was sufficient. Silly child. He had encountered him without downloading the Anti-Fraud Center app. That alone was a significant achievement. At 6 in the evening, Lin Yong arrived punctually at the CEO's office, where Huyen was engrossed in reviewing documents. Lin Yong approached and placed a contract drafted by the Gu family on the table. President Hua, this is the contract from the Gu family. Huyen glanced up at him. Good. Lin Yong remained still. Huyen regarded him once more. Is there anything else? Feigning nonchalance, Lin Yong glanced out the window and couldn't help but exclaim, President Hua, the moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Huyen looked out briefly. Secretary Lin, where is the moon in the sky? Before them, the evening glow painted the sky in a stunning orange hue, with nary a trace of the moon. Lin Yang chuckled. Ah, with such splendid twilight, the moon cannot be far behind. A sunset as beautiful as this surely promises a lovely moonlit night. He was fervently insinuating that they would soon have the pleasure of the moon on their journey home. Huyen scrutinized Lin Yang for several moments before finally speaking in a measured tone. Secretary Lin, what time is it? Lin Yang discreetly glanced at the lavish watch on Huyen's wrist, worth millions, and then at his own modest timepiece purchased for a mere pittance. The 6:05 President Hua. We are already 5 minutes past the end of the workday. With each passing second, he felt as though his vitality was being drained away, as if he were being squeezed dry. Huyen pondered for a moment. Is it time to leave? Lin Yang replied, I assumed you were unaware. Huyen stated, now that I know, please bring the car around. Also, in the future, if you wish to leave, simply inform me directly. I do not appreciate beating around the bush. He sighed inwardly. If he truly insisted on leaving promptly every day, it would likely lead to his displeasure. However, at last, finally, under the weight of his subtle hints, he would not have to work overtime. Overtime? Not a chance. As he settled into the multimillion-dollar luxury car, Lin Yang never anticipated that the driving license he had been compelled to obtain by his family, despite his lack of any particular interest, would finally serve a purpose. During his time studying for the license, he had never contemplated car ownership, scarcely recognizing any car brand. Now, however, he found himself behind the wheel of a luxury vehicle worth millions. Yet, the experience was far from joyous. The car did not belong to him, and should he incur any damage, he would be unable to afford the repairs. The passenger was none other than the domineering CEO, with the task of delivering him home. What difference was there from working overtime? Even more infuriating was that he was still only receiving a single salary. In reality, a small to medium-sized company owner might have several drivers at their disposal. Yet this CEO, with a car that could equate to several years' worth of a small company's profits, employed only him as his regular driver. For the employer, the requirements were simple. The employees merely needed to follow orders and perform their duties. However, the responsibilities of the employer were far more complex. As Huyen entered the vehicle, the heavens suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming urge to kick him out. Ideally, by the time they reached home, the rain would cease. Otherwise, he would never forgive him. As they journeyed onward, the rain showed no signs of abating. If anything, it intensified. The road ahead was shrouded in mist, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Lin Yang was compelled to reduce his speed, fully aware of the importance of prioritizing safety over the end of his workday. Though he might jest about simply starting anew, he had no desire to suffer any injuries. Suddenly, a figure dashed out in front of them, causing Lin Yang to startle. Everything had transpired far too abruptly. In this weather, shrouded in rain and mist, the visibility of the road was considerably diminished. When he finally glimpsed the figure, it was merely 2 or 3 meters away from him. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Yang. He had scarcely purchased a handful of garments in his lifetime and had no desire to become embroiled in a sewing machine debacle. He slammed the brakes with fervor and frantically wrested the steering wheel. The tires screeched against the asphalt, producing a cacophony that pierced through the torrential downpour. Despite his utmost efforts to redirect the vehicle, he was unable to avert calamity in time, and the headlights grazed the silhouette, resulting in a dull thud. Lin Yang felt a chilling wave coursing through him, his hands trembling as they gripped the steering wheel. The sudden stop and sharp turn caused Huyen, who had been dozing in the back seat, to lurch forward uncontrollably. He fixed a brooding gaze upon the back of Lin Yang's head. Secretary Lin, are you planning to work for me for a lifetime to repay the damages inflicted upon this car? Chapter 4. There is still hope. Lin Yang's complexion turned ashen. He was utterly unprepared to deal with the repercussions of an accident. Hua, it seems I have hit someone, he exclaimed, panic-stricken. Just a month into this new world, and he had already caused an accident. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Not only was he a mere extra, but he was also destined to be replaced. Shouldn't you hurry and assess the situation? Huyen's voice was icy. The command jolted Lin Yang into action as he hastily flung open the car door. The relentless rain mercilessly pelted the girlless body, who lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from her forehead and mingling with the rainwater. A heart-wrenching sight. Trembling, Lin Yong extended a finger toward her nose, only to be met with a pallor that sent shivers down his spine. His breath caught in his throat as he hesitated to utter the word rescue, his hand instinctively retracting, only to be ensnared by an icy grip. The girl's hand, as white as that of a corpse, clutched his finger with a tenacity that suggested she would not relinquish her hold. With great effort, she opened her eyes, her voice a spectral whisper, "I think I can still be saved." With that utterance, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Yong, already a wavering materialist, felt his resolve crumbling. Oh no! He shook off her hand and slumped to the ground, helpless. Huyen observed his pitiful demeanor in silence, questioning his choice of secretary. He crouched down and checked for the girl's breath. Though faint, it was there. She was still alive. "You ought to consider how much you can afford for her treatment," he remarked coldly. Lin Yong muttered, "It would be better if I were dead." He was referring to his own demise. "What? This qualifies as an accident on the way to work, right?" Huyen shot him a frosty glance. "Do you think the financial records would bear the brunt of the blame or the owner?" Lin Yong stammered, "Is that something one can even say? Aren't you afraid of being recorded?" While it was true that in the realm of domineering CEO novels, the police were often ineffectual, was this not a tad too disheartening? Yet, upon closer inspection of the girl's face, Lin Yong sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. Despite her disheveled hair and pale lips, drenched in rain, her beauty was undeniable. Her unadorned visage boasted fair, delicate skin and long, lush eyelashes, so different from the flamboyant allure of Dong Yen. She appeared as a pure and lovely flower, isolated from the world. The rain only accentuated her pitiful charm, evoking compassion from all who beheld her. A daring thought sparked in Lin Yang's mind. Was this not the very visage often depicted as the heroine in the CEO novels? A bizarre weather encounter. A CEO's car colliding with an innocent girl. A pure, delicate flower at that. He felt as though he had been granted a boon. Huyan's voice sliced through his reverie. "Why are you still dawdling? Get her into the car before she gets drenched further." Lin Yong glanced at Huyen, realizing that he was standing in the rain, unshielded. Had it been the original secretary, an umbrella would have been readily provided upon Huyan's exit from the vehicle. He pondered who had been foolish enough to assign him this role as secretary, leaving the CEO to suffer such indignities. Thankfully, in this world, the police were non-existent. They could simply whisk the heroine away without consequence. As they drove, Huyen surveyed the scenery outside and inquired, "Secretary Lin, where are you planning to take her?" Lin Yong stole a glance at the rearview mirror, noting the distance between himself and Huyen, as if an insurmountable chasm separated them, despite their physical proximity. Huyen remained indifferent to the unconscious girl swaying slightly in the back seat. Truly, he was the quintessential CEO even with a wife in tow. "What? Are we not heading home?" Lin Yong queried, unwilling to extend his workday any longer. Huyen replied coldly, "You expect me to bring back an unknown woman? This is no ordinary stranger. This is your future wife."
Lin Yang retorted, exasperated.
Who else would be so concerned about his marital prospects? He pleaded, "She is injured. We can't just abandon her." Huyen responded without hesitation, "Is there not a hospital nearby?" Lin Yong paused, taken aback by the unexpected response. Wasn't he a hospital precisely the place one would expect in such a scenario? "But don't you have a family doctor? Are you suggesting I have your family doctor treat you after you've hit someone?" Huyan's cold laughter echoed, revealing his awareness of Lin Yang's financial constraints. "So you wish to utilize my family doctor because you cannot afford the medical expenses?" Lin Yong, with a dramatic flair, lamented, "How heartless. Isn't it customary to ensure the injured are taken home? You're so cold-hearted. Just wait until you pursue your wife. I'll be sitting beside you, munching on seeds." How did you know I lack the means for medical expenses?" Lin Yong closed his eyes, preparing to invoke sympathy. "You truly are considerate of your subordinates. To be frank, I have family obligations, and my salary is eagerly awaited by those above and below me. I have rent to pay. I'm genuinely out of funds. Since we're nearing your home, please, help me just this once," he concluded, forcing out a couple of tears. Huyen, clearly taken aback by his secretary's unexpected display, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? Why has my secretary become increasingly peculiar? As they approached an intersection, Lin Yong gathered his courage and asked, which way should we go?" Huyen replied frostily, "Straight ahead. Are you still unclear about the route to my home?" Lin Yang's spirits lifted, and he promptly pressed the clutch. The duplicitous man still concerned for his wife. Upon arriving home, the rain ceased. Huyen despised having anyone intrude upon his private domain. Thus, this marked his inaugural entry. Cradling the female protagonist in his arms, he inquired of Mr. Hua, "Where shall I place her, President Hua?" In such scenarios, it is customary for domineering CEOs to instruct their secretaries to escort individuals to a designated room. Hence, he prudently refrained from depositing her directly onto the sofa. To his astonishment, Mr. Hua disdainfully cast a glance at the rain-soaked woman and coldly replied, "Put her on the floor. Do you wish to sully my sofa?" Lin Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Not only was the bed off limits, but it seemed even the sofa was denied. Could these two truly cultivate any feelings for one another? "President Hua, this seems rather inappropriate," Lin Yang protested earnestly. "The floor is so cold, and she is drenched. She could easily catch a chill." Mr. Hua shot him a frosty glance. "Do I need to repeat myself?" With a single statement, Lin Yang found himself silenced. Without further ado, he settled onto the floor, still holding the woman. "You dog of a man. Just wait until the female lead remembers and makes you kneel on durian." Observing him sitting on the frigid floor with the drenched woman, Mr. Hua furrowed his brow and intoned icily, "Secretary Lin, do you intend to request a sick leave from me tomorrow due to a cold?" Chapter 5. It appears this young lady holds a unique significance for our president. He was well aware of the susceptibility to colds. Lin Yang feigned distress. "It is truly unavoidable. Though my perfect attendance will be forfeited, I cannot simply abandon her on the ground." The boss remained oblivious for now, yet he would undoubtedly grasp who the future mistress of the house would be. Mr. Hua scrutinized his secretary, who was cradling a mysterious woman, for a prolonged moment before turning and retreating into his office, closing the door behind him. Lin Yang watched Mr. Hua depart, his irritation mounting. How could one attain a spouse with such nonchalance? This domineering CEO certainly enjoyed a charmed life. Lin Yang initially believed Mr. Hua would abandon them, but to his surprise, shortly thereafter, Mr. Hua emerged, bearing a stack of pristine towels. Lin Yang watched in bewilderment as Mr. Hua placed the towels on the sofa. "Put her on them," Mr. Hua instructed. Lin Yang blinked in confusion. "Huh?" Mr. Hua, now impatient, remarked, "Are you truly willing to forfeit your $1,000 attendance bonus?" Lin Yang suddenly comprehended, hastily placing the woman atop the pile of towels. Once the woman was properly situated, a sense of relief washed over him. After all, this could potentially be the female lead. He dared not touch her indiscriminately. "President Hua, when will our doctor arrive?" Mr. Hua shot him a frosty glare. "When did it become your prerogative to pose questions to me?" Lin Yang choked, realizing he had overstepped, feeling akin to a heart attack. He forced a chuckle. I was merely concerned for your well-being, President Hua. You too have been caught in the rain. What if you were to catch a cold?" With theatrical sincerity, he added, "We cannot afford to lose you." Mr. Hua. "What's wrong, President Hua? Are you laughing at me? Remove your hand." Lin Yang. Mr. Hua glanced at his phone. There were still 10 minutes remaining. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to a nearby chair. "President Hua, is it permissible to sit here?" Mr. Hua replied tersely, "Yes." Lin Yang drew the chair closer and sat beside the female lead. Mr. Hua's icy gaze fell upon him once again. "Secretary Lin, do you intend to remain here awaiting her?" Lin Yang pondered momentarily before a light bulb went off in his head. He promptly rose from the chair. "President Hua, please take a seat." Mr. Hua glanced at the damp stains on the chair, remained silent for a couple of seconds, and finally stated, "Suit yourself." He then turned and strode directly back to his room. Lin Yang was left in disbelief. He had anticipated that the domineering CEO might have had an epiphany, perhaps falling for the female lead at first sight. Yet, he simply walked away without a trace of hesitation. How could one attain a spouse while so many assistants in romantic novels remained perpetually single, adept at reading the room? Before long, Lin Yang witnessed the CEO reemerge. Clad in a brand new suit, holding a gray hoodie, Mr. Hua approached him, offering the garments. Lin Yang was filled with confusion, pondering whether he was expected to change her clothes. He pointed at himself incredulously. "Me?" Mr. Hua frowned slightly. "Secretary Lin, do you harbor feelings for this woman?" Lin Yang hastily shook his head. "No, I absolutely do not." After a moment's hesitation, he deemed it disrespectful to his lucrative position. "Mr. Hua scrutinized him for a moment longer before coldly retorting, if you don't like her, why are you preoccupied with her? Lin Yang, perplexed, inquired, isn't the clothing meant for her? Mr. Hua frowned, I don't know her. Why would I give her anything?
Lin Yang?
Isn't that how the script is written? Then, is this clothing meant for me? The domineering CEO had little patience for such banter. If you do not want it, then forget it. Lin Yang quickly accepted the clothes. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, President Hua. You truly are a good person. Mr. Hua. He was visibly displeased. There are numerous tasks awaiting you tomorrow. Do not fall ill. Lin Yang's gratitude evaporated in an instant. Indeed, every ounce of concern from a capitalist towards their employees was merely a means to exploit them further. Lin Yang proceeded to the bathroom to change. Before leaving, he made a point to remind Mr. Hua to keep an eye on the female lead. According to the conventions of the narrative, perhaps at this moment, she would awaken, and the two would share a spark. To afford them a moment of serendipity, Lin Yang lingered in the restroom a tad longer. It was only after hearing some commotion outside that he ventured out. However, the anticipated scene of instant attraction did not materialize. The female lead remained unconscious. The family doctor, a staple for every domineering CEO, had arrived and was currently conducting an examination. Lin Yang approached, disappointment etched on his face. President Hua. Huyen turned at the sound of his voice, glancing at him momentarily. Upon noticing Lin Yang's attire, he paused, taken aback. Though Lin Yang was not conventionally stunning, as the CEO's secretary, he could hardly be deemed unattractive. His face, while not jaw-dropping, could easily pass as a candidate for campus heartthrob status among the numerous universities. Typically clad in an inconspicuous black suit and glasses, he now appeared significantly more polished and fresh, resembling a refined university student. In short, he had shed his previous aura of mediocrity. Mr. Hua's scrutinizing gaze made Lin Yang uneasy. Surely, a man of such stature would not begrudge lending him a mere article of clothing? President Hua, is something the matter? Mr. Hua regained his composure, assessing Lin Yang from head to toe before scoffing. Secretary Lin, do you not exercise regularly? How come my high school clothes fit you so loosely? Lin Yang. Did he truly want to hear what was being said? Capitalists would never empathize with their laborers. They expected them to toil daily while simultaneously demanding they maintain an impeccable physique. Isn't it akin to expecting fresh graduates to possess a decade's worth of experience? Lin Yang mused to himself, what an insufferable fool. Outwardly, he remarked, haha, President Hua, how could my physique possibly compare to yours? He perfectly embodied the essence of a sycophantic employee. Huyen furrowed his brow, sensing an increasing insincerity in his secretary's smile. Truly, he was worthy of being the personal physician of a domineering CEO. Before long, the examination of the female lead was completed, and her forehead was bandaged. Her injuries were not severe, a minor cold and a scraped forehead. It would heal within a few days. Gu Qi, the family doctor and a close friend of the male lead, adjusted his glasses and commented, why haven't you changed her clothes? In her current state, her cold could easily worsen. Lin Yang could hardly contain his applause. Gu Qi continued, however, it's quite remarkable that you brought a woman home. This is unprecedented. Weren't you known for scowling if a woman came within a meter of you? Lin Yang interjected, delivering a classic NPC line. This young lady is the first girl President Hua has ever brought home. I've never seen him show such concern for a woman. Chapter 6. Secretary Lin. Do you have a mental illness? Isn't it true that you practically begged me to bring her back? Huyen remarked, looking at Lin Yang with a hint of melancholy. Lin Yang lowered his gaze, feeling guilty. Why was this domineering CEO deviating from the script? Although this was indeed factual, it didn't align with the narrative. Why did it seem as though he was the only one following the script? Oh, Secretary Lin is here too, Gu Qi exclaimed, feigning surprise as if just noticing Lin Yang's presence. Lin Yang thought to himself, this is truly absurd. In a fit of frustration, he felt it was excessive to treat him this way, even if he was merely an NPC. One shouldn't assume that the title of family doctor conferred safety. Countless family doctors, despite having ample screen time, ultimately became lovesick fools for the female lead, barely clinging to life. Not long after, the female lead awoke. Her long lashes fluttered gently. Upon opening her eyes, her breathtaking beauty made those around her pale in comparison. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement, nearly rushing over to press their heads together. If these two could become a couple, he might just return to his own world and reclaim his status as a winner in life. Upon awakening, the female lead first noticed Huyen standing nearby. She delicately furrowed her brow. President Hua? Huyen nodded slightly, responding coolly, "Do you recognize me?" The female lead's pale lips curled into a faint smile. The sole heir of the Hua Corporation, who ascended to global prominence in just 2 years. How could anyone not know? Lin Yang's eyes lit up. It appeared this would be a tale of dual protagonists, making it even more enticing. He eagerly awaited Huyen's reaction, only to see him raise his head dismissively. "Since you're fine now, you should leave this place quickly." Lin Yang was taken aback. Was that it? The female lead also seemed surprised. "Wait, President Hua. You don't remember me?" She grasped Huyen's hand anxiously. Huyen glanced at her hand, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes as he promptly shrugged her off. "Why would I need to remember someone who can hardly stay in their own home? Isn't that a form of remembering?" Gu Qi teased from the side, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Lin Yang excitedly turned to Gu Qi, almost wanting to give him a thumbs up. "Dr. Gu, your words are spot on. You even know her identity and yet claim not to remember." The female lead, Zhang Wanwan, noted that Huyen seemed to have no recollection of her, and her expression softened a bit. "Since President Hua no longer remembers me, allow me to introduce myself." Rather than exposing Huyen, she graciously extended her hand towards him. "Hello, President Hua. I am Zhang Wanwan, the eldest daughter of Zhang Yumin, the chairman of the Zhang Corporation. We met at my father's wedding a month ago." The name Zhang Wanwan sounded quintessentially like that of a female lead. A month prior, it was no wonder he had no recollection of her. It was merely a remnant of the original character's memory. He rummaged through his mind and unearthed limited information. A month ago, the chairman of the Zhang Corporation had hastily married his mistress while his wife's mourning period had yet to conclude, bringing with him their illegitimate daughter, Zhang Xinyue, who was merely a few months younger than Zhang Wanwan. At the banquet, the mistress and Zhang Xinyue had strutted about arrogantly, while everyone mocked Zhang Wanwan. This incident had created quite a sensation in high society. Many affluent families had turned to the scandal as fodder for gossip. Although it seemed morally dubious, was this not the very female lead he had longed for? A deceased mother, a biased father, a haughty mistress, and a broken daughter. She perfectly embodied the archetype of a domineering CEO's love interest. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and declare to Huyen, "This is your future wife. You should kiss her at once." He envisioned himself swimming in a pool of cash, counting his winnings. However, just as he indulged in this blissful reverie, a handsome face suddenly loomed before him. "Secretary Lin, it seems your mind is staging an amusing little drama. Would you care to share it with me?" Gu Qi leaned in closer, wearing an innocuous smile. Lin Yang recoiled, clutching his heart in fright. Despite Gu Qi's scholarly appearance, he was undoubtedly no ordinary family doctor. It was best to keep a safe distance. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, feigning calmness as he glanced sideways, forcing a smile. "What do you mean, Dr. Gu? I wasn't thinking of anything." Gu Qi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Yang closely before chuckling. "As a doctor, I must remind you, while fantasies aren't a grave illness, they can escalate and warrant medical attention. It's best to seek help before it becomes serious." "Fantasies? Is that not a term for mental illness?" Lin Yang thought, taken aback. He adjusted his glasses, maintaining a composed smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Dr. Gu. I understand. Now go play in the mud." Gu Qi's gaze lingered on Lin Yang, filled with curiosity. Yet, Lin Yang had no time to spare for him. He anxiously glanced toward Huyen, uncertain whether the CEO had overheard their conversation. If he had, would he not question why this NPC had so much dialogue? Fortunately, Huyen's unperturbed demeanor suggested he had not noticed their exchange. He remarked, "As per the conventions of novels, when the domineering CEO engages in a serious dialogue with the female lead, the surrounding NPCs are automatically silenced, as if they exist on a different plane." Just as Lin Yang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Huyen's head suddenly turned towards them, his expression darkening as he addressed them. "Secretary Lin, keep quiet or you can leave." Lin Yang nearly choked on the breath he had just inhaled. What the hell? Did he just turn his head so fluidly? This is like a cybernetic maze. What happened to the established narrative? Indeed, Lin Yang felt a sense of humiliation and obediently lowered his head. Above him, he could hear Gu Qi's uncontrollable laughter. Lin Yang shot him a fierce glare. Damn it! He knew that anyone mingling with the CEO was certainly not of good character. Earlier, He had sympathized with the hard work of the CEO's family doctor, who had come to see patients in the pouring rain late at night. Now, however, he only felt pity for himself after being scolded by the CEO. After Jiang Wanwan introduced her qualifications, she turned to Huoyan. What do you think, Huoyan? Indeed, I currently lack status in the Jiang family, but I could become a sharp blade aimed at them. Are you sure you don't want to seize this tempting opportunity presented before you? Chapter 7. Secretary Lin. Are you a machine? Ah, this woman is truly remarkable. She directly addressed Huoyan by name. This is the first time I've seen a woman, aside from Madame Hua, dare to call Huoyan by his name. Gu Qi mused, watching Lin Yang with keen interest, as if he were intentionally speaking for Lin Yang's benefit. Lin Yang rolled his eyes internally, nearly exasperated. What's so surprising about this? This is precisely what distinguishes the female lead from other frivolous characters. Do you understand? He turned to glance at Jiang Wanwan, feeling a sense of pride as if he were gazing upon his own daughter. In the presence of the CEO's imposing aura, she remained remarkably composed. Although her complexion was pale, resembling a delicate flower, her eyes brimmed with confidence and resolve. Her gaze was the measure of her strength. This was undoubtedly the female lead. I have never encountered such a uniquely exceptional woman. He articulated the classic thoughts of a domineering CEO with heartfelt emotion and cast a grateful glance at Gu Qi. Thankfully, he had just spoken those words, making his subsequent comments less abrupt. Just as he thought this, he turned to meet Huoyan's icy stare. Secretary Lin, are you a machine? Huoyan inquired. Lin Yang? Although he was indeed an NPC meant to deliver such lines, was it polite to directly call him a machine? Without his presence to highlight Huoyan's brilliance, would he appear so formidable? Hua, what do you mean by that? Lin Yang stiffly forced a smile, barely containing his urge to retaliate. Huoyan, seemingly oblivious, calmly continued. You occasionally utter inexplicable statements, akin to an NPC that triggers a response upon encountering certain keywords. He sincerely asked, Secretary Lin, do you possess any buttons? Lin Yang. This is too lethal. The role I am to play is precisely that of an NPC. Sentiet? Lin Yang wished to politely inquire, what about his family doctor? It was Gu Qi who first spoke. So why was all the blame being placed on him? He felt that Gu Qi was the one who would inevitably be ignored by the protagonist, regardless of what he said. However, due to his lack of manners, he chose to remain silent. Seeing that Huoyan was ignoring her, Jiang Wanwan grew anxious. What? Are you truly willing to forego this opportunity to take down the Jiang family? The Jiang family specializes in technology and the internet. 30 years ago, Jiang Wanwan's mother, a daughter of a wealthy family, married her father, an ordinary man with nothing to his name. Being the only daughter in her family, her mother had to support them in every way possible after marrying her father. The Jiang family was built through the efforts of her parents, but the truth was, without her maternal grandfather's support, the Jiang family would never have risen. It was infuriating that once the Jiang family started to prosper, her father, seizing the opportunity while her mother focused on the household, gradually undermined her maternal grandfather's family. Now, she was determined to reclaim the Jiang family and avenge her mother. Upon hearing her voice, Huoyan shifted his attention towards her. Observing her earnest and resolute expression, he let out a derisive snort. Miss Jiang, do you truly believe I need to regard your Jiang family with any significance? Jiang Wanwan's expression changed. Indeed, the Jiang family's reputation could only intimidate those naive and fresh out of university. Compared to the Hua family, they were hardly worth a morsel. Lin Yang's expression also shifted. While reading the novel, he was aware that there were still dozens of chapters left, and he didn't need to worry about the protagonists lacking interaction. But now, immersed in the situation, he acutely felt how challenging it was to facilitate their romance. He couldn't help but interject with a chuckle. Mr. Hua, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Acquiring the Jiang family would only yield benefits for us. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received Huoyan's icy glare. Secretary Lin. Mr. Hua, I triggered a button. Before Huoyan could respond, Lin Yang quickly volunteered. Look at him, so considerate, taking the initiative to acknowledge his mistake. His thoughtfulness was almost endearing. Huoyan, Jiang Wanwan, Gu Qi, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, playfully patting Lin Yang on the shoulder. Secretary Lin, why have I never noticed how amusing you are? Stop laughing. Can't you see the CEO's gaze is about to cut me? As fellow workhorses burning the midnight oil, why must they make things difficult for him? Dr. Gu, we are not familiar. Lin Yang expressionlessly brushed Gu Qi's hand off his shoulder and stepped aside. Rude fellow. Was he even polite? Although Jiang Wanwan found Lin Yang a bit peculiar, she was grateful for his words, allowing her to continue. Huyen, I understand that given the Hua family's stature, you may not think highly of the Jiang family, but what if I sought cooperation with others? The Shang family is currently making significant strides in the internet sector, and the Jiang family is doing quite well too. If the Shang family can secure the Jiang family, they would possess the strength to compete with the Hua family, wouldn't they? Huyen raised an eyebrow, his expression growing colder. Are you threatening me? Jiang Wanwan felt a chill run down her spine under the CEO's icy gaze. She bit her pale lower lip, meeting Huyen's gaze. This is not a threat. I wish to collaborate with you. Huyen chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes, his demeanor becoming increasingly frigid. Miss Jiang, even if your family's business is not deeply entrenched, you should understand that as the subordinate party, your attitude towards the principal party cannot be overly aggressive, correct? His eyes gleamed with a palpable chill. Moreover, I, as a person, detest being threatened by others. Such remarkable pretension. I suggest you assist university students with their luggage during graduation season. Lin Yang couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The little ones afraid of the summer heat are truly fortunate. The domineering CEO's air conditioner, wherever it goes, it brings a refreshing chill. No electricity required. Ice available at any moment. Hey, he truly is a talent. Jiang Wanwan met Huyen's gaze fearlessly for a few seconds before she comprehended. I understand now. Taking a deep breath, she proactively extended her hand towards Huyen. May I ask, Mr. Hua, could you assist me in bringing down the Jiang family? Once the matter is resolved, everything pertaining to the Jiang family will belong to you. She lowered her stance voluntarily, even altering her form of address. Huyen's mood noticeably improved, his expression brightening considerably. However, he did not take Jiang Wanwan's outstretched hand. Instead, he glanced at her before turning his attention to Lin Yang. Secretary Lin. Lin Yang was taken aback, looking around as if he were a clown pointing at himself. Huh? Me? Oh no, it's directed at him. Just when it seemed the two were about to become a couple, he was dragged into the mix. What sort of protagonist cues an NPC like this? Chapter 8. Secretary Lin, do you have feelings for her? Huyen furrowed his brow, sensing that this Secretary Lin was not as astute as he had appeared during the interview. Irritated, he remarked, besides you, is there anyone else who is my secretary? A dangerous aura emanated from his gaze. Or do you no longer wish to keep this job? Lin Yang was genuinely startled. He understood now. The CEO's domineering presence was akin to a teacher peering into the classroom from the window while you were daydreaming. Silent yet terrifying until you noticed him. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. He quickly smiled. Mr. Hua, you jest. As long as I am alive, at any time and place, I will always be your Secretary Lin. Huyen frowned again, feeling that his Secretary Lin had indeed become rather foolish. He had intended to delve deeper into the matter, but upon seeing the somewhat silly grin on Secretary Lin's face, he felt there was no need to pursue it further. This was truly foolish. Since you are so eager to take down the Jiang family, tell me, can you provide 10 acquisition proposals within 3 days? Lin Yang was taken aback. What? How did it become about me wanting to take down the Jiang family? This is exploitation of the working class. He genuinely wanted to refuse, but upon meeting Jiang Wanwan's gaze, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Rest assured, Mr. Hua, whatever task you assign to me, I will complete it even if it means working through the night. Regarding his loyalty, Huyen merely responded coolly. Working through the night is unnecessary. I fear you might collapse, and then your family would come to trouble me. Lin Yang thought, who dares empathize with capitalism? He would mock himself for life. Where is the empathy from capitalism? The latter remark was certainly unnecessary. Lin Yang initially believed that Huyen's mention of him was a means to complicate matters for Jiang Wanwan, hoping she would retreat. To his surprise, Huyen actually took the cue and expressed a willingness to offer Jiang Wanwan a chance for collaboration. Jiang Wanwan cast a grateful glance at Lin Yang. He said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. No need for thanks. I only hope that when she becomes the CEO's wife, Huyen will grant me a raise and reduce the exploitation of this working man. When Lin Yang returned home after all matters had been settled, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. He ordered takeout and, after showering and lying on his bed, felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Although his current salary allowed him to avoid the subpar takeout options, The daily intensity of his work left him yearning to return to his previous world of leisure. Had he known, he should never have listened to his friend recounting her tales of her favorite domineering CEO. Even if he did, he should have insisted she share the general storyline with him. As it stood, he only knew the CEO's name and was completely unaware of the heroine's identity or the unfolding events. He had unwittingly become the secretary to a domineering CEO, with all plot developments relying on his guesses. His only hope was that by helping this story reach a perfect conclusion, he might return to the real world, a comforting thought indeed. So many system novels operate on such premises, he reassured himself. Pain. It was excruciating. The following morning, after Lin Yang had just finished reporting his work, Huyen assigned him a new task. That Jiang Wanwan from last night, I want her entire profile by tomorrow. Lin Yang's drowsy brain instantly awoke. Mr. Hua, are you particularly interested in Miss Jiang? He couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed. It seems Miss Jiang holds a unique significance for you. What a devoted NPC. Huyen narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Lin Yang for several seconds before speaking. Secretary Lin, you don't happen to have a button on you, do you? Lin Yang was confused. Mr. Hua, you asked me to investigate Miss Jiang, right? This is the first time you've asked me to investigate a woman. Lin Yang felt he had been quite subtle. Not wanting to shout from the rooftops that this was his future wife, he considered himself to be in a good mental state. Secretary Lin, as she is an unknown collaborator, shouldn't I investigate her thoroughly? Huyen replied coldly, his gaze imbued with a sense of scrutiny. Lin Yang understood. Huyen was still suspicious of the heroine. He felt compelled to defend her. Mr. Hua, I believe Miss Jiang did not appear to be lying last night. Huyen lazily raised his eyelids, casting an indifferent glance in his direction. Secretary Lin? Huh? You seem to have quite an affection for her? Lin Yang could not bear such an accusation. No, absolutely not. Rest assured, Mr. Hua, I harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards Miss Jiang whatsoever. To be precise, he dared not entertain any notions about any woman near Huyen, either the heroine or the villainess. One was the CEO's woman, the other sought to harm the CEO's beloved. No matter how he approached it, he would incur the CEO's wrath. It was a perilous situation. Huyen observed Lin Yang for a few seconds, ultimately saying nothing further. If that is the case, then quickly proceed as I instructed. Upon returning to his office, Lin Yang noticed Zhou Qi standing at his office door, holding documents. He stood upright, displaying no impatience, and would smile and greet passing colleagues. Anyone observing would remark on his charming demeanor. Lin Yang suspected that a fluffy tail might sprout from behind him. Why was such a sunny, cheerful individual not the male lead? Upon seeing Lin Yang, Zhou Qi immediately waved enthusiastically. He appeared even more like a big dog, his mood lifting considerably. What's up? Lin Yang approached. Have you completed all these tasks? Lin Yang gazed intently for a moment, rendered speechless by astonishment. These were all the assignments he had entrusted to him the previous day, believing it would take at least 3 days to accomplish. To his surprise, they were ready by this morning, executed with remarkable diligence. Unlike the papers he himself authored. A hefty tome, the only element conceived by Lin Yang was the title. All else was a result of meticulous English to Chinese and Chinese to English translations, refined through several iterations. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Lin Yang leaned closer to Zhou Qi, scrutinizing his countenance. Indeed, his complexion was flawless, akin to that enhanced by a filter. His eyes were large and beautifully shaped. He could undoubtedly earn a fortune endorsing cosmetic contact lenses. No, this visage could even rake in considerable wealth in the entertainment industry. TSK, were he to possess such looks, he would certainly pursue a career in showbiz. Lin Yang examined him closely, oblivious to the fact that Zhou Qi's face was gradually turning crimson. Zhou Qi, flustered, took a step back, shielding his face with his arm. No, Secretary Lin, didn't you previously advise me against working late into the night? Only then did Lin Yang realize he had been staring too long, causing Zhou Qi to blush. He instinctively took a step back, approvingly patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder. Well done. Work is work, and after hours one should automatically filter out all work-related communications. Chapter 9. Secretary Lin, the film industry ought to bear your name. Zhou Qi fixed his gaze on Lin Yang, and after a few seconds of earnest contemplation, could not suppress his inquiry any longer. Secretary Lin, do you harbor any discontent regarding our company? Lin Yang shook his head, feigning profundity as he replied, Ah, Xiao Zhou, you are still too young. After a few more years in the workforce, you will grasp the essence of my words. Zhou Qi felt a vague admiration. It was well known that Secretary Lin was a trusted confidant of their general manager, Hua. Many secretaries had been dismissed by Hua within a week. Yet Secretary Lin had endured far longer. There was no doubt that Secretary Lin's words held weight. Secretary Lin, what task has General Manager Hua assigned you today? Do you require my assistance? The mention of Huoyen made Lin Yang's head throb. He instructed me to investigate Miss Zhang Wanwan. Investigate Miss Zhang? Why? Lin Yang replied enigmatically, Xiao Zhou, do you not perceive that you have missed the crux of the matter? Zhou Qi? Have you not realized that Miss Zhang is a woman? Zhou Qi pondered for a moment but remained perplexed. What do you mean? Have you not observed that our general manager Hua is showing interest in a woman for the first time? Zhou Qi, somewhat comprehending, uttered a soft "oh." So, Secretary Lin, do you require my assistance? Lin Yang. The child is still naive and does not understand. Forget it. I will handle this matter myself. I have other tasks to assign you. Upon saying this, he couldn't help but add, regardless, you ought to remember Miss Zhang. When you encounter her in the future, be courteous. Understood? After delegating the strategy to approach the Zhang family to Zhou Qi, he set out to gather information on Zhang Wanwan. The following morning, Huoyen scrutinized the documents he had just received on his computer. The more he examined them, the darker his expression became. After a prolonged silence, he glanced at Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, is this the information you collected on Zhang Wanwan? Huoyen's tone was devoid of warmth, leaving his emotions inscrutable. This reaction was entirely contrary to what Lin Yang had anticipated. He cautiously replied, General Manager Hua, this constitutes all the information regarding Miss Zhang. Do you believe there is anything lacking? I can procure more immediately. Huoyen raised an eyebrow, observing him with a composed demeanor. Secretary Lin, I tasked you with investigating Zhang Wanwan's background, not compiling her photo album. What is the significance of including every photograph from her childhood and the various accolades she has received? Lin Yang, I never imagined that the very aspect he found most satisfactory would be the one that displeased the domineering CEO the most. Gathering those photographs had not been an easy feat last night. I even compromised my principles by working overtime at home. To ensure that the CEO could truly appreciate the protagonist's allure, I collected photos of her from every conceivable angle. I even included awards from her kindergarten days, ensuring that no matter which page he turned to, he would discover a new facet of her. No other employee could exhibit such dedication. Yet, was the CEO's response not a tad too indifferent? Lin Yang inhaled deeply, smiling. General Manager Hua, I simply aim to provide as comprehensive a dossier on Miss Zhang as possible for your convenience. Huoyen cast a fleeting glance at him. Indeed, it is quite thorough. The photographs of the blind dates my family arranged for me do not even compare in quantity. Huoyen's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yang. Are you trying to introduce me to a blind date? Lin Yang felt a shiver creep up his neck, his back growing cold. He quickly responded, Rest assured, General Manager, I have no such intentions. Huoyen scrutinized him for several seconds, and seeing him so intimidated that he couldn't raise his head, he averted his gaze. You must be rather idle. If you find yourself with nothing to do, you can assist the cleaners in mopping the floors. Lin Yang felt as though the sky had fallen. His world had turned dark. A few days later, it was the 24th birthday of Zhang Wanwan's half-sister, the youngest daughter of the Zhang family. The Zhang family organized an extravagant celebration, inviting a significant portion of the elite social circle to partake. They even specially engaged a popular idol to perform. This was a treatment Zhang Wanwan had never experienced as the protagonist. The Zhang family's actions had intrigued even those who were initially reluctant to attend, eager to witness the spectacle of high society. Generally, Huoyen would not grace such events with his presence. However, given his collaboration with the protagonist, attending the Zhang family gathering would serve to publicly affirm his stance, an opportunity for a significant display of defiance. The mere thought excited Lin Yang. Alas, the festivities were scheduled for Saturday. Otherwise, he would have sought an excuse to tag along and indulge in the drama. Initially, he had planned this, but unexpectedly, just before closing on Friday, Huoyen thrust this opportunity into Lin Yang's lap. There's a banquet at the Zhang family tomorrow. Find a decent outfit and accompany me. Lin Yang was caught off guard. Me? Really? Despair washed over him as he pointed at himself. Huoyen frowned. Is there anyone else here but you? Lin Yang, please, no one call for him now. He has been dead for a while. He envisioned his anticipated holiday, which could have been spent comfortably in bed, shattering before his eyes. Lin Yang took a deep breath, still wishing to protest. General Manager, tomorrow is Saturday. Huyen, a workaholic who did not tire of labor even on weekends, could not fathom the significance of Saturday. I am aware, and what of it? He glared at Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt somewhat intimidated under his gaze. However, intimidation did not equate to submission. He hesitated, lifting his eyelids to glance at Huyen. On Saturdays, according to our company policy, we do not work. Huyen remained unfazed, and then, Lin Yang's frustration boiled over. In a fit of anger, he clenched and then relaxed his fists. Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, he inquired, will tomorrow count as overtime? At last, Huyen grasped his meaning. It will. A flicker of vitality returned to Lin Yang's face. And the overtime pay? Huyen, with a hint of impatience, replied, tenfold. Is that satisfactory? Lin Yang felt his knees weaken, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. Father, this is a real father. Tenfold. He felt as if he could hardly count on his fingers. That's sufficient, that's sufficient. Fearing that the domineering CEO might retract his offer, Lin Yang hastily added, Mr. Hua, it's not merely about the money. I have many matters to attend to tomorrow, which is why I hesitated. Huyen found this amusing. So now that I'm offering you 10 times the salary, your concerns are irrelevant? There's no issue that money cannot resolve. If it cannot be resolved, it simply means the funds are insufficient. While he mused this internally, Lin Yang responded, it's not a matter of money. Primarily, I feel that your willingness to offer me 10 times the salary indicates how much you need and trust me. He lifted his chin, resolute as if pledging allegiance. How could I betray your trust, Mr. Hua? Huyen remarked, Secretary Lin. If your name does not appear on this year's Oscar list, I shall cease investing in any further films. Chapter 10 Secretary Lin. Do you wish to rummage through trash? The Zhang family was hosting a soiree, commencing at 7 in the evening. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Lin Yang finally emerged from the cocoon of his bed. Upon unlocking his phone and seeing the words Saturday displayed, a wave of irritation washed over him. Who works overtime on a Saturday? Oh, it's him. Well, that's of no consequence. Though he truly wished to linger in bed, the thought of tenfold pay brought a semblance of life back to his face. Huyen had instructed him to arrive early to fetch him. As usual, Lin Yang tidied himself up and glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Presentable enough. Although his hairstyle appeared somewhat disheveled. Typically, that would suffice. But given the grand occasion of a large banquet, should he not make a bit more effort? He retrieved the hair gel purchased by the original owner, ensured it was not expired, and styled his hair upwards, spraying gel atop. Quite the dapper look. Why do those successful individuals portrayed on television favor such slick hairstyles? Never mind, this will do. After all, the typical trope in domineering CEO novels is that when the leads make their entrance, all light shines upon them, captivating the attention of the crowd to the exclusion of all others. If others cannot see him, then he might as well be indifferent. What Lin Yang did not anticipate was that, while the eyes of the attendees were indeed fixed upon the leads at the banquet, there remained a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the venue. On the subway, he could distinctly sense the curious gazes, wanting to look, yet fearing detection, sneaking glances, stifling laughter. Damn! Do they think that if they don't lose their minds, then others must be foolish? In a fit of rage, Lin Yang buried his head into his chest, pretending to be engrossed in his phone, oblivious to their stares. Well, he was not them. He endured the entire journey, finally arriving at the domineering CEO's villa. Upon seeing him, Huyen's expression morphed into one of incredulity. 2 seconds later, even the CEO could no longer contain himself, chuckling, Secretary Lin, what on earth is that hairstyle? Quite unique. Lin Yang felt the urge to laugh himself. The emotions he had stifled during the subway ride now threatened to erupt. Noticing Lin Yang's silence, Huyen continued, I thought your face could not possibly get any uglier. Yet you have personally proven your potential. Lin Yang opted to interpret this as a compliment. The leader scolds while I drift off. Eventually, the leader will tire of his reprimands. This was his initial thought. However, it was evident that Huyen had no intention of letting him off that easily. After casting a disapproving glance at Lin Yang's attire, Huyen grimaced. Where did you procure this outfit? It looks like something from a street vendor. I instructed you to wear something more presentable. Are you intending to scavenge at the banquet? Had his friend never mentioned that this CEO possessed a sharp tongue? Lin Yang could no longer hold back, retorting, Mr. Hua, this is the finest suit I own. The original owner spent several thousand yuan on it specifically for interviews with Hua Corporation. Several thousand yuan. How many monthly salaries would that amount to? And yet, in your words, it has become trash. Upon hearing this, Huyen's disdain only deepened. After scrutinizing him further, he could no longer resist, producing his car keys and handing them to Lin Yang. Wait for me in the car. Lin Yang accepted the keys, glancing at his watch. Mr. Hua, are we heading over now? It's only a little past 5. The banquet venue is merely a 30-minute drive from here. Isn't it a tad early? Typically, in domineering CEO narratives, the protagonist makes a grand entrance when nearly everyone has gathered, just as the malevolent female antagonist is tormenting the heroine, making a spectacular entrance that commands silence and attention. Arriving now would negate the opportunity for such an entrance. Huyen offered no further explanation, merely coldly inquiring, Are you questioning me? Those 5 succinct words rendered Lin Yang mute. The first rule for a humble employee: never openly challenge the boss. Any grievances should be voiced discreetly. Once Huyen settled into the vehicle, Lin Yang soon discovered they were not en route to the banquet but rather to a luxury goods center. Stealing a glance at Huyen through the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the aesthetic sensibilities of female authors of domineering CEO novels are indeed commendable. Huyen's visage was flawless, impeccably handsome from every angle. Despite merely applying a bit of hair gel, it accentuated his sharp features even further. With a face and demeanor like his, even a burlap sack would look good. In his opinion, there was no need to purchase a new outfit. The one he wore appeared as pristine as a new one. Who would suspect it was secondhand? However, upon reflection, it became clear that all this was undoubtedly for the heroine. Though the CEO would not verbalize it, he surely regarded the heroine as exceptional, hence his concern for his own appearance. Upon arrival, Huyen unceremoniously deposited Lin Yang at an image design studio. Get your hairstyle fixed. Lin Yang? Oh no, so this was his intention all along. Mr. Hua, thank you for considering me so thoroughly, but I truly believe it is unnecessary. It is already 5:30, and we will miss the banquet. This is completely in the opposite direction from the venue, and it's nearly 6. Casually selecting a suit, he thought it was still manageable. As for his hair, he couldn't help but lament. With such an excessive amount of hairspray, he couldn't even fathom the time it would take to wash it all out. Secretary Lin, do you think I am considering your feelings? Huyen scanned Lin Yang from head to toe, his eyes brimming with disdain. I simply don't want you to embarrass me at the banquet. Otherwise, people might think our company mistreats its employees, with you looking like a beggar. Lin Yang, at least it's a suit worth several thousand yuan. Must you be so harsh in your criticism? His heart shattered. Yet time was of the essence. Huyen frowned impatiently. Do you really think if I arrive late, anyone would dare to close the door on me? Lin Yang stood frozen, momentarily overwhelmed by the domineering tone of his superior, speechless. Indeed, who would dare to obstruct the CEO? If the banquet were to conclude before Huyen arrived, the Zhang family would have to host another gathering. So be it. This place was so exquisite that he would likely never have the chance to visit again if not for the CEO. He could take solace in that. Lin Yang indulged in the luxurious services without guilt. It is no wonder that everyone despises capitalists while secretly yearning to become one themselves. A simple shampoo and styling involved numerous attendants catering to him. With snacks and massages, Lin Yang felt so comfortable he could almost drift off to sleep. After nearly an hour, his transformation was complete. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Yang was left in awe. Chapter 11. Secretary Lin, no need to put on an act. He scrutinized himself from every angle. His face remained the same, yet before the styling, he felt like an unremarkable automaton. Now, he pondered whether he could usurp the CEO's position and take the lead role himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Huyen's cold voice pierced through the air. Are you ready? The moment Lin Yang turned to face Huyen, his ambitions of becoming the protagonist evaporated. Forget it, he could never compare. Huyen's visage was far too striking, suitable only to mingle at Gucci's table. How do I look now, President Hua? Lin Yang inquired eagerly, longing for a compliment on his newfound handsomeness. Huyen glanced at him with a slight shift in his gaze upon noticing the smile in Lin Yang's eyes. He scrutinized Lin Yang for a few moments with his calm, profound eyes, leaving Lin Yang unable to decipher his emotions. Instead, he felt a shiver run down his spine from Huiyan's intense gaze. President Hua? Lin Yong asked cautiously, perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor. Could it be that he feared Lin Yang's newfound allure might overshadow him? Upon hearing his voice, Huiyan snapped back to reality, his gaze momentarily averted. At least the homeless man need not worry about you stealing his food. Lin Yang's smile instantly faltered. Had he known better, he wouldn't have asked. What kind words could possibly escape the lips of a CEO known for his frugality? His words were typically reserved for praising the female leads. After the styling session, Huiyan guided Lin Yang to choose a suit. It was Lin Yang's first time in such an opulent store, and he felt akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden, everything appearing novel and enticing. However, he was too timid to touch anything, fearing he might inadvertently soil them and incur costs he could not afford. Huiyan found his curious yet hesitant demeanor quite amusing. Secretary Lin, didn't you say we were running out of time? Hurry and select a suit. At that moment, Lin Yang understood the mockery in Huiyan's eyes. He was being ridiculed, using his own words against him. President Hua, am I free to choose any suit? If he dared to agree, he wouldn't hold back. Huiyan was indifferent to such matters. Choose. Excellent. I appreciate straightforwardness. Just remember, if you pick something too expensive, don't blame me for your ignorance of social norms. Lin Yang hesitated to directly tell the sales attendant, show me your most expensive suit. He scanned each garment, ostensibly admiring them while discreetly checking their price tags. After surveying all the prices, he pointed to the most expensive suit. I like this one. The attendant, upon noticing, eagerly retrieved the outfit for him, extolling, Sir, you have exquisite taste. This is our store's crowning jewel. After an extensive introduction, Huiyan impatiently interjected, this is the most expensive suit in your store, isn't it? The attendant, startled by his icy stare, could only nod, too intimidated to utter another word. Lin Yang feigned ignorance, exclaiming, oh, is this the most expensive suit? President Hua. This. He pretended to grapple with the situation, contemplating his next move when Huiyan unhesitatingly exposed him. Secretary Lin, spare us the charade. Your scrutiny of the tags was far too conspicuous. If you enjoy acting so much, would you like me to enroll you in an acting class? Lin Yang's expression froze in an instant. He couldn't maintain his composure, so he had seen through his act from the beginning and chose to reveal it only at the end. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the attendant struggling to stifle a laugh. Lin Yang felt darkness encroach upon him. He wished he could retreat into a dreamlike castle and reside there alone. How about I choose again? Lin Yang asked stiffly, afraid that Huiyan might respond with one of his classic lines about firing him. After all, most capitalist overlords wouldn't directly inform you of your dismissal. Instead, they would make your work life unbearable, gradually lowering your salary until you felt compelled to resign. This way, they wouldn't have to deal with the fallout. But the CEO was different. He wouldn't care about such trivialities. No need, just hurry and change out of those rags. Huiyan's voice was cold and impatient. Lin Yang immediately clutched the clothes and rushed to change. Upon emerging in the new outfit, Lin Yang felt rejuvenated. The attendant rushed over, showering him with compliments. His chin instinctively lifted in pride, but upon locking eyes with Huiyan's frigid gaze, he quickly subdued his exuberance. Reigning in his pride, he approached Huiyan with a reserved demeanor. President Hua. Huiyan frowned. Why did it take you so long? Of course, he had admired himself in the full-length mirror several times and taken numerous photos for posterity. If he were ever dismissed, he intended to incorporate the fact that the CEO had purchased an expensive suit for him into his resume to impress potential employers. He thought this, yet what he verbally expressed was, I was afraid of damaging the suit, so I took a bit longer. He opened his arms and displayed his attire. What do you think, President Hua? Should I change again? Huiyan scrutinized him, finally giving a slight nod of approval. Not bad. You might just pass as a decent assistant. Lin Yang. Is that a compliment or an insult? Then, Lin Yang was about to say, then this outfit it is. Unexpectedly, the domineering CEO suddenly strode over to him. With one hand, he grasped Lin Yang's tie and pulled him forward. A surge of panic coursed through Lin Yang's mind. He feared the CEO had somehow acquired the ability to read minds, uncovering his silent jabs at him, and was about to retaliate. Mr. Hua, please calm down. Assaulting someone comes with a price, you know. Be careful, or I might just collapse on the ground and accuse you of wrongdoing, saving myself years of trouble. The CEO merely raised an eyebrow and shot him a frosty glance, frowning as he said, "Secretary Lin, can't you even tie your tie properly?"
Lin Yang?
After a brief mental freeze, he finally comprehended the situation, and his emotions grew even more complex. Was that it? He felt an unexpected sense of disappointment, akin to expecting a grand revelation only to be met with nothing. A swift punch would have been preferable. He glanced down at his tie, which had been seized, feeling confident that he had tied it adequately, albeit slightly askew. He usually wore it this way, but the CEO typically didn't pay him much attention, so he hadn't realized. To his surprise, today the CEO was scrutinizing him so closely. Ultimately, his struggle with tying ties had been unmasked. He believed that, after a month of practice, he had achieved a commendable level of proficiency. None of his colleagues had noticed, but alas, this was the CEO, a man marked by a certain perfectionism. Chapter 12. Secretary Lin, your face doesn't merit such a privilege. Perhaps he had been too hasty when dressing earlier, failing to notice. Let me retie it. Lin Yang intended to salvage his precarious image as an elite in the CEO's eyes. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he bent down, Huyen had already reached out, deftly untying and readying his tie. During this process, his fingers inadvertently brushed against Lin Yang's neck. Observing the CEO's calm and earnest demeanor, Lin Yang inexplicably felt warmth radiating from the spot touched. Once Huyen had finished adjusting the tie, he lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yang's. Secretary Lin, I expect to see your tie looking like this tomorrow. Instantly, Lin Yang felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, instantly cooling his earlier heat. So this was the expectation? Very well. Tonight, he would sleep wearing this tie. As they neared the checkout, Lin Yang deliberately inquired, Mr. Hua. About this outfit he refrained from mentioning that he hoped it was a gift, fearing that if he were later told the cost would be deducted from his wages, he would genuinely be infuriated. Huyen cast a cold glance in his direction. Rest assured, I won't be asking you for money. After saying this, he found himself almost amused. For some reason, he felt he had come to understand his secretary's character quite well. Lin Yang's spirits lifted, and the previous grievances regarding the tie dissipated. By 8:30, Lin Yang finally arrived at the venue's entrance. At this hour, most attendees had already arrived. The banquet hall was bustling with people, filled with the clinking of glasses and lively conversations. As Lin Yang entered alongside Huyen, he was met with a scene that felt straight out of a novel. Upon stepping inside, when someone exclaimed that the CEO had also arrived, the hall fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes converging on Huyen. Accustomed to such attention, Huyen exhibited no reaction. In contrast, Lin Yang felt utterly out of place. He was terrified of even stepping onto the stage to introduce himself. Under the scrutiny of so many, he felt akin to a monkey in a zoo. This burden of attention should be borne solely by the CEO.
Lin Yang discreetly shifted behind Huoyan,
hoping to hide in his shadow. However, to his surprise, the CEO seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Secretary Lin, do you have an old flame here that you're trying to hide from me? Lin Yang was taken aback. He hadn't been informed that the CEO possessed such a sharp tongue. Mr. Hua, I merely fear overshadowing your brilliance. Only you deserve to bask in the limelight. Huyen chuckled. Secretary Lin, do you truly believe your visage possesses the capacity to divert their gazes from me? Lin Yang. He was prepared to contest the superficiality of this world. Why was there constant guidance for employees on how to engage with their bosses emotionally, yet no instruction for bosses on how to respond with emotional intelligence to their employees? The hearts of employees may feel crushed, but they were not devoid of feeling. Did he not realize the potential harm his blunt words could inflict on a tender spirit? I surely cannot compare to you, Mr. Hua. Lin Yang made an effort to suppress his facial expressions. He felt a surge of irritation, mild yet palpable. Just then, amidst the crowd, a woman's melodious voice rang out. Huyen, darling, what brings you here? A lavishly dressed woman approached, lifting her gown with a coy demeanor. Lin Yang recognized her immediately. She was none other than Jiang Xinyue, the younger sister of the female lead he had been investigating, and the centerpiece of this gathering. He was all too familiar with her. In typical narratives, the female lead's sister often turned out to be a scheming antagonist. To prevent her from causing trouble for the protagonists, he had conducted ample research on her. As she dashed over, it indicated that the female lead was likely nearby. Lin Yang cast his gaze behind Jiang Xinyue and, sure enough, he spotted the female lead in the crowd. Clad in a simple black gown, She appeared rather ordinary amidst the opulence of the banquet hall filled with exquisite attire. Yet her delicate and beautiful features, merely accentuated by light makeup, rendered those around her eclipsed. Even if she were to don a burlap sack, she would still stand out. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was in a rather unfortunate state. She lay sprawled on the floor, her gown stained with red wine, while her parents stood nearby, indifferent to her plight. Lin Yang quickly deduced that she had been intentionally knocked down. Jiang Xinyue had just approached from that direction. According to the typical tropes of domineering CEO novels, the previous moment would have seen the malicious sister laughing with her entourage at the female lead's expense, deliberately pushing her down. The next moment, the CEO would dramatically appear, embodying the hero come to rescue the damsel in distress. However, due to Lin Yang's earlier interruption, the rhythm of this heroic rescue had been disrupted, leaving the female lead in a vulnerable position on the floor. Nevertheless, it was not too late to intervene. The essence of true redemption lay in one party reaching out to save another at their lowest point. Lin Yang quickly pointed in Jiang Wanwan's direction. "Mr. Hua, Miss Jiang is over there." Huyen cast a cold glance at his secretary. "Secretary Lin, I can see her." This response deviated significantly from Lin Yang's expectations. If he could see her, why wasn't he moving to assist? It was no wonder the CEO always ended up in a chase for love. Then Lin Yang began to urge the CEO forward, but Jiang Xinyue had already arrived. She feigned shyness, lifting her gaze to glance at Huyen before quickly averting it, adopting an innocent demeanor as she coyly spoke. "Brother Hua, I am surprised to see you at such a gathering. This is my birthday celebration. Did you come specifically for me?" As she spoke, she playfully twisted her hands in front of her. Lin Yang felt a surge of discomfort. What should he do? He was both amused and somewhat vexed. This was indeed a textbook case of a green tea antagonist, seemingly molded straight from a factory assembly line. Jiang Xinyue naturally noticed him, the inconspicuous little secretary who had been standing beside the domineering CEO and had just attracted his attention. "Who is this?" She hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Lin Yang glanced at Huyen, observing that his mouth was sealed as if glued shut, his expression as frozen as ice. Well then, he would take it upon himself. Since he was already here, he could not afford to lose face. "Hello, Miss Jiang. I am Hua's secretary, Lin Yang." He contemplated whether he should hand her a business card. Deep down, he was reluctant. After all, being the sister of the protagonist, her status was not insignificant. If she ever wished to contact the CEO, her call might very well end up with him, and he did not want to invite such trouble. Work was already frustrating enough. Who wanted to endure the wrath from both sides? However, abstaining from offering a business card seemed inappropriate in such a setting. Fortunately, the antagonist swiftly resolved this dilemma for him. Jiang Xinyue scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe, unabashedly displaying her disdain and annoyance. "So that's how it is. Thank goodness." She patted her chest, as if relieved. Chapter 13. Secretary Lin, are you not my secretary? Lin Yang. What does she mean? Just because she whispered does not mean he could not hear her. Her disdain was glaringly evident in her eyes. Did she think covering her mouth would render her invisible? If only she would cover her eyes instead. She assumed he was a friend of the CEO and thus had been dismissing him. Now that she realized he was not, she dropped the pretense entirely. "Brother Hua, why are you not saying anything? Today is my birthday. Could you not wish me a happy birthday?" Upon realizing that Lin Yang was merely an inconsequential secretary, Jiang Xinyue immediately redirected her attention to Huyen. To her surprise, Huyen shot her a cold glance before addressing Lin Yang. "Secretary Lin, are you not my secretary? Why do you not clear the debris obstructing my path?" Jiang Xinyue was taken aback. "Debris? Brother Hua, what are you?" As the words hung in the air, she swiftly grasped what he meant by debris, her voice trailing off. She looked up at Huyen in disbelief, wanting to say something further. Huyen, however, cast an impatient glance her way. Instantly, she felt a chill run down her spine, her body trembling, silenced by his gaze. Although she longed to retort that he was not hiring a cleaner, the thought that he referred to her as rubbish made her reconsider. Lin Yang eyed Jiang Xinyue, his fists clenched in anticipation. Jiang Xinyue instinctively took a step back, apprehensive. What are you going to do? If it weren't for the fear of laughing too maniacally and alarming those around him, Lin Yang would have erupted into joyous laughter. This was utterly delightful. He finally understood why those villainous lackeys enjoyed bullying others. Lacking capability themselves, They relied on their powerful connections to oppress anyone they disliked. Who wouldn't want to join in for a few episodes? Jiang Xinyue was terrified. She perceived the secretary before her as somewhat deranged, trembling like a fragile flower battered by a storm. Yet, Lin Yang was no lovesick male antagonist. Nor would he be so blind as to genuinely fancy such a malicious character. With the CEO's backing, Lin Yang straightened his posture, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. Apologies, but our CEO is not here to see you. We are looking for the young lady behind you. You are obstructing our CEO's path. Could you kindly step aside? Elegant. Truly elegant. Lin Yang felt like a royal butler from medieval Europe, exuding grace. Jiang Xinyue felt a sense of bewilderment. Who? She nervously glanced back, just as Jiang Wanwan was attempting to rise from the ground. Panic gripped her as she abruptly turned to Lin Yang. The person brother who wishes to see. It cannot be. Jiang Wanwan, can it? Jiang Xinyue clenched her skirt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What are the odds? Lin Yang was too preoccupied to indulge her. Seeing Jiang Wanwan about to stand, he instinctively grasped Huiyan's arm. CEO, Miss Jiang seems unsteady. We should hurry to assist her. The opportunity to lend a hand had vanished, but rushing over to feign concern was still an option. After all, it was crucial to depict the CEO as indifferent to everyone else yet considerate towards the protagonist. However, Huiyan remained unmoved, not even glancing at the protagonist. Instead, his gaze settled on Lin Yang's grip on his arm, subtly raising an eyebrow. Secretary Lin, so concerned for her. Why not go over yourself? He ignored Lin Yang's unconscious hold on him and cast a casual glance at Jiang Wanwan. Besides, where is the unsteadiness? She is standing perfectly well. Jiang Wanwan had now risen, standing still and observing them, her eyes filled with scrutiny. The climax of the heroic rescue had dissipated. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, his hand slackening. He longed to glare at the CEO, but upon realizing Huiyan was looking at him, he quickly retracted his glare and forced a smile. Haha, I was overthinking it. Miss Jiang is truly independent and strong. I have never encountered someone so uniquely remarkable. As the words left his lips, Lin Yang felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly and managed to compliment the protagonist. He nearly applauded himself for his quick wit. However, when he glanced at the CEO, he found Huiyan staring at him expressionlessly, suddenly recalling something, and a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, she is more independent than some who cannot even tie their own ties. Lin Yang, the protagonist, is being bullied to such an extent, yet she is still concerned about his inability to tie a tie. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang smiled. Regardless, let us proceed. Huiyan cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as he walked toward Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Xinyue, standing behind, felt her teeth nearly shatter from clenching them too tightly. Young Master Hua. Jiang Wanwan greeted Huiyan with poise, neither subservient nor arrogant. Despite being splashed with champagne, she stood tall and graceful, like a proud swan. She epitomized the quintessential protagonist of a CEO novel. The more Lin Yang observed, the more he was convinced she was indeed the protagonist. He eagerly looked toward Huiyan, hoping for a reaction from the male lead. Yet, Huiyan merely lifted his chin in acknowledgement, a mere gesture of greeting. Lin Yang felt an exasperated sense of frustration. In the beginning, you were so proud and aloof, unwilling to even spare a glance. Yet later, when pursuing the protagonist, you become all too compliant. Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again. What a coincidence. The domineering CEO remained silent. In his desperate attempt to escape this world, Lin Yang endeavored to strengthen his rapport with the female protagonist, seeking ways to enhance her affection for the CEO. Jiang Wanwan tilted her head in confusion and inquired, Secretary Lin, you greeted me yesterday to confirm my attendance at the banquet. Since you were already aware, how can this be considered mere coincidence? Lin Yang. At this moment, Huiyan interjected casually, Secretary Lin, are you a robot? A sudden explosion of laughter erupted. In many novels, there are often moments of profound connection between the male and female leads. He never anticipated that such a scenario would manifest between the two of them while navigating this chaotic situation. Was it not a waste to employ such a pivotal plot twist against a mere supporting character? Since he had already been likened to a machine, Lin Yang decided to embrace this notion fully. Ignoring the protagonist's reactions, he seamlessly transitioned into the next segment of the narrative. Miss Jiang, your gown is soaked. You might catch a chill. Please go change at once. It seems someone is causing you trouble today, and venturing alone might lead to further complications. If not,
Lin yang hesitated, casting a hopeful glance at Huoyan.
this was a splendid opportunity for the male and female leads to share a moment alone. According to the conventional script, at this juncture, their heartfelt conversation would rapidly deepen their emotional bond. Such a golden opportunity could not be squandered. Chapter 14. Secretary Lin. You may go ahead. I shall rest for now. Regrettably, Lin Yang forgot that he was not the focal point of this affair. Despite his relentless persuasion, the CEO remained unyielding. Huoyan scrutinized him with keen interest, examining him from head to toe. The intensity of his gaze nearly drove Lin Yang to the brink of frustration before Huoyan finally remarked, "In that case, Secretary Lin, you seem quite concerned for her. Why not escort her to change her attire?" After enduring this for so long, the result was a monumental disappointment. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his ire upon the CEO. He repeatedly reassured himself that this was merely a story, devoid of any necessity to become enraged at a character crafted with such mediocrity. He managed to contain his frustration and smiled amiably. "Mr. Hua, you wouldn't want to forfeit this splendid opportunity for a private encounter, would you? At the very least, you should seize the chance to engage with the female lead." To his astonishment, Huoyan turned and departed. "I am tired. I shall take a rest." And just like that, he gracefully exited. Lin Yang was left speechless. What was this maneuver? The male lead had walked away, leaving the plot hanging in the balance. The dialogue with the female lead was far less engaging than his own role as a mere tool. Lin Yang desperately wished to grasp Huoyan's collar and exclaim, "Wait, this is just the beginning. You can't leave now. Are you incapable?" Accompanying Jiang Wanwan to her room to change, he feverishly sought to redeem Huoyan's reputation. "Miss Jiang, do not be misled by our CO's icy demeanor. The truth is, he is not like this at all. Beneath that exterior, he possesses a kind heart. He treats our employees well and often feeds stray cats on the street." He spoke against his better judgment, hoping to gain the female protagonist's favor. Unfortunately, Jiang Wanwan appeared perplexed. "Secretary Lin, if you are being threatened, just blink. Though I am unable to assist you at present, I can empathize with your situation." Lin Yang. He yearned to further defend the CEO, but Jiang Xinyue, that insufferable girl, had not given up and had appeared out of nowhere, seizing Jiang Wanwan's wrist. "Jiang Wanwan, tell me, when did you start to cozy up to Brother Huoyan?" Jiang Xinyue glared at her with a twisted expression. With Huoyan absent, Jiang Xinyue shed her pretense. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Did she truly disregard him, the CEO's secretary? To display such a shift in demeanor before him was audacious. Just moments ago, she had been submissive in front of the CEO. Now, with him gone, she revealed her true colors. Did she not fear he would report her to the CEO? According to the usual plot progression, this should have been the CEO's moment of glory. Had he appeared now to rescue the female lead, she would undoubtedly develop an affinity for him. However, it seemed he would not arrive in time. Lin Yang resolved to intervene on the female lead's behalf. To his surprise, Jiang Wanwan required no assistance. She effortlessly shook off Jiang Xinyue's grasp. "What I have with Huoyan is none of your business." Jiang Wanwan glared icily at Jiang Xinyue, her eyes brimming with resolve. This unexpected display of courage made Jiang Xinyue flinch. Lin Yang wished he could capture this moment on video and share it with Huoyan, allowing him to bask in the female lead's undeniable charm. Once Jiang Xinyue regained her composure, she retorted, "Jiang Wanwan, how dare you speak to me like that? You wretched girl, do you not fear that I shall summon father to expel you from this home?" She boasted, as if she had acquired some leverage over the female lead. "Sister, I have only spared you due to the pitiable circumstances surrounding your mother's passing, allowing you the opportunity to remain in the same house as me. However, should you cross me, I shall have no choice but to ensure father sends you away." Lin Yang thought this is truly despicable. He cast a concerned glance at the female lead. Jiang Wanwan, however, remained unfazed, her gaze towards Jiang Xinyue growing ever colder. "Who permitted you to call me sister?" Jiang Xinyue was taken aback. "What?" Jiang Wanwan replied coldly. "You, the illegitimate daughter of a mistress, dare to associate with me? Jiang Yuman has yet to expel me from the Jiang family. Do you think he can afford to lose face by doing so?" Jiang Wanwan, already taller than Jiang Xinyue, now loomed over her as Jiang Xinyue cowered. The disparity in their presence was stark. Lin Yang could hardly contain his admiration for the female lead. She was both striking and assertive. Was the scriptwriter truly envious of beautiful women, forcing her to be paired with a domineering CEO? If he did not wish to return home, he would have implored the female lead to embrace her independence. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Jiang Xinyue's face turned an ashen shade. Indeed, her father found it challenging to cast Jiang Wanwan out of the Jiang household. Having already faced ridicule from other affluent families for bringing them into the Jiang family, expelling the daughter of his first wife would render him a laughingstock in high society. Regardless of his affection for them, Jiang Yumin would not risk such embarrassment. Moreover, today Huyen had publicly acknowledged his interest in Jiang Wanwan. Until the nature of their relationship was clarified, Jiang Yumin would dare not act against her. Lin Yang assumed such a straightforward principle would be grasped by Jiang Xinyue, compelling her to retreat with her tail between her legs. Unfortunately, he had grossly underestimated the depths of her malice. Jiang Wanwan, how dare you speak to me in such a manner, you filthy wretch? Jiang Xinyue, incensed by Jiang Wanwan's audacity, raised her hand, intending to slap her. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. This was the female lead's dignity at stake. He could not allow her to be harmed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang sprang forward to intercept the impending slap. To his astonishment, someone was swifter than him. Just as he intended to reach out and intercept Jiang Xinyue, a hand intruded, firmly grasping her wrist. The newcomer was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding an extraordinary presence. Lin Yang's eyes brightened, initially thinking that their domineering CEO had finally come to his senses and rushed to protect his wife. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a complete stranger. This man possessed a countenance rivaling that of Huyen, with deep, chiseled features and an expression that could melt even the iciest of hearts. Although their appearances were entirely distinct, this man's refined charm was akin to a refreshing breeze, while Huyen's demeanor was more piercing, instilling a sense of dread. Given such a face, this individual could not merely be a minor character. Wanwan, are you alright? The man holding Jiang Xinyue's hand turned to glance at Jiang Wanwan. She nodded faintly, smiling, I'm fine. Thank you. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jiang Xinyue's expression shifted immediately, her demeanor turning petulant. Brother Shangwen, why are you treating me like this? Your grip is hurting me. She adopted her characteristic whiny tone. Lin Yang instantly felt a surge of alarm. Chapter 15. Secretary Lin. That's not what President Hu said, is it? The fact that Jiang Xinyue employed such a tone indicated that this person's status was likely on par with that of the domineering CEO. Coupled with his striking visage and commanding aura, this man might well be the quintessential gentle second male lead often found in stories about domineering CEOs, harboring unrequited love for the female protagonist. This was indeed a formidable rival for their CEO. Where was he, the CEO, to make a swift recovery? Shangwen released Jiang Xinyue's hand and said coldly, had I not intervened just now, would your slap have landed on Wanwan's face? Hearing Shangwen address the female lead so affectionately incensed Jiang Xinyue, who clenched her fists but feigned innocence. That was only because sister said something hurtful. I lost my temper for a moment. With a quivering voice, she added, I truly didn't mean to strike. Brother Shangwen, you must believe me. She gazed earnestly at Shangwen. Jiang Wanwan let out a derisive laugh. Jiang Xinyue, with your acting skills, if you're not nominated for an Oscar this year, I shan't watch. Jiang Xinyue, flustered, retorted, you? Shangwen gently shielded Jiang Wanwan behind him, unperturbed by Jiang Xinyue's antics. I trust Wanwan. As the guest of honor at today's banquet, aren't you concerned about being suspected if you remain here? He glanced at the nearby surveillance camera. Jiang Xinyue immediately grasped his implication and, begrudgingly, turned to leave. Just as Lin Yang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Jiang Wanwan inquire, Shangwen, how did you end up here? Her casual tone left Lin Yang momentarily speechless, his breath caught in his throat. He felt a slight release of tension, though not entirely, just a partial easing. When I arrived, I didn't see you, so I asked others. They mentioned you were in trouble and needed to change clothes. So I came looking for you, Shangwen replied, turning with a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang sensed something amiss. It was confirmed. This was undoubtedly the gentle second male lead from the domineering CEO novels. No matter how tender or perfect, the author always found a way to orchestrate his demise. Even his name was so distinctive, he could not possibly be an ordinary character. He coughed awkwardly into his hand. Only then did Shangwen take notice of him. And you are? Lin Yong quickly positioned himself between the two, donning a professionally fabricated smile as he extended his hand toward Shangwen. Greetings. I am Lin Yong, secretary to President Hua of Hua Corporation. Shangwen nodded in understanding, hesitated briefly before accepting the handshake. Hello, Secretary Lin. His warmth towards even a mere secretary was in stark contrast to Huyen's usual disdainful demeanor, leaving Lin Yong somewhat swayed. Following the typical narrative arc of domineering CEO novels, and judging from Jiang Xinyue's venomous attitude towards Shangwen, it was clear that Shangwen's identity was far from ordinary. His kindness towards a mere employee was almost enough to make Lin Yong contemplate a job change. So, Secretary Lin, if you are indeed President Hua's secretary, what brings you to Wanwan's side? Upon hearing Shangwen's question, Lin Yong snapped back to reality. He was not there to be an employee. For the sake of his laid-back aspirations, he could not afford to be swayed by the gentle second male lead. President Hua instructed me to escort Miss Jiang to prevent any unwanted advances. Lin Yong replied with a smile. Our president has been particularly concerned about Miss Jiang lately. His presence today was also to ensure her safety from potential harassment at the banquet. The absence of Huyen allowed Lin Yong the liberty to make such statements without fear of reprimand. Lin Yong concluded with a smile. Miss Jiang holds a very special place in President Hua's heart. Upon hearing this, Shangwen's expression did not darken. Rather, he appeared more inquisitive. Is that so? I'm grateful for President Hua's concern. However, if he is so concerned about Wanwan, where is he at present? Lin Yong's smile faltered, a direct hit. Such perceptiveness left him, a mere NPC, at a loss for words. He coughed awkwardly again. President Hua has pressing matters to attend to, so he stepped away temporarily, but he is always in contact to inquire about Miss Jiang's well-being. Jiang Wanwan found this puzzling, questioning, didn't Huyen just say he was tired and needed to rest? She regarded Lin Yong with curiosity, unable to comprehend why this little secretary was conveying so much information that diverged from the truth. Upon hearing her, Shangwen too looked at Lin Yong with curiosity. Lin Yong maintained a calm facade, though internally he was in a cold sweat. He often wondered, when listening to his friends recount stories about domineering CEOs, how NPCs seemed transparent, speaking without fear of being overheard. Now, he genuinely wished to be considered an invisible NPC. Let us not delve into that, Lin Yong said stiffly. Miss Jiang, we should hurry inside and change clothes. While Jiang Wanwan changed in the restroom, Lin Yong stood guard over Shangwen, watching him like a hawk, never daring to blink. He had to keep the second male lead occupied, ensuring he wouldn't have a chance to engage with the female lead again. Given the current dynamics, Lin Yong genuinely worried about the CEO's chances. After taking a sip of water, Shangwen glanced at Lin Yong and couldn't help but chuckle. Secretary Lin, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lin Yong shot him a glance. There was nothing amiss, merely that he was too handsome, and he feared the female lead might genuinely fall for him. Adhering to a policy of saying little to avoid mistakes, Lin Yong replied expressionlessly, nothing, just fulfilling my duty as the host. Shangwen raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The little secretary seems to possess a hint of intrigue. After Jiang Wanwan finished changing her attire, the trio returned to the banquet hall. Lin Yong surveyed the room, but the domineering CEO was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan had engaged in lively conversation with Shangwen, their laughter filling the air. Lin Yong felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The matters of affection could not be resolved by a mere secretary meddling aimlessly. The crux of the matter lay in the two individuals conversing and nurturing their connection. With this thought in mind, Lin Yong promptly retrieved his phone, intending to inquire about Huyen's whereabouts. To his surprise, upon unlocking his phone, he discovered that Huyen had attempted to contact him twice just moments ago. Lin Yong felt an overwhelming wave of dread wash over him. Instinctively, he had silenced his phone for the day off. He quickly dialed Huyen back, fearing that if he delayed any further, he would find himself orchestrating his own banquet in this fictional realm. Chapter 16. Secretary Lin, I feel unwell. Lin Yong initially presumed that Huyen's calls were merely to summon him to attend to his needs, lest his exorbitant salary go to waste. However, when Lin Yong returned the call and it went unanswered, a sense of foreboding crept in. Something seemed amiss. He hurriedly made his way to the room number Huyen had sent him earlier. Approaching the vicinity, he spotted a provocatively dressed woman lurking as she attempted to swipe a room card. Lin Yong assumed she was a guest from the neighboring room. Upon closer inspection, He realized that the room number she was attempting to access was indeed Huyan's. Before he could utter a word, the woman panicked upon noticing his presence, struggling to insert the card while adjusting her cap before attempting to flee. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yong seized her wrist. "Who are you?" he inquired, his heart racing with unease. Could she be an assassin sent by a rival to eliminate the CEO? Surely not. Although many narratives involving powerful CEOs evolve to feature the male protagonist shielding the female lead from danger, the two had only recently met. The CEO's affections for her were still tenuous and wholly reliant on his words. It was too soon for any harm to befall him. Lin Yong was anxious, and the woman was even more so. Aye, she stammered, unable to form a coherent response before breaking free from his grasp and bolting. Lin Yong dared not tighten his grip, fearing that should she truly be an assassin, his interference might provoke her into eliminating him first. Consequently, he refrained from pursuing her once she fled. He found himself unable to empathize with the capitalists, let alone risk his life for them. As the woman escaped, she dropped the room card, which Lin Yong picked up, confirming it belonged to the very room she had attempted to access. To avoid reprimand, he knocked on the door. After a prolonged silence, anxiety gripped him. Could it be that the occupant was no longer there, and the assailant had fled the scene? He hastily inserted the card. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an unsettling warmth in the room. The temperature was far beyond what even the CEO's ice machine could manage, hinting at something amiss. He found Huyen lying on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed, and his forehead beaded with perspiration, presenting an exceedingly uncomfortable appearance. Lin Yang's heart sank. This was indeed a dire situation. Huizong? He reached out, intending to check Huyan's breath to ascertain whether he was still alive. Just as his fingers neared Huyan's nose, the CEO suddenly opened his eyes and grasped Lin Yang's hand. "I'm not dead yet." Lin Yang's heart screamed in silent terror, nearly succumbing to fright. How could he only now announce his survival? "Oh, it seems you were merely resting. I apologize for the intrusion. I'll take my leave now." Lin Yong attempted to retreat, but Huyan's grip tightened, preventing his escape. "There's someone who has drugged me," Huyen uttered, his voice strained and unsteady. It was then that Lin Yong comprehended the gravity of the CEO's condition. The warmth of Huyan's hand was alarming, as if it could scorch his skin. This was far from the frigid demeanor one would expect from a man of his stature. Huyan's complexion, which normally bore a pallor akin to death, was now tinged with an unnatural flush. His breaths came in quick gasps, and his piercing gaze bore into Lin Yong, reminiscent of a predator fixating on its prey, as if glowing with a sinister light. In that moment, Lin Yong recalled a prevalent trope from tales of powerful CEOs, often seen at the start of such melodramatic stories. A female antagonist administering drugs to the CEO, intending to ensnare him through a night of passion, only for a twist of fate to lead him to the female lead instead. After such an encounter, the CEO would develop an exclusive interest in her, forsaking all others. Realizing this presented an opportunity, Lin Yong felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. This was a prime moment. The female lead was now essential. If he could summon her and facilitate their connection, the bond between the CEO and the female lead would flourish. The prospect of returning to his original world and achieving his dream of a leisurely existence would be within reach. "Huizong, do not fret. I shall fetch Miss Jiang for you at once." He turned to make his exit, but as he stepped forward, he found himself immobilized. A glance back revealed Huyan's grip on his hand was unyielding, exuding an alarming strength. Lin Yong tugged at his arm, but it remained trapped, his wrist aching from the pressure. "Huizong, you must release me so I can assist you." Lin Yang's tone softened as he thought of his dream of tranquility. Yet, Huyan seemed impervious to his words. A fog clouded his vision, rendering the figure before him familiar yet foreign. He could scarcely comprehend what was being said. All he registered was that this individual was rather handsome, albeit the incessant chatter was quite bothersome. He wished to silence it. Huyan felt his discomfort escalating. The heat was unbearable, a desperate urge to release building within him. Lin Yong, too, sensed Huyan's deteriorating state, exacerbated by the effects of the drug. Panic surged within him, and he called out multiple times, "Huizong! Huizong! Huizong!" Yet no response came. Instead, Huyan's gaze grew increasingly predatory. Instinctively sensing danger, Lin Yong summoned his courage and shouted, "Huyan!" This exclamation carried with it all his pent-up frustrations and grievances from the past days. The good news was that Huyen finally reacted. The bad news was that he frowned deeply, his eyes locking onto Lin Yong with a feral intensity, as if he intended to devour him, an utterly terrifying sight. Lin Yong could not suppress his fear any longer. He tugged at his hand once more, but his efforts proved futile, his wrist now a vivid red from Huyen's grip. He hastily spoke, "Huizong, please regain your composure. I will fetch Miss Jiang immediately, but do not act impulsively." Before he could finish his words, Lin Yong suddenly felt an overwhelming force pulling him. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself sprawled on the bed. Hovering above him was Huyen, gazing down with an air of superiority. Those eyes, usually as cold as if he considered Lin Yong beneath him, were now brimming with desire. They fixated on him, as if he were prey to be devoured. Panic surged through Lin Yong. In his current state, he appeared utterly vulnerable, as though his dignity was at stake. The atmosphere was shifting from a romantic drama to a steamy narrative. Right now, his dignity was threatened, and once the domineering CEO regained consciousness, his job and perhaps even his life would be in jeopardy. If the female lead learned of the CEO's liaison with another man, her disdain would erase any hope for a happy ending, shattering Lin Yang's dreams of returning to a peaceful existence. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Lin Yong grew frantic. He quickly placed his hands against Huyen's chest. "Mr. Hua, you..." But before he could finish, Huyen's towering figure descended upon him. Chapter 17. Secretary Lin, do you dare deceive me? Lin Yang's feeble strength was no match for the CEO. Huyen seized his wrists, pinning them above his head. The effects of the drug coursing through his veins left him no room for hesitation. He impatiently silenced Lin Yang's incessant protests with his lips. A soft, warm sensation enveloped Lin Yang's mouth, and as he locked eyes with Huyen's domineering gaze, darkness clouded his vision. It felt as though the sounds of his cherished ideals shattering echoed in his mind. Lin Yong attempted to protest, hoping to salvage the situation while it was still merely a kiss, but regrettably, his attempt only provided Huyen with the opportunity he sought. Huyen deftly pried his mouth open and invaded it, forcefully claiming every breath from Lin Yang's lungs. Lin Yong felt his limbs grow weak, gradually surrendering to the kiss, his gaze becoming hazy. His body had lost all strength and means of resistance. Whether it was Huyen's exceptional kissing skills or simply the inherent pleasure of the act, Lin Yong felt himself becoming lightheaded. Once Huyen sensed the absence of Lin Yang's resistance, his hand slid beneath the hem of Lin Yang's shirt, making contact with his skin. The dry warmth and slightly coarse texture of Huyen's fingertips sent an electric jolt through Lin Yang's body, instantly sharpening his senses. If this continued, he would lose some of his treasured virtues. "Huyen, regain your composure." With all his might, Lin Yong pushed Huyen away, greedily gasping for the air he had reclaimed. Huyen stumbled back, his expression darkening, a scowl etched across his face. The effects of the drug clouded his judgment, leaving him unable to recognize the person before him. However, as a CEO, the aversion to rejection was ingrained in his very being. Coupled with his current physical yearning for Lin Yong, he grasped Lin Yang's chin with fervor. "Who granted you the right to refuse me?" After asserting his dominance, he leaned in once more to kiss Lin Yong. A surge of panic coursed through Lin Yong. If he allowed Huyen to have his way, he feared for his very dignity. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an unused ashtray on the bedside table. Summoning his resolve, Lin Yong seized the ashtray and struck it against the back of Huyen's head with a resounding thud. Bang! The sound echoed through the room, a testament to the force of the blow. Huyen's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Yong, his gaze intense enough to seem as though he would devour him whole. Lin Yang's heart raced in alarm. Could it be that this CEO was truly impervious? Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to strike again, Huyen's form swayed, unsteadily collapsing onto him, his eyes fluttering shut. Lin Yong glanced at the ashtray in his hand, now stained with fresh blood. Surely he hadn't killed him? Panic gripped him. This meant he would never return to his former world. Perhaps the remainder of his life would be spent in a precarious existence within this narrative. He quickly reached out to check Huyen's breath. Thankfully, there was still a pulse. He was alive. Thank heavens he was still the CEO. Lin Yong hastily dialed Gu Qi's number. On the balcony, Gu Qi lit a cigarette, the smoke obscuring his features, rendering his face somewhat unreal. He took a single puff before extinguishing it, casting a mischievous look at Lin Yong. "So, Secretary Lin, You mean to say that to climb into the boss's bed like many secretaries do, you drugged Huyen, but halfway through, you were dissatisfied with his technique and knocked him out, intending to cover your tracks? Lin Yang regarded Gu Qi with a flat expression. Dr. Gu, were you a chef in your past life? You certainly have a knack for embellishing. He had explained the sequence of events so clearly, yet Gu Qi twisted the story into something entirely different. With such storytelling prowess, he should consider writing novels. Gu Qi squinted playfully. Perhaps in my eyes, Secretary Lin is just that remarkable. One misstep and he thinks too much. Lin Yang, truly adept at misstepping. However, aside from Secretary Lin, who else would dare to drug him, risking their life? Gu Qi pondered aloud. Lin Yang. The previous statement was entirely unnecessary. He had no way of knowing that he was also working to contact the hotel to review the surveillance footage, seeking to identify the woman he had encountered at the door earlier. Logically, given the CEO's usual demeanor, he would never fall for such a scheme. Yet, this was a fictional world. For the sake of plot development, the protagonist occasionally had to act out of character. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang declared, I am already investigating who is behind this reckless act. Gu Qi chuckled. I certainly trust Secretary Lin's capabilities, but it seems there is more than one reckless individual involved. He stepped closer to Lin Yang, delighting in the unfolding drama. Secretary Lin, did you consider what you would do once he regains consciousness after you struck him on the back of the head? Lin Yang. How vexing. When Lin Yang awoke, it was already midday the following day. The commotion of Huyen sitting up roused him from his slumber. He had intended to remain by Huyen's side to demonstrate his loyalty, hoping that upon awakening, Huyen would appreciate his dedication and overlook the incident from the previous night. However, he had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. Upon meeting Huyen's dark gaze, Lin Yang jolted awake. Mr. Hua, you're awake. He awkwardly adjusted his glasses, which he had neglected to remove while sleeping. Huyen, with a serious expression, inquired, Secretary Lin, where am I? And why am I here? It appeared he had no recollection of the events from the previous night. Lin Yang's spirits lifted, clever idea forming in his mind. Mr. Hua, you were drugged last night. Thankfully, I arrived just in time to drive the assailant away and called Dr. Gu over. Otherwise, your reputation would have been tarnished. Not only did he distance himself from culpability, but he also positioned himself as a hero. He was a genius. Huyen narrowed his eyes, casually responding, Then what about the injury on the back of my head? Lin Yang's smile faltered. What did he mean by that? Did he genuinely not understand the trap? Lin Yang hesitated to admit the truth. You must have accidentally bumped into something, right? He dared not meet Huyen's gaze. He had heard from Dr. Gu that the effects of that medication were quite potent. It would be entirely normal to have an accidental mishap, wouldn't it? Huyen's eyes bore into him with an intensity that was almost palpable. Is that so? Did you not strike me with the ashtray in a fit of panic when I was pinning you down? He picked up the ashtray from beside him, revealing a dried bloodstain at its base. The evidence was irrefutable. Lin Yang's pupils constricted. Damn it! He recalled the events of the previous night. So, he had been feigning ignorance all along, deliberately trying to deceive him, was he? Cunning. Deviously cunning. And he had allowed him to revel in that bliss for so long. Secretary Lin. Those three words floated through the air, sending a chill down Lin Yang's spine. President Hua. Lin Yang hesitantly touched his chest, contemplating whether he should produce his resignation letter and hurl it at Huyen. Huyen cast a fleeting glance at his hand, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Aren't you my secretary? How dare you deceive me? Chapter 18. Secretary Lin. Do you believe I am the sort to regret my actions? Huyen's icy stare fixed upon Lin Yang. Lin Yang could not summon the courage to lift his gaze to meet his eyes. He appeared calm on the surface, yet he was drenched in perspiration beneath. He licked his parched lips, struggling to speak. President Hua, you know I have always respected you. The events of last night were beyond my control. Had I not struck you unconscious, you would certainly have regretted it upon awakening. Lin Yang's subsequent words barely registered with Huyen. His thoughts drifted back to last night, his gaze settling on Lin Yang's incessant chatter. Once Lin Yang concluded his tirade, Huyen coolly averted his gaze, fixating on Lin Yang once more. Secretary Lin, do you truly think I am one to harbor regrets? Lin Yang. A classic maxim of the domineering CEO. He never regretted his past actions. Yet, this situation was entirely different. Would he genuinely not regret awakening to the knowledge that he had slept with a man? Legally speaking, he could easily have him imprisoned. Could he not? No, President Hua, this matter is indeed different. How so? Pray tell, Secretary Lin, what in this world could possibly invoke my regret? Lin Yang, Aminos, did he truly have to voice such a thing? How could he articulate that they had nearly transformed a romance novel into a boy's love story? This. Lin Yang scratched his face, grappling with his words. President Hua, I wonder if you recall. His voice trailed off, stretching the words painfully as he struggled to articulate that they had kissed the previous night. And it had been a passionate kiss, no less. According to the conventions of domineering CEO novels, such characters never kissed anyone other than the female lead. In his original self's memories, he too had been a perpetual singleton. This meant that the kiss they shared last night was likely their first shared kiss. He felt that if he were to reveal this, President Hua would surely be displeased. Given that he was already facing doom, it would be wiser to remain silent. Lin Yang resolutely pressed his lips together. However, Huyen did not press him further. After gazing at his lips for what felt like an eternity, he finally returned his attention to Lin Yang. Have you discovered who drugged me? Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Huyen. Was that how the previous topic concluded? Was this truly their domineering CEO? Uncertain, he dared to inquire, President Hua, about what transpired last night. Huyen shot him a frigid glance. Are you certain you wish to revisit those memories? Lin Yang quickly shook his head. As long as you deem it unimportant, President Hua. He had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Glancing at his phone, he noted that the hotel had already conducted an investigation regarding the previous night's incident. It was as he had suspected. An insipid starlet, desperate to climb the social ladder of the Hua family, had resorted to bribing a hotel staff member to lace Huyen's water with drugs. Without hesitation, Huyen instructed him to contact the starlet's agency and ensure her complete banishment from the industry. After taking a shower, Huyen emerged and tossed the keys to Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, go down and drive. Lin Yang caught the keys, his heart heavy with reluctance. It was the weekend, the final day of his week off. Nearly noon, and he had spent the entire night guarding the domineering CEO. He felt he had earned an award for exemplary service. If he drove Huyen back now, it would be akin to working an additional 2 days. For a laborer, that was tantamount to a calamity.
Lin Yang hesitated.
Then cautiously reminded him, President Hua, today is the weekend. He had thought Huyen would not grasp the implication so swiftly. To his surprise, Huyen fixed his gaze upon him. Secretary Lin. Lin Yang felt an ominous sensation emanating from his stare. The aura of the domineering CEO was too formidable. In the author's portrayal, his charisma was unparalleled. When facing authority figures, he could only express his grievances in private, feigning bravado, but in direct confrontation, he was merely a compliant subordinate. Especially daunting was the CEO before him. Lin Yang licked his parched lips, forcing a stiff smile. President Hua, what do you wish to do? Huyen replied leisurely, surely the medical expenses for the injury to the back of my head must equate to a day's wage for you? In an instant, Lin Yang fell silent. How could he dare to quibble over that? If he were to calculate it properly, he would owe money instead. In the novels, the domineering CEO would lavish money upon the female lead, casually offering sums that began in the millions. Everyone would praise his generosity. Yet here he was a mere worker, having to account for even a day's overtime. Indeed, it seemed that no matter the world, it was always the workers who bore the brunt of the suffering, who claimed that the CEO was magnanimous. He was anything but. President Hua, where are we headed? Lin Yang forced a polite smile, inquiring. He merely hoped that the CEO would refrain from pursuing the matter of medical expenses any further. Following the CEO's orders, Lin Yang drove him to an upscale restaurant. He placed the keys before Huyen. President Hua, may I return now? The enticing aroma of the restaurant's cuisine wafted toward him, and he felt he could no longer withstand the hunger. Upon reflection, it had been nearly a day since he had eaten. Huyen had at least sipped some red wine. He had not even had a moment to drink water since entering the banquet hall, preoccupied as he was with the affairs of the female lead and the domineering CEO. His stomach had been growling for ages. Just then, an embarrassing rumble emanated from his belly. Lin Yang clutched his midsection, casting a sheepish glance at Huyen. He refrained from speaking, knowing that if Huyen insisted on making him stay while he dined, he might just find himself devouring him instead. Huyen glanced at his growling stomach and chuckled lightly. Secretary Lin, if you're this hungry, Do you plan to leave now and risk fainting on the way, only to seek compensation from the company? Lin Yong thought to himself, if I truly faint from hunger, it would be the company that would bear the cost. He replied, well, President Hua, whether I stay or leave, I would still go hungry. Huyen picked up the menu from the table, casually flipping through it before tossing it in Lin Yang's direction. Secretary Lin, with so many dishes here, is it not sufficient to satiate your hunger? Lin Yong casually cast a glance at the price of one of the dishes. Just that single dish could equate to 2 or 3 days' wages for him. He wasn't insane enough to dine here. Forget it, Mr. Hua. I think I shall just buy a couple of buns from downstairs. Huyen frowned slightly. What? Do you look down upon the food here? Lin Yong replied. Look down upon? What a rather obscure phrase. No, Mr. Hua. Think again about the salary you pay me each month. Could it be possible that it's not disdain but rather a matter of affordability? Huyen pondered for a moment and then chuckled. Secretary Lin, you surely don't think I brought you here to dine and expect you to foot the bill, do you? What do you mean? Lin Yong bravely inquired. Mr. Hua, are you suggesting that you intend to treat me to a meal? After posing the question, he felt it was rather unlikely. When had the domineering CEO ever shown such concern for his subordinates? Wasn't he always the type to insist that his superiors work diligently at any time and in any place? Chapter 19. Secretary Lin, I have no fondness for men. Upon noticing the skepticism in his gaze, Huyen's expression turned impatient. Otherwise, do you think I could rely on someone who not only dented the back of my head but also inquires about overtime pay? Lin Yong conceded. That does seem to make sense. Mr. Hua, is it truly acceptable for me to eat? To be honest, this is my first time dining in such an upscale restaurant. This was the truth. He had always believed that establishments with prices in the tens of thousands were tailored for the wealthy, not for the impoverished. The affluent had their own monetary systems. He never anticipated that he would one day experience the sensation of living like a tycoon. Huyen said little, merely glancing at him before uttering 2 words. Sit down. Lin Yong suddenly found himself enamored with this taciturn yet commanding presence. Who said this domineering CEO was tyrannical? He was truly remarkable. It was evident that Mr. Hua genuinely wished to treat him to a meal, directly allowing him to order whatever he desired. Lin Yong was tempted to seize this opportunity to indulge at the CEO's expense, to make him aware of the treacherous nature of human hearts. Yet he refrained, fearing that such actions might jeopardize his employment. Thus, he ordered a single dish while discreetly observing Huyen's reactions. He wished to avoid angering Huyen while also not forgoing the chance to take advantage of the situation. After stealing several glances at Huyen, he finally could no longer contain himself. Secretary Lin, why do you keep staring at me? I have no preference for men. Lin Yong replied, how coincidental, for I too do not have a preference for men. Mr. Hua, I am merely concerned that you might not enjoy what I order. Huyen tilted his head, scrutinizing him, and immediately called him out. I suspect you are worried you've ordered too much. Am I correct?
Lin Yang told.
Could it be that he discerned my impure intentions and has been playing along all along? In the midst of contemplating how to salvage his image, Huyen coldly stated, Secretary Lin, rest assured, my assets are not comparable to your meager salary. Order freely. Even if I were to buy out the entire restaurant, I wouldn't bat an eye. Such flattering words. Yet should he truly buy the entire establishment, he might not be so pleased. Lin Yong understood that many capitalists, despite their wealth, could be more miserly than the average person. They might flaunt their luxury cars and boast about billion-dollar projects. But the moment an employee dared to be a minute late, they would be inclined to withhold their entire month's wages. Ultimately, Lin Yong only ordered a few dishes. It wasn't that he deemed the CEO stingy. Rather, even if he ordered everything on the menu, it would hardly make a dent in Huyen's finances. Ordering the whole menu seemed like a fantasy of what life must be like for the affluent. After enjoying a hearty meal, Lin Yong found himself viewing his boss in a much more favorable light. Back in the dormitory, if a friend treated him to a glass of lemonade, he would affectionately call him father. Huyen treating him to a lavish banquet worth tens of thousands made him feel like a biological father. However, when the alarm clock jolted him awake the next day and he noticed it was Monday, Huyen reverted to being the dreaded capitalist once more. The memory of yesterday's extravagant meal made him want to slap himself. How could he have indulged in such an expensive feast without considering the possibility of converting it to cash? In his hunger, he had foolishly craved such costly delicacies. Consuming it was one thing, but it would all eventually pass, whereas the money would linger as mere numbers in a bank account. Watching those digits grow steadily brought him a sense of reassurance. The sole silver lining was that over the next few days, the CEO's mood appeared to be exceptionally good, which naturally resulted in a lighter workload for him. He even had the leisure to wander through various departments and engage in casual conversations. It seemed that the CEO had been enjoying his time with the female lead. So the female lead wasn't there to rescue the pompous CEO, who was somewhat of a foolish pretender, but rather to save those of them who were laboring under difficult circumstances. During the lunch break on Friday, Lin Yong had a meal in the company cafeteria and promptly returned to his workspace to rest. For laborers, a midday break was akin to a life-saving elixir. Wasting even a second was an act of negligence towards one's own existence. Just as he was about to recline on the sofa for a nap, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Lin Yong sprang from the sofa in a fit of rage. He was eager to discover who dared to intrude upon such a precious moment of rest. Anyone who interrupted others during their break was surely doomed. With a scowl, Lin Yong approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met with Zhou Qi's serious expression, looking as if he had encountered a significant crisis. All his anger dissipated in an instant. This was someone he could not berate. This was also a father figure to him. If it weren't for Zhou Qi, he might not have retained his job. Seeing him seemingly in distress, Lin Yong expressed his concern. "Secretary Zhou, what has happened?" Zhou Qi gazed at him, hesitating to speak. Clearly, the matter was quite serious and would likely take time to unravel. Lin Yong patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder. "Come in, I'll help you brainstorm." He poured a glass of water and handed it to Zhou Qi. "Speak freely. What is the issue? No need to be anxious. You have always been exceptional, and even if there has been a mistake at work, I believe Mr. Hua would forgive you." Whether Huoyen would forgive him was uncertain, but Lin Yong was determined to do his utmost to support Zhou Qi without him. Who would handle all the work that needed to be done? In this world, there were few naive youngsters left who could be easily deceived. After Zhou Qi took a sip of water, he visibly relaxed. "It's not about work." Lin Yong raised an eyebrow. "Then what could it be? These NPCs are merely here to bolster the numbers, aren't they? As long as they fulfill their primary duties, they can occasionally serve as mere instruments to advance the plot." While Lin Yong harbored such thoughts internally, he expressed concern outwardly. "What is it? Please share with me. Rest assured, I will assist you in any way I can, as long as it is within my capability." He reached out and gently clasped Zhou Qi's shoulder. Zhou Qi looked up at him, wrestling with his thoughts for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Secretary Lin, would you join us for dinner after work?" Zhou Qi stated with utmost seriousness. Lin Yong was taken aback by his earnestness, initially believing it to be a matter of great importance. However, upon understanding the situation, he found himself somewhat bewildered. What? A dinner? Is that really worthy of such gravity? Observing the ease with which employees from various departments conversed with him, he could hardly reconcile this with the notion of social anxiety that would compel someone to overthink a simple invitation. Chapter 20. Secretary Lin, let us go together. What on earth is happening? Lin Yong patiently inquired. Having never attended a company gathering before, he had assumed such a culture did not exist within the organization. Zhou Qi lifted his striking eyes, glistening with anticipation. "Secretary Lin, it's just that the ladies from other departments asked me to invite you to the dinner after work today." He fidgeted a bit, feeling somewhat bashful. "Would you like to go?" Zhou Qi gazed at him with hope, perhaps feeling his request was inappropriate. He quickly added, "If you'd rather not, I can let them know." Seeing Zhou Qi's demeanor, Lin Yong sensed that the matter was far more significant than it appeared. It was likely that they had instructed Zhou Qi to ensure his attendance. Even if they hadn't explicitly stated so, Zhou Qi's character would compel him to treat such an invitation as an obligation to fulfill. Lin Yong took a deep breath. Indeed, once one enters the company, participation in team-building events becomes inescapable. He could not comprehend who had proposed this team-building initiative. It bore no distinction from overtime. Noting Lin Yong's reluctance, Zhou Qi hastily waved his hands. "If you don't wish to go, that's perfectly fine. I will inform them." How could Lin Yong possibly refuse upon witnessing Zhou Qi's earnestness? "No need. I shall attend." After a moment's reflection, he could not help but inquire about the expenses for this gathering. "Oh, you needn't worry about that. It will be covered by our department's bonus." Lin Yong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although the CEO was rather unyielding, the bonuses allocated to each department were quite generous. It seemed he could indulge in a delightful meal after all. As the end of the workday approached, Lin Yang suddenly remembered that he was also supposed to serve as the CEO's driver. Nearing the conclusion of the day, he found himself outside the CEO's office, wearing an expression of mild distress as he contemplated how to broach the subject. Before he could devise a plan, Huyen suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yang's. "Secretary Lin, if you need to use the restroom, I suggest you do so now rather than hold it in my office." Lin Yang was taken aback. Had his expression betrayed him so overtly? "No, CEO Hua, I actually have something I wish to discuss with you." Lin Yang awkwardly adjusted his glasses. Huyen glanced at the time on his watch, regarding Lin Yang with leisurely interest. "Secretary Lin, there are still 10 minutes remaining until the end of the workday. Are you already preparing a speech to remind me?" Lin Yang felt a twinge of confusion. Had the CO's perception of him shifted? This was not how such narratives were supposed to unfold in corporate fiction. "No, CEO Hua, I wish to discuss another matter." Huyen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Yang closely. He sensed that his secretary had undergone some changes recently. Initially, he had regarded Lin Yang as a diligent and earnest individual, meticulous in his professional duties. Lately, however, Lin Yang had exhibited an abundance of subtle gestures that suggested impatience. While he maintained a facade of respect, there seemed to be an underlying annoyance directed not solely at him. Huyen recalled the day Lin Yang had blushed, seemingly torn between anger and restraint, and found him quite intriguing. As Lin Yang would put it, he had never encountered someone so uniquely captivating. A hint of amusement flickered in Huyen's eyes as he lifted his chin slightly. "Speak." Lin Yang assessed the CO's mood, which appeared to be rather pleasant, likely due to the influence of the female protagonist. Now seemed an opportune moment to voice his thoughts. After all, he could be considered a matchmaker of sorts between the two of them. "Well, CEO Hua," Lin Yang cleared his throat awkwardly, a congenial smile gracing his face. "I have some matters to attend to after work and may not be able to drive you today." He believed he had articulated his point quite cleverly, subtly implying that Huyen had been using him merely as a chauffeur. Unfortunately, Huyen appeared oblivious to this insinuation and asked blandly, "What matters?" "Ah?" Lin Yang momentarily faltered, his mind racing as he blinked in confusion. He had expected the CEO, with his character, to either decline or readily agree, succinctly and robotically. Huyen's narrow eyes were inscrutable, revealing no discernible emotion. He realized that Lin Yang was not only interesting but also somewhat naive. The amusement in Huyen's gaze deepened. "Secretary Lin, one of my employees wishes to take a leave of absence. As the employer, I naturally have the right to inquire about the reason, don't I?" What a ridiculous notion of a leave of absence. It was already after working hours. Lin Yang felt his indignation simmering beneath the surface. "Today, personnel from other departments invited me to a dinner, and I have already promised to attend." Huyen raised an eyebrow. "A company dinner?" Lin Yang did not fully grasp the implication behind the question but nodded earnestly. "CEO Hua, you may not be aware, but such interdepartmental gatherings are quite common, akin to your occasional dinners with clients." "No." Huyen removed his gold-rimmed glasses. "I simply did not expect Secretary Lin to participate in such an event." Lin Yang felt a pang of disbelief. Was the CEO so well informed about him? Yet he still expected him to act as his chauffeur. A classic case of knowing that employees are underpaid yet expecting them to wear multiple hats. "Then let us go together." "Ah!" Lin Yang slowly processed this unexpected turn of events, feeling utterly flabbergasted. Had he become more bewildered than a machine? Huyen smirked slightly. "As the employer, attending a company team-building event is quite normal, isn't it, Secretary Lin?" "Lin Yang?" "Ah!" Zhou Qi and the others had chosen a barbecue restaurant. Recently, Lin Yang had been enjoying pleasant conversations with a lively group from the company. Although it was labeled as a departmental team-building event, it resembled nothing more than a gathering of friends who enjoyed each other as company. The department head was relatively young, rumored to have ascended to that position merely to indulge in leisure. Attendance was not mandatory. Those who did not wish to come simply needed to inform them. Upon his arrival, he found everyone joyfully engaged in a dice game. As he entered the private room, the sight of him elicited cheerful greetings from the group. Zhou Qi, in particular, approached him directly. "Secretary Lin, you've arrived. Just before the end of the day. I even sent you a message to see if you wanted to join us." As a result, Secretary Lin informed him to allow them to leave first, promising to join him later. He mistakenly believed that Secretary Lin was subtly declining his invitation. However, upon seeing Secretary Lin actually arrive, he felt an indescribable joy swell within him. Yet, the smile on Lin Yang's face appeared rather rigid. After he entered, Huyen strode in from outside. Towering at 6 feet 3 inches, he commanded attention as he entered the room where most were seated, exuding an overwhelming aura of superiority. Coupled with his innate air of arrogance, he created an undeniable sense of pressure. The atmosphere in the private room instantly turned cold, and everyone fell silent. Upon seeing Lin Yang, they smirked, but upon noticing Huyen behind him, the smiles vanished. Chapter 21. Secretary Lin, is the food here truly that delectable? No one had anticipated that the ruthless, icy figure akin to a domineering CEO from a novel would appear in such a setting. Typically, they would avoid him at all costs, pretending to be invisible if they couldn't escape. Now, the CEO himself had chosen to come to this place, seemingly brought here by Secretary Lin, voluntarily mingling with them. This development left everyone genuinely wishing they could vanish. The department head had no choice but to approach quickly and cautiously inquire, "Mr. Hua, are you here to join us for dinner?" His face, brimming with forced cheerfulness, resembled someone being coerced into smiling at knife point. Huyen cast him a cold glance. He suddenly realized that despite the insincere smiles, Secretary Lin's demeanor didn't provoke the same disdain. "Since this is a company dinner, I came to participate. Is there a problem?" The department head trembled slightly. "Of course, there's no issue, Mr. Hua. It is an honor for us subordinates that you could join us for a meal. Who would have thought we'd have the opportunity to dine with you?" He dared not utter a word of dissent. Upon seeing Huyen, he worried that he had been too lax with his department, thinking the boss had come to collect evidence of their laziness. Huyen surveyed the other attendees with a piercing gaze. They immediately sat up straight, not daring to lift their heads. No matter how they might mock their boss in private, none would have the audacity to insult him face to face, even if they resigned. A mere glance from Huyen made them wilt. "Please, sit down, Secretary Lin." Huyen gestured with a slight nod of his chin, embodying the natural poise of a superior. Lin Yang secretly rolled his eyes, thinking it sounded as if he were treating the meal. Zhou Qi cheerfully pulled Lin Yang over. "Secretary Lin, come sit here. I saved you a spot." It must be noted that Zhou Qi had chosen an excellent position for him, nestled between Zhou Qi and a female colleague with whom he shared common interests. With so many diners present, the seat could accommodate only one more person, conveniently situated in a corner. This arrangement meant he could avoid excessive interaction with others. Once seated, Lin Yang gleefully watched Huyen, who was still standing, curious about which unfortunate soul would end up beside him. Everyone was on edge. If anyone attempted to stand and offer their seat to Huyen, their companions would swiftly pull them back. For once someone relinquished their seat, the unfortunate individual sitting next would be doomed. Sharing a table with the boss during a casual dinner was more dreadful than working overtime. The person at the edge of the table began to panic, as only a spot beside them remained empty. Huyen took his seat without resistance, yet he lingered for what felt like an eternity, leaving everyone in a state of anxious anticipation. The barbecue on the table lost its appeal. Yu Xiao, sitting next to Lin Yang, nudged him with her elbow. "Secretary Lin, why did you bring the boss here? You know I'm terrified of him." She was just as anxious. "Do you think, as his secretary, I have the authority to control whether he comes or not?" Yu Xiao nodded in agreement, both sharing a stiff laugh. Now, they could only hope he would sit far from them. Otherwise, she feared she might choke on her food. Just as Yu Xiao finished speaking, a shadow loomed over them. The two exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding washing over them. They simultaneously looked up, and upon confirming it was indeed Huyen above them, their hearts sank. "Mr. Hua, is there something you need?" Lin Yang inquired, offering a polite smile, hoping he would not be bothered. Huyen glanced at him, remaining silent, and shifted his gaze to Yu Xiao. "Mr. Hua," she stammered. Despite her usual derisive remarks about the boss, she found herself unable to maintain her bravado in his presence. Huyen shot her a cold look. "I will sit here." His tone left no room for objection, embodying the essence of a domineering leader. High emotional intelligence. His tone was resolute, exuding a powerful core, unfazed by others' perceptions. Low emotional intelligence. This person clearly lacked social awareness. Lin Yang watched Yu Xiao anxiously. "We must not allow this. It was after hours. Where did this employee-boss dynamic arise? All proletarians, rise up." Yu Xiao nodded firmly. Just as Lin Yong felt a flicker of hope reignite, he watched Yu Xiao, without a second thought, stand up and offer her seat to Huyen. Mr. Hua, please take a seat. She bent almost at a right angle, her posture impeccable, her demeanor obsequious. Lin Yong was aghast. Traitor. Huyen said nothing but merely tilted his chin. Yu Xiao quickly moved to the farthest spot possible, engaging with someone nearby while feigning ignorance of Lin Yang's plight. Lin Yong seethed internally. He would remember this. Next time, she should not expect him to come to her aid. Huyen settled beside him, and even Zhou Qi, usually as bright as a sunbeam, grew quiet. The atmosphere in the room became oddly strained. The department head, intending to lighten the mood, contemplated asking Huyen if he desired anything to eat. However, realizing they had only cheap beer and soju at this barbecue joint, he hesitated, knowing their boss dined on gourmet meals daily. He abandoned the notion of offering a toast, feeling utterly at a loss for what to do. Lin Yong, however, felt no such restraint. Given that things had already unfolded this way, what could be done? He might as well embrace it. What did not kill him would only embolden his audacity. Dining together was no grand affair. If he were to reveal that he had not only shared a kiss with the CEO last week, but had also knocked him unconscious, leaving him with a bandaged head, he wondered if that would shock them into silence. Lin Yong picked up a skewer, reveling in his audacity, entirely indifferent to Huyen's presence. The audacity of his actions left the onlookers utterly astonished. They glanced at Huyen, observing that he exhibited no signs of displeasure, which emboldened them further. The group, disregarding all decorum, began to indulge heartily in their feast. As for whether Huyen partook in the meal, they feigned ignorance, for in the event of any mishap, Secretary Lin would bear the brunt of it, and they would collectively assert that they were merely following Lin's lead. Huyen's gaze fell upon Lin Yong, who was voraciously devouring skewers as if he had not eaten in days, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. The food appeared quite delectable. Was it truly that scrumptious? Chapter 22. Secretary Lin, do you expect me to consume your leftovers? As Lin Yong swallowed a particularly spicy piece of synthetic meat, he was startled by Huyen's voice, nearly choking on the fiery morsel. He looked up to meet Huyen's inscrutable gaze, and suddenly the skewers in his hand seemed far less appealing. What? Would you care to try? He stammered, instinctively offering the remaining half of the beef skewer to Huyen. Upon noticing the skewer that had touched Lin Yang's lips, Huyen narrowed his eyes, his tone frosty. Secretary Lin, do you intend for me to consume your remnants? His voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet it elicited gasps from those present. Such a bold proposition. How audacious of Secretary Lin to offer the boss what he had already tasted. It was no wonder he had remained the longest-serving secretary at Huyen's side. Who else possessed such gall? After uttering those words, Lin Yong felt as though the ground had given way beneath him. The skewer hung awkwardly in the air, an indecisive gesture that only heightened his embarrassment. Ultimately, he could no longer bear the tension and retracted one of the skewers. Perhaps this does not align with your esteemed status, Hua. To his surprise, Huyen retorted, Secretary Lin, are you truly unwilling to share even your leftover skewer with me? Lin Yong was taken aback, pondering the eccentricity of Huyen. While he understood that domineering individuals often harbored peculiarities, this was excessive. Do you wish for it or not? He asked, reluctantly extending the skewer once more. Huyen firmly replied, no. Lin Yong clenched the skewer, his fist tightening. Huyen smirked, picking up an identical beef skewer and taking a bite, immediately grimacing as if it were far from palatable. This infuriated Lin Yong, who promptly consumed the remainder of his beef in one swift motion. His phone buzzed beside him. It was a message from Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao, Secretary Lin, is Hu treating you like a mere pet? Can you endure this? Bring forth the grievances you shared with me a few days ago and unleash your fury upon him. Humiliate him. Just moments ago he had been fleeing in disarray, and now he was being urged to confront Huyen in front of him. Did she truly believe he was a masochist? Lin Yong. All right, dear sister, you come. Lin Yong had initially thought Huyen's playful antics were merely a fleeting whim, but what transpired next revealed a masterful strategist at play. Each time Lin Yong dared to reach for a skewer, Huyen would inquire about its taste and whether it was enjoyable, making him feel as though he were conversing with an utter simpleton. It was enough to drive one to despair. Where was the author of this tale? A little assistance would not go amiss. Did they not realize the male protagonist's character was unraveling? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang decided to immerse himself in alcohol. If he could get sufficiently intoxicated, Huoyan's words would become mere background noise. Huoyan raised an eyebrow upon seeing him gulp down beer, clearly surprised by Secretary Lin's hidden penchant for liquor. Lin Yang thought, aminos, what had become of the aloof and concise domineering CEO? He had never encountered a more loquacious version of such a character. Fortunately, as he had hoped, the alcohol coursed through his system rapidly. After all, on his own birthday, he had been forced to drink until inebriation on several occasions. The original owner was indeed a teetotaler, and after just one can of beer, Lin Yang found himself in an increasingly hazy state. As the others began to realize that Huoyan seemed to be singularly focused on Secretary Lin, they indulged in their feasting with abandon. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Lin Yang's head met the table with a resounding thump. Ah, what a fine head! The collective revelry was abruptly interrupted as they turned their attention to the now unconscious Lin Yang, then glanced at Huoyan, who had yet to finish his skewer. Huoyan set down his food, narrowing his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated that his secretary, who had just moments ago been downing drinks with gusto, would succumb to intoxication so swiftly. The department head cast a furtive glance at the slumped Lin Yang, feigning concern while internally lamenting, Secretary Lin, without you, how shall we manage? Who will navigate us through Huoyan's challenges? Continue your meal. Do not mind him, Huoyan said dismissively, tilting his chin slightly. The department head promptly redirected his gaze, recognizing the boss's command as final. Once Lin Yang succumbed to slumber, the atmosphere in the private room grew markedly subdued. Under the watchful eye of their icy CEO, no one dared to jest. They recalled the recent gathering where gossip had flowed freely, half dedicated to Huoyan himself, while the other half concerned higher-ups from different departments. Now, with Huoyan present, much of their conversation had dissipated. In a bid to alleviate the tension, the others followed Lin Yang's lead and began to drink fervently. If they could become inebriated, they would possess a valid excuse to ignore the boss. Consequently, an hour later, with the exception of Zhou Qi and Huoyan, everyone else was inebriated and sprawled about in various states of disarray. What shall we do, President Hua? Zhou Qi said, looking helplessly at the drunken individuals around him. He recalled a time when they had gathered together, and their attitudes had been quite different. They were a group that despised the culture of drinking and rarely indulged. Yet today, they had consumed alcohol without so much as a morsel of food to cushion their stomachs, leaving him as the sole sober individual at a table of inebriates. Do not concern yourself. Let it be for now, Huoyan stated, rising from his seat. You should rest as well. He exited, leaving Zhou Qi alone to gaze at the intoxicated individuals, bewildered by the turn of events. Was President Hua truly departing? Upon joining the company, his distinguished older siblings had advised him to observe and learn from Huoyan, and once he had acquired sufficient skills, to return and assist in managing their family business. Was this the example he was to follow? It was no wonder he was deemed a formidable leader. He felt utterly helpless in the face of it all. Zhou Qi cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Lin Yang. In particular, Secretary Lin was the one who had treated him with the utmost kindness, second only to his family. He could not bear to leave Secretary Lin here. Just as Zhou Qi found himself at a loss regarding what to do, Huoyan returned unexpectedly. Mr. Hua, what brings you back? Zhou Qi was about to gently shake Lin Yang's shoulder in hopes of rousing him when Huoyan entered. Observing Zhou Qi's hand resting on Lin Yang's shoulder, Huoyan spoke coolly. I have already settled the payment. Please contact their family members to come and retrieve them. Chapter 23. Where does Secretary Lin reside? Zhou Qi's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. It was contrary to the whispers circulating among the staff that suggested their CEO was as cold-hearted as claimed. Clearly, their CEO held them in his thoughts, genuinely caring for them. When Monday arrived, he was determined to share this revelation with everyone. Zhou Qi picked up his phone, scrolling through the personnel files and contacts. The first name that came to mind was Lin Yang. However, when he reached Lin Yang's file, he was taken aback. Mr. Hua, it seems Secretary Lin has no relatives or friends in this area. Lin Yang's family resided in a remote county, with all relatives still there. He had moved to the city to pursue better opportunities and was so consumed with work that he had little time to forge friendships. The only person mentioned in his records was his mother, who lived far away. Huoyan narrowed his eyes, surprised by this revelation. When he had seen Secretary Lin managing the affairs of Dong Yan and Jiang Wanwan's sister, he had assumed Lin Yang was adept at social interactions, especially how familiar he seemed with Jiang Wanwan, eagerly approaching her and even wanting to include Huyen in the conversation. He had thought Secretary Lin was well connected. "Leave it to me. You needn't concern yourself. I will see him home," Zhou Qi started to say when Huyen abruptly interrupted. Zhou Qi hesitated before responding. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Mr. Hua? It's no bother. I can take him home myself since tomorrow is the weekend." It wasn't that he was overly eager to escort Secretary Lin home. Rather, he recalled how Secretary Lin seemed to harbor a distinct aversion to their CEO. On more than one occasion, he had privately voiced his grievances about Mr. Hua. Zhou Qi worried that Secretary Lin might inadvertently utter something offensive in his drunken stupor. Huyen raised an eyebrow. "Secretary Zhou, are you quite close to Secretary Lin?" Zhou Qi was puzzled by this sudden inquiry from their boss. Yet he shyly nodded and replied honestly, "Yes, I believe so. Secretary Lin is truly a wonderful person. I've only recently joined the company and was unfamiliar with many matters. But Secretary Lin kindly reached out to me and taught me a great deal. If possible, I would like to become good friends with him." Huyen lowered his gaze, observing Lin Yang sprawled across the desk. With his glasses perched on his nose and his face turned, he appeared quite foolish in sleep, a stark contrast to his usual polished demeanor, resembling a creature unmasked. Huyen was taken aback by the high regard in which Secretary Lin was held among his colleagues. From his understanding, Lin Yang did not strike him as someone who actively sought out conversations. He had witnessed Lin Yang's impatience when Gu Qi approached him. The notion that Secretary Lin would engage with Zhou Qi and impart knowledge seemed to suggest ulterior motives. Huyen suppressed his suspicions and replied calmly, "Understood. I will take him home." Zhou Qi was left bewildered, pondering the significance of Huyen's earlier question. Soon, Huyen's driver arrived. Huyen hoisted Lin Yang without regard for anyone else and exited. Lin Yang was indeed inebriated, his body limp against Huyen's frame. Although Huyen did not find him particularly heavy, Lin Yang's lack of coordination only added to his burden. Eventually, Huyen could no longer endure it and lifted Lin Yang in his arms. By the time he deposited him into the car, he was drenched in sweat. Observing Lin Yang, who continued to sleep soundly in his new surroundings, Huyen narrowed his eyes, retrieving his phone to capture a photograph. The image of Lin Yang's foolish expression provoked a smile from Huyen. "Secretary Lin, I am most curious to see your reaction upon waking to this photo. Sir, may we depart?" The driver inquired politely from the front seat, stealing glances at Lin Yang in the rearview mirror. Indeed, it was the esteemed Secretary Lin. The driver had been astonished to witness their usually aloof master carrying someone, leading him to momentarily wonder if Huyen had finally developed romantic inclinations. To his surprise, the person in Huyen's arms was none other than Secretary Lin. Despite their limited encounters, the driver had a vivid impression of Lin Yang, as the two meetings had presented starkly different personas. Initially, he perceived Lin Yang as a reserved, understated professional. However, their second encounter shattered that notion, as Lin Yang had eagerly engaged him in discussions about Huyen's preferences before later venting frustrations about him. Contemplating Secretary Lin's incisive critiques of their capitalist master, the driver was left curious about Lin Yang's reaction upon discovering that it was Huyen who had escorted him home. "Sir, where to?" the driver asked in a businesslike manner. Huyen suddenly paused. Although Secretary Lin drove him home almost daily and had even visited his residence, he realized he had no idea where Lin Yang lived. Casting a glance at the slumbering Lin Yang, he inquired, "Secretary Lin, where is your home?" Lin Yang remained unresponsive, as though in a deep slumber. Huyen narrowed his eyes, patiently pinching Lin Yang's cheek in an attempt to rouse him. "Secretary Lin, do you wish to return home?" Lin Yang mumbled, frowning in annoyance as he turned away, continuing to sleep. Huyen was taken aback. When had Secretary Lin become so temperamental? The driver, observing from the front seat through the rearview mirror, felt a twinge of anxiety for Secretary Lin. He was acutely aware of Huyen's somewhat aloof and unsociable nature, strict with everyone, including himself. He feared that Secretary Lin's current state might provoke Huyen to dismiss him. "Sir, what should we do? Perhaps we could take Secretary Lin to my house. My sofa is quite spacious." "No need," Huyen replied, pinching Lin Yang's cheek once more. Previously unnoticed, he observed that Secretary Lin possessed remarkably smooth skin. Lin Yang appeared youthful, with a touch of softness to his face, making him seem almost plush to the touch. He retrieved his phone, intending to message Zhou Qi to inquire about Secretary Lin's whereabouts. Just as he clicked on Zhou Qi's profile, his movements froze. After a moment's contemplation, He pondered, as a boss, did he really need to exhibit such kindness towards his secretary? The secretary had gotten drunk and required his assistance to return home. With this thought, Huyen pocketed his phone and addressed the driver. Let's go. The driver, drenched in sweat, blinked in confusion. Young master, where to? Huyen gazed ahead. Home. Chapter 24. Secretary Lin, where did you acquire 5 million? The luxury sedan glided smoothly through the night. Huyen sat in the back seat, diligently reviewing documents on his phone despite it being after hours. Suddenly, a head gently rested on his shoulder. Turning to his side, he found Lin Yong leaning against him, his raven-like eyelashes softly brushing his lower eyelid, his glasses askew. He appeared somewhat charming yet rather foolish. It was not until his eyes fell upon the corner of Lin Yang's mouth that he noticed it slightly ajar, drool trickling down, even landing on his attire. Huyen stared at Lin Yang's mouth for several seconds, his expression impassive. At that moment, the traffic light turned red. The driver halted the vehicle, discreetly glancing at the young master's countenance through the rearview mirror. His heart raced as he observed Huyen's darkening expression fixed on Secretary Lin's face. When he noticed the drool staining Huyen's clothing, his heart sank once more. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Although Secretary Lin appeared to be alive, he had evidently been in a state of unconsciousness for some time. The driver felt that the young master might soon demand him to dispose of the body in the depths of the sea. Although the young master had never instructed him to do so, this was how such scenes unfolded in gangster films. Young master, perhaps we should let Secretary Lin sit in the front seat? The driver ventured timidly. Secretary Lin, this was as far as he could assist. No need. Huyen replied without even glancing at him, reaching over to remove Lin Yang's glasses. The driver, still fearing the worst, envisioned a multitude of bloody scenes from gangster movies flashing through his mind. He anxiously considered how to dissuade his young master from embarking on such a path to incarceration. To his surprise, Huyen adjusted Lin Yang's position, ensuring the secretary lay more comfortably. The driver was left dumbfounded, tears welling in his eyes. Having served as a chauffeur for the Hua family for over a decade, he had witnessed the young master grow up. The young master had always been reclusive and aloof, never displaying concern for even his relatives or friends. Today, witnessing him attentively caring for another brought a sense of warmth to his heart, affirming that the young master was indeed a good child. Once they arrived home, Huyen, with a hint of indignation, picked up the deeply slumbering Lin Yong and carried him into the guest room. The driver watched in trepidation, contemplating whether to offer assistance, but the young master's stern expression deterred him. Upon entering the guest room, Huyen unceremoniously tossed Lin Yong onto the bed. Lin Yong grimaced in discomfort and muttered a few incoherent words. This time, however, he managed to articulate a complete sentence. Damn it, don't touch my 5 million.
Lin Yang murmured softly.
He then turned over, clutching the blanket tightly as if it were his 5 million. Huyen, as if he won a lottery, where could he possibly have 5 million? He glanced at Lin Yang's disheveled attire, recognizing that sleeping in such a state must be quite uncomfortable. Yet he pondered, what concern was it of his? Having been pampered for over 20 years, he had never cared for anyone else. Huyen then took a photo of Lin Yong, flipping back to an earlier picture capturing the moment drool dripped onto his shoulder. He had always despised others encroaching on his personal space, let alone soiling his clothing. However, the prospect of Secretary Lin's reaction upon seeing these photos the following day amused him greatly. After capturing the moment, Huyen turned to leave. Just as he did, a hand suddenly emerged from under the covers, grasping his hand suspended at his sides. Don't run. My 5 million. Lin Yong clung to Huyen's hand fiercely, his brow furrowed and his face straining with effort. Huyen observed the hand gripping him, falling into a contemplative silence. He made no immediate effort to disengage. Noting Lin Yang's fervent attachment to the 5 million, Huyen found the situation increasingly amusing. So, Secretary Lin, where did you conjure that 5 million? Are you dreaming? Indeed, one can dream of 5 million. The only response was Lin Yong's silly, foolish grin. My 5 million. He employed both hands, clutching Huyen's hand and showing no intention of releasing it. He even nuzzled his cheek against the back of Huyen's hand, resembling a pampered cat. Huyen, why does it feel as if my Secretary Lin is acting like a lovesick fool? Is the allure of 5 million truly so potent? Huyen attempted to withdraw his hand, but Lin Yong was unwilling to relent. Don't run. 5 million. Huyen, This truly is a dream. Secretary Lin, if you do not release me, both your 5 million and your job may vanish. His words bore no weight for the already slumbering Lin Yang, who clung to his hand tenaciously, evidently convinced that Huiyan's hand was synonymous with his 5 million, showing no sign of letting go. Huiyan. This was his first encounter with a sense of helplessness. If Huiyan truly wished for Lin Yang to relinquish his grip, there were countless methods at his disposal. Lin Yang's strength was no match for his own. Yet he refrained from such actions. Since Secretary Lin was determined to hold onto his hand, he decided to climb onto the bed and lie beside him, capturing another photo. After all, Secretary Lin was currently asleep, and once this dream passed, his grip would naturally loosen. He was curious to see what further nonsense Secretary Lin would utter. However, before he could hear any more absurdities from Secretary Lin, he had already succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Lin Yang awoke at 8 o'clock, courtesy of his infallible biological clock. The effects of the hangover were far from pleasant. Upon awakening, he felt a heavy fog enveloping his head, accompanied by a throbbing pain. It felt as if a massive stone was pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Struggling to open his eyes, his vision darkened when he beheld the great weight upon his chest. Huiyan, a towering figure, lay nestled in his embrace, one arm draped across his chest. Lin Yang's eyes widened in shock, fully alert now. Wait, am I awake or still dreaming? This was far worse than the nightmare he had experienced the previous night, where his 5 million lottery ticket seemed to fly away. Gently pinching his face to confirm his sense of reality, Lin Yang painfully shut his eyes. Damn! This is reality. What had transpired after his drunken state last night? Who was in this room and why was he here? The decor and size of the room indicated it belonged to a domineering CEO. Lin Yang cast a glance at Huiyan. The quintessential male protagonist of a domineering CEO novel indeed lives up to expectations. Even in slumber, his visage remains strikingly handsome, with thick eyelashes and sharply defined features. His sleeping form exudes an air of aloofness, accentuated by his pale, thin lips. Even in repose, his countenance evokes a sense of distance that is hard to breach. Noticing that Huiyan shows no signs of awakening, Lin Yang contemplates a stealthy escape. However, a slight movement reveals that his hand is intertwined with another, distinctly bony hand. Judging by their clasp, it is indeed he who is holding Huiyan's hand. He closes his eyes in resignation. He appears alive, yet has been metaphorically dead for some time. What transpired last night? Chapter 25. Secretary Lin, do you intend to flee? Lin Yang cautiously releases Huiyan's hand, gingerly withdrawing it as if it were something filthy. He delicately removes Huiyan's arm from his person, then stealthily extricates himself from the covers, poised to slip on his shoes when a voice, devilishly alluring, interrupts from behind. Secretary Lin, what are you doing? Instantly, Lin Yang's body stiffens, cold sweat trickling down his back. Given the current circumstances, is there even a chance to escape? His body remains motionless while his mind races. The sight of his furtive silhouette amuses Huiyan, who sits up in bed. Secretary Lin, as my personal assistant, what should you do if you disregard your employer's words? Lin Yang's eyes widen in shock. He quickly turns, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, and laughs nervously. My apologies, Mr. Hua. I must have misheard you. I indulged a bit too much in drink last night, and my mind is still somewhat sluggish. Would that be the reaction of someone who didn't hear? Huiyan chooses not to expose him. Secretary Lin, do you plan to merely sleep and then vanish? Lin Yang is taken aback. Who taught him to speak so casually? What does sleep and run even mean? It sounds as if they had engaged in something inappropriate. Such statements should not be thrown around lightly. It is quite alarming. But it is morning now. I feared you might be hungry, Mr. Hua, so I intended to venture downstairs to fetch you some buns. When Lin Yang wore glasses, his deceit was less evident. Now, without them, his guilty gaze is glaringly obvious to Huiyan. For the first time, Huiyan finds himself questioning his judgment in assessing people. During the final round of interviews for a secretary, he personally evaluated candidates. His impression of Secretary Lin was of a refined, orderly individual with clear logic, someone who seemed adept at handling matters. Yet now, without his glasses, Lin Yang appears foolish and clumsy, resembling someone who is prone to causing trouble. Is that so? It seems Secretary Lin is quite considerate. Huiyan pauses, observing Lin Yang's expression lighten somewhat, before a smirk graces his lips. I wonder if Secretary Lin remembers who escorted you home last night? Lin Yang's demeanor immediately stiffens. Oh no, just as he feared. What does this domineering CEO mean? Is he implying that he expects compensation for the ride home? What sum is appropriate for having the boss drive him home? Thank you, Mr. Hua. Lin Yang's face remains frozen, praying that Huyen will spare his wallet. Without his glasses, Huyen can read Lin Yang's thoughts with ease. Secretary Lin, you truly have quite the influence. This is my first time taking care of someone. Lin Yang is exceptionally sensitive to the term first time, as it is often used in domineering CEO novels to describe the CEO's feelings towards the female protagonist. It is the first time I have encountered such an intriguing woman. It is the first time I have been so interested in someone. Huyan's words evoke a sense of guilt in Lin Yang. Mr. Hua, you are genuinely the finest boss I have ever encountered. Without you, which employer would treat me so well? Lin Yang states stiffly, his insincerity glaringly obvious. Huyen pays no mind to his lack of sincerity. I never anticipated that my employee would dare to engage in such antics. He leisurely retrieves his phone, opening the photo gallery and presenting it to Lin Yang. His bony fingers casually swipe across the screen, flipping through images. As Lin Yang gazes upon each photo, his face pales further. Aminos, what has he, as a secretary, become? He dared to sleep beside his boss, drooling on Huyan's expensive attire. He even had the audacity to cling to Huyan's hand while asleep. This is dire. Huyen continues to flip through the images, bantering Secretary Lin. I never imagined you had a habit of drooling in your sleep. It appears you must hold someone's hand to find rest. I suppose this suit of mine is ruined. Mr. Hua, surely this suit can be washed? The memory of the exorbitant prices at the last suit shop he visited sends Lin Yang's heart racing. Huyan's clothing is bespoke, undoubtedly more expensive than those at that store. If Huyen demands compensation, it would be catastrophic. As a worker, there are many things he can endure, but not the loss of money, for he is genuinely in need. Indeed, noticing Lin Yang's expression of relief, Huyen adds, the cost of cleaning would be modest, merely equivalent to a few days of your salary, Secretary Lin. What do you mean merely? Lin Yang feels compelled to contest. He finds himself at odds with these affluent individuals. To them, a salary is merely pocket change and work is just a means to pass the time, is it not? How can a suit that costs tens of thousands be so delicate that it can't withstand a wash, while his own cheap clothing can endure a spin cycle? Mr. Hua, customs may vary by region, but there are not many days in a month for me. If I lose those few days' wages, I might very well starve. Lin Yang can no longer contain himself. They can plot against him, but they cannot touch his finances. Seeing Lin Yang's face contorted in distress, Huyen suppresses a laugh, though he manages to maintain a cold demeanor as he instructs Lin Yang. Understood. Now go buy breakfast. Lin Yang is taken aback. He expects to be extorted for money and then sent on an errand? Observing his inaction, Huyen deliberately inquires, what is it, Secretary Lin? Did you not express concern for my hunger and plan to fetch me breakfast? Lin Yang's resolve hardens. His fists clench. About my salary. He attempts to negotiate further. Huyen casts a dispassionate glance at him. If you return within half an hour, I shall overlook it. Lin Yang's eyes brighten, and he darts out the door. On his way back with breakfast, Lin Yang receives a message from the Hua family's driver. He had exchanged contact details with the driver during their previous handover, though they had never communicated online before. Now, receiving a message implies that this driver must have been the one who brought them home last night. Suddenly receiving a message, he wonders if the driver wishes to discuss his slumbering state beside Huyen and the drool incident. In domineering CEO novels, there are often devoted subordinates who discreetly assist in preserving the CEO's image by dealing with anyone who tarnishes it. Could he possibly be the first employee dismissed from a CEO novel for drooling? Lin Yang apprehensively opened the message, its content leaving him in a state of silence. Driver Lao Ma. Secretary Lin, it has been quite some time since I have seen the young master care for someone to this extent. Thank you. This is the first time I've witnessed him being so kind to another. Just as Lin Yang was about to step up the stairs, his leg suddenly faltered, causing him to stumble forward and nearly fall. Wasn't that statement from the driver a tad misplaced in this context? Chapter 26. Secretary Lin, are you also suffering from insomnia? Monday arrived with an unwelcome air. As he passed by the front desk, several receptionists, now quite familiar with him, couldn't resist teasing him. Good morning, Secretary Lin. You look rather unwell today. Oh dear, what did you get up to over the weekend? Our handsome Secretary Lin Could it be that a beautiful young lady has been pursuing you? Lin Yong forced a smile, lacking any real energy. In truth, he would prefer to be pursued by a stunning young woman. Was it permissible to admit that? After all, he had drunkenly been sent home by his boss on Friday night, drooling all over him, and had even shared a bed with him. Each of these incidents alone would be enough to leave anyone in a state of disarray, let alone experiencing them all at once. His recent malaise stemmed entirely from Huyen. Which secretary in a CEO novel had it this rough? He felt less like a human and more like a machine. Resolving to leave this melancholy spot, Lin Yong was interrupted by another receptionist. Secretary Lin, you're not wearing your glasses today. I must say, you look even better. Are you seeing anyone? One of the receptionists jested. Do I have a chance? Lin Yong was taken aback, touching the bridge of his nose, which indeed felt quite bare without his glasses. Today, lost in thought, he had forgotten to wear them. However, it hardly mattered. In the eyes of the CEO, he hardly seemed intelligent regardless. Upon returning to the office to report to Huyen, Lin Yong felt utterly miserable. Simply being in the same space as his boss was uncomfortable, and the memories of that day only exacerbated his unease. Throughout the report, he was in a daze. Once he finished, Huyen cast a faint glance his way. Secretary Lin. The moment he heard his name, Lin Yong felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as though nothing good awaited him. Mr. Hua, he replied, forcing a conventional smile. Huyen squinted, and without the veil of his glasses, Lin Yong's insincere smile was glaringly apparent. Why aren't you wearing your glasses?
Lin Yang stammered, I forgot.
When did the CEO become so perceptive? He had previously never seemed to notice anything beyond his own nose, yet now he was observant enough to notice his lack of glasses. Huyen remained silent, scrutinizing Lin Yang's face with a keen intensity, leaving the latter feeling increasingly uneasy. Did he come across as an unworthy person? He was merely an employee, not some mythical creature to be gawked at. Lin Yong could only seethe in silence, daring not to voice his irritation. Secretary Lin, are you also struggling with insomnia? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Lin Yong, who had spent his childhood indoors to focus on studies, had limited exposure to sunlight, resulting in a warm, pale complexion. Without his glasses, the dark circles under his eyes became even more prominent, lending him an air of languid beauty, an aesthetic some might call melancholic while others might deem it slovenly. Faced with Huyen's inquiry, Lin Yong found it difficult to muster a smile. Should he remind his boss that he was a diligent worker who never took a day off or arrived late? With the relentless workload thrown at him daily, was it any wonder he suffered from insomnia? While Huyen's insomnia might stem from a narrative device, Lin Yang's was born from the relentless grind of work. The female protagonist could find solace in his embrace, while he could only find respite in not working. Recently, he had been preoccupied with drafting the Jiang proposal, leaving him with scant hours of sleep. Lin Yong, proud of his cleverness, pointed this out. However, Huyen merely chuckled nonchalantly. Oh really? I thought perhaps it was because you were haunted by memories of that night when you drooled and held my hand while sleeping. Lin Yong fell silent, struck by the accuracy of Huyen's remark. Anyone would be unsettled waking up beside their boss with their hands seemingly glued together. Haha, Mr. Hua. What a thing to say. It is indeed an honor to receive such care from you, Lin Yong stammered, forcing a compliment. Huyen, while sensing the insincerity in his eyes, chose not to dwell on it. Indeed, Secretary Lin appears to be unwaveringly loyal to me. Why did that statement carry an odd undertone? Lin Yong, wishing to escape the conversation, remained silent. Huyen's long fingers drummed rhythmically on the desk, and he casually lifted his gaze to Lin Yong. Secretary Lin, please fetch me a cup of coffee. Lin Yong felt a wave of relief wash over him as he hurried to comply. Watching Lin Yang's hurried departure, as he attempted to maintain his composure while seemingly wishing to sprout wheels and speed away, Huyen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lin Yong placed the freshly brewed coffee in front of Huyen. Mr. Hua. Hearing his voice, Huyen finally looked up. During work hours, Huyen typically donned his gold-rimmed glasses. Through the lenses, his gaze fixated on Lin Yang's tie, which had shifted slightly due to his bending down. The view from below revealed Lin Yang's Adam's apple, subtly rising and falling beneath the thin layer of skin, as if one could feel the tremor of his skin with each gentle motion. Huyen's eyes darkened, the glasses obscuring the shift in his expression. He reached out, deftly tugging at the end of Lin Yang's tie. With a swift motion, he pulled Lin Yong closer, who had been about to rise. Caught off guard by Hui Yan's sudden action, Lin Yang's eyes widened in panic, his hands instinctively bracing against the table, perilously close to the steaming coffee. The heat scalded his hand, causing his fingers to curl involuntarily. As he lifted his gaze, he locked eyes with Hui Yan's sharp, icy stare, which bore down on him with an intimidating intensity. Lin Yang's eyelashes fluttered, and he found himself unsure of where to look, his eyes dropping. What madness had overtaken this CEO? He, a mere employee, had yet to lose his composure. What gave him the right to spiral first? Secretary Lin. At the sound of Hui Yan's nonchalant tone, Lin Yang felt a pang of fear. Mr. Hui, is something wrong? Hui Yan noticed Lin Yang's Adam's apple nervously bobbing. His gaze deepened, and he lifted his eyelids to scrutinize Lin Yang. Noting Lin Yang's avoidance of his gaze, he pulled him closer once more. Their proximity allowed Lin Yang to feel Hui Yan's breath warm against his face. Hui Yan's office, much like him, was perpetually cool. The steam rising from the hot coffee between the two individuals was strikingly apparent, gently ascending like a veil of mist suspended in the air, cast a haze over Lin Yang's visage. Although Hui Yan was not a frequent smoker, the sight of Secretary Lin's face, obscured by the vapor, ignited a curiosity within him. He found himself contemplating how it would appear if he were to deliberately exhale smoke towards Lin Yang's countenance. If memory served him correctly, Secretary Lin seemed to harbor a strong aversion to the scent of tobacco. On a previous occasion when he had escorted Lin Yang to meet a client, an adjacent individual had been smoking, prompting Lin Yang to wrinkle his brow in distaste and inch away slightly. Would exhaling smoke upon his face provoke tears from those strikingly long eyelashes, with the corners of his eyes turning red, as though he had been wronged? Such an image only served to intensify the urge to tease him. In Chapter 27, Lin Yang lamented, Secretary Lin, I do not wish to assist you with your tie every day. Perhaps it was the inherent bias one tends to develop towards their superior that led Lin Yang to perceive Hui Yan's gaze as somewhat predatory. Imbued with an unsettling intensity, he tilted his head back, peering at Hui Yan through his nostrils, straining to maintain distance. Mr. Hui, I assure you I have exerted my utmost effort. My tying skills cannot possibly compare to yours. He held his head in a rather awkward position, feeling the constriction of the tie around his neck, a sensation that was becoming increasingly unbearable. After all, was it not acceptable for him to simply inform Hui Yan that the tie was problematic? Must the gap between them be so minuscule? Perhaps this was merely the nature of a domineering executive, but he, an ordinary person, found it incomprehensible. As Lin Yang's head reclined precariously, a flicker of amusement danced in Hui Yan's eyes. What do you mean by such flattery, Secretary Lin? With a subtle upward motion, he lifted his eyelids to gaze at Lin Yang, the corners of his eyes arching with a languid arrogance that exuded a palpable pressure. Are you suggesting that I should assist you with your tie on a daily basis? His voice, deep and cool, possessed an enchanting quality that could sway anyone. Lin Yang felt a slight lump form in his throat. It seemed Hui Yan had intentionally lowered his tone, though he lacked proof. The already rich timbre now bore a hint of huskiness, tinged with a magnetic allure. Was it possible that he could be cast as the male lead? Aside from his disregard for others and a hint of eccentricity, he was perfect in appearance, physique, and voice. It was no wonder that even Lin Yang felt himself drawn in. Straining to hold his head back, Lin Yang insisted, No, that is not my intention at all. I would never presume to have Mr. Hui assist me daily with my tie. I can manage it myself. Observing his comically foolish demeanor, Hui Yan's hand deftly moved to the bow tie. But Secretary Lin, it seems you possess little talent for tying a tie. With a single motion, Hui Yan untied Lin Yang's necktie, allowing it to cascade unevenly. The low-quality shirt, purchased for over 100, wrinkled under the action, giving him a disheveled appearance. With a languid glance, Hui Yan observed the portion of Lin Yang's neck obscured by the shirt and, releasing one end of the tie, suddenly placed his hand on the top button. It appears that not only can you not tie a tie, but you also cannot button your shirt properly. Upon finishing his sentence, he casually unfastened the top two buttons of Lin Yang's shirt. Lin Yang stiffened, uncertain of how to react. He believed he could tolerate the mishap with the tie, acknowledging that it had indeed been hastily done. However, the implication that he was inept at buttoning was intolerable. Was buttoning a shirt truly a skill requiring expertise? Was it not simply a matter of fastening it correctly? This domineering executive was far too much of a perfectionist. While the author's characterization was commendable, He suggested a more restrained approach in future writings. Mr. Hua, I can manage on my own. Lin Yang felt that their current dynamic verged on the overly intimate. He yearned to extricate Huiyan's hand and take charge. However, before he could voice this, Huiyan had already reached out with both hands to fasten his buttons. Those long, articulate fingers meticulously secured each button, his warm, dry touch barely grazing Lin Yang's skin. A subtle electric current coursed through Lin Yang from where Huiyan had made contact, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. His ears flushed as he lowered his gaze, too embarrassed to meet Huiyan's eyes. Was there not something amiss in their interaction? He had never witnessed a domineering executive take it upon themselves to assist their secretary with such personal matters. It would be more typical for them to demand their secretary kneel and polish their shoes. Or perhaps the portrayal of the domineering executive in this narrative was uniquely peculiar, embodying an exterior of icy aloofness while harboring a warm heart, masquerading as a cold, authoritative figure yet being a gentle second lead. This could explain why his friend had developed a particular fondness for Huiyan amidst a sea of cliché domineering characters. Eventually, Huiyan secured Lin Yang's tie and released his grip, his gaze ascending from Lin Yang's throat to meet his eyes. Secretary Lin, I do not wish to assist you with your tie every day. Do you understand? To express a desire not to assist yet to do so each time was a perplexity Lin Yang could not voice. Understood, Mr. Hua. It shall not happen again. He stepped back, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Huiyan observed Lin Yang's evasive demeanor with a smirk, finding him quite amusing. Perhaps Lin Yang's earlier admission of burning the midnight oil to draft proposals had influenced Huiyan's decision to ease his workload today. Lin Yang felt a slight lifting of his spirits. Not long after returning to his office, Zhou Qi, as was customary, entered to deliver documents. After placing them down, Zhou Qi hesitated, clearly with more to discuss. Had it been anyone else, Lin Yang would have lacked the patience. Yet, for Zhou Qi he felt a familial affection. He donned a practiced smile. Is there anything else? Observing the weariness etched on Lin Yang's face, Zhou Qi hesitated before inquiring, Secretary Lin, nothing untoward happened on your return home last Friday, did it? At this mention, Lin Yang's expression visibly stiffened. What defined nothing untoward? Merely being escorted home by Huiyan felt monumental in itself. However, voicing such thoughts would only serve to worry Zhou Qi what could have possibly occurred. Yet, he was intensely curious about how it had come to be that Huiyan had taken him home. Knowing Huiyan's character, it was inconceivable that he would voluntarily offer to drive him home. It was already a kindness that he did not impose on others. To his astonishment, Zhou Qi elucidated, it was Mr. Hua who insisted on escorting you home.
Lin Yang?
Witnessing the confusion and disbelief on Lin Yang's face, Zhou Qi elaborated, that night, aside from myself and Mr. Hua, everyone else was quite inebriated. Thus, Mr. Hua requested that I contact everyone's relatives to arrange for their pickup. I am unaware of Secretary Lin's residential address, nor can I find anyone to contact. Initially, I intended to escort you back to my home, but unexpectedly, President Hua turned back and took you away. At this point, Zhou Qi paused momentarily before breaking into a cheerful smile. However, I did not anticipate that President Hua was aware of your residence, Secretary Lin, and even personally escorted you home. President Hua has actually been quite kind to us. Secretary Lin, have we all misjudged him? Misjudged? Lin Yang shook his head inwardly. The child is still too young. Nevertheless, he could comprehend Zhou Qi's perspective. Coming from a well-off family with a business background, he was raised in comfort and privilege. His parents, being capitalists themselves, naturally foster a positive impression of those within their circle, which leads him to subconsciously not harbor any aversion towards a domineering capitalist. Furthermore, his limited direct interactions with Huiyan left him unaware of the latter's ruthless nature. Even if he hears countless complaints and warnings from others, he cannot empathize. One could only conclude that the child remains quite naive. If placed in Lin Yang's position, he would likely exhibit a more subdued demeanor. Chapter 28. Secretary Lin, are you working overtime? Lin Yang refrained from mentioning that Huiyan had not actually taken him home, but rather delivered him to his own residence. Instead, he merely cautioned Zhou Qi a few times not to perceive Huiyan as overly benevolent. As an employee, one must never empathize with capitalists. Zhou Qi seemed oblivious to whether he absorbed this advice. Regardless of what Lin Yang said, Zhou Qi would nod earnestly like an obedient puppy, showing unwavering attentiveness. After expressing his thoughts, Lin Yong did not expect Zhou Qi to genuinely agree with him. As long as Zhou Qi dutifully assisted him with his tasks, that sufficed. He had others to engage in complaints about the domineering president. After concluding his instructions, Lin Yong assumed Zhou Qi would take his leave. To his surprise, Zhou Qi suddenly approached him, gazing into his eyes and inquiring, "Secretary Lin, did you forget to wear your glasses today?" Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback. Was the difference between wearing glasses and not that significant? How could everyone have noticed? He gave a faint nod. "Yes, I forgot." Curiosity piqued, he looked at Zhou Qi. "Is there a considerable difference?" With those captivating peach blossom eyes fixed upon him, Zhou Qi felt a warmth creeping up his face. "No." He awkwardly tightened his grip on the documents in his hands. "Aren't you nearsighted, Secretary Lin? Isn't it inconvenient not to wear glasses?" Lin Yong chuckled softly. "Who told you I was nearsighted? The glasses I wear have no prescription." Zhou Qi struggled to comprehend. If he was not nearsighted, then why wear glasses? The child truly was too innocent. "Don't you think I look quite professional with my glasses on?" Zhou Qi furrowed his brows, unable to grasp this notion, as he viewed Secretary Lin as professional regardless of whether he wore glasses. Zhou Qi nodded, though somewhat perplexed. "I just think your eyes are exceptionally beautiful. Why cover them with glasses? Such a pity. What use are beautiful eyes?" He is currently the president's secretary. In this position, being too attractive and youthful is not advantageous, as it may lead to being underestimated by others. Moreover, this is a narrative centered around a domineering president, where all attention is directed towards him and the female lead. They, as mere NPCs who occasionally deliver lines, are destined to remain inconsequential. Lin Yong playfully blinked at Zhou Qi, feigning a smile. "What's the matter? Am I not attractive without my glasses?" Those beautiful eyes winked deliberately at him, their raven-like lashes fluttering. Zhou Qi felt his heart fluttering erratically. He had always found Secretary Lin appealing, but he usually saw him wearing glasses. The image of a reserved, professional individual perfectly embodied his idea of a workplace elite. Although Secretary Lin treated him kindly, he always sensed an invisible barrier between them. This was the first time he had witnessed such a smile directed at him from Secretary Lin. Zhou Qi's ears involuntarily flushed red. He nodded absent-mindedly. "You're good-looking, Secretary Lin, no matter what." Hearing such words from another might lead Lin Yong to perceive them as insincere flattery. However, Zhou Qi's declaration felt genuine, devoid of any pretense. Lin Yong's mood brightened as he smirked. No wonder everyone enjoys playfully teasing children. Engaging with innocent young ones is indeed delightful. As the workday approached its end, Lin Yong, as customary, arrived at Hu Yan's office. He lingered at the door for a few seconds, contemplating how to broach the subject of reminding Hu Yan that it was time to leave. Finally, he knocked and entered. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Hu Yan had already shut down his computer, and the documents were neatly arranged beside him. Lin Yong was momentarily stunned. It was as if Hu Yan had anticipated his arrival. Raising his hand to glance at his watch, he addressed Lin Yong. "Secretary Lin, is there anything else? We have 2 minutes until the end of the workday." Seeing the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Lin Yong felt a sense of disorientation. He couldn't shake the feeling that the president was intentionally teasing him. Yet, the domineering president in novels seldom exhibited such trivial behavior, toying with a secretary. Lin Yong found it perplexing, yet the fact that the president had broached the subject brought him a measure of joy. Is it already time to leave?" Lin Yong feigned surprise. "I hadn't noticed. I actually came to submit some information regarding the Jiang family." Lin Yong approached, placing the documents before Hu Yan with both hands. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. There was no way he would head into battle unprepared. Having been an employee for so long, he knew the importance of being ready. Even if he desperately wished to leave, he could not allow his boss to sense it. Lin Yong believed he had masked his intentions quite adeptly. However, Hu Yan merely cast a cursory glance at the inconsequential document before redirecting his attention to Lin Yong. "Since you didn't notice, why don't you stay late today, Secretary Lin? I presume you won mind." Lin Yang's smile froze on his face. Though his expression remained neutral, his heart was filled with expletives. It was evident that Hu Yan was deliberately prolonging his workday, knowing full well that it was nearly time to leave. "President Hu, I have already completed my tasks for the day. There's no reason to keep me overtime, is there?" Lin Yong overlooked the fact that capitalists are often devoid of humanity and reason. Sometimes, when they ask you to stay late, It is not because they expect you to accomplish anything of significance during that time. It's no trouble. I can assign you some additional tasks, Huoyan remarked. Lin Yang. At this juncture, shouldn't a normal employee be contemplating resigning? That's an option, but unnecessary. Lin Yang clenched his fists. President Hua, overtime work warrants additional compensation. Huoyan lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Secretary Lin, do you believe I care about a trivial amount of overtime pay? Lin Yang. This was undoubtedly the most insufferable president he had encountered in all the novels he had read. Lin Yang chose to remain silent, merely observing him. Noticing the lack of a retort from Lin Yang, Huoyan's mood seemed to brighten as he smiled slightly. However, considering how much you seem to be looking out for me, I suppose I'll let it slide. Huoyan rose to his feet, observing him leisurely, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Lin Yang found it impossible to muster a smile in return. Could he genuinely believe that amusing him was a source of laughter? Damn it. One day he would confront this vile capitalist elite. Noticing the speechless expression on Lin Yang's face, Huoyan raised an eyebrow and provocatively remarked, "It seems Secretary Lin is quite keen on overtime." At this, Lin Yang promptly fell silent. "No, I'm not," he stammered, realizing his words were perhaps too blunt. Lin Yang hastily added, "It's not that I don't wish to stay and contribute to the company. It's just that I still need to drive you home, Mr. Hua. If I stay late, you'll have to drive yourself back." He dared not suggest that Huoyan had a chauffeur at his disposal. Should he utter such a thought, it could serve as an excuse to no longer be his driver. Chapter 29. Secretary Lin, do you dare refuse me? Huoyan narrowed his eyes. Was his Secretary Lin attempting to threaten him? A ripple of amusement flickered in his icy gaze. Indeed, Secretary Lin was rather intriguing. Then why are you not hastening to drive? Huoyan said coldly. Lin Yang couldn't deny that he was somewhat startled by Huoyan's voice. Once he regained his composure, a sense of resentment brewed within him. Who did he think he was, commanding him to be his driver with such audacity? Such shamelessness was unprecedented in a domineering CEO. Secretary Lin navigated Huoyan's extravagant vehicle with ease on the way to his residence. Halfway there, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, stirring an ominous premonition within Lin Yang. He fervently hoped the rain would cease by the time he delivered Huoyan home. The area where Huoyan resided was filled with villas, notoriously difficult to hail a taxi from. If it rained, it would be even more challenging. Unfortunately, misfortune often trails those who are less fortunate. As they approached Huoyan's residence, the rain intensified rather than subsiding. Lin Yang parked in the garage and, upon exiting the vehicle, glanced at the weather forecast, his expression turning sour. The forecast indicated that the rain would persist until 8 o'clock the following morning, and it would be heavy. It's raining. Huoyan suddenly appeared beside him, having approached from the other side of the car, startling Lin Yang with his cool tone. Despite his demeanor, he was quite adept at navigating the corporate survival rules. He always waited for Huoyan to exit the car before he did. He had instinctively assumed Huoyan had already left, considering he had handed over the car keys. The unexpected appearance of Huoyan before him was unnerving. Did this man walk without making a sound? Truly, he embodied the persona of a CEO whose mere gaze could intimidate. Yes, Lin Yang replied dismissively. The rain was hardly invisible on his way there. Why the sudden inquiry? Was this an expression of concern from his superior? Secretary Lin, how do you plan to return? Huoyan inquired again, sensing Lin Yang's lack of enthusiasm. The dim lighting of the underground garage cast Huoyan's already sharp features into deeper relief. He fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Yang's face, his dark brows concealing eyes that were inscrutable. Lin Yang could not comprehend why Huoyan would pose such a question. With his inherent bias against the CEO, he naturally interpreted the statement as mockery. Of course, I'll be taking a taxi home, Mr. Hua. It's quite far from here. Walking is not an option. Lin Yang subtly attempted to remind Huoyan of the distance to his home, hoping he wouldn't require him as a driver in the future. Huoyan seemed either oblivious to this or feigned ignorance, merely stating, Secretary Lin, it's difficult to hail a taxi in this rain. Lin Yang shot him a resentful glance. How outrageous. He was fully aware of the taxi situation and yet insisted on having him drive back every day. There had to be a way to return home. He couldn't stay here indefinitely. He certainly wasn't wealthy enough for that. Lin Yang cast a sidelong glance at the keys in Huoyan's hand, pondering the CEO's sudden display of concern for his well-being. He could only speculate that the female protagonist had somehow softened his heart. However, if he truly wished to show concern, he ought to simply hand over the car keys rather than engage in this superficial display of kindness. A direct monetary gesture would align more closely with the typical CEO's demeanor. Noticing Lin Yang's gaze, Huyen casually tucked his phone into his pocket and, maintaining a composed expression, remarked, "In that case, Secretary Lin, why not stay at my place tonight?" "What?" For a moment, Lin Yang questioned whether he had misheard. Observing Lin Yang's evident surprise at such a proposition, Huyen frowned, discomfort evident on his face. "Stay at my house tonight." His voice was cold and commanding, as if he were owed millions. Lin Yang confirmed he had not misheard. Huyen was indeed inviting him to his home. Had he lost his mind? What prompted this sudden change in demeanor? Previously, he had been so reluctant to bring the female protagonist to his residence. Yet now he was actively inviting Lin Yang? Seeing Lin Yang hesitate, Huyen grew impatient. "Secretary Lin, what is your answer?" His chilling tone swept over Lin Yang like a cold wind. The prospect of going felt increasingly undesirable. "Perhaps not, Mr. Hua. I wouldn't want to trouble you. I can just take a taxi back." What employee would willingly venture to their boss's home? Staring at his employer's face throughout the workday was already burdensome enough. To have to see him again after hours, and even stay at his house, was simply unacceptable. He might as well sleep in the garage. Huyen, his expression stern, stepped closer to Lin Yang. "Secretary Lin, are you now refusing me?" The pressure was palpable, as if he were issuing a threat. Lin Yang felt a throbbing in his temples. Why did this sound so peculiar? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the CEO's classic expressions. "No, Mr. Hua, I'm primarily concerned that I might inconvenience you." Huyen let out a cold laugh. "Secretary Lin, how many troubles do you usually cause me? You even require my assistance to tie your tie." Lin Yang was left speechless, the truth cutting too close to home for him to counter. He instinctively clenched his fists, weighing whether to accept or decline the offer. If he were to refuse, how could he articulate it? Huyen observed Lin Yang's tense jawline, puzzled by his cautious demeanor. This reaction inexplicably irked Huyen. He lowered his voice, coldly inquiring, "What concerns you, Secretary Lin?" Rather than fixating on trivial matters, "You should be more worried about how you will present yourself at the office tomorrow if you cannot secure a taxi tonight." Huyen's icy gaze bore into Lin Yang. "My company does not harbor those who lack a work-ready state." As the conversation progressed, Huyen's voice grew increasingly frigid. Lin Yang, however, felt a warmth rising in his eyes. They had returned the children, all of them, back. This was the domineering CEO he was accustomed to, cold, unyielding, and indifferent to the plight of others. Strangely, Lin Yang found a peculiar sense of reassurance in this very demeanor of Huyen. With Huyen's words hanging so heavily, he realized that if he did not acquiesce, he would be left with no viable options, save for a path leading to ruin. Lin Yang followed Huyen into the villa, where Huyen gestured for him to sit on the sofa while he fetched 2 glasses of water. As Huyen approached, he halted a few steps behind Lin Yang, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yang's somewhat awkward back. Recalling the series of reactions from Secretary Lin when he had invited him to stay at his home, Huyen found it quite amusing. While most people preferred gentler approaches, it seemed Secretary Lin thrived on a more forceful manner. Huyen had not anticipated that his secretary possessed such peculiar tastes. Chapter 30. Secretary Lin, what are you doing standing outside? Lin Yang felt as though he were a thief in Huyen's home, every corner brimming with discomfort. Although many praised his interpersonal skills, he perceived himself as an inherently introverted individual. Previously, he had dared to act so recklessly in Huyen's residence, primarily because the female lead was present, and he was willing to risk everything for the dream of returning to his original world. Moreover, in stories featuring domineering CEOs, these characters often harbor inexplicable affections for the female lead, granting him the confidence to push her toward Huyen. Additionally, the presence of others had allowed him to feel at ease. Now, it was just him and Huyen in the CEO's domain. Like many of his peers, Huyen despised intrusions into his personal space. Lin Yang felt that any movement on his part might provoke Huyen's wrath, leading to his abrupt ejection from the premises. Lin Yang's demeanor was notably stiff. When Huyen offered him water, he stood to express his gratitude. Upon Huyen's rising, he instinctively followed suit. When Huyen inquired if he was hungry and suggested ordering food, Lin Yang politely declined, asserting he was not in need of any trouble. After an hour of such niceties, Huyen scrutinized him for several seconds before asking pointedly, "Secretary Lin, When did you become so courteous? You were not like this during your last visit to my home. Lin Yang, taken aback, wondered about the implication. Did Huyen expect him to be as impolite as before? Was there some strange inclination at play? Mr. Hua, you may be mistaken. I have always behaved this way, he replied. Huyen, having anticipated his reaction, merely narrowed his eyes, choosing not to unveil the truth. We have work tomorrow, you should go take a shower. Without hesitation, Lin Yang replied, Mr. Hua, you go first. The amusement in Huyen's gaze deepened. Indeed, Lin Yang was more polite than before. Lin Yang pondered whether Huyen wished for him to act rudely. When Huyen emerged from the shower clad in loose loungewear, his damp hair tousled casually atop his head. He exuded an aura of languid charm. The gentle movement of his Adam's apple added a touch of casual allure. Lin Yang could not help but marvel at how the author had crafted such an attractive CEO. No matter the circumstances, his appearance remained captivating. Secretary Lin, go wash up, Huyen said, stepping closer to Lin Yang, their distance a mere half-step apart. Lin Yang could feel the residual warmth emanating from Huyen's body, and inexplicably, he felt a flush of heat himself. I will go at once, Lin Yang stammered, hastily maneuvering past Huyen and into the bathroom. Huyen turned to watch him flee, a wry smile gracing his lips. What is Secretary Lin so flustered about? Once Lin Yang shut the bathroom door, he realized he had rushed in without a change of clothes. What had compelled him to act so hastily? Should he borrow some from Huyen? Ultimately, he decided against it, recalling the last time Huyen had lent him clothing and teased him about his physique, which had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. He resolved to make do with his current outfit. After all, his clothes were inexpensive, and a few wrinkles would not matter. The bathroom in Huyen's villa was more spacious than his own bedroom, yet devoid of any personal touches. Just as he finished undressing, Huyen's voice resonated from outside. Secretary Lin, I have placed a change of clothes at the door. Remember to retrieve them. Lin Yang felt a moment of bewilderment. Perhaps the CEO was not as cold-hearted as he had first imagined. After showering, Lin Yang indeed discovered the loungewear placed outside the bathroom. The color of the garments closely resembled Huyen's own. The fabric was soft to the touch, unmistakably of a quality he could not afford. To his surprise, the clothing fit him perfectly, as if tailored just for him. Upon exiting, he was taken aback to find Huyen comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Lin Yang had assumed that, given Huyen's character, allowing him to stay the night was already a rare occurrence, and he expected that after his shower, Huyen would retire to his room without further concern for him. Huyen turned to assess him as he moved, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yang with an intensity that felt akin to appraising one's property. Finished with your shower? His penetrating stare felt daunting. Lin Yang nodded awkwardly. Yes. Thank you for your clothes, Mr. Hua. He fiddled with the sleeve of the garment, unable to suppress his curiosity. Mr. Hua, this isn't one of your old high school outfits, is it? Certainly not, Huyen replied, his eyes darkening with depth. Where would I acquire so many old clothes? Lin Yang nodded in understanding, pondering the origin of this attire. If it wasn't from high school, then where could it possibly have come from? Surely not from middle school. Such an insult was unthinkable. Lin Yang awaited Huyen to divulge the source of the clothing, but the CEO remained silent, merely observing him. Huyen's scrutinizing gaze lingered on Lin Yang. Compared to the black suit, Secretary Lin appeared far more suited to lighter hues. The pale blue loungewear accentuated his softness. With his glasses removed, Lin Yang's slightly fuller face appeared even more youthful, his delicate skin inviting a gentle touch. His damp hair tumbled softly over his forehead, giving him the appearance of a languid yet striking creature, akin to a Siberian cat that might scratch when one least expected it. Lin Yang was uncertain of Huyen's thoughts. The intensity of Huyen's gaze felt almost invasive, sending shivers down his spine. Just as he sought a reason to distance himself from the brooding CEO, Huyen's voice cut through the air. Secretary Lin, you possess a certain charm, it seems. The cool timbre of his voice carried a hint of playful mockery. Lin Yang froze, bewildered. What did this mean? Was this truly a statement from the aloof CEO? How audacious! Could such words genuinely be directed at a mere secretary? Lin Yang felt as though the hot water from his earlier shower had scrambled his brain. Just as he was attempting to process this unexpected compliment, Huyen rose from his seat and approached him, his towering stature of nearly 6.5 feet imposing an undeniable pressure. Lin Yang, in a daze, nodded in agreement. Upon entering the room with Huoyen, he took a closer look. The room was spacious, adorned in the classic cold tones typical of a domineering CEO. A laptop lay open on the desk, and the gray pillow bore the faint imprint of a recent occupant. On the bedside table rested a bottle of sleeping pills. Although the atmosphere lacked warmth, it was clear that this was not a guest room. It was indeed Huoyen's personal quarters. Lin Yang immediately understood. He was expected to attend to Huoyen even as he slept. He stepped outside, grasped the doorknob, and donned a practiced smile. "Good night, President Hua." Lin Yang intended to wait until Huoyen had drifted off before turning off the light and quietly exiting. Unexpectedly, Huoyen turned around, regarding him with a look of confusion. "Secretary Lin, what are you doing standing out there?" Lin Yang was perplexed. "Is there something else? If not, I will close the door after you fall asleep." Chapter 31. Secretary Lin, were you just trying to deceive me? Huoyen tilted his head, scrutinizing Lin Yang for a couple of seconds before speaking. "Where do you intend to sleep?" Lin Yang forced a polite yet awkward smile. "Am I not sleeping on the sofa?" He had never encountered such a miserly employer, inviting him to his home without even providing a proper sleeping arrangement while he himself retired to bed. "Where else would I sleep?" he thought. "On your lap? Here," Huoyen calmly stated, anticipating Lin Yang's reaction. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, taking a while to process the implication. "Here? You mean this very spot?" He gestured incredulously to the floor beneath his feet. "Surely you jest." If he understood correctly, Huoyen was suggesting that he sleep in his bedroom? Huoyen nodded nonchalantly. "Yes." His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of danger lurking within them. "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with this room?" Lin Yang hurriedly shook his head. "No, not at all. This room is undoubtedly the finest I have ever encountered." He dared not voice a single complaint. Yet he questioned, "But President Hua, isn't this your room? If I sleep here, where will you rest?" A sudden chill coursed through Lin Yang. To sleep in the CEO's bedroom meant being enveloped in his commanding essence. He would rather avoid it, fearing sleepless nights filled with nightmares of being surrounded by 10 domineering CEOs in an office, all assigning him tasks. Huoyen casually slipped a hand into his trouser pocket, observing Lin Yang with an air of leisure. "And then, if I sleep here, where will you be?" Lin Yang couldn't help but inquire. Huoyen replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "I will also sleep here." Lin Yang felt his mind falter. Surely, he could not be this dense. "You mean we are to share the bed?" he stammered, feeling utterly bewildered. Who was this man before him? The quintessential domineering CEO from literary tropes. Cold as ice, self-absorbed, indifferent to others' fates. How could he permit anyone other than the female lead to share his bed? Lin Yang lowered his gaze, bracing for a reprimand for his wild thoughts. But to his astonishment, Huoyen merely nodded calmly. Indeed, a dangerous smile crept into Huoyen's eyes. "What's wrong, Secretary Lin? You're concerned that this large bed might not accommodate you, yet you still fit into my high school clothes?" Lin Yang felt an inexplicable sense of dread. It wasn't that he doubted the bed's capacity. Rather, he was certain there was no space for a mere secretary between the CEO and the female lead. He had no desire to intrude upon their dynamic. What if the female lead discovered that the CEO had invited him to share his bed? Would she be angered? He desperately wished to know if such a scenario existed in the original narrative. "That's not my intention at all, President Hua. I merely worry I might disturb your rest." "You want tea? I'm quite restless while I sleep. I often turn from one end of the bed to the other, and sometimes I unconsciously practice martial arts in my sleep." Huoyen paused, stroking his chin as if seriously contemplating the matter. A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Yang's eyes. Just as he prepared to press his case, Huoyen interjected, "This is easily resolved. I could simply tie you up, ensuring you remain still." Lin Yang felt his hopes dashed. Some individuals appear lifeless yet remain very much alive. "Is there anything else, Secretary Lin?" Huoyen's gaze turned icy, his brows furrowing slightly, betraying a hint of impatience. Lin Yang could only respond, "No, none at all." What else could he say? The CEO was invincible within the confines of the narrative. Until Huoyen fell asleep, Lin Yang clung to a shred of hope. He lingered by the edge of the bed, wishing for Huoyen to suddenly realize that their shared sleeping arrangement was ethically questionable, inconsistent with the plot, and unacceptable to the readers. Alas, the CEO had no intention of releasing him from this predicament. After scrutinizing him for what felt like an eternity, Huoyen spoke. "Secretary Lin, Are you waiting for me to join you in an all-nighter? If you wish to avoid staying up late, then you should simply sleep. Lin Yong dared not voice his thoughts. Reluctantly, he climbed onto the bed. Fortunately, Hu Yan's bed was vast, a generous 2-meter expanse. With both of them lying down, there was ample room. Lin Yong timidly nestled at the edge of the bed, pulling a corner of the blanket over himself, turning his back to Hu Yan and not daring to glance in his direction. Once the lights dimmed, he still could not fathom the surreal circumstances. It felt as if he were trapped in a dream. Being a secretary had its perks. Who would have thought he would one day share a bed with the CEO? It was far more uncomfortable than running into his boss while pretending to be sick and wandering about. The blanket and pillow exuded a faint, refreshing scent of pine, reminiscent of the CEO himself, as if he were orbiting Lin Yong. This was troublesome. Returning home was challenging enough, likely requiring a sleepless night. Sharing a bed with the CEO would surely guarantee he would not sleep at all. Just as Lin Yong pondered how he might find slumber, he was startled by a rustling sound behind him. Before he could react, Hu Yan's body pressed against him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Hu Yan's strong arms encircled him, his back resting against the solid chest of the CEO, the soft fabric brushing against him. He could almost feel the rhythm of Hu Yan's heart. Lin Yong was bewildered. President Hua, what on earth is this? He instinctively clutched the collar of his shirt, feeling as if their proximity had become rather intimate. Hu Yan's voice resonated from behind him. Secretary Lin, you mentioned you were restless while sleeping and tend to move about. If I bind you, there will be no issues. A deep, husky voice resonated in the darkness, carrying a tone of muted intensity. The warmth of breath brushed against his ear, causing Lin Yong to feel as if his ears were ablaze. At that moment, he longed to sit up and deliver 2 sharp slaps to that insufferable mouth. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? No, that was merely my imagination, Mr. Hua. Lin Yong immediately recoiled. Then, Secretary Lin, were you just deceiving me? Hu Yan's voice turned frigid. Lin Yong sensed a hint of danger lurking within his tone. Considering the disparity in their strengths, he refrained from speaking, fearing that his words would be laced with vulgarity. Why the silence? Hu Yan's cool voice dripped with mockery. Weren't you quite loquacious before? Lin Yong shut his eyes tightly, wishing fervently to vanish from existence. Chapter 32. Secretary Lin, it seems you are ill-suited for solitary slumber. No, Mr. Hua, you have misconstrued my words. What I meant to convey is that I tend to fidget when I sleep alone. But if someone shares the bed with me, I remain still. Lin Yong concocted this rationale after considerable mental strain. Upon uttering the words, he himself found them hard to believe. A low chuckle emanated from behind him. Then it appears, Secretary Lin, that you are indeed unfit for solitary slumber. Is this the crux of the matter? Mr. Hua, please release me. I assure you I will not move. If he remained restrained, he would be unable to sleep the entire night. After a few seconds, Hu Yan finally loosened his grip, yet his body remained close, still pressed against Lin Yong. The stillness persisted behind him, indicating that the domineering CEO had no intention of distancing himself. Lin Yong attempted to shift sideways, reaching out only to find his hand suspended in the air. After a moment of stiffness, he silently withdrew his hand. He was utterly immobilized. In the darkness, Lin Yong stared wide-eyed. Never before had he felt time drag so excruciatingly slowly, even more so than during his classes. After what felt like an eternity, he tentatively inquired, Mr. Hua, are you asleep? He was too fatigued to find rest. His eyes signaled his weariness, yet his mind remained acutely alert. No response came from behind him for a long while. Has he truly fallen asleep? Lin Yong called out again, raising his voice slightly. The silence persisted. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face Hu Yan. The proximity between them was overwhelming, and Hu Yan's elevated position meant that when Lin Yong turned, he inadvertently collided with Hu Yan's solid chest. His nose tinged with an unexpected ache. It was evident that beneath his suit lay a body sculpted from muscle. Despite spending his days at the office like Lin Yong, how had he found the time to achieve such a physique? No wonder he was the protagonist. If only his muscles were a tad softer, Lin Yong might have believed he had been transported into one of those CEO novels his friends often spoke of. Above him, the rhythmic sound of steady breathing filled the air. Even after Lin Yong had turned, Hu Yan remained unresponsive. Could it be that he was truly asleep? Lin Yong fumbled for his phone and turned it on, shielding half the screen with his hand to illuminate Hu Yan's face. In the dim light, Hu Yan's eyes were shut, his thick lashes casting shadows upon his lower eyelids. The fierce aura he typically exuded was absent, replaced by a sculptural beauty that seemed almost divine. Wasn't he supposed to suffer from insomnia? How could he be so undisturbed by the light, not even furrowing his brow? Lin Yong recalled the sleeping pills on the bedside table. Earlier, it appeared that Huyen had not taken any. He felt that he was the one in need of them. Was Huyen's insomnia a result of having already shared a bed with the female lead? Why was he unaware of this? Lin Yong turned once more, yet sleep continued to evade him. He stared in fatigue, contemplating whether to rise and take refuge on the sofa. After all, the CEO was currently sleeping like the dead. He could easily find rest there, as long as he woke before Huyen the next morning. Just as Lin Yong was about to get up, a strong arm descended upon him, wrapping around his waist. The crisp scent of cedar wafted from Huyen. Lin Yang's body stiffened, paralyzed with trepidation. "Mr. Hua?" he tentatively called out. No response came from behind. Was he awake or still asleep? Lin Yong shifted slightly, only for Huyen to tighten his embrace even further. Lin Yong thought to himself, what is happening? After repeatedly calling Huyen's name, he confirmed that the CEO had indeed fallen asleep, albeit with no intention of releasing him. The moment he dared to move, Huyen's grip would tighten, making him feel increasingly suffocated. He had assumed he would remain awake until dawn. However, fatigue quickly overtook him. He could not even recall when he finally drifted off. The following morning, Lin Yong was roused by the incessant blaring of his alarm. Groggily, he squinted and reached out for his phone, only to find his hand grasping at nothing. Despite the sound being alarmingly close, he could not locate his device. Frustrated, he resolved to open his eyes and ascertain the whereabouts of his phone. Yet, before he could fully awaken, a familiar voice pierced through the haze. "Secretary Lin, your alarm has been ringing." The icy tone pierced his ears, jolting Lin Yong into full awareness. He opened his eyes wide, only to be met with Huyen's somewhat grim visage. His gaze shifted slightly, spotting Huyen's long fingers grasping his phone. Upon noticing Lin Yang's awakening, Huyen casually glanced at the screen before silencing the alarm. "Secretary Lin, your alarm has been ringing for quite some time, disturbing my slumber. Then why did you allow it to ring for so long without silencing it?" "My apologies, Mr. Hua. I was in a deep sleep," Lin Yong replied earnestly, his eyes fixed on his phone, silently pleading for its return. Recently, he had joined a group chat with Yu Xiaoxiao and others, where they shared grievances about their superiors. Today, they all had to rise early, which was when their spirits were at their highest. He feared that a sudden message might pop up in the chat, jeopardizing his standing with his fellow complainers. His anxious gaze did not go unnoticed by Huyen, who smirked slightly as he glanced at the phone's screen. "It appears, Secretary Lin, that you harbor many secrets within your device. Whose phone doesn't contain a few secrets? I am not a nearly perfect protagonist from a novel," Lin Yong retorted. "Well, there are indeed some private matters, but they are unrelated to work. Rest assured, Mr. Hua, I am fiercely loyal to the company and would never betray it." Lin Yong attempted to steer the conversation in a different direction. Unfortunately, Huyen was not easily swayed. "Is that so? I sensed a certain tension in your demeanor. One might even think you had some unflattering remarks about me tucked away in your phone." Lin Yong was left speechless. Was he being scrutinized so closely that Huyen had discerned his thoughts? After several moments of silence, he remained still.
Emerhu, you jest.
"You have provided me with such an excellent job. I could not possibly harbor ill feelings towards you." Huyen studied Lin Yong for several seconds without revealing his intentions. "Let us hope it remains that way." He extended the phone towards Lin Yong. Lin Yong hastily seized the phone. "President Hua, I shall change my attire first." He clutched his clothes and dashed into the bathroom. After closing the door, he quickly opened his phone to take a glance. There were no new messages. The latest notification in the chat group was still from the previous afternoon. He exhaled a sigh of relief. One of the advantages of residing at the domineering CEO's abode was that he need not worry about breakfast. After completing his morning routine, a member of the Hua family would deliver breakfast to them. It was even enough for two, demonstrating the considerate nature of the CEO, who had evidently taken him into account. During their meal, Lin Yong could not resist inquiring President Hua, "Did you not take any sleeping pills last night?" Huyen paused his actions, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Yong's, his profound eyes shrouded in mystery, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. "I did not suffer from insomnia, so why would I take sleeping pills?" Chapter 33. Secretary Lin, Do you not welcome me? Indeed, he had not miscalculated. Huyen had indeed refrained from taking sleeping pills the previous night. But why the abstention? Lin Yong scrutinized Huyen's visage. He distinctly remembered the dark circles that had adorned Huyen's eyes yesterday. Now they had visibly faded. His complexion appeared significantly improved. He was no longer as pale as one who had perished for 3 days, but rather, his face now bore a healthy glow. It seemed that Huyen had truly enjoyed a restful night. President Hua, have you been in contact with Miss Jiang recently? Lin Yong cautiously probed. Huyen narrowed his eyes, retorting, why would I need to contact her? A sudden jolt coursed through Lin Yong's heart as he tightened his grip on the chopsticks, striving to maintain his composure. Given our recent collaboration with her, it is imperative that we maintain communication. Huyen cast a glance at him, remaining silent for several seconds before responding. Just as Lin Yong was about to feel elated, Huyen added, do you really need to ask? Lin Yong felt deflated. Nevertheless, this did resolve some of his earlier uncertainties. In the narrative centered around the domineering CEO, the female protagonist appeared to be his panacea. A mere conversation with her sufficed to alleviate the CEO's insomnia. Easier to soothe than a child. Lin Yong drove Huyen to the office. When he ventured to the planning department to collect documents that morning, he was pulled aside by Yu Xiaoxiao into the deserted pantry. What's going on, Secretary Lin? I heard someone say you brought President Hua in this morning. Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at him anxiously. While I was slacking off, I was spotted by that bald manager from the neighboring department, who made a mockery of me in front of our supervisor. Secretary Lin, you haven't betrayed the organization. Have you? Did you share anything with President Hua? Lin Yong, expressionless, adjusted his glasses. Miss Yu, you're being caught slacking off is hardly my concern. I follow President Hua around daily. Do you think I would complicate matters by discussing you with him? Yu Xiaoxiao sighed. True enough. She relaxed and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I even said that if you truly betrayed the organization, I would send our previous chat records to President Hua, ensuring mutual destruction. Lin Yong replied dryly, well, you might want to enhance your slacking skills. If the neighboring department caught you this time, next time it could very well be President Hua. Yu Xiaoxiao's smile faltered. Mutual destruction, is it?
Lin Yang smirked.
As if to say, what else could it be? Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, I was just teasing you, Secretary Lin. Rest assured, I will always be your most steadfast ally, forever deserving of your trust. She reached out to clasp Lin Yang's shoulder, solidifying their camaraderie. However, as her hand approached, Lin Yong deliberately stepped back. Not a chance. Such words echoed the sentiments of a colleague who constantly derided the company yet never left, even as it crumbled. Yu Xiaoxiao's hand froze in midair. But why did you bring President Hua in this morning? Aren't you only responsible for the evenings? Has he doubled your salary? Her hand awkwardly shifted, scratching her head, as the topic pivoted clumsily. Their usual banter was merely a playful exchange, and Lin Yong did not take her earlier comments to heart. Have you ever seen a company owner who willingly offers double salaries to employees? Yu Xiaoxiao admitted, I can't argue with that. I've truly never seen it. Can you endure this, Secretary Lin? She exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she tightened her grip on the coffee cup. You didn't mention needing to be a driver when you applied, did you? You're doing the work of 2 for just 1 salary. Can you truly accept that? Secretary Lin, just confront him and demand 2 salaries. I'm behind you. Lin Yong cast her a nonchalant glance, devoid of emotion. Since you are so supportive, why not cover the other salary for me? Yu Xiaoxiao stammered, Lin Yong adjusted his glasses. You're merely waiting for me to be dismissed, while I notice you running errands for the neighboring department without daring to request a raise. Yu Xiaoxiao's spirit deflated immediately. Secretary Lin, enough already. The pain is already palpable. Lin Yong chuckled softly, sipping his coffee. However, President Hua truly seems devoid of humanity. Not only does he require you to bring him in after hours, but you must also fetch him during working hours. How early must you rise to accommodate him? As Lin Yong opened his mouth, intending to join Yu Xiaoxiao in disparaging Huyen, he recalled the sumptuous breakfast from that morning, and the words caught in his throat. What if it's possible that I stayed at his place last night, which is why I accompanied him today? It's not a daily occurrence. Huh? Yu Xiaoxiao appeared bewildered. Lin Yong ran a hand through his hair, growing impatient. Defending Huyen made him feel utterly uncomfortable. When I returned him last night, it poured heavily, and fearing I would have trouble hailing a cab, he graciously offered me shelter for the night. Since when has our boss been so benevolent? Yu Xiaoxiao found this matter rather suspicious. Lin Yang stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Would you like to take on the role of his chauffeur? Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. Lin Yang chuckled lightly. He hasn't even mentioned that we shared a bed. And you're already this frightened. Lin Yang initially thought that Huyen's invitation to stay over was merely a result of the rain, coupled with a moment of kindness from the CEO. Such occurrences were likely to be rare. That is, until he escorted Huyen back home later that day. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Yang was diligently working in his office. He had only just commenced his tasks half an hour ago. As someone who relished slacking off, he typically timed his work to start at the last possible moment. To his surprise, before he could even approach Huyen to request to leave, Huyen sought him out first. Upon hearing a knock on the door, he assumed it was Zhou Qi, who usually visited him the most. Habitually, he called out, "Come in." The door opened, yet he did not hear Zhou Qi's voice. Puzzled, he looked up and found Huyen leaning against the doorframe, his suit jacket removed, revealing a deep gray vest that showcased his robust physique. The sleeves of his black shirt were casually rolled up, with his arms crossed, veins prominent, exuding a palpable sense of sexual tension. Lazily leaning against the doorframe, Lin Yang exuded an air of both elegance and languor. He felt somewhat bewildered. President Hua? It was customary for him to simply be summoned to the man's office. This marked the first occasion that Huyen had personally sought him out. What's the matter, Secretary Lin? Am I not permitted to visit here? The voice, imbued with an oppressive quality, jolted Lin Yang back to reality. No, the entire company belongs to you, President Hua. You may go wherever you wish. Lin Yang felt he had already shown enough deference. Yet Huyen remained unwilling to let him off so easily. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you are not particularly welcoming, Secretary Lin. Chapter 34. Secretary Lin, who do you believe holds authority in this company? Was it permissible to utter such a thing? He truly did not welcome him. Which employee would relish the sight of their boss unexpectedly approaching while they were engrossed in their work? If he had been idling away the time, it would have been utterly disastrous. How could that be? Lin Yang stammered, President Hua. How could I possibly not welcome you? I merely thought that if you wished to see me, a message would suffice. I would come to you. There was no need for you to come in person. Huyen remained silent, scrutinizing Lin Yang for several seconds, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. The intensity of the gaze sent shivers down Lin Yang's spine. It would be best if that were the case. Huyen's voice, frigid and laced with an underlying chill. Lin Yang had the unsettling impression that the domineering president could see right through him, leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable. Eager to shift the topic, Lin Yang inquired, President Hua, did you have something of importance to discuss with me? Huyen lifted his eyelids, casting a cursory glance at his watch. Secretary Lin, did you not check the time today? Lin Yang, somewhat perplexed, glanced at his own watch. It was just past 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. A flicker of amusement danced in the depths of Huyen's cool gaze. At this hour, shouldn't you be coming to find me?
Lin Yang?
What did that mean? Was he subtly criticizing him for being eager to leave work each day? President Hua, there are no documents to be submitted to you today.
Lin Yang fignet ignoranti.
Huyen squinted his eyes, sparkling like fragments of stars, and regarded him for 2 seconds. Isn't it nearly time to finish for the day? There are still half an hour left. Lin Yang continued to play the part of the oblivious employee. Huyen fell silent for another 2 seconds. Then let us conclude for the day.
Lin Yang?
Did this domineering president not comprehend his words? Was he attempting to ensnare him in a trap? Adjusting his glasses, Lin Yang replied earnestly, President Hua, there are still 30 minutes until we finish. Leaving now would be considered an early departure. Huyen tilted his head, appearing leisurely and relaxed. Am I included in that? Lin Yang, you are the boss, so of course it does not apply to you. Then let us conclude for the day. The icy tone carried an authoritative undertone that instinctively compelled compliance. Comply with what? Lin Yang pointed at himself, feeling somewhat foolish despite his elite facade. Otherwise, why would I have made a special trip to find you? Huyen's voice carried a hint of impatience. Lin Yang dared not retort, fearing that his words might become too impolite. Given Huyen's nature, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to give him a hard time. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang chose to acquiesce. But doesn't that imply I would be leaving early? Huyen regarded him coldly. Secretary Lin, Who do you believe holds authority in this company? A flattering smile immediately graced Lin Yang's face. Then my wages for leaving early will not be deducted? Lin Yang's smile brightened even further. As long as it's not deducted, everything can be negotiated, and if a raise is in the cards, that would be even better. With the envy of his colleagues trailing behind him, Lin Yang clocked out early. President Hua, we have arrived. Even having left work a mere half-hour early, Lin Yang felt an unexpected surge of brightness. His demeanor toward Huyen had transformed, becoming markedly more courteous. He unfastened his seatbelt and turned to hand the car keys to Huyen. Huyen cast a cursory glance at the keys, not taking them as he usually would. No need to give them to me. Lin Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean? You're not taking them back? Are you planning to gift me this multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle? Lin Yang certainly did not believe that the domineering president would be so generous to a mere secretary. President Hua, don't you need this car tomorrow morning? Lin Yang mused, already envisioning himself driving this vehicle to work the following day. Just as he was about to reclaim the keys, Huyen declared matter-of-factly, No, it is you who will be driving me to work tomorrow morning, Secretary Lin. Of course, if you find this car tiresome and wish to switch to another, I can take you to the garage to choose one now. Lin Yang's hand, which had been reaching to retrieve the keys, froze mid-motion, and he held them out again in a stiff manner. President Hua, my home is quite far from yours, nearly an hour's drive. It's not that I am unwilling to come pick you up in the morning. I merely fear that if I happen to oversleep, I might delay your schedule. He truly wanted to avoid becoming his personal chauffeur. Who would desire to serve their boss without pay? He wasn't the type to be enamored with luxury vehicles. Had it been someone a bit more vain, they would likely be eager to take on the role of a driver, flaunting their new status on social media. But he was lazy and never posted on his moments. Others might live in rough conditions, but at least their social media presented a polished facade. His own social media showcased nothing but raw authenticity. Who said you would be picking me up? Huyen's eyes sparkled with mischief, imbued with a confidence that suggested inevitability.
Lin Yang blinket in confusion.
Then, does that mean I will be taking you tomorrow morning? His long eyelashes fluttered, giving him a perplexed expression. He had never appeared particularly astute. Any semblance of cleverness was entirely reliant on the enhancement of his glasses. Now, with such a foolish expression, he seemed even more dim-witted. Huyen typically found foolishness intolerable. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Yang's Na'vi demeanor sparked a sense of intrigue within him. You live here, huh? Lin Yang blinked in bewilderment, convinced he had misheard. He glanced out the window. They were currently in the garage, and the outside world was indiscernible. He pulled out his phone to check the weather forecast. President Hua, it is not raining at the moment. Even if it were, he had no intention of staying at his house again. I am aware, Huyen replied calmly. His indifferent gaze concealed his emotions. Then why insist I stay at your home? Before Lin Yang could voice his inquiry, Huyen interjected. Is it forbidden to stay at my house simply because it is not raining? What else could it be? Even if it were raining, he would not dare to return there. Though Lin Yang remained silent, his reluctance was evident on his face. Huyen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glimmer flickering within. Secretary Lin, I have encountered countless individuals eager to stay at my residence. However, you are the first who has dared to refuse. The pitch-black eyes fixated intently on Lin Yang, akin to a predator honing in on its prey. Lin Yang found himself momentarily stunned, ensnared by an invisible force for several seconds. The two statements uttered by Huyen left him utterly flabbergasted. It felt as though thunder rumbled overhead. Weren't the domineering CEO's quotes typically reserved for the female lead? Now they were being directed at him, a mere supporting character. When did such powerful phrases become so trivialized? Chapter 35. Secretary Lin, do I appear to be someone who enjoys jesting? Lin Yang forced a dry laugh. The CEO's quotes, when merely read, might seem acceptable, but hearing them articulated directly by Huyen made him feel as though, despite residing in a modest 30-square-meter apartment, he was suddenly entitled to a spacious 3-bedroom flat. Mr. Hua, you misunderstand. I am not rejecting your invitation. I merely believe that staying at your residence would impose upon you, Lin Yang explained. Huyen's icy gaze remained fixed on him, showing no sign of relenting. It's not a bother, Huyen replied. Lin Yang felt the pressure of Huyen's calm demeanor, which bore a chilling weight, as if compliance was mandatory. Taking a deep breath, he finally blurted out, Mr. Hua, I seem to be merely your secretary. Don't you have a chauffeur? I wouldn't mind taking on additional work, but if I am to handle all your transportation, wouldn't that leave your chauffeur unemployed? Workers rarely remain sane under such burdens. Lin Yong began to ramble. Without your salary, your chauffeur would find life quite challenging. Hu Yen narrowed his eyes. Secretary Lin, are you well acquainted with my chauffeur? Not at all. Then why the concern for him? Lin Yong hesitated. Was it possible that he was more concerned about the chauffeur's salary? Unable to contain himself, he opted for a more forthright approach. Mr. Hua, during the interview for the secretary position, it wasn't stated that I would also be required to act as a chauffeur. If I am to be responsible for your daily commutes, it would be akin to juggling two jobs without any distinction. He gazed steadily at Hu Yen, prepared to contest this capitalist overlord. If Hu Yen could not comprehend this, he would never earn his respect. Forcing him to work two jobs without offering two salaries was hardly the extravagant display of generosity one would expect from a CEO striving to win over a romantic interest. Hu Yen paused, contemplating the expression on his secretary's face. A blend of timidity and determination, fear mingling with an inexplicable resolve. How intriguing. He had never realized just how entertaining his secretary could be. Thus, Secretary Lin, if I were to offer you double the salary, would you be willing to take on the role of chauffeur? Lin Yong quickly waved his hands in alarm. Mr. Hua, please do not misunderstand. I absolutely do not mean that. I simply believe that if I am to escort you to and from work, it would indeed equate to working two jobs, and I, too, require time to rest. Hu Yen cast a detached glance at him, unmasking his pretenses. Secretary Lin, can you not act a bit more convincingly? If you enjoy performing, I could enroll you in an acting class. Lin Yong fell silent, realizing that the suggestion of classes would surely put him in a foul mood. Hu Yen then laid down his terms. My chauffeur's salary is not significantly less than what you earn as my secretary. If you were to take on the role of chauffeur, I could offer you double the salary. Old Zhang had been with the Hua family for over a decade, and the family trusted him, compensating him handsomely. Upon hearing double salary, Lin Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement, the thrill almost radiating through his glasses. He couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. It was no wonder he was tempted. Although the position of secretary lacked prestige, he was the personal secretary to a CEO, earning 2 or 3 times what other secretaries made. The prospect of double salary was nothing short of a dream, envisioning himself as a blissful young man. He could even afford to indulge in a feast for one, doubling his portions. Who could rival his ambition? Noticing Lin Yang's struggle to suppress a grin, Hu Yen couldn't help but let a hint of a smile creep into his eyes. So, Secretary Lin, can you accept this proposal? Lin Yong eagerly nodded. Absolutely, I accept. However, he quickly realized that such enthusiasm made his intentions glaringly obvious. He clasped his hands together, adopting a more demure posture. In truth, I'm not overly concerned about the double salary, he added, wiping away an involuntary droplet of saliva. Primarily, I see that Mr. Hu genuinely requires my assistance, and as your employee, I must be dedicated. Hu Yen raised his chin slightly. Understood. Secretary Lin, since you are not motivated by money, I shall refrain from offering double the salary, to avoid tarnishing your dedication. Lin Yong's eyes widened in alarm. That simply won't do. Seeing Hu Yen's cold gaze fixed upon him softened Lin Yong's tone. Mr. Hua, we had already agreed that it's not primarily about the money. I merely believe that constantly revising the contract terms is not beneficial for either party involved. Hu Yen was genuinely amused by Lin Yong's earnestness, chuckling softly as he glanced at Lin Yong, who was grasping the car keys. Then let us exit the vehicle. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Yong approached this situation with caution. After showering and donning the pajamas Hu Yen had gifted him, he emerged and directly inquired, Mr. Hua, which room shall I sleep in? At that moment, Hu Yen was retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Taking a sip, upon hearing Lin Yong's voice, he turned to face him. Lin Yong had rushed out, his hair still damp, droplets cascading down his face, enhancing his fresh and soft appearance. Which room does Secretary Lin wish to occupy? Hu Yen inquired, his long fingers grasping the stem of a wine glass. Through the ruby-red liquid, Lin Yong's visage appeared almost encased within the glass, trapped with nowhere to escape. The small droplets on the glass mirrored the contours of Lin Yong's eyelids. Hu Yen squinted, his deep-set eyes swirling with intrigue. His secretary, on occasion, possessed a certain allure. Lin Yong was oblivious to Hu Yen's thoughts. He merely sensed an insidious glint in Huyen's gaze. Typically, when a boss scrutinizes you, it rarely bodes well. It either signifies discontent with your work performance or a looming assignment. Either way, it rarely heralds good news. Lin Yang smiled ingratiatingly. Of course, I shall defer to your arrangement, Mr. Hua. Wherever you designate for me to sleep is perfectly fine, even if it's on the sofa. Given the generous salary you've provided, I can certainly manage a night on the sofa. After all, the sofa in a CEO's residence was likely as spacious as his own bed, if not more comfortable. Then you shall sleep in my bedroom, Huyen declared, placing the wine glass on the table. Lin Yang? Are you jesting, Mr. Hua? I've already troubled you once. I wouldn't want to impose again. I can manage to sleep well on my own. Internally, Lin Yang was screaming, please don't come any closer. Observing the evidently flustered expression on Lin Yang's face, Huyen gently propped his head up with one hand, lazily lifting his eyelids. His gaze was cool and indifferent, and his thin lips parted slightly. Secretary Lin, do I appear to be someone who enjoys jesting? Chapter 36. Secretary Lin, do you know what it means to provide companionship during sleep? The smile on Lin Yang's face froze at the corners. How could a man of few words like the domineering CEO possibly be joking? If he were to jest, it would surely be with the female lead. Huyen noted the sudden pallor of Lin Yang's complexion, the blood seemingly drained from his face. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. His mood evidently improved. What did you think I summoned you to my residence for? Lin Yang? Wasn't it to serve as his chauffeur? Wasn't it merely to facilitate tomorrow's journey for President Hua? If that were the case, a mere driver could suffice. Why was it necessary for him to play the role of chauffeur? No, wait, Lin Yang suddenly realized. Since being a chauffeur was merely an ancillary condition, what was the true intent? He gazed at Huyen in horror. Huyen curled his lips slightly. Secretary Lin, from the very beginning, my sole desire was for you to sleep in my room. Then why did you ask me where I wanted to sleep earlier? Wasn't that akin to wiping oneself after a bowel movement and then revealing one had intended to defecate all along? President Hua, if memory serves, my duties are limited to those of your chauffeur and secretary. So what does that imply?
Huoyan le sureli regarded Lin Yang.
He was well aware that his secretary was reluctant to share a bed with him. He had discerned that during their last encounter. He was curious to see what excuse Lin Yang would conjure this time. Lin Yang clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. President Hua, providing companionship during sleep is not within my purview. I am a proper secretary. He maintained a serious expression as he gazed at Huyen. One's dignity must not be trampled upon. Who would want to sleep with their boss, especially one who resembled a male lead from a domineering CEO novel? If one day the female lead were to unexpectedly stay overnight and discovered they had shared a bed, how could he explain? Would he claim they were merely friends, or that their relationship was strictly hierarchical? How would they arrange their sleeping arrangements? Would he sleep on the sofa, allowing the female lead to occupy the spot he had previously slept in? Indeed, his relationship with Huyen was quite straightforward. Yet, the mere thought of such a scenario felt oddly unsettling. Companionship during sleep? Huyen couldn't help but chuckle. Secretary Lin, do you know what this so-called service typically entails? His languid gaze unabashedly roamed Lin Yang's form, unreserved and bold. Lin Yang involuntarily shivered, feeling as though he were being stripped bare. He quickly wrapped his arms around himself, watching Huyen with a wary expression. What are you doing? Despite firmly believing that Huyen, as the male lead of a domineering CEO novel, would only be interested in the female lead, the way Huyen was scrutinizing him made him feel a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps Lin Yang himself was unaware that the tips of his ears were tinged with a faint blush, appearing quite delectable. Huyen's deep gaze shifted, his eyes as clear and distinct as ink on parchment. However, Secretary Lin. His cold gaze appraised Lin Yang from head to toe, and he scoffed lightly. In terms of appearance, you are barely presentable. Yet, your physique is far too lacking to qualify as a companion for such frivolous endeavors. Lin Yang's fists tightened. Wait, why must you disparage me so harshly? I merely sought an excuse. Was it necessary to demean me in such a manner? I am merely an NPC who occasionally speaks a line of dialogue under specific circumstances. Do not go too far. If that is the case, then President Hua, kindly arrange a room for me, or I can sleep on the sofa. Huyen narrowed his eyes. So, Secretary Lin, you mean to say you are unwilling to share a bed with me? Primarily because neither of my two roles encompasses such a responsibility, Lin Yong shrugged helplessly, resigning himself to the situation. Regardless, he was adamant about not wanting to sleep with Huyen anymore. It was far too uncomfortable. Huyen, with his cold gaze, scrutinized Lin Yong for a lengthy moment. Lin Yong, unfazed, leaned back against the chair, allowing Huyen to observe him freely. He had expected that, true to Huyen's domineering nature, he would become enraged upon hearing Lin Yang's firm stance. To his surprise, Huyen remained silent for a while, then shifted his position, lazily resting his head on his hand as he said, "Understood." Lin Yong raised an eyebrow in astonishment, not anticipating to hear a conciliatory word from Huyen. Before he could respond, Huyen, in a curt manner, uttered two words, 100,000. Lin Yong blinked in confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning. Huyen continued, "This is your compensation for providing companionship during sleep." Lin Yong blinked again, utterly bewildered. "What do you mean, President Hua? Did you not just say I lack the qualifications for such an arrangement?" He instinctively clutched the collar of his shirt. Was he truly coveting his beauty? Huyen was amused by his reaction. "Secretary Lin, do you genuinely believe you could play the role of an indecent secretary?" Lin Yong opened his mouth, but decided against further argument. Noticing the frustrated expression on Lin Yang's face, Huyen smirked, his voice still icy. "I mentioned that I was merely indulging your preference for such terminology. Rest assured, there will be no such service. You are simply expected to sleep beside me as you did last time." Yet, Lin Yong was still unwilling. In truth, he did not believe Huyen would genuinely expect him to provide such a service. This was a domineering CEO novel, after all. Even if Huyen had not yet developed feelings for the female lead, he would not be interested in a man. Even if it were purely innocent, Lin Yong had no desire to share a bed with Huyen. Spending a night with his boss would surely shorten his lifespan by a decade. "President Hua, why go through this? Sharing a bed is hardly comfortable for one person, and besides, 200,000. Huyen interrupted him directly, his voice cold and authoritative, carrying an undeniable air of command. Lin Yong was taken aback, blinking in confusion. "President Hua, may I ask what the 200,000 refers to?" He clenched his hands in excitement. The mere mention of financial matters had caused Secretary Lin's eyes to sparkle like a hamster spotting a treasure. Huyen smirked. "That is your salary for 1 month of companionship during sleep. Is this not a joke? 200,000 for a month? That amounts to 2 million over 10 months. 200 million over a decade." Lin Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. With such an income, who needed a 5 million lottery ticket? The lottery win would be heavily taxed, whereas earning 200,000 a month, combined with the salaries of chauffeur and secretary, would allow him to forego returning to his previous world. He could simply work here for 2 or 3 years, then resign and live a carefree life at home. Even if the female lead ended up with Huyen, for the sake of that 200,000, he felt compelled to inquire whether their relationship could accommodate his simple role of companionship during sleep. "What do you think, Secretary Lin?" Huyen regarded Lin Yong quietly, exuding an air of assured victory. The reaction of Secretary Lin was clearly written on his face. It was unmistakably evident. "Can we draft the contract right now? 200,000. That is indeed a staggering sum." His concern was not that Huyen would refuse to pay him this amount, but rather that after spending the night with him, Huyen might find the experience less than satisfactory and choose not to continue their arrangement, thus only compensating him for that single day's service, a significant loss. Chapter 37. Secretary Lin, do you have an inclination towards men? Typically, Lin Yong would evade Huyen's gaze, his demeanor replete with a sense of trepidation. It was the first time Huyen had witnessed Lin Yong looking at him with such eager anticipation. Those exquisite peach blossom eyes sparkled brightly, a stark contrast to their usual dullness, which bore the weight of profound exhaustion. Now, they radiated vitality, glittering with flecks of starlight. Huyen parted his lips slightly and uttered 2 words with an air of nonchalance. "Of course." Instantly, Lin Yong utilized the computer and printer in Huyen's study to produce 2 copies of the contract. The document clearly stated that he was to provide companionship in the form of sharing a bed, explicitly noting that this arrangement excluded any other intimate actions. The words 200,000 were deliberately emphasized, bolded for clarity. Upon perusing this contract, Huyen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Secretary Lin, what does the fine print imply? What do you mean by other intimate actions?" Huyen smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Surely, you do not believe I would covet your physique?" The mockery in his gaze was overt. Lin Yong clenched his fists tightly, feeling the tension in his grip. He had already agreed to share a bed. Did that not warrant a modicum of caution on his part? Mr. Hua, I certainly did not mean that, Lin Yong asserted, his expression resolute, his eyes brimming with sincerity. I merely fear that your striking looks might prove irresistible, and I could inadvertently find myself acting upon my impulses. As he contemplated the prospect of that monthly 200,000, a disarming smile crept onto Lin Yang's face, embodying the quintessential demeanor of a modern-day worker. Huyen narrowed his eyes, a tempest of thoughts swirling within their elongated depths. Secretary Lin, do you have a penchant for men? Absolutely not, Mr. Hua. I am as straight as an iron rod, even more so than a telephone pole, he declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I harbor no unseemly thoughts towards you. After uttering these words, Lin Yong felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. He understood that Huyen despised individuals who attempted to use their professional responsibilities as a pretext to infiltrate his personal life. He had heard tales from older colleagues about a female Ph.D. who returned from overseas to serve as Huyen's personal secretary. She was undoubtedly competent, and Huyen had expressed satisfaction with her work, even granting her several raises. However, she misinterpreted Huyen's indifference to women as a sign of affection. Seizing an opportunity during a business trip to saunter into his hotel room clad only in a bathrobe, devoid of any undergarments, intending to pounce on him, she was swiftly ejected from the room. The very next day, she was dismissed, not even afforded the chance to return to the office. Lin Yong could not afford to let Huyen misconstrue his intentions. Moreover, he had no interest in men to begin with. What is the purpose of this stipulation then? Is it possible that you are simply too attractive, blurring the lines between male and female? Lin Yong fabricated on the spot. I fear that one day, in a daze, I might mistakenly perceive you as a woman and act inappropriately. Huyen fell silent for the first time, taken aback. Dare not to act inappropriately towards me? Huyen squinted, contemplating the absurdity of the scenario. Given Secretary Lin's foolishness, it was indeed plausible that he might engage in such behavior. His disheveled hair, eyes squinted shut, groping around in a haze, perhaps even sporting a silly grin with drool at the corners of his mouth. The thought alone was amusing. Huyen brushed it aside, his gaze returning to the bolded figure of 200,000. Secretary Lin, do you possess a fondness for money? Is that even a question? Who does not appreciate wealth? Those who claim disinterest in money are invariably the affluent, Lin Yong retorted, albeit with a touch of restraint as he scratched the back of his head. The core of the matter is that Mr. Hua, your willingness to pay me such a lavish salary for a night of companionship signifies your deep need for my presence. Since you require my assistance so earnestly, I am eager to fulfill your needs. Huyen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This line of reasoning seemed eerily familiar. How amusing it was to witness his secretary's clumsy attempts at deception. It was evident that attempting to sleep in the same bed as the boss was a decidedly restless endeavor. Regardless of the compensation, slumber remained elusive. Lin Yong lay there with his eyes closed for what felt like an eternity before conceding defeat. He opened his eyes to the pitch-black room and tentatively called out, Mr. Hua, are you asleep? There was no response from behind him. Contemplating further, he tried again. Mr. Hua? This time, a voice emerged from the shadows. Speak. Huyen's voice was low, tinged with a palpable coldness and impatience, laced with a hint of drowsiness. It appeared he had nearly succumbed to slumber, only to be roused by Lin Yang's interruption. Oh no, he had disturbed the financier's rest. Truly, a reckless endeavor. Haha. Mr. Hua, you are still awake? What is keeping you from slumber? Perhaps the absence of a sleeping aid?
Lin Yang swallowed hard,
attempting to infuse concern into his tone to dissuade Huyen from his murderous intent. And what do you think? Huyen's voice cut through the air, icily. Were it not for your sudden call, do you believe I would struggle to sleep? Mr. Hua, I assure you it was not intentional, Lin Yong stammered. Huyen let out a cold snort. State your purpose directly. Lin Yong chuckled nervously, hastily shifting the conversation. Actually, there's nothing pressing. I merely wish to inquire why you insist on having me share a bed with you. Surely, it cannot be that you are simply at a loss for how to spend your wealth, seeking to allocate it to such peculiar pursuits? Secretary Lin, do you recall the incident from that night? Huyen's deep voice resonated from behind him. Lin Yong certainly remembered. It was an absurdity to have knocked out the boss, a story so outrageous that it would terrify any future employer if it were to appear on his resume. Mr. Hua, I truly did not intend for that to happen. The cold, calm tone offered no hint of emotion, leaving Lin Yong to speculate whether Huyen still held a grudge. A wave of panic coursed through him. What if the boss now intended to retract the 200,000 contract? Huyen appeared unconcerned about Lin Yang's intentions, continuing, "That night I slept remarkably well." Lin Yong? Surely, this man could not have been rendered daft by his blow? Mr. Hua, might I suggest that perhaps you were unconscious and thus lost track of time? Who would confuse unconsciousness with sleep? If that were the case, would it not imply that the many individuals in intensive care were simply enjoying splendid sleep? Do you truly believe I am that foolish? Huyen's chilling voice sliced through the air. Lin Yong felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a cold wind had swept through the room. Well then, Mr. Hua. Lin Yong hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. To claim that he was knocked unconscious by him and say that he slept soundly is sheer folly. Is it not? Hence, I conducted an experiment last night. Otherwise, why do you suppose I refrained from taking medication while sleeping? And why would I choose to share a bed with you, Secretary Lin, who wears such a foolish expression? Chapter 38. Secretary Lin, I sense that you are particularly unique. Lin Yong. It was he who insisted on sharing a bed and even went so far as to step on him. He is merely an NPC, having done nothing to provoke. So, Mr. Hua, your conclusion is that as long as I share a bed with you, your insomnia will be cured? Huyen scoffed. You're quite astute. Lin Yong cautiously posed a question. Mr. Hua, could it be that it's not merely your sleep alongside mine that alleviates your insomnia, but rather that having someone to share the bed with prevents you from sleeplessness? Initially, he had been quite certain that only the female lead could cure the CEO's insomnia. However, witnessing the CEO sleep soundly beside him, his perspective shifted. Could it be that, regardless of with whom he shares a bed, the CEO finds slumber? The CEO appears to be a baby who simply needs companionship to sleep. Previously, he had always slept alone, and by a twist of fate, found himself sharing a bed with the female lead. Naturally, he assumed it was her presence that enabled him to sleep well. With the situation having developed to this point, Lin Yong could only think along these lines. Secretary Lin, do you imply that I should seek someone else to sleep with? Am I merely your experimental guinea pig? Lin Yong felt a sense of unease, as if Huyen's tone had turned icier than usual. One need not seek many individuals, he stammered, awkwardly scratching his face and shifting his body forward, instinctively trying to distance himself from Huyen. Tentatively, he asked, Mr. Hua, have you ever slept with Miss Jiang? Even if only in the same space. He still believed that the female lead's character was undeniably distinctive. Regardless, her influence on Huyen surely differed from that of others. Zhang Wanwan? Huyen narrowed his eyes. The stark contrast of his ink-black irises was now veiled with a dangerous glimmer. This woman seems to hold a special significance for my Secretary Lin. At first, he thought that Secretary Lin was enamored with her, but now it appeared that he was more inclined to introduce Zhang Wanwan to him, hoping to spark his interest. Had he not previously suspected Secretary Lin's behavior toward Zhang Wanwan was somewhat off and conducted an investigation, he might have believed that Secretary Lin had accepted money from Zhang Wanwan to draw closer to him. Why would I sleep with her? The icy voice concealed a latent threat. Do you perceive me as someone who casually seeks out companionship? To even consider finding a mere secretary to share a bed with? How indiscriminate! Certainly, Mr. Hua is not that sort of person, Lin Yong retorted, fabricating excuses. I merely noticed your recent close interactions with Miss Jiang. It's the first time I've seen you so concerned about a woman. She must hold a special place in your heart. Although Huyen had seemingly not met the female lead recently, it was evident that their dealings regarding the Jiang family were ongoing. Lin Yong believed that Huyen must have private communications with the female lead. After all this time, he couldn't fathom that Huyen harbored no feelings for her. That would contradict the typical romantic progression in such stories. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Huyen merely chuckled. Isn't it you, Secretary Lin, who finds her exceptional? Lin Yong? If memory serves me right, did you not declare upon first meeting her that she was unlike any woman you had encountered? Huyen sneered. One might think you've never seen a woman in your life, yet I observe you conversing quite freely with the female colleagues at the company. Lin Yong. Is this truly the succinct and reticent CEO? His tongue seems venomous. Mr. Hua, Miss Jiang is entirely different from those women who seek to ingratiate themselves with you. She is independent and untainted by the mire. Do you truly not find her remarkable? Lin Yong felt a pang of injustice, as if he were trying to beat some sense into him. How could the CEO overlook such an exceptional female lead standing before him? Yet, Huyen indeed showed no interest in Jiang Wanwan. Not only was he disinterested, but he even felt a twinge of annoyance as Lin Yong incessantly praised her. Compared to her, I find you, Secretary Lin, to be the more extraordinary. Lin Yong? No, Mr. Hua, in what way am I exceptional? I am but an ordinary little secretary. Lin Yong earnestly reasoned. Look at Miss Jiang. She is stunningly beautiful, intelligent, and fiercely independent. I cannot hold a candle to her. Before Lin Yong could finish his sentence, Huyen interrupted him. Foolishly exceptional. Lin Yong. To think he had assumed Huyen was genuinely complimenting him, only to realize he was being scolded instead. His words were brief yet laced with a biting sting, making him feel more insulted than any vulgarity could achieve. Is there anything else to discuss, Secretary Lin? Nothing at all. How could he say anything else when he was silenced by that remark? He would have to devise a plan regarding the female lead later. Relying solely on words seemed futile. Huyen remained oblivious. More opportunities for them to interact must be sought. Huyen chuckled lightly, then let us sleep. His tone shifted to a chilling coldness, leaving Lin Yong questioning whether he had indeed heard correctly. With work awaiting them the next day and time slipping away, Lin Yong hastily closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Before long, he sensed rustling behind him. Huyen's body pressed against his back, the strong contours of his chest radiating a sense of security. Lin Yong felt an inexplicable warmth flooding his face and instinctively shifted away. Mr. Hua, he stammered, his throat tightening. It was not strange to think such thoughts. Two grown men should not sleep so closely. Huyen, perhaps unaware of the implications, remained unperturbed. However, Lin Yong had heard enough from friends who indulged in various tales, where friendships often began with one party seeking an excuse to share a bed. Huyen remained composed. 20,000. The simplicity of those 3 words rendered Lin Yong momentarily speechless. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yong resolved that for the sake of that 20,000, he would endure Huyen's weight upon him as long as no inappropriate actions were taken. Yet, when he awoke the next morning, he found that Huyen truly was lying atop him. This marked the first time in his life that he had risen before the alarm sounded. There was no choice. If he didn't awaken soon, he would suffocate to death. Chapter 39. Secretary Lin, do you always make such a commotion when you rise? Lin Yong felt as though a colossal stone was pressing down upon his chest, making it laborious for him to breathe. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and immediately perceived the object weighing upon him. The good news was that it was not a stone, but merely an arm. The bad news, however, was that his own hands were obediently resting beside his head, leaving him to wonder whose arm it was that intruded upon his space. With a twinge of discomfort, he turned his head to glance behind him. Huyen was alarmingly close. As he turned, Huyen's chiseled, profound visage came into view. Lin Yang's pupils contracted, as if his entire field of vision could only accommodate Huyen's magnified handsome face. The distance between them was scarcely the span of a fist. Huyen's warm breath brushed against Lin Yang's face, causing him to blink in a fluster, his cheeks flushing. He could not deny that the visual impact of that face was indeed overwhelming. For a fleeting moment, Lin Yong felt as if his breath had nearly ceased. He hastily averted his gaze. Following the length of Huyen's arm, he noticed that it lay upon his chest, encircling his arm. The position they found themselves in was rather ambiguous. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Lin Yong, prompting him to sit upright in bed. His movement inadvertently roused Huyen. Before Lin Yong could catch his breath, he heard Huyen's dark, brooding voice resonating beneath him. Secretary Lin, do you always create such a ruckus when you get up? Lin Yong stiffly lowered his head. Upon seeing Huyen, it felt as though the sky had fallen. Huyen was already awake. His naturally aloof face was now etched with resentment and impatience, akin to a weary employee who, after a long week of toil, had just finished packing up to relish a weekend at home, only to be confronted by a boss who, with a mere crack of the door, announced the need for weekend overtime. Mr. Hua, might it be that the alarm had merely gone off and I turned it off just before you heard it? After serving as Huyen's secretary for nearly 2 months, Lin Yong had mastered the art of lying without batting an eye. However, this time, even fate seemed unwilling to assist him. No sooner had he spoken than his phone, resting on the bed, erupted with an insistent ring. The sound of the alarm was jarring. Lin Yong was now drenched in sweat. He flashed a nervous smile at Huyen and quickly turned to retrieve his phone. The device felt as though it were searing hot in his hands, flipping and flopping until he finally managed to secure it. He hastily silenced the alarm. At the moment the ringing ceased, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. Lin Yong exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow before finally raising his gaze to Huyen. Huyen had propped himself up, saying nothing, but merely casting a detached glance at the phone in Lin Yang's hand before turning his gaze back to him. The implication was unmistakable. Lin Yong quickly concealed the phone behind him. It was merely a call I received. I hung up. His words were a feeble attempt at misdirection. Fortunately, Huyen seemed unconvinced. Is that so? Yet I could have sworn the alarm I heard yesterday bore the same tone. Huyen's cold, piercing eyes scrutinized Lin Yong. Secretary Lin, could you kindly elucidate? Well, it is quite normal for alarms to share the same sound. Lin Yong defended himself. Mr. Hua, the alarm had indeed gone off. Huyen lifted his eyelids slightly to regard him, unhurried. His long, thick eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyelids. Secretary Lin, Huyen called out leisurely, his tone languid and unhurried, reminiscent of a capricious superior. The nonchalant cadence sent a chill down Lin Yang's spine. Is there something amiss, Mr. Hua? Lin Yong found it difficult to suppress his unease. Am I to understand that you cannot tell time? Or are you oblivious to when my alarm is set to go off? Huyen, having released him, Lin Yong hastily clutched his clothing and made his exit. Huyen observed his hasty retreat with a slight smirk, as if one unacquainted with the situation might presume they had shared something rather more intimate the previous night, like a hamster scurrying away with its sunflower seeds, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake, clumsy and foolish. His intention in having Lin Yong accompany him was quite simple. Having Lin Yong sleep beside him was far more effective than any sleeping pill. For him, it was the superior version of a sedative. Yet, witnessing Lin Yong clutching him in terror the previous night, as if he were a threat, was amusingly reminiscent of a startled hamster. Secretary Lin is rather amusing. He suddenly found the notion of it not entirely unpalatable. The news of Lin Yong driving Huyen to work had reached Yu Xiaoxiao's ears. In the same break room, Yu Xiaoxiao remained silent for an extended period before lifting her head, regarding Lin Yong with a grave expression. Secretary Lin, you have deceived the organization. Today you once again brought Mr. Hua to the company. In light of our past camaraderie, I shall grant you an opportunity to defend yourself. Is there anything you wish to say? Lin Yong replied, have you watched any peculiar dramas lately? I have nothing to defend. He inhaled deeply, his expression somber. Yu Xiaoxiao appeared taken aback. She opened her mouth, as if she had just learned of a comrade's betrayal in a cinematic narrative, shaking her head in disbelief. No, she covered her face in anguish. Secretary Lin, you. She faltered, her pain rendering her speechless. Lin Yong interjected. He merely indulged her in a performance. And now she seems quite addicted to it. Comrade Yu, it is not that I wish to betray the organization. Rather, the offer was simply too enticing. He directly offered me double the salary. Comrade Yu, what would you choose in my position? What? Double salary? Yu Xiaoxiao's aspirations of an Oscar-worthy performance vanished upon hearing this. Why should I not? Lin Yong smirked, mimicking Huyen's earlier demeanor as he languidly continued. I am now both his driver and his secretary. What's wrong with earning double salary for two roles? Yu Xiaoxiao retorted, if memory serves, you mentioned just yesterday that a boss would never voluntarily offer double the salary. And yet you received it today? Lin Yong stroked his chin, a smug expression on his face. What can I say? I am simply too capable, Mr. Hua values my contributions. Yu Xiaoxiao scoffed, your face has changed. Lin Yong chuckled, I call it being adaptable. He shook his head with an air of enigmatic wisdom. The rules of the workplace are quite intricate, Comrade Yu. You must practice more. Yu Xiaoxiao grimaced. After Lin Yong cheerfully sipped his coffee, Yu Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, finally unable to contain herself. She shook Lin Yang's shoulders. Secretary Lin, the role of driver is intricately linked to Mr. Hua's well-being. Do you not comprehend this? Let me take over. Lin Yong replied. The position of driver is inseparable from the responsibilities of a domineering CEO's bedfellow. He wondered how she would react upon discovering that not only did he serve as Huyen's driver, but he also shared his bed each night. If she were truly compelled to come, she would likely be rather reluctant. However, even if she were indifferent, he would not permit it. After all, it was a matter of 200,000. Who would willingly turn their back on such a sum? Chapter 40. Secretary Lin, can you cook? Due to the necessity of accompanying Huyen at night, Lin Yong found himself without even a moment to return home. He had originally intended to find a time to go back and retrieve a few sets of clothing. However, Huyen opened a wardrobe for him, revealing it brimming with garments tailored to his size. The quality appeared superior to the outfit Huyen had previously gifted him for a banquet, and there were even several sets of sleepwear. Underwear and socks were plentiful as well. Lin Yong was taken aback. Mr. Hua, are all these clothes meant for me? Huyen, seated on the sofa, merely lifted his eyelids and cast a cool glance in his direction. Do you not like them? That is not the case. Lin Yong replied candidly. Who would refuse such wealth? With so many luxury items, even selling them secondhand would likely afford a home in a second or third-tier city. He simply found it somewhat ambiguous regarding their relationship. What was this sensation of being supported? While a salary increase was one matter, being gifted clothing was altogether different. To put it simply, in any typical romance novel featuring a domineering CEO, would the president really purchase clothing for his secretary? It would be a blessing if his salary simply remained intact. Do you not want them? Huyen narrowed his eyes slightly, setting aside the documents in his hand. His cold gaze, with the corners of his eyes slightly raised, emanated an air of aloofness. Of course not. Well, perhaps a little. Mr. Hua, may I inquire why you have purchased so many clothes for me? He scratched his face. You wouldn't expect me to offset this with my salary, would you? It was not entirely implausible. During his university days, he had worked a summer job at a subway station where he had to purchase his own uniform, spending 100 or so with great reluctance. 1 million? He would shatter his teeth before he could afford that. Huyen remained silent for 2 seconds, his tranquil eyes revealing a hint of exasperation. Secretary Lin, do you truly believe I would concern myself over such a trifling sum? Lin Yong, not at all. Yet what did he mean by such a trifling sum? An honest worker had crumbled a little inside. If 1 million worth of clothing was merely trifling, what did that make his meager monthly salary? Such an insignificant amount had not even warranted a raise. Mr. Hua, may I boldly ask, can I sell these clothes? Huyen's motion to glance at the documents halted abruptly. He frowned, perplexed by what was going through Secretary Lin's mind. What do you think? Huyen asked coolly. Lin Yong felt a chill run down his spine, instantly discarding that notion. Of course, I wouldn't sell them. These are gifts from you, Mr. Hua, something I would take to my grave. He would secretly sell them later. He was certain Huyen wouldn't remember which items he had purchased. Huyen, no need for that. To be honest, this arrangement of companionship was quite favorable. He need not worry about utilities, and daily meals were provided without any hassle on his part. His greatest dilemmas each day revolved around what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The ingredients were of the highest quality. After spending 2 days at Huyen's residence, Lin Yong felt liberated from the burden of unused food delivery vouchers. Aside from sharing a bed with Huyen, everything else was remarkably comfortable. Huyen spoke little, only managing to keep an eye on him during their bedtime. However, the capitalist mentality was ever present, and Lin Yong discovered that Huyen intended to increase his workload. Secretary Lin, can you cook? Having just placed his chopsticks down after a delightful dinner, Lin Yang's counterpart suddenly posed the question. Lin Yong immediately became alert. Mr. Hua, what do you mean by that? Seeing his heightened vigilance, Huyen furrowed his brow. It's quite bothersome to have meals delivered every day. If you can cook, it would be far more convenient. Lin Yong promptly replied, Mr. Hua, that responsibility does not fall within my job description. He outright refused. That would require a different rate. Having received payment for the previous 2 instances of driving and companionship, Lin Yong now spoke with greater assertiveness. He had come to realize that the domineering CEO possessed a degree of humanity when it came to financial matters, provided the reasoning was sound. Huyen's well-defined brows knitted together slightly. During the past few nights, their proximity while sleeping had been quite close. This morning, he had even woken up facing Secretary Lin. He instinctively disliked the clear delineation Secretary Lin was making between their personal matters. How much do you want? His finger rhythmically tapped the table. Although his tone remained unchanged, akin to a machine, Lin Yong sensed an undercurrent of impatience and irritation. But upon reflection, it seemed that the CEO was often displeased, so he did not dwell on it. It is not a matter of money, Mr. Hua. Lin Yong was about to elaborate when Huyen interrupted coldly. Secretary Lin, I do not appreciate idle chatter. Lin Yong, Oh dear. The CEO appeared genuinely upset. Surely, he did not think Lin Yang would, like before, come up with various excuses to evade responsibility, only to eventually agree to a salary increase. Lin Yang took a deep breath. Mr. Hua, is it possible that I genuinely cannot cook? Lin Yang spread his hands, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Do I strike you as someone who would pass up an opportunity to earn money? Had I known your kitchen required my assistance, I would have certainly honed my culinary skills long ago. This was indeed irrefutable. Huyen narrowed his eyes, still unwilling to let the matter rest. He disliked the smell of cooking oil and despised having others loitering in his home. Since acquiring this property, he had never set foot in the kitchen. Meals were typically prepared by servants from his old residence or ordered from restaurants. Since sharing breakfast and dinner with Secretary Lin, he inexplicably found himself wanting to see Lin Yang bustling about in the kitchen. Given Secretary Lin's apparent lack of culinary prowess, he imagined it would provide him with ample amusement. Do you truly not know how to cook? It seemed he was intent on squeezing every last bit out of him. Lin Yang scratched his face, contemplating. He then looked up with sincerity in his eyes. Does boiling instant noodles count? I'm quite adept at it, Mr. Hua. The flavor I create is unmatched by the average person. Huyen. It appeared he genuinely did not possess any culinary skills. Huyen regarded him with a mix of exasperation and resignation. Forget it, Secretary Lin. I want a meal, not a survival strategy. What did he mean by that? Did he look down on his instant noodles? Or perhaps he was dismissing the skill involved in preparing them. Just because he could whip up a delicious bowl of instant noodles did not mean it wasn't a culinary art. People in K-country boast about their instant noodles as if they were preparing a national banquet. Wasn't he being modest? If all else fails, Mr. Hua, I can also whip up a decent fried rice dish. Just take a look. Lin Yang looked at Huyen with an ingratiating smile. If the domineering CEO could accept a meal prepared together, he wouldn't mind putting in a little extra effort. Chapter 41. Secretary Lin, practice more dishes. Huyen, the most formidable CEO in the novel, was born with a silver spoon. Having lived nearly 30 years, he had never heard of such a thing as preparing a meal together. However, upon seeing Secretary Lin's obsequious grin, he could easily surmise that it was hardly a good thing. Secretary Lin, I truly believe you are incapable of cooking, Huyen remarked. Lin Yang thought, so, should I smile now that I have gained the trust of the CEO? The remark was not overtly aggressive, yet deeply insulting. Perhaps I should offer him some compensation. Haha. Thank you, Mr. Hua, for your trust. Observing Lin Yang's grimace, which was more pitiable than a frown, Huyen curled the corners of his lips. He stood up from his chair, walked past Lin Yang, and, as if struck by a sudden thought, paused. Secretary Lin, he called, turning back to face him.
Lin Yang.
Confused, turned his head towards him. Huyen smirked. Practice more dishes. I hope you truly get the chance to earn that money. After casting a glance at Lin Yang's stunned expression, he turned to leave. As he watched Huyen's leisurely retreating figure, Lin Yang snapped back to reality, clenching his fists in frustration. In a fit of anger, he resolved to learn how to cook. Once the male and female leads progressed in their relationship, perhaps the CEO would no longer require his presence for companionship, and he might even earn some money through his culinary skills. On Friday night, after dropping Huyen off at home, Lin Yang presented the car keys to him. Huyen raised an eyebrow at the offered keys. What do you mean, Secretary Lin? The warm light inside the car illuminated Huyen's face, yet his icy demeanor remained unchanged. Lin Yang felt a bit intimidated, hesitating whether to withdraw his hand. But thinking of his weekend, he extended his hand with renewed determination. Mr. Hua, tomorrow is the weekend. And so? Huyen replied nonchalantly. The CEO truly did not comprehend the significance of the weekend for a working individual. I should be heading home. Huyen's brow furrowed slightly as he leaned back, his expression suggesting displeasure. Are you implying that you will spend the weekend at home and not come here? It appeared he was somewhat displeased. Such is the nature of a boss. Hearing that you do not wish to work overtime does not typically bring joy. Despite this, Lin Yang was determined to advocate for the rights of a working individual. Mr. Hua, isn't the weekend our company's designated rest period? I believe it's quite reasonable for me to return home. Huyen's frown deepened, his sharp brows and deep-set eyes revealing a storm brewing within. What about the work of companionship? Lin Yang replied, there must be rest days, right? Working every single day of the year seems rather unreasonable. To prevent Huyen from insisting he accompany him over the weekend, he had left the working hours undefined in the contract. Fortunately, each time he submitted documents to Huyen, the CEO merely glanced at them without scrutiny. It was evident that the portrayal of CEOs in novels, casually glancing at documents, was merely for show. No wonder he always found himself puzzled by such scenes. Did they truly comprehend what they were reviewing? Perhaps the authors had them covered. Sleeping does not count as rest? Huyen's expression darkened, as if a layer of invisible frost had settled upon him. Lin Yang shrank back, his voice faltering. Sleeping is rest, but companionship should be considered work. Huyen, that does seem to hold some merit. How amusing, does it? Huyen scoffed. I see you fall asleep faster than I do and wake later, occasionally with drool at the corner of your mouth. I thought you were merely resting or slacking off at work.
Lin Yang's gaze flickered nervously.
Ahem, to be fair, I have indeed been sleeping soundly these past few days. It's just that waking up to find my phone in your grasp can be a bit disconcerting. Mr. Hua, that was included in the contract, and you still compensated me. How can it not be considered work? Huyen maintained a stern countenance, his dark eyes fixating on Lin Yang for a prolonged moment. After meeting his gaze, Lin Yang quickly averted his eyes, his long lashes casting shadows over his lower eyelids, appearing calm outwardly while his heart raced with anxiety. Huyen scrutinized him for some time, noticing his reluctance to admit defeat, before finally shifting his gaze away. He took the keys from Lin Yang's palm, his voice framed in a cool detachment. Get out of the car, Secretary Lin. Lin Yang exhaled in relief, his expression brightening as he raised his face. Then, Mr. Hua, I shall take my leave. Wishing you a pleasant weekend. He eagerly opened the car door. Just as he stepped out, the back window rolled down. Huyen looked out at him, delivering a chilling remark. Be careful on the road. Don't catch a cold from unexpected downpours.
Lin Yang almost stumbled,
cursing under his breath. He sensed an undercurrent of resentment in the CEO's words. In the realm of domineering literature, it was a grand assembly of such CEOs. When Huyen mentioned the rain, Lin Yang indeed encountered a torrential downpour on his way back. Having initially chosen a cost-effective rental, the location was somewhat remote, a 15-minute walk from the subway station. Upon exiting the subway and noticing many people carrying umbrellas, an ominous feeling washed over him. Stepping outside into the deluge felt like the sky had fallen upon him. It truly rained, and Lin Yang wondered what Huyen's mood was like now. He probably found it quite amusing. Given the weather, hailing a cab proved challenging, and the distance was rather awkward. After some consideration, he ultimately decided to brave the rain, donning his suit jacket and ran home. His insistence on returning home for the weekend had another purpose. He wished to utilize this leisure time to contemplate how to facilitate a connection between Huyen and the female lead. From what he had gathered, their relationship was progressing somewhat slowly. Lacking the female lead's contact information, he was entirely clueless about her situation. Most domineering novels were narrated from the female lead's perspective, and she must have undergone quite a bit in recent times. Lin Yang felt that Huyen's appearances were too infrequent. He needed to devise a way for them to meet. Had he known earlier not to worry about Huyen resenting him for wanting the female lead's contact details, he would have acted differently. Lin Yang's visions were grand, yet reality was harsh. How many working individuals truly managed to execute their plans over the weekend? He procrastinated on making arrangements until Sunday night, contemplating briefly before concluding that, since they were the protagonists, they would inevitably come together. He merely needed to take one step at a time. During the 2 days of rest, he spent most of his time sleeping, with little recollection of where the rest of his time went. To make matters worse, he caught a cold. On Monday, the air of discontent radiating from Lin Yang was particularly pronounced among the listless workers. Chapter 42. Secretary Lin, what do you say? Secretary Lin, why is your nose so red? In the CEO's office, Huyen noticed Lin Yang's nose as he took the documents from his hand. Because I'm a clown. I caught a cold. As Lin Yang spoke, his once refreshing voice had taken on a hoarse quality, sounding rather muffled. He cast a glance at Huyen and added, It's my fault for being too careless. I didn't heed your concern, Mr. Hua. As a result, it truly rained on Friday night, and without an umbrella, I caught a cold from being drenched. Huyen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yang for a few seconds before suddenly inquiring, Secretary Lin, does your family lineage include any Taoist practitioners of the Yin Yang and Bagua?
Lin Yang, bewildered, blinked in confusion.
Huh? No, not at all. Huiyan's lips curved into a smirk, his sharp gaze glinting with a mischievous humor. Then why does your speech carry such an odd, yin-yang tone? Lin Yang thought to himself that Huiyan's demeanor was rather peculiar as well. If it weren't for his insistence on speaking that night, would I have gotten drenched? He mused. Observing Lin Yang's speechless expression, Huiyan found it rather amusing. So, upon witnessing such torrential rain, you chose not to hail a cab and instead trudged home through the downpour? Lin Yang answered candidly, no. Taxis are expensive on rainy days, and you have to wait a long time. Huiyan paused, his hand reaching for coffee, momentarily at a loss for words. You're a bit foolish, Secretary Lin. Is the fare for a taxi more burdensome than the cost of medicine? Lin Yang replied earnestly, the expense for medication adds up. Huiyan fell silent for a couple of seconds, then pressed further. Would you rather endure the agony of illness than take a cab? His curiosity piqued. He was eager to comprehend the reasoning behind Lin Yang's thought process that had led him to select him as his secretary amidst so many candidates. Lin Yang replied straightforwardly, that's why I didn't buy any medicine. A smile revealing his pearly whites graced his face. Since I didn't spend any money, I only suffer a bit. I genuinely feel that when it comes to colds, whether one takes medicine or not, the outcome is much the same. Even with medication, the suffering persists for several days before one recovers. Without it, the duration remains unchanged. Why waste money unnecessarily? In this day and age, even the price of cold medicine has surged, while the wages of working-class individuals remain stagnant. Huiyan was rendered speechless. Given that you're unwell, why not take a leave of absence? Lin Yang responded, there is so much work that requires my attention. How could I possibly take a day off? Rest assured, Mr. Hua, although I have a cold, I will persevere and continue to work diligently. His sincerity was palpable, yet the reality was that the month was drawing to a close, and he arrived early each day solely to secure his full attendance bonus. He did not wish to forfeit several hundred yuan by taking a single day off. Huiyan mused that had it been the previous version of Secretary Lin, he might have believed such words. However, the current Secretary Lin failed to convey any semblance of sincerity. If you end up infecting everyone else and they take leave, will you then shoulder their unfinished work? Lin Yang had anticipated this scenario and promptly retrieved a crumpled mask from his pocket. It's fine, I can wear a mask. He unfolded the mask, preparing to don it. Huiyan, unable to bear the sight, interjected, there is no need. You needn't wear it in my presence. A glance at the crumpled mask in Lin Yang's hand revealed his evident disdain. Discard that mask and buy a new one, Huiyan instructed coldly. Lin Yang glanced down at his mask, feeling a twinge of grievance. Though it appeared somewhat lackluster, it was indeed new, having been unwrapped that very morning. He had merely tossed it into his pocket upon reaching his office. Not wearing it on his face, yet still facing disdain from Huiyan left him feeling somewhat melancholic as he returned the mask to his pocket. Huiyan, wishing to avert his gaze, took a sip of his coffee and reclined in his chair, pressing his fingers against his temples in a show of frustration. The veins in his exposed arms bulged with tension. Mr. Hua, is everything all right? You seem to be in a rather poor mood, Lin Yang remarked, finally noticing Huiyan's drawn expression, which had grown even more somber. It was as if a dense veil of darkness had enveloped him. His already chiseled features appeared even more pronounced. While outwardly expressing concern, Lin Yang felt a twinge of satisfaction. His cold seemed to mirror Huiyan's evident struggle. Huiyan cast a cold glance in his direction, his expression darkening further. What do you think, Secretary Lin? The icy tone of his voice settled heavily upon Lin Yang. He dared not accept such a weighty accusation. Mr. Hua, I haven't received any messages from you these past few days. I'm completely in the dark. Since the female lead's appearance, he had refrained from muting Huiyan's messages over the weekend, fearing that Huiyan might unexpectedly seek his advice on wooing her. Weren't you so eager to return on Friday? Huiyan's glower was intense, his dark eyes brimming with quiet restraint. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before grasping the implication. Mr. Hua, have you been experiencing insomnia again? The shadow cast over Huiyan's face was not merely a somber aura but rather heavy dark circles under his eyes. Lin Yang scrutinized Huiyan's gaze more closely. Was it merely his imagination? Or did Huiyan's dark circles appear even more pronounced than when Lin Yang had been his companion at night? Otherwise, why do you think I insisted you stay on Friday? Huiyan's tone was frosty. Lin Yang's mouth twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. In truth, he had merely expressed polite concern and never expected Huiyan to take it so earnestly. Mr. Hua, didn't you take any sleeping pills? Out of curiosity, he had surreptitiously glanced at Huyan's remaining stash of pills while he was in the shower, noting there were still plenty left. I did take them, Huyan replied, his expression still grim. Lin Yang sheepishly adjusted his glasses. Then why do you think I tasked you with expediting the pharmaceutical company's progress? Huh? Lin Yang was at a loss for words. Ever since the female lead's arrival, he had stopped pushing the pharmaceutical company, subconsciously believing that her presence would soon alleviate Huyan's insomnia. Secretary Lin, as my night companion, do you have nothing to express? Huyan's gaze bore into him. I pay you such a generous salary in hopes of overcoming my insomnia. Yet, due to you, I have endured 2 nights of sleeplessness. Do you have nothing to say? Lin Yang felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. The mention of 200,000 made him feel a flicker of guilt. Who else would be willing to offer him such a sum merely to share a blanket and chat? Mr. Hua, I'll contact the pharmaceutical company shortly and urge them to expedite the development of the new product. Huyan's intense stare bore into Lin Yang, his silence laden with unspoken tension. Lin Yang, feeling increasingly uneasy, lowered his gaze, fully aware of Huyan's intentions. It was simply a desire for him to remain as his night companion over the weekend. Yet, how could he possibly sacrifice his precious weekend? Weekends were meant for solitude and leisure. Chapter 43. Secretary Lin, do you truly harbor such fondness for her? Mr. Hua, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to attend to work. Lin Yang could no longer withstand Huyan's penetrating gaze and sought to make his escape. Huyan called out to him, Secretary Lin. Lin Yang froze in place, paralyzed with reluctance. Huyan raised his gaze to meet Lin Yang's. I have a client meeting on Friday evening. You will accompany me. Upon hearing it was Friday evening, Lin Yang's displeasure was palpable. President Hua, Friday evening is typically after working hours. Furthermore, how could he, as a secretary, be unaware of such an engagement? Huyan regarded him silently for 2 seconds before casually remarking, Jiang Wanwan will be there. Are you certain you won't join? Lin Yang hesitated. It had been ages since he had heard that name from their boss's lips. Coincidentally, he had no plans for the weekend. Given the domineering nature of his superior, he felt uneasy about not attending. Yet, it meant sacrificing his precious downtime. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally asked President Hua, will this count as overtime pay? His earnest demeanor, coupled with the glint in his eyes, elicited a chuckle from Huyan. Indeed, 3 times the normal wage. Lin Yang's face lit up with newfound hope. Just as he was about to express his heartfelt gratitude, Huyan tapped the desk and looked at him, saying, Secretary Lin, do you harbor feelings for her? I could offer you 200,000. If you steadfastly refuse to work overtime on weekends just to see her, I would grant you triple pay, and you would acquiesce? Huyan surveyed him with amusement. If you truly have an interest in her, I could assist you. However, whether she would choose an ordinary employee like you remains uncertain. Lin Yang, are you feeling jealous? He was genuinely concerned that Huyan had an interest in the female protagonist, given his irritable tone. Rest assured, I have absolutely no such intentions toward Miss Jiang. You can be completely at ease. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, adopting a professional demeanor. I merely believe that if our boss is working overtime as a company employee, I should assist him in shouldering some of the burden. Huyan scoffed. Is that so? I haven't seen you helping me with my insomnia over the past 2 days. Secretary Lin. Lin Yang, Bushman, why was he taking this so seriously when he was merely flattering him? After lunch, Lin Yang intended to rest properly. However, it wasn't long before Yu Xiaoxiao came knocking. Secretary Lin opened the door. I know you are inside. Please let me in. The incessant banging on the door made it utterly impossible to sleep. Lin Yang groggily sat up, feeling somewhat dazed. This was reminiscent of an annoying scene involving Aunt Shui. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Yu Xiaoxiao's radiant face, as if she had caught wind of some juicy gossip. Aren't you going to take a nap? Lin Yang's expression reflected his irritation at the disturbance. Typically, when he encountered Yu Xiaoxiao, her lethargy surpassed his own, as though if she were allowed another second, she might just collapse before him. What's more important than gossip? Secretary Lin, when did you become acquainted with such a handsome friend? Why haven't you mentioned it to me? How inconsiderate. Lin Yang? Just as he exited the elevator, Lin Yang comprehended who the handsome guy Yu Xiaoxiao was referring to. Among a crowd clad in unsightly clothing, Gu Qi stood out distinctly, donned in a pristine white coat, clutching a medical kit. His imposing height of 6 feet tall made him remarkably noticeable. What drew even more attention, however, was his behavior. He was striding through the lobby, hollering, "Secretary Lin, Secretary Lin, where are you? I've brought your favorite cold medicine." Lin Yong slapped his forehead. Aminos. He felt as though he had stumbled upon an advertisement from his childhood frequently aired on television. "Thank you, but I don't drink Wangzai milk." Gucci was clearly being intentional. He ignored others attempting to engage him, solely focused on reciting his lines like a personal machine. Gucci appeared quite amused, likely finding the situation entertaining. Yet, Lin Yong was already feeling second-hand embarrassment on behalf of others. "Secretary Lin, the person he's calling for must be you, right? Considering he's carrying that large medicine kit, among all the secretaries in our company, despite the many surnamed Lin, it seems only you could be unwell." Yu Xiaoxiao observed Lin Yong with an expression of intrigue. "Lin Yong, it's not me. I don't know him." He turned to leave, not wishing to linger another moment. Just as his hand approached the elevator button, Gucci's excited voice echoed from behind. "Secretary Lin, Secretary Lin, where are you going? You've seen me and yet you run away." The footsteps behind him grew increasingly closer as Lin Yong frantically pressed the elevator button. The company had 6 elevators, and miraculously all 6 were currently stationed on the upper floors. He pounded the elevator button with fervor. "Stupid elevator, why won't you move?" Unfortunately, before the elevator arrived, Gucci reached him first. He leaned in close, his hand resting beside Lin Yang's ear, grinning mischievously. "Secretary Lin, where do you intend to go?" If Huoyan's voice was characterized by a deep chill, then Gucci's leaned more toward a magnetic allure. Both voices were melodious, yet to Lin Yang's ears, they were akin to whispers from the devil. Upon turning, he found himself face to face with Gucci's devilish grin. A glance behind revealed numerous curious onlookers. Lin Yong remained silent for a few seconds before lifting his gaze to the self-satisfied instigator before him. "I have my own name." Hearing Gucci refer to him as Secretary Lin felt oddly familiar. Gucci smirked. "I know it's Lin Yong, right? We're quite familiar with each other. How could I not know?" Lin Yong maintained an impassive expression as he replied, "Dr. Gu, we are at best colleagues. I don't even have your contact information, so we cannot be considered familiar." Gucci raised an eyebrow, his smile growing brighter. "Ah, I see. Secretary Lin, you were subtly asking for my contact information. There's no need to be so coy. If you desire it, I would be more than willing to share." Lin Yong, impressive. Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted from curiosity to something more peculiar as she observed them. Lin Yong promptly grasped Gucci's hand. "Follow me." At that moment, the elevator finally arrived. Once the occupants exited, Lin Yong hurriedly pulled Gucci inside. Just before the doors closed, Gucci cheekily added, "Oh, no need to rush. No matter what you plan to do to me, I won't resist." Yu Xiaoxiao, who had momentarily forgotten about boarding, perked up at his words. Lin Yong swiftly dragged Gucci into his office. After shutting the door behind them, he tossed Gucci into a chair and settled into a single sofa across from him. With his hands resting on either side of the sofa, he regarded Gucci with a serious expression, as if interrogating a criminal. Yet, the individual playing the role of the culprit was anything but serious. "So, Secretary Lin, you enjoy this kind of play? Should I have my hands bound as well?" He winked at Lin Yong, extending his hands forward playfully. Lin Yong stared at the obediently offered hands, falling into silence. Chapter 44. Secretary Lin, who is unwell? Lin Yong now found himself curious about the identity of the author who penned this novel. While the domineering president was riddled with flaws, how could the male supporting character be so outrageous? Did he even realize how flamboyant the character he created was? Lin Yong took a deep breath, intending to disregard his actions. "What brings you here?" Gucci shrugged nonchalantly. "Can't you tell by my attire? I'm here to attend to your health." Lin Yong lifted his chin slightly, replying, "Oh, I thought you came to exhibit your own affliction." His tone was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a mere automaton. Gucci lowered his head, letting out a stifled chuckle. After a moment of shaking his shoulders, he raised his gaze to meet Lin Yang's, his face flushed with amusement. "Secretary Lin, you are becoming increasingly entertaining." Lin Yong retorted, "Even gold miners couldn't unearth such pure absurdity." "I'm going to sleep, you should leave." He stood up. Gucci followed suit, blocking Lin Yang's path. "That won't do. I still have to examine you." Lin Yong could feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. It's my lunch break now. Your presence at this hour is intentional. I senti it? He would rather suffer through his cold than sacrifice his precious midday respite. Well, what can I do? Gucci shrugged again. When Huyen called me, it was already 11:30. I came over without even having lunch. Shouldn't you be grateful? Why didn't you take an extra 2 hours to finish your meal before seeking me out? Lin Yang regarded him with an impassive expression. If he had spent those 2 hours eating, he would have just begun his work. Since Huyen was the one who summoned him, he could easily justify slacking off at work. That one do, Gucci insisted. If I arrived late, wouldn't Huyen be furious with me? Secretary Lin, timely treatment is crucial. You can't afford to delay. He spoke as if Lin Yang were afflicted with some dreadful ailment. Then perhaps you should first attend to your own mental state, Lin Yang suggested. Gucci shook his head. That's out of the question. I must share in your plight, Secretary Lin. Lin Yang replied, do you have any cold remedy in your medical kit? I do. Leave the remedy and you can return. Lin Yang stated, his face expressionless. Gucci waggled his index finger. That's not permissible. If Huyen discovers my lackadaisical attitude, how will he continue to invest in my hospital? Am I to compensate with your meager salary? That won't do either? Lin Yang, somewhat irritated, ran his fingers through his hair. After glancing at Gucci for a few seconds, he concluded that despite his outrageous nature, he likely was not the type to complain. He finally lost his composure, exhaling deeply and exclaiming in frustration, is he the one who's ill? Why must you come to me during my break? Is he unwell? Wait, Secretary Lin, I understand your urgency, but please hold on. Gucci interjected, attempting to stop Lin Yang, his eyes widening dramatically. After a couple of sarcastic remarks from Lin Yang, he could no longer contain himself, feeling as though Gucci was losing his mind. After taking a deep breath, he raised his voice. You want me to be unable to rest during my break, don't you? Cursed capitalist. Who is sick? Just as Lin Yang finished speaking, a chilling voice floated in from behind him. Huyen's low, frosty tone sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Yang's body stiffened, his head turning mechanically as if controlled by a machine. Upon seeing Huyen casually leaning against the doorframe, he felt as if he had died for a moment. Witnessing Huyen's smile, which was more grotesque than tears, the latter smirked and strolled over. Secretary Lin, whom were you just implying is ill?
Lin Yang, failing despondent,
stiffly raised his hand and pointed at himself with a rigid finger. I am the one who is unwell. No sooner had he spoken than Gucci erupted into laughter from behind him. Lin Yang swiftly turned his head, glaring fiercely at him. Gucci shrugged helplessly, unable to suppress his amusement, covering his face with his hands while his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Lin Yang remarked, is that so? Huyen scrutinized Lin Yang. I was under the impression that Secretary Lin was dissatisfied with the doctor I arranged for you. Gucci hurried over. I won't take the blame for this. If anyone is dissatisfied, it should be with my scheduling, correct, Secretary Lin? He shot Lin Yang a flirtatious glance. Lin Yang replied, feels like I'm being assaulted by a domineering woman. President Hua, how could I possibly harbor any dissatisfaction towards you?
Lin Yang ignored Gucci entirely,
donning an ingratiating smile. I merely have a cold, and you went out of your way to arrange your family doctor for me. In my lifetime, I will never encounter a boss as benevolent as you, President Hua. I'm grateful beyond measure. How could I be dissatisfied? He nervously scratched his face, feeling a tad embarrassed. I simply didn't expect that you would seek out your family doctor for a mere employee like me. Honestly, I feel it's quite unnecessary. Even the thick lenses failed to conceal Lin Yang's guilty gaze. Huyen chose not to expose him. Rest assured, Secretary Lin, it's not for your sake. You needn't carry such a heavy psychological burden. He cast a casual glance at Gucci, a smirk gracing his lips. I'm merely concerned about the quality of my sleep tonight. Sleep? What sleep? Gucci inquired curiously, raising an eyebrow. What does your sleep have to do with Secretary Lin? Lin Yang broke into a sweat. Wait, why does that sound so peculiar? Huyen regarded Lin Yang with a knowing gaze. Shall I explain? Or would you prefer to? Lin Yang thought, this person is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. This domineering persona is quite unsettling. I can explain just fine. Lin Yang didn't hesitate for even a moment, turning to face Gucci earnestly. The situation is as follows. President Hua has been suffering from insomnia for quite some time. I've been the one liaising with the pharmaceutical company. Recently, there has been progress on a new sleep aid, and President Hua was concerned that if I fell ill, I wouldn't be able to communicate with them in a timely manner, which would delay the medication's production and indirectly affect his sleep quality. Gucci stroked his chin, pretending to ponder seriously for a few seconds, a mischievous smile creeping into the corners of his eyes. I can't shake the feeling that Secretary Lin. You're rambling like a madman. Lin Yang shot back. I suggest you keep quiet. It won't bode well for you. Is that truly the case? Gucci turned to Huyen. Huyen didn't even glance his way, his focus solely on Lin Yang. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly smirked. That sounds about right. The situation with the sleep aid indeed significantly impacts my sleep quality. Gucci raised an eyebrow, his gaze flitting between Huyen and Lin Yang. He sensed an unusual tension hanging in the air between the two. Please conduct a thorough examination just to be safe. Secretary Lin, you may not realize that many times when you feel fine, it is simply because you have not undergone any tests, thus remaining unaware of any underlying issues. Indeed, if you do not undergo an examination, everything appears normal. However, once you do, the situation may escalate to involving family members. After all this time spent being examined, aside from a cold, have any other issues been identified? None, Gucci replied, revealing a bright smile. Lin Yang took a deep breath, addressing Dr. Gu. If you persist with these examinations, I fear I may actually develop a condition. Such as? Gucci inquired. Rabies, Lin Yang replied with a hint of sarcasm. Wow. Just prescribe me some cold medicine, please. Lin Yang glanced at the watch he had purchased from an online sale. With only 20 minutes left before work, he felt that if the examination dragged on, he might begin to question Gucci's capabilities, especially given his own lack of sleep. That's unacceptable, Gucci promptly rejected, asserting, the examination is not yet complete. Since Huyen has summoned me to treat you, I must fulfill my responsibilities. Correct? Gucci turned to Huyen, who sat not far from them, and called out, Huyen, speak up. Your Secretary Lin is being rebellious and does not want me to examine him. Lin Yang thought to himself, why is this person so theatrical? Huyen, who was dozing off, slowly opened his eyes, casting a brief glance at them before tersely uttering, continue. Lin Yang shut his eyes in frustration, feeling the hardness of his body. Oh, it turns out it's just my corpse. Initially, he had considered prolonging the examination, hoping for an additional hour or two so he could have a legitimate excuse to skip work. However, once Gucci completed the examination and prescribed the medication, it was precisely 2 o'clock. Lin Yang glanced at his watch, and darkness clouded his vision. He felt as if the sky had fallen. Gucci, having packed his belongings, also checked his watch and smiled with satisfaction. Exactly 2 o'clock, no delay to Secretary Lin's work schedule. Aren't I thoughtful? He winked at Lin Yang. Lin Yang glared at him, his face darkened. Can you guess why I'm not smiling? You devil, you must have intentionally timed this. All done? Huyen, hearing the commotion, opened his eyes and stood up. Everything is fine as long as you take your medicine regularly. It's merely a mild cold. Just a mild cold. And it required such a lengthy examination? Lin Yang stood expressionless at the side, seemingly alive, yet he felt as though he had already died some time ago. He could only hope that these two nuisances would leave promptly. Yet, Gucci was not inclined to let him off that easily. But Secretary Lin appears rather displeased. Is there something amiss? Upon hearing this, Huyen turned his gaze towards Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, you have a cold. I've arranged for treatment. Are you dissatisfied? Huyen's gaze was cold as it fixed on Lin Yang. What could Lin Yang possibly say? Satisfied, he begrudgingly muttered. Am I not even entitled to a nap? He did not desire a doctor treating him, nor did he wish to be confined to the bed. That evening, as usual, Lin Yang accompanied Huyen home. He had intended to mention that he was sick and might return to his own home to rest rather than stay over. But Huyen coldly inquired, Secretary Lin, do you believe my insomnia is more significant than your cold? Lin Yang was taken aback. Is that even a question? Both are equally important. He found it difficult to believe Huyen would not feel unwell if he had a cold. Perhaps insomnia was less bothersome than a cold, but he knew Huyen had grown accustomed to sleepless nights. However, upon seeing Huyen's grim expression, he wisely chose to remain silent, deciding not to provoke him further. To his surprise, Huyen exhibited an unexpectedly gentle side. Considering Lin Yang's current cold, he suggested, after dinner, that he take a shower first. Lin Yang did not refuse. Having spent considerable time with Huyen recently, he found himself becoming increasingly casual around him. To put it bluntly, he was testing Huyen's limits. After Huyen finished his shower and dried his hair, he cautiously opened the bedroom door. The light was still on, and the quilt on one side of the bed was haphazardly piled up. There was no sign of movement. Despite Lin Yang's earlier claims of being restless at night, he had never encountered anyone who slept more soundly than he did. To put it nicely, he slept very soundly and obediently. To put it harshly, he slept like the dead, as if no amount of disturbance could rouse him. Secretary Lin sleeps very easily and forms habits quickly. In the beginning, he would cling to the edge of the bed, nearly falling off onto the floor. Now, even though he has grown increasingly relaxed in Huyen's presence, his sleeping habits remain unchanged, still pressed against the edge of the bed, making one worry he might fall at any moment. Secretary Lin? Huyen instinctively softened his footsteps, approaching the bed and tentatively calling his name. Receiving no response from Lin Yang, Huyen furrowed his brows. He had expected Secretary Lin to wait for him. Previously, when he showered first, he would wait on the sofa for Lin Yang to finish before returning to the bedroom together. The fact that Secretary Lin had not waited for him left him feeling uneasy. Huyen was about to lift the quilt and lie down when Lin Yang stirred, looking at Huyen. "Mr. Hua, you're finished showering?" Huyen, taken aback by Lin Yang's sudden movement, instinctively relaxed his brows. But upon seeing the wrinkled mask Lin Yang wore, his furrowed brows tightened again. "Secretary Lin, when did you put on that mask? You looked fine after your shower. Why did you suddenly don it in bed?" Had he known, he would have insisted Lin Yang discard all his masks. Lin Yang honestly replied, "Just now. After I heard you open the door, I hurriedly pulled it out and put it on. I didn't respond when you called because I hadn't finished putting it on." However, Huyen's reaction was somewhat unexpected. Lin Yang had sacrificed his comfort to avoid transmitting his cold, even going so far as to wear a mask while sleeping. Why did Huyen look so displeased? Perhaps he should offer him some compensation for the serious psychological trauma inflicted on his tender heart. Chapter 46. Secretary Lin, do you truly wish to fall off just once? After Lin Yang spoke, Huyen's brows knitted even tighter. Why did you not wear it before I arrived, yet put it on as soon as I did? Your words imply that I am your possession, yet you seem to despise my presence, as if you do not wish for me to see your face. Ungrateful. It was typical for a domineering CEO to develop possessive tendencies towards those associated with him. "Mr. Hua, I am merely concerned about transmitting my cold to you," Lin Yang replied, his voice still thick with congestion. No matter how skilled Guqi was, he could not completely cure his cold. A cold is a condition that, while not severe, can be quite persistent. Huyen's expression softened slightly, yet he still coldly remarked, "Too ugly, take it off." Lin Yang. So what if it's ugly? After all, he is sleeping with his back to him, and he isn't even awake. How has he offended him? "President Hua, I fear you might catch my cold." In truth, he had no desire to wear a mask while sleeping, for it was undoubtedly uncomfortable. However, seeing Huyen's disdain sparked a rebellious streak within him. Huyen let out a cold laugh. "Secretary Lin, if you truly care about my health, then you should refrain from going home for the weekend." His gaze was sharp, the darkness of his eyes akin to ink, inscrutable yet possessing the ability to see through everything. "Lin Yang, I'll behave." He obediently removed the mask, his demeanor now docile and speechless, which only amused Huyen further. His secretary Lin had also succumbed to indifference. Once Huyen climbed into bed, Lin Yang promptly turned over, presenting his back to Huyen. Since childhood, he had always slept alone. He never anticipated that his first bedmate would be Huyen. Even after several attempts sharing the bed, he still felt unaccustomed, especially in the presence of Huyen. The very thought of it felt peculiar. Before long, Huyen extinguished the light. The sudden darkness made Lin Yang instinctively tighten his breath. Huyen's warm body pressed against him, enveloping him in a cool fragrance. Lin Yang hastily shifted his body away, but before he could create distance, Huyen's strong arm encircled him, holding him close. "Secretary Lin, do you truly wish to fall off just once?" Huyen's icy voice carried a serious tone. Lin Yang felt akin to a misbehaving student caught by a teacher, immediately rectifying his behavior. "President Hua, I have a cold," Lin Yang confessed, feeling the heat where his back met Huyen's chest. "I know. Do you think my memory is so poor?" Huyen interrupted. "Oh, I thought you had forgotten." "Then you," Huyen cut him off again. "Secretary Lin, are you feeling hot now?" Lin Yong was perplexed by the sudden question but answered truthfully. Yes. With two grown men so close, how could it not be warm? He expected Huyen to release him after his admission, yet Huyen replied, that's the point. I asked Gucci and he said that if you have a cold, keeping warm while you sleep helps you recover faster. With that, Huyen tightened his hold even more. Lin Yong, the domineering CEO, actually inquired about his employee's health? His emotions were momentarily conflicted, feeling a desire to jest, yet unable to find a suitable target. He felt quite irked. President Hua, if you don't mind spending a little extra on electricity, using the air conditioner would be more practical. No, the temperature is too high, I would feel hot.
Lin Yang's fists clenched.
Did he think that in their current proximity he wouldn't feel hot? But then, you might easily catch my cold.
Lin Yang exclaimed passionately. President Huo.
You are the pillar of our company. You cannot fall ill. Huyen, you're really becoming more and more theatrical, giving off a sense of intentionality. That's not such a bad thing. Huyen's tone suddenly lightened considerably. Lin Yong, what new whim is this? I've never caught a cold. If you can actually infect me, it might be an interesting experience. Lin Yong responded, baffled. What a bizarre premise, he thought. It's common to emphasize the CEO's robust health. But who actively desires to experience a cold? He had to concede, Gucci's medicine seemed to have had some effect. The following day he felt significantly better. His throat no longer ached as much. As for Huyen's desire to experience a cold, it never materialized. Indeed, one's health cannot be compared to another's. His own body was notorious for catching the flu during peak seasons. He would always be the one catching it, even from classmates wearing masks from across the classroom. Yet here was the CEO who could sleep with him a virus without a care. Moreover, he seemed to be in better shape than on Monday. His countenance radiant and full of vigor, entirely different from the shadowy figure of the previous day. Thanks to Gu Chi's diligent efforts, the entire company was now aware that a handsome doctor had come specifically to treat Secretary Lin's cold. As he passed through the planning department, Lin Yong was once again pulled into an empty break room by Yu Xiaoxiao. Secretary Lin, who was that handsome guy yesterday? Yu Xiaoxiao inquired eagerly. Lin Yong looked at her with an expressionless face. Who? He knew she was referring to Gucci, but recalling how Gucci had deliberately encroached upon his break time, he was not in the mood to discuss anything related to him. Noticing his reluctance, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly became serious, feigning depth as she asked, Secretary Lin, are you truly going to pretend you don't know who I'm talking about? To jog your memory, I wouldn't mind reenacting yesterday's charming scene with that handsome doctor right here. Lin Yong, what are you asking him for? Lin Yong, at a loss for words, shoved his right hand into his pants pocket, gazing at her in disbelief. Yu Xiaoxiao's face brightened instantly. Secretary Lin, do you not realize how popular your affair is within the company? It's not just me. Everyone is curious about how someone as ordinary as you could possibly know such a remarkably handsome and accomplished person. Lin Yong, Miss Yu, we are merely colleagues. You are being overly talkative. Why the harsh words? Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled. It's just that with you wearing glasses every day and donning the same attire, exuding such a strong scent of labor, it naturally paints you as an unremarkable worker in everyone's eyes.
Lin Yang, stop explaining.
The more you explain, the more painful it becomes. Chapter 47. Secretary Lin, am I to change my entire outfit again? So, Secretary Lin, who exactly was that handsome guy? How did you two meet? Yu Xiaoxiao sighed. Why can't I ever encounter a handsome guy? Yu Xiaoxiao, a woman who had been single for almost 28 years, was an extreme esthetician. She disliked those who liked her and was indifferent to those she did not. It seemed she was destined to remain unmarried in this lifetime. Lin Yong also let out a sigh. Don't think too much. What does it matter if you never meet a handsome guy? Even if you did, it wouldn't matter. He patted Yu Xiaoxiao on the shoulder, unsure if he was trying to console her or deliver a blow. Yu Xiaoxiao, I see you have no intention of letting me off the hook. She emotionlessly brushed Lin Yang's hand away. Secretary Lin, we are merely colleagues. You are being overly talkative. Lin Yong felt a sense of vindication. It was quite satisfying. So who exactly is he? Yu Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze intently on Lin Yong, unwilling to let the matter drop. Lin Yong inquired, why are you so curious about him? Because I sense the aroma of gossip, Yu Xiaoxiao replied, stroking her chin thoughtfully. It seems that Secretary Lin has an air of disdain towards him, yet he came over just because you had a cold. This must be more than it appears. She shot a glance at Lin Yong. Come on, what is the story between you two? It felt akin to interrogating a suspect. If you knew who he was, you would probably flee faster than I would. Yu Xiaoxiao retorted. Am I supposed to avoid handsome men? Lin Yang countered, just tell me when you encounter the boss. Do you hide? Yu Xiaoxiao conceded that makes sense. So what's his relationship with the boss? Lin Yang took a deep breath. He is Huoyan's family doctor. He was sent by Huoyan yesterday just to prescribe me some cold medicine, completely wasting my afternoon nap. If it were you, wouldn't you run? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded in disappointment. Her spirit had already begun to wane. In fact, upon hearing Lin Yang mention that Guqi was Huoyan's family doctor, she had already lost interest. She was disinterested in anyone who had close ties with the boss, as it inevitably conjured the frightening visage of the boss in her mind. Lin Yang chuckled, what's the matter, Xiaoxiao? Technically, you are colleagues, both working for the same boss. Why do you show no interest in this colleague? Yu Xiaoxiao shot him a weary glance, unwilling to engage in conversation. It was only after Lin Yang had walked a considerable distance away from the tea room that she suddenly realized, covering her head with her hands. Wait a minute. If that doctor is the family doctor of their boss, why would he come specifically to treat Secretary Lin's mild cold? They had been making quite a scene in the lobby. Their boss must be aware of this. This means it's highly likely that the family doctor was called over by their boss to treat Secretary Lin's cold. Something feels off. This is definitely unusual. Since when did our company's employee benefits become this generous? Is Huazong being a bit too special towards Secretary Lin? Yu Xiaoxiao picked up her coffee, aimlessly pacing around the tea room. Don't rush, she is still grilling. The medicine Guqi provided was indeed effective. By Friday, Lin Yang's cold had completely vanished. He felt invigorated and at ease. There was no other reason. Tonight marked the day when the male and female leads would meet again under his witness. In romance novels featuring domineering CEOs, the relationship between the leads often progresses rapidly. With each encounter, emotions could swiftly escalate. Just thinking about how their relationship might evolve into one of mutual concern and subtle testing after tonight made him quite exhilarated. Without them, who else would be willing to perform a live reenactment of a domineering CEO novel for him? A true domineering CEO was essential to capture the essence of the tale. Before heading to the agreed meeting place, Lin Yang glanced at Huoyan's black suit, which was evidently the same attire he wore during work. He hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist asking, Huazong, are you wearing that outfit? Huoyan paused, amused by the question, and squinted as he replied, what's wrong? Should I change into something else for meeting her? Do you want me to get a different outfit? His cold tone concealed an underlying threat.
Lin Yang quickly complied.
Never mind. After all, he was the male lead. Even clad in a burlap sack, he would likely enhance his connection with the female lead. Why should he worry? The designated venue was an upscale restaurant. To Lin Yang's surprise, it wasn't just the female lead and her despicable father who arrived. Even the mistress and Jiang Xinyue were present. A few days prior, Huoyan had filled Lin Yang in on the details of this situation. This negotiation was initiated by Jiang Wanwan, who had proactively contacted Huoyan. Recently, they had subtly hinted at a potential collaboration with Jiang's company. What Jiang Wanwan desired was for Huoyan to propose a condition that would allow her to participate in the collaboration, as she aimed to leverage this opportunity to infiltrate the company and ultimately bury Jiang's family's future herself. Lin Yang naturally assumed that the attendees would only include the high-ranking officials from the Jiang family and the female lead. However, it was evident that the Jiang family's intentions were far from innocent. Huogu, you've arrived. Upon seeing them enter, Jiang Xinyue immediately stood up and fluttered over. Huoyan didn't even spare her a glance. After surveying the table, he scoffed, his eyes gleaming with undisguised derision. One would think you're hosting a family gathering. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a sharp glance at Jiang Yuman. I should have informed you about the people I require. Lin Yang, observing from the side, felt a thrill. The live spectacle of a domineering CEO defending his partner while humiliating a scoundrel was something he wished everyone could experience. Jiang Yuman, having navigated the business world for many years, was well versed in the nuances of professional interactions. He had assumed that regardless of the Jiang family's lofty status, he would still be considered a senior figure in Huoyan's eyes, thus expecting Huoyan to show him some courtesy. To his astonishment, Huoyan launched a direct verbal assault, leaving him drenched in sweat, unable to find the right words to respond. Huazong, I recall you mentioned that Wanwan must be present. Jiang Yuman stammered, maintaining a forced smile. I've brought Wanwan along. You can rest assured that she will handle the specifics of the collaboration. Xinyue is merely here to learn. She is young and inexperienced, so I thought it beneficial for her to observe company matters. Huoyen responded with a cold laugh, using me as a learning opportunity. His frosty demeanor, coupled with his impenetrable obsidian gaze, left others unable to decipher his sentiments. Jiang Yumin's forehead glistened with a thin sheen of sweat as he persisted, donning a sycophantic smile. Huozong, as a benchmark in the industry, your accomplishments at such a young age are commendable. Even if Xinyue only learns a fraction from you, I believe it will greatly benefit her. So you wish for her to manage the company in the future? Jiang Yumin didn't grasp the implication behind the question but answered honestly. Xinyue has always been exceptional. I believe she has the capability to contribute significantly to the company in the near future. Chapter 48. Secretary Lin, shouldn't you consider exercising? Huoyen cast a chilling glance at him for 2 seconds before letting out a cold chuckle. In this day and age, illegitimate daughters are thriving, able to stand atop the legitimate daughter to inherit the company. Precise, accurate, cutting to the quick. This statement directly struck Jiang Xinyue's mother, the mistress. The expressions of the three individuals became rigid. Lin Yang relished the moment, realizing that the domineering CEO could indeed be quite eloquent at times. He glanced at the female lead's reaction. Jiang Wanwan wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Lin Yang felt even more delighted, experiencing the satisfaction of seeing his ship finally sailing smoothly. Huogu, please don't blame my father. If blame is to be placed, let it be on me. Jiang Xinyue suddenly pushed Lin Yang aside and approached Huoyen, feigning tears. I insisted on coming along. I heard my father mention you would be here, and I insisted on meeting you. My father had no choice but to bring me. Jiang Xinyue stood before Huoyen, pouting. Pushed aside, Lin Yang stumbled for a couple of steps before regaining his balance. His movements so practiced they evoked a pang of sympathy. Adjusting his glasses in silence, Lin Yang recognized this scene all too well. If blame were to be assigned, let it be directed at me. If I were to toss her into West Lake, it is likely that the entire city of H would savor Longjing tea. Jiang Xinyue had conveniently shoved Lin Yang towards Jiang Wanwan. As Lin Yang straightened his glasses, he intended to greet the female lead, hoping to leave a favorable impression. Just as he was about to speak, Huoyen unexpectedly called out to him, Secretary Lin. Initially taken aback, Lin Yang's response was reduced to a single syllable. Huh? Noticing the mere chair's distance between him and Jiang Wanwan, Huoyen frowned in discomfort. As my personal secretary, shouldn't you be working on your physical fitness? Anyone can push you aside, and you merely stand there, allowing filth to taint my view? Though Lin Yang found the initial remark somewhat irksome, after all, where does a working man find the time to exercise? He chose to overlook it upon hearing Huoyen refer to Jiang Xinyue as filth. My apologies, Miss Jiang. Lin Yang promptly approached Jiang Xinyue, elegantly adjusting his glasses with his fingertip before revealing a radiant smile. It seems you have sullied our President Huo's eyes. Might I kindly request you to distance yourself? The once pristine and delicate visage of Jiang Xinyue fractured, transforming into a cacophony of colors. If Huoyen's disdainful comments calling her a bastard and filth were bearable, now even a mere secretary dared to assert that she was unclean. How dare he? She shot Lin Yang a venomous glare, her eyes brimming with malice. Lin Yang arched an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by her theatrics. He promptly reported to Huoyen, President Hua, it appears that Miss Jiang is rather displeased. Huoyen's expression turned frigid as he cast a steely gaze towards Jiang Yumin. Either they leave or I shall arrange a family dinner. Choose wisely. Jiang Yumin recoiled under Huoyen's icy stare, taken aback by the turn of events. His original intention had been to introduce Xinyue to Huoyen, believing that Huoyen's excellence would resonate with Xinyue's affections. He was convinced his daughter possessed the charm to capture Huoyen's heart. However, he never anticipated such a stark attitude from Huoyen. Brother Hua, I merely came to take a look. I won't intrude, I promise. Please don't drive me away. I'll be good. Jiang Xinyue looked at Huoyen with tear-filled eyes, hoping he would allow her to stay. When she learned that Huoyen specifically requested Jiang Wanwan's presence, jealousy consumed her. She aimed to seize this opportunity to demonstrate to Huoyen who truly excelled between her and Jiang Wanwan. Casting a glance at Jiang Wanwan, who was leisurely cradling her teacup and observing their exchange, a flicker of envy passed through her. She absolutely could not leave without a fight. Jiang Xinyue reached out, attempting to grasp Huoyen's hand, only to be deterred by a mere glance. Brother Hua, intentionally biting her full lower lip. She feigned vulnerability while gazing at Huoyen. Unfortunately, he remained impervious to her charms. Shall I repeat myself? Huoyen's voice was cold as he directed a chilling glance at Jiang Xinyue, rendering her speechless. Xinyue. Jiang Yumin hesitated, glancing at his daughter, wavering. Ultimately, he valued his company more than his daughter. In truth, he cherished wealth and status above all. In this moment, he desperately wished for Huoyen to remain. Jiang Xinyue, cognizant of his thoughts, feigned sorrow. Very well, if Brother Hua believes I'm unworthy of staying here, I shall leave. Yet why is it that my sister, who has never managed a company, is permitted to stay? Jiang Xinyue abruptly pointed towards Jiang Wanwan, her lips pressed tightly together. Even if she had to depart, she would ensure Jiang Wanwan left with her, denying them any opportunity to bond. Her stubbornness wore down Huoyen's patience, which had long since evaporated. She is the one I have chosen. Do you have an issue with that? The icy retort struck Jiang Xinyue like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly devastated. Lin Yang coughed awkwardly, professionally delivering a piercing remark. From our understanding, Miss Jiang has consistently excelled in her studies, achieving the top score in the city to gain admission to the nation's premier institution. She has amassed a plethora of trophies from various competitions since childhood and even interned at a global top 5 enterprise, securing a contract worth over 100 million for the company. Lin Yang regarded Jiang Xinyue, flashing a bright smile as he mercilessly exposed her shortcomings. And as for you, Miss Jiang it seems you merely bought your way into a private university and graduated late, correct? There appears to be no trace of any work experience in your record. Lin Yang concluded gleefully. Therefore, it seems Miss Jiang truly surpasses you. Jiang Xinyue's face turned a deep shade of fury. The humiliation of being compared and thoroughly bested would dampen anyone's spirits. How do you know all this? Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, responding with a professional demeanor. It is my duty as a secretary. The exhilaration of delivering such a blow was undeniably satisfying. He had initially feared that his extensive research would go unused, yet Jiang Xinyue had delivered herself right into his hands. Look at that. She insisted on comparing herself to the female lead, and now she was discontent with the outcome. Brother Hua. Jiang Xinyue turned to Huoyen, still reluctant to leave. She could not bear to see Jiang Wanwan cultivating a rapport with him. Even if she could not attain Huoyen, she would not allow Jiang Wanwan to gain favor in his eyes. Shall I repeat myself? Leave. Huoyen's tone remained even, his voice as frigid as ever. Jiang Xinyue's complexion drained of color. She glanced at Jiang Yumin, who diverted his gaze, guilt-ridden. Her spirits plummeted, and she could only exit with her mother in defeat. Chapter 49. Secretary Lin, 1 Tu sit? After Jiang Xinyue and her mother departed, the private room fell into a tranquil silence. Please have a seat, Secretary Lin. Huoyen cast a casual glance at Lin Yang. Lin Yang surveyed the vacant seats before him, contemplating. At the round table there were 8 positions. Currently, Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Yumin sat diagonally across from one another, separated by a considerable distance, resembling adversaries rather than father and daughter. Huoyen surely wished to sit beside Jiang Wanwan. He seemed to harbor suspicions regarding Lin Yang's feelings for the female lead, thus avoiding the 2 adjacent seats next to her. However, he also didn't want to sit too far away, as it would hinder his ability to observe the unfolding drama. After consideration, Lin Yang ultimately settled beside Jiang Yumin. Jiang Yumin? Jiang Wanwan also looked somewhat surprised. Lin Yang, however, was quite content with his position. It was perfectly aligned with the female lead, allowing him a clear view of their interactions, regardless of where Huoyen chose to sit beside her. Unfortunately, before he could revel in his satisfaction, Huoyen raised an eyebrow and leisurely approached him. Lin Yang? Not amused. As Huoyen approached, he abruptly rose from his chair, instinctively pulling it back a step to offer his seat. Mr. Ho, would you like to sit here? He inquired. Alas, this truly seemed to be a case of pursuing one's wife to the grave. His spouse sat directly across from him, presenting an opportune moment to bolster her dignity and confront the scoundrels. Yet, it appeared his companion genuinely intended to discuss business with the Jiang family. No, I'll sit here. Huoyen replied coolly, pulling out the chair beside Lin Yang, who wore an expression of despondency. Jiang Yumin was taken aback, while Lin Yang was left bewildered. Before he could fully grasp Huoyen's intentions, the latter cast a frosty glance in his direction. Secretary Lin, aren't you joining us? His deep, icy voice carried an undeniable authority that made refusal seem futile. Lin Yong had no choice but to reseat himself, resulting in an unusual gathering. Jiang Yumin, Lin Yong, and Ho Yen found themselves together, while Jiang Wanwan, originally seeking their assistance, sat alone across the table. This scene resembled Lin Yong leading two company executives in bullying the female protagonist, despite the irony that he felt like the one being oppressed. He struggled to comprehend how events had spiraled into this predicament. What was Ho Yen truly after? He initially believed he was there for romance, yet he did not sit by the female lead. Then he thought it was a business discussion, yet he still did not occupy a seat next to Jiang Yumin, instead sandwiching himself between them. Were they to conduct their business negotiation with him mediating in the middle? Jiang Yumin was even more perplexed, expecting that once his wife and child departed, he would become the focal point of the dinner. Instead, he found himself isolated, facing three individuals alone. To his shock, it was his daughter, the one Ho Yen had expressly chosen, who ended up sitting solitary. As Ho Yen approached, Jiang Yumin had steeled himself, ready to salvage his image in Ho Yen's eyes. However, he was taken aback when Ho Yen plopped down beside his secretary. Was this a business meeting or not? Jiang Yumin was determined not to squander the opportunity for fruitful collaboration with Ho Yen, yet he barely touched his meal, incessantly touting the advantages of their company. Ho Yen barely acknowledged him, seemingly more interested in dining than in discussion. Lin Yong had hoped to conjure a topic to facilitate conversation between the male and female leads, but upon observing Ho Yan's ravenous appetite and Jiang Wanwan's composed demeanor as she ate, he surrendered to the moment and began to eat earnestly himself, rolling his eyes inwardly at Ho Yan's sudden enthusiasm for food. Gluttonous little girl, eat away. When you fail to win your wife back, then you'll have something to lament. The dinner unfolded in an extraordinarily peculiar silence. Even more bizarre for Jiang Yumin was Ho Yan's comment after the meal, stating he had enjoyed chatting with Miss Jiang and hoped for genuine collaboration. Jiang Wanwan echoed his sentiments, her smile genuine as she remarked, "It would be my honor to collaborate with such an esteemed individual as Mr. Ho." They exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them, while Lin Yong and Jiang Yumin remained in a state of confusion. Lin Yong questioning the rapid development of their relationship and Jiang Yumin pondering Ho Yan's apparent fondness for his daughter. As the four of them exited the private room, a middle-aged man intercepted them in the corridor. Chapter 50. Mr. Ho, will you forgive me? Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Wanwan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her expression darkening. She wished to feign ignorance and pass by, yet the man clearly approached them with purpose. President Jiang. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Jiang Yumin's demeanor brightened significantly upon seeing him. Mr. Wang, you're dining here as well? I've been trying to reach you, but today seems fortuitous. Jiang Yumin extended his hand amicably. President Jiang, you flatter me. I was just planning to visit you soon, Mr. Wang replied with a grin, shaking hands before casting his gaze over Jiang Wanwan. She wore a fitted green knit dress and a beige plush coat, exuding warmth and elegance while maintaining a rational distance. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up upon seeing her, betraying a lewdness that was difficult to disguise. Wanwan is here too, he exclaimed, leering at her. I sent a gift to your home. Be sure to check it as soon as you return. Lin Yong felt a wave of physical discomfort. What was this old lecher doing? With his bulging belly and balding head, did he possess no sense of self-awareness? Jiang Wanwan frowned, leaning closer to Ho Yen, her disdain for Mr. Wang unabashed. No need for that. Either you take it back yourself or I will discard it. Mr. Wang's expression shifted, and Jiang Yumin immediately grew anxious. Mr. Wang, Wanwan is still young and naive. Please don't take her words to heart. I'll message the housekeeper right now to ensure they place your gift directly in her room if it has already been received. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang's expression softened somewhat. He rubbed the long hair on the mole beside his mouth, leering at Jiang Wanwan as if she were his possession. It's fine. A fiery personality suits a beauty like you. I like a little spice. The remarks were so revolting that Lin Yong nearly couldn't bear to listen. He glanced at Ho Yen, wondering how he could tolerate this. Yet Ho Yan's attention remained fixated elsewhere. He checked his watch and, appearing somewhat impatient, addressed Lin Yong. Secretary Lin, have you finished your show? Can we leave now? His words suggested a disinterest in their predicament, as if he were unconcerned about the female lead's well-being. No wonder the domineering CEO had to chase after his wife to the grave later on. Lin Yong took a deep breath, He could no longer hold his tongue. If the CEO remained unmoved, then as his secretary, he had to step in to represent the CEO's stance and prompt the female lead to develop favorable feelings toward him. He didn't wish to linger until the CEO's pursuit culminated in a conclusion. Mr. Ho, if I make a minor error, you wouldn't dismiss me, would you? Ho Yen raised an eyebrow. In a bold move, Lin Yong turned and delivered a resounding slap to Mr. Wang. The sound echoed through the long corridor. Mr. Wang clutched his face, enraged and stammering, what are you doing? You dare to hit me? He had never encountered anyone bold enough to strike him in all his years. Lin Yong glanced at his hand, somewhat surprised, covering his mouth in a half-hearted manner. Turned out it wasn't a mosquito after all. He adjusted his glasses and smiled politely. My apologies, it seems I misjudged the situation. Surely, a person of President Wang's caliber would not hold such a trivial matter against me. His gaze subtly swept over President Wang's large belly, akin to that of a beach ball, dripping with sarcasm. There was a hint of courtesy, but it was minimal. Finally, Zhang Wanwan, who had maintained a stoic expression throughout the evening, let out a laugh. Lin Yong turned around, beaming, and noticed Zhang Wanwan discreetly winking at him. This delighted him even further, prompting him to sneak a smug glance at Huyen. Did you see that? This is how one should pursue a partner, he thought. Huyen narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Who do you think you are, daring to strike me? Do you even know who I am? I am the one backed by the power of a domineering CEO. How dare you provoke me? Lin Yong had yet to speak when Huyen stepped slightly forward, shielding him with his presence. He is my secretary. Do you have a problem with him? Huyen's voice was cold, yet carried an innate authority that demanded respect. President Wang, standing at less than 1.7 meters, felt like a quail egg next to Huyen, instinctively wanting to flee. In the business world, not recognizing Huyen would be a source of ridicule. How could President Wang possibly be unaware of Huyen? He forced a smile. I see that President Hua is also here. It was as if he had just noticed Huyen, and his nervousness was palpable. Lin Yong was nearly amused by his antics. Given Huyen's stature and countenance, it was implausible that President Wang had only just acknowledged him, especially since his gaze had clearly lingered on them upon his arrival. When his eyes fell on Huyen, there was a noticeable stiffness in his demeanor, as if he was deliberately pretending not to see them. However, Lin Yong refrained from speaking, as it was not his turn to interject. So who are you? Huyen inquired, his tone steady and light, yet laden with gravity. President Wang's smile faltered. Though the Wang family could not compare to the Hua family, he was still among the elite, otherwise Zhang Yuman would not have shown him such deference. Now, with Huyen acting as if he were a complete stranger, it was impossible for him not to feel anger. President Hua, do you not know me? I am the owner of Wang Ba Entertainment. Even if you do not recognize me, you must have heard of my company? Huyen lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment before lifting his head. Oh, I recall now. Just as President Wang's smile began to form, Huyen let out a derisive laugh. You are the one infamous for taking advantage of your artists, only to have one of them expose your shortcomings. Wasn't there an incident on a show where it was revealed how diminutive you are, President Wang? He paused, reflecting. There are likely many other scandals associated with you, but I have little interest in someone who can only think with their lower half. If you wish for more recognition, feel free to provide additional details. President Wang's south smile froze in place, his expression a portrait of incredulity. It was a sight more distressing than someone struggling to produce a laugh. Lin Yong elegantly lowered his head, adjusting his glasses, the lenses glinting in the light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that his shoulders were trembling. Were it not for the presence of so many people, fearing they might think him mad, he would have burst into laughter. Truly, this was remarkable. Who claimed that domineering CEOs were devoid of emotion? This one was simply extraordinary. Chapter 51. A rather large mosquito. President Wang's face flushed crimson, puffing up like a pufferfish. He longed to unleash his fury, but the man before him was Huyen, an entity he dared not provoke. After a prolonged silence, he could only begrudgingly concede, as long as President Hua knows me, that is sufficient. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he was not keen on prolonging the topic. His gaze shifted to Lin Yong. I know, President Hua, that you are an exceptional individual, young and accomplished. This era is coming to a close, and the future of the business world will rest upon capable young people like you. However, while you possess great acumen in business, are you perhaps a bit too lenient with your employees? President Wang shot a venomous look at Lin Yong, who was stifling laughter behind Hui Yen's side. I understand that you young people tend to be soft-hearted. Yet, at times, excessive compassion can be detrimental. If you are too lenient with your employees, they may come to believe they are remarkable individuals, daring to defecate on their master's head. He gritted his teeth. For unruly employees, one must be strict, making them realize they are but servants, lest they become too audacious. Lin Yong could hardly contain his laughter at his words. Truly, what a cliché from a domineering CEO novel. How many oddities could there be? Come on, my friend. The Qing dynasty has fallen. Stop fantasizing about being an emperor. And then what? Hui Yen regarded President Wang coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. This reaction was entirely unexpected for President Wang. He shot a dark glance at Lin Yong, then anxiously looked back at Hui Yen. Thus, what I mean is President Wang instinctively swallowed hard. Although Hui Yen's face betrayed no emotion, he felt an inexplicable fear of his growing displeasure. President Hua, is your secretary not a tad discourteous? How dare he strike me? He is merely a servant. How could he presume to raise a hand against me? If you are too soft-hearted to discipline him, I can take him off your hands, he added, a sinister smile curling at his lips. I can ensure he becomes an obedient servant. His casual reference to servant revealed his delusions of grandeur. Little did he know that Hui Yen's expression darkened further upon hearing him refer to Lin Yong in such a manner. He is mine. You have no right to interfere. President Wang faltered, no longer smiling. President Hua, I do not wish to intrude upon your affairs, he hastily explained. I merely believe your secretary seems rather ungrateful. Wise leaders understand the importance of reward and punishment. If he has erred, he must be reprimanded. I am simply offering a suggestion to President Hua. If you can manage him yourself, that is certainly preferable. However, for an insubordinate employee like this, termination may be the best course of action. After all, there are plenty of people eager for this job. Why not replace him with someone more compliant? Lin Yong clenched his fists upon hearing this. Is this how capitalists view their workers? Anyone who empathizes with capitalists is a fool. He turned to Hui Yen. Even the domineering CEO feels the same. What has he done wrong? Hui Yen spoke, his tone indifferent. President Wang was caught off guard by this response. Blinking in confusion, Lin Yong was equally surprised. He had expected the domineering CEO, as the epitome of capitalism, to take some heed of the elder's words. Do you not understand human language? I ask you, what has he done wrong? Hui Yen's impatience began to show as he furrowed his brow. President Wang instinctively shrank back, intimidated by Hui Yen's frigid tone. He slapped me. Mr. Wang gently touched his bruised right cheek, wincing in pain, his breath hitching. The contorted flesh of his face bore a distinct imprint from Lin Yang's earlier slap. Hui Yen coldly remarked, Isn't that merely because there's a mosquito on your face? He smirked subtly, unabashedly mocking him. And how does his striking you equate to any fault on his part? Mr. Wang's expression darkened, a storm brewing within him. Where are there any mosquitoes here? It was clearly intentional. Isn't that right, Mr. Jiang? He turned to Jiang Yuman, instinctively seeking support in the escalating confrontation. Jiang Yuman hesitated, glancing between Hui Yen and Mr. Wang, paralyzed by the fear of inciting either's wrath. Both men were formidable figures he dared not provoke. Initially, Mr. Wang harbored intentions for his daughter Jiang Wanwan to marry Mr. Wang to expand his network. However, it now seemed that Hui Yen had developed an interest in his eldest daughter as well. The slap delivered by the secretary was likely sanctioned by Hui Yen, who, due to his status, could not intervene directly and thus enlisted his secretary's assistance. He was unwilling to disclose his stance at this moment. Deprived of the response he sought, Mr. Wang's expression grew even more forbidding. He seethed, Mr. Ho, there are absolutely no mosquitoes. Your secretary acted with malice. Regardless of the circumstances, he must provide me with an explanation today. The weather had already begun to cool, and in such a high-end restaurant where meals cost tens of thousands, the presence of mosquitoes was utterly inconceivable. Mr. Wang glared at Lin Yong, convinced of the secretary's deliberate actions. He could not confront Hui Yen directly, but surely he could deal with a mere secretary. He doubted Hui Yen would risk his reputation for such a trivial matter. Yet, Hui Yen's frigid demeanor remained unyielding. Where are there no mosquitoes? I clearly saw one fly away from your face. Do you dare claim I was mistaken? At that moment, Jiang Wanwan timely cleared her throat and stepped forward, stating, "Indeed, I also witnessed it. A rather sizable mosquito, comparable in size to that mole on your face, Mr. Wang. Did you not feel it biting you?" She smiled warmly, adding, "You might want to visit a hospital for a checkup. It would be unfortunate if you were to fall ill." Chapter 52. Secretary Lin, what do you desire? After Jiang Wanwan spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Ho Yen, who, unexpectedly, was also looking at her, their eyes meeting in a silent understanding. Lin Yang felt an inexplicable warmth from the exchange. Was there any need for further explanation? This was the essence of telepathy, this was love. Mr. Wang's expression soured further. Even Jiang Wanwan's words carried weight. He began to doubt whether there had indeed been a mosquito on his face. Ho Yen smirked slightly. "Do you have anything else to say?" Mr. Wang's countenance turned ashen, resembling that of one who had just consumed something vile, as he resigned himself to misfortune. "I may have misunderstood him," he stammered, unable to suppress his indignation. "It's just that the slap was exceedingly painful. I found it hard not to suspect." Lin Yang turned away, suppressing a smile at the absurdity of the situation. "And what else is there?" Ho Yan's dark eyes scrutinized him, his voice cool and imposing. Mr. Wang felt he had reached his limit in articulating his thoughts. "Apologies and gratitude," Ho Yen stated casually. "My secretary, in his endeavor to swat that mosquito, endured pain. Shouldn't you first apologize to him and then express your thanks?" "What?" Mr. Wang gazed at Ho Yen in disbelief. "Are you deaf? Apologize and express your gratitude," Ho Yen reiterated impatiently. At that moment, Lin Yang, realizing the absurdity of the situation, chimed in with feigned discomfort. "My palm aches terribly. Had I known I would be wronged, I wouldn't have assisted." He feigned distress, glancing sorrowfully at his hand. Mr. Wang retorted, "Only now do you notice the pain in your palm?" Extraordinary insensitivity. He began to suspect he had unwittingly stumbled into a scam. "What else do you have to say?" Ho Yan's icy gaze bore down on Mr. Wang, exuding authority. I. Mr. Wang struggled to articulate a coherent response. Forcing an apology to a mere secretary was beyond his pride. "Mr. Ho, at the end of the day, he is just a secretary. Is it truly necessary for us to jeopardize our amicable relations over him?" Clenching his fists, he attempted to placate Ho Yen. "Let this incident slide. I won't hold it against him." "Mr. Ho, isn't your entertainment company's star actress currently seeking good scripts? I possess several promising scripts. If you're interested, we could collaborate. Let's consider today's incident as if it never occurred. What do you say?" Mr. Wang, confident in his proposition, regarded Ho Yen with assurance. Though his status in the business world paled in comparison to Ho Yan's, he still held considerable sway in the entertainment industry. With so many young talents eager for his approval, he believed Ho Yen would be tempted. However, Ho Yan's response was not as Mr. Wang had anticipated. Ho Yen remained nonchalant, merely casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yang. "Secretary Lin, what is your opinion? Do you agree to resolve this matter in such a manner?" "Me?" Lin Yang pointed at himself, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that after Mr. Wang presented such favorable terms, Ho Yen would seek his input. Touched, he thought, the domineering figure was finally recognizing the importance of presenting himself well before the heroine. Ho Yen acknowledged him with a low murmur, his voice imbued with a sense of detachment that did not convey impatience. "Even if I were to express my disagreement, Mr. Ho, you wouldn't take offense, would you?" Lin Yang queried. Ho Yen simply responded with another affirming sound, exuding patience. Lin Yang smirked, his lips curving upward, casting a disdainful glance at Mr. Wang, who was now at his mercy. "In that case, if I refuse to accept this resolution, I demand an apology." "What?" Mr. Wang's face darkened as he stared incredulously at Lin Yang. Lin Yang immediately feigned shock, lowering his head and clutching the hand that had just struck Mr. Wang, pitifully declaring, "In truth, I did not intend to deliberately trouble Mr. Wang. However, my hand still aches considerably, and Mr. Wang has misconstrued my intentions. I fear I may develop a psychological shadow over my inclination to assist others." Lin Yang raised his gaze towards Mr. Wang. "Do you have any idea what profound psychological harm a slap can inflict upon a humble secretary?" Upon uttering this, Lin Yang could no longer restrain himself and instinctively covered his face, on the verge of tears. "Jiang Yumin, Mr. Wang, it sounds as though the one who received that slap were he." Mr. Wang reached up to touch his own face where he had been struck. Ouch, that hurts. Yet, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Hua Yan's mouth as his gaze fell upon Lin Yang. His secretary truly possesses a flair for the dramatic. What would he do if no one were there to support him? Did you hear that? My secretary desires an apology, Hua Yan stated. Lin Yang felt, perhaps mistakenly, that Hua Yan's words lacked the chilling dominance of earlier. They seemed almost cheerful. Mr. Wang's expression darkened as he sensed that these two were conspiring to deceive him. Mr. Hua, as the head of a prominent conglomerate, you ought to discern the gravity of the situation. Mr. Wang glared vehemently at Lin Yang. Are you truly willing to jeopardize our cordial relationship over a mere secretary? To heed a secretary's counsel is tantamount to allowing them to trample upon your authority. He was nearly consumed by his resentment towards Lin Yang. He had originally come here with other intentions, yet now found himself in a most embarrassing predicament due to a lowly secretary. And what of it? Hua Yan retorted, his lips curling into a smirk. To my mind, my secretary holds far greater significance than you. What? Mr. Wang's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Hua Yan. The latter's subsequent remark struck him like a thunderbolt. Mr. Wang's countenance soured as though he had tasted something foul. He clenched his fists, his expression darkening as he regarded Hua Yan. Mr. Hua, must you truly escalate matters over a mere secretary? Hua Yan had no inclination to entertain Mr. Wang's query. An apology, he stated coldly. Or shall I unveil some scandalous revelations about your company's artists? His gaze bore into Mr. Wang, devoid of warmth. He had no intention of granting Mr. Wang any room for negotiation. Faced with Hua Yan's unyielding demeanor, Mr. Wang's expression soured further. After a prolonged moment, he ultimately relented, begrudgingly turning to Lin Yang to utter a few words of concession. I apologize. I misjudged you. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, feigning nonchalance. It's quite all right. I truly did not take it to heart. Just ensure that in the future, Mr. Wang, you refrain from making unfounded accusations. Mr. Wang. So, you choose now to play the magnanimous one? Where has that person gone who claimed earlier that a single slap had inflicted significant psychological trauma upon him? Nevertheless, since Lin Yang had spoken thus, Mr. Wang felt he could exhale in relief. He turned to Hua Yan, attempting to curry favor with a smile. Mr. Hua, do take note. And what else? Hua Yan interrupted coldly, his gaze upon Mr. Wang exuding palpable pressure. Mr. Wang's smile froze on his lips. What more could there be? His expression was stiff, yet internally he was in turmoil. Had he known better, he would have refrained from rushing here. He had assumed Hua Yan to be but a naive youth, despite running the most formidable conglomerate globally. Ultimately, it was his family's legacy. In reality, he was merely an inexperienced young man, incapable of outmaneuvering a seasoned player like himself. A slight pressure would suffice to bring him to heel. Yet now he felt absurdly mistaken. He was the one who had been subdued. Chapter 53. Secretary Lin, will you not let him off the hook? Express your gratitude. Hua Yan's gaze was piercing. My secretary has aided you. Should you not extend your thanks? Mr. Wang's countenance darkened as he glanced up at Hua Yan, intent on defending himself. However, a single icy glare from Hua Yan rendered him compliant. With a scowl, he lowered his head and addressed Lin Yang. Thank you for assisting me in swatting that mosquito earlier. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, concealing the satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Ah, he ought to be thanking us. Mr. Wang was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Shortly after being momentarily spared by Hua Yan, he received a call from Jiang Xinyue. Mr. Wang, how did it go? Did you meet my sister? Jiang Xinyue's tone had shifted from the sugary demeanor she displayed in Hua Yan's presence to one laced with malice. Mr. Wang sat in the dining establishment, his face darkening as he swept a wine glass from the table. The glass shattered upon hitting the floor, the sound piercing the air. Jiang Xinyue gasped, her voice trembling with fear. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Is something amiss? Mr. Wang's expression was grim as he questioned her. Jiang Xinyue, did you not tell me that Hua Yan harbors no ulterior motives towards Wanwan? Jiang Xinyue, taken aback, exclaimed, of course not. How could Mr. Hua possibly have feelings for her? She clenched her fists. If anyone, it would be me he is interested in. Otherwise, why would he have made a special appearance at my birthday banquet? Mr. Wang's tone was low. Is that so? Then why does Hua Yan's secretary dare to so brazenly confront me? What do you mean? Mr. Wang was reluctant to divulge the incident, hesitating for several moments before confessing. That secretary had the audacity to humiliate me in front of others. He even offered to cover for me. Tell me, could this be without Huoyan's directive? That secretary dared to insult you? Jiang Xinyue narrowed her eyes, recalling some of the humiliation she had experienced at Lin Yang's hands. Her expression darkened. There is no need to concern yourself with him, Mr. Wang. He is merely a lowly secretary, exerting influence through Huoyan. There is no way this could have been at Mr. Hua's behest. He simply wished to avoid losing face because of him. Jiang Xinyue, feeling somewhat guilty, attempted to change the subject. Mr. Wang, do you truly intend to abandon my sister over such trivialities? In truth, Mr. Wang had not fortuitously encountered Lin Yang. After Jiang Xinyue had been dismissed, she could no longer bear the indignity. She specifically called Mr. Wang to inform him that Jiang Wanwan was meeting with Huoyan, urging him to hurry and prevent Jiang Wanwan from being captivated by Huoyan's charms. Her true intention was to incite Mr. Wang's disdain for Jiang Wanwan. Having felt humiliated by Huoyan, she wished for Jiang Wanwan to suffer similarly. I certainly could not abandon her. The moment Jiang Wanwan's name arose, a lascivious glint flickered in Mr. Wang's eyes. Rest assured, your sister will inevitably be mine. I shall be visiting your family soon to propose. Jiang Xinyue chuckled with glee. Then I shall preemptively address you as brother-in-law. As night fell, a black sedan glided smoothly along the road. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yang grasped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at Huoyan, who was seated in the back, eyes closed in repose. With the passage of time, his glances towards Huoyan grew more frequent, his anxiety mounting. Finally, with less than 10 minutes remaining before they arrived at Huoyan's residence, Huoyan opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon him. Secretary Lin, do you have something you wish to convey? Huoyan's eyes met Lin Yang's through the rearview mirror just as Lin Yang had glanced up. Lin Yang hastily averted his gaze, feigning concentration on driving. Haha, he chuckled awkwardly. I merely wish to inquire if there is anything you would like to instruct me to do, Mr. Hua? After feigning busyness for a few seconds, Lin Yang relaxed and discreetly glanced at Huoyan. So much had transpired this evening, that General Manager Wang distinctly resembled a pivotal antagonist from a novel. He doubted Huoyan had no thoughts regarding this character. After a few moments of contemplation, Huoyan turned to him and said, Will you keep me company tonight? Lin Yang was taken aback. Is sleeping with me more significant than your wife? A tinge of frustration coursed through him as he suppressed his emotions, forcing a stiff smile. Mr. Hua, don't you find General Manager Wang rather suspicious? Huoyan narrowed his eyes. Secretary Lin, he has already apologized and expressed his gratitude. Do you intend to hold a grudge indefinitely? I had no idea you were such a petty person. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. Child, you are beyond saving. No, Mr. Hua, don't you find General Manager Wang's attitude towards Miss Jiang rather peculiar? Lin Yang finally lost his composure and directly stated, Consider the things he said to her, the gifts he bestowed, and his remarks about her being a little spicy. Don't you think he harbors ulterior motives towards Miss Jiang? Moreover, look at how her father regards General Manager Wang. It seems as though he intends to sell his own daughter. Don't you think Miss Jiang is in grave danger? Huoyan lowered his gaze and thought for a few moments before nodding imperceptibly. Indeed, Secretary Lin, you possess quite the analytical mind. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with hope, believing that the domineering CEO had finally come to his senses. However, Huoyan lifted his gaze, casting a cool glance in Lin Yang's direction, and coldly remarked, But what does that have to do with me? That is her private matter. My relationship with her does not even qualify as a collaboration. Lin Yang closed his eyes in despair. It is truly disheartening. He wished he could give Huoyan a thumbs up. Child, you are indeed lost. Not even qualifying as partners with your own wife. What is it? Must you truly wait until your wife marries that old Bai Deng before you rush to be the male mistress? Is that your twisted preference? Mr. Hua, do you not intend to lend a hand to Miss Jiang? Just look at her. She is so pitiful. Did you not see how her father and Miss Jiang treated her? Is that something a person can do? They are clearly intent on selling her. Chapter 54. Secretary Lin, shouldn't you thank me? Lin Yang spoke with righteous indignation, yet Huoyan remained unmoved. Secretary Lin, are you certain you have no feelings for her? Huoyan glanced at the rearview mirror, from which he could see half of Lin Yang's face. The retreating neon lights flickered across Lin Yang's visage. While driving, Lin Yang preferred to leave the window slightly open for ventilation. The evening breeze slipped through the small gap, gently tousling his soft hair. An expression of exasperation emerged on Lin Yang's face. He believed that, with his back to Huoyan, the domineering CEO would not be so bored as to constantly observe him through the rearview mirror. Thus, he did not consciously control his expression. He desperately wanted to scream into Huoyan's ear, "If you care so much, rather than testing me here, why not inquire about how to pursue the female lead? Mr. Hua, rest assured, I have no interest in women." His life goal was to remain untroubled. Romance was merely a fleeting thought. He did not intend to harm others. No interest in women? Huoyan raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes deepening. Then why are you so concerned about her? Isn't it merely my concern for you? Lin Yang retorted. Without me, who else would dote on you like this? Mr. Hua, do you not care even a little for Miss Jiang? She is in such a wretched state. If someone were to show her concern and assist her, she would surely develop a fondness for that person.
Lin Yang insinuated.
Feeling as though he had nearly inscribed the right answer on Huoyan's forehead, he furtively stole glances at Huoyan in the rearview mirror. Huoyan, as if possessing a malfunctioning reflex, maintained an impassive expression. His eyes were nearly twitching when Huoyan finally reacted. Look ahead, Secretary Lin. Through the rearview mirror, Huoyan cast a cold glance at Lin Yang. I am aware of my good looks. There is no need for you to be so eager. Once we return, I will allow you to gaze freely. Disappointed, Lin Yang diverted his gaze. The CEO must be out of his mind. Is it now fashionable to feign a slight madness? So even the CEO must indulge in this trend? After much contemplation, Lin Yang finally spoke. Mr. Hua, stop pretending. Lin Yang solemnly stated, I know you merely feign indifference. In truth, you care deeply. Rest assured, I will not disclose to anyone how much you care for a woman. Lin Yang took a deep breath. Please feel free to instruct me, Mr. Hua. We shall mutually indulge in this madness as a sign of respect. Huoyan? I had no idea she held such importance to me. Secretary Lin, you were the first to notice. Of course, in many romantic narratives, the domineering male lead often remains oblivious to his own feelings, leading to the infamous chasing the wife to the cremation ground trope. Since you did not find a suitable match for a runaway bride, you might as well take pleasure in your regretful script. Rest assured, Mr. Hua, I understand you. As your personal secretary, my goal is to be the one who knows you best. Although he did not truly comprehend Huoyan, he understood the essence of a domineering character and the plotlines of such narratives. Huoyan chuckled lightly and inquired, So, according to Secretary Lin, I must pay closer attention to this matter? With a sudden screech, Lin Yang pulled over, turning to him with excitement. Speak, Mr. Hua. How would you like me to proceed? Secretary Lin, tomorrow is Saturday, correct? Seeing his enthusiasm, Huoyan was in no hurry. He leisurely crossed one leg over the other, exuding an air of aloofness. He lifted his eyelids and casually glanced at Lin Yang. As a diligent worker, Lin Yang understood well. Yes, Mr. Hua, so what? He tentatively asked, Are you planning to sleep in all day Saturday and neglect everything else? Is the CEO also going to be lazy? This should not be the case. Typically, the CEO is portrayed as someone who works tirelessly, even on weekends, as if never weary, like a personal machine. Huoyan, isn't Saturday a day off? If I were to have you investigate relevant matters on Saturday, would that not be considered overtime? Should I offer you overtime pay? Lin Yang could scarcely believe his ears. What had he just heard? The CEO was actively inquiring about overtime pay. When did the CEO's persona become so considerate? No need. Lin Yang replied with a righteous demeanor. This concerns your lifelong affair, Mr. Hua. How could I quibble over a trifling amount of overtime pay? After saying this, he suddenly felt a bit bashful and lowered his head. However, if you wish to offer it, I would not refuse. After all, sacrificing my weekend to work is quite arduous. His tactic was to retreat to advance. Huoyan observed him and succinctly commented, So theatrical. Understood. Let us first investigate this individual. As for the overtime pay, it shall be tenfold. Huoyan said coldly. Lin Yang's spirits soared. No wonder the CEO had such a large following. If only he could exhibit such decisiveness and dominance each time he awarded overtime pay, then he would indeed appreciate it. The car came to a halt in the garage. Lin Yang turned and handed the car keys to Huoyan. This gesture had become the most eagerly anticipated action of his week, akin to clocking out on the final day of work. Once this act was completed, what awaited him was freedom. Huoyan merely cast a cursory glance and did not take the keys. Secretary Lin, what are you doing? A sense of alertness surged within Lin Yang. Mr. Hua, today is Friday. I know. Didn't I just mention that I would be giving you overtime pay tomorrow? Knowing this yet failing to retrieve the keys, it seemed he intended to treat the car as part of his overtime compensation. Then you, Secretary Lin, do you have something else to say to me? Huyen abruptly interrupted Lin Yang, propping his head up lazily as he gazed at him. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses. Wishing you a pleasant weekend? Huyen, shouldn't you be thanking me? This sentiment seemed somewhat familiar. Was he really fishing for gratitude? He must be quite fond of receiving thanks. Perhaps he would deliver a heartfelt rendition of Listen to Me Say Thank You on the year-end stage. Thank you for what? Lin Yang felt a bit intimidated, sensing that Huyen's sudden request for gratitude hinted at a desire for more than just a simple acknowledgement. Huyen was amused by Lin Yang's evident unease. He curled his lips into a smirk, his dark eyes casually fixated on Lin Yang, creating an atmosphere that made Lin Yang feel cornered. That slap you gave to President Wang was intentional, wasn't it? There was no mosquito at all. If I hadn't intervened, do you honestly think he would have let you off the hook? Lin Yang blinked. Ah, there really wasn't a mosquito? I thought I must have seen it wrong. What had begun as a casual excuse now felt uncertain, particularly with both Huyen and the female lead asserting it with such conviction. Perhaps his eyesight was inferior to theirs, explaining why he had missed it. So, it seemed the taciturn CEO had told a fib. For his benefit? Chapter 55. Secretary Lin, I am not dead yet. Huyen, you truly are foolish. Not only that, Huyen continued, I even played along with your narrative, allowing you to investigate this matter. So tell me, Secretary Lin, how do you plan to thank me? Huyen raised his chin, resembling a monarch who held everything in his grasp. His dark gaze bore into Lin Yang, as if he intended to ensnare Lin Yang within his sight eternally. Lin Yang felt as though he had been ensnared by Huyen's machinations. Mr. Hua, I genuinely appreciate your assistance with President Wang's matter. But regarding Miss Jiang, that was your own initiative, wasn't it? Huyen arched an eyebrow, retorting, wasn't it you, Secretary Lin, who claimed to know me well enough to ask for my help? I merely followed your lead. Lin Yang? You really know how to embellish, don't you? Mr. Hua, are you truly saying you have no concern for Miss Jiang at all? Lin Yang could hardly bear it. Just admit that you genuinely care for the female lead. Watch me record this. To his surprise, Huyen calmly replied, then shall I withdraw the investigation and prove otherwise? Lin Yang, I've never encountered such a duplicitous man. He lowered his head in frustration. Thank you, Mr. Hua, for being such a considerate boss. Your thoughtfulness toward your subordinates is truly commendable. Lin Yang's tone remained steady, yet his manner was consistently respectful, resembling an emotionless recitation machine. Secretary Lin, my assistance has been plentiful. What I desire is not merely your gratitude. Lin Yang ground his back teeth. He knew the CEO's intentions were far from innocent. Only he was truly naive, content with a mere thank you from that old miser. The evils of capitalism certainly do not miss a single opportunity to exploit the laborer. What now? Perhaps I should compensate you a bit? Lin Yang contemplated surrendering. He would forego the Saturday overtime pay. How does that sound, Mr. Hua? He instinctively felt that capitalists aimed solely to maximize the exploitation of employees, haggling over a sum that barely covered a meal. To his astonishment, Huyen responded, Secretary Lin, do you think I care about that money? He uttered that profound truth. I have no interest in money at all. Lin Yang, what a statement. If only he would relinquish his position to let someone else take the reins. He might learn what it means to be exploited. Then what do you desire, Mr. Hua? Should I prostrate myself before you? Lin Yang said, half-jokingly, they say that a man's knees hold gold. If he truly did bow before him, would that suffice? Huyen. Secretary Lin, I am not dead yet. Lin Yang, oh right, please take back the keys. Huyen, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his brow and looked at Lin Yang. Stay the night at my place. To be precise, at his residence. So that was the intention. Lin Yang felt a bit conflicted. Being an overnight guest on a Friday certainly implied more than just a single night stay. It would extend into Saturday as well. His internal clock had naturally adjusted to waking around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Yet by that time, Huyen would undoubtedly be awake. Upon rising, he would have to face the scrutinizing gaze of the CEO. How should he go about it? Should he make a run for it? Or should he first cater to the CEO before taking his leave? The mere thought of it made Lin Yang's head throb. Was there really any distinction between this and working overtime? Noticing Lin Yang's prolonged silence, Huyan's frown deepened. He squinted slightly, a sense of discomfort settling in. What's the matter, Secretary Lin? Are you incapable of handling something so commonplace? You previously stated your desire to be the one who understands me best. I presumed my secretary to be loyal, yet here you are, unable to manage this simple task. His voice dropped several degrees, causing Lin Yang to feel the surrounding atmosphere grow colder. The CEO genuinely seemed upset. Lin Yang. He was only making idle remarks. He couldn't possibly admit to knowing this was a fictional world, that this was an archetypal CEO narrative, and that if he neglected this matter, he would regret it later. To his surprise, Huyan was utterly serious. Lin Yang lifted his head, managing a smile that was more akin to a grimace than anything else. Mr. Hua, perhaps you could compensate me a bit? After all, this could be considered overtime. Wouldn't you agree? Ultimately succumbing to the pressure of financial necessity, Lin Yang reluctantly returned home with Huyan. Huyan bathed first. While he was occupied, Lin Yang sat on the couch, contemplating how to thoroughly investigate the situation. In truth, as the CEO's secretary, he possessed quite a vast network of contacts. After all, being the personal secretary to the president of a premier global conglomerate was no small feat. Numerous individuals, barely managing to infiltrate the upper echelons of society, were desperate to obtain Huyan's contact information or even have the chance to converse with him. Many sought to bribe him with money just for the opportunity to exchange a few words with Huyan. However, he had turned them all down. It is not so much that he possesses an unwavering set of principles, but rather that he is acutely aware of the consequences. Accepting a bribe would essentially place his vulnerabilities into the hands of others. Should their appetites grow insatiable, and he finds himself unable to meet their demands, they would not hesitate to expose him to Huyan. Huyan despises betrayal above all else and loathes such underhanded tactics. According to the typical narrative of a domineering CEO, Huyan truly has the power to render him utterly powerless in this world. However, on a more casual note, inquiring about certain tidbits of information is rather straightforward. Many individuals relish sharing the sordid tales of rival affluent families. Nevertheless, he still finds this method somewhat cumbersome. The simplest approach would be to directly ask the female lead. Huyan possesses the female lead's contact information, yet, with the CEO's penchant for maintaining an air of aloofness, he would undoubtedly refrain from making such an inquiry himself. He mused whether asking Huyan for the female lead's contact details might incite jealousy and lead to his own demise. As Lin Yang pondered over how to persuade Huyan to share the female lead's contact information, Huyan emerged from the bathroom, fresh from his shower. "What are you thinking?" came the icy voice, drawing nearer. Lin Yang instinctively turned his head, and upon seeing Huyan approach with measured strides, he found himself momentarily speechless. Today, Huyan appeared quite different from his usual self. Typically, Huyan exudes an air of restraint and asceticism. Even his casual attire, when not informal wear, tends to be limited to shades of black or gray, exuding a distinctly cold demeanor. Yet today, Huyan seemed unhinged. He wore no shirt at all. Chapter 56. Secretary Lin, have you had your fill? Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to discern whether it was he who had lost his sanity or if Huyan had truly gone mad. Huyan's damp hair hung loosely, droplets cascading down, while he donned only loose-fitting dark gray sweatpants. His upper body was completely bare, truly bare. The exquisite taper of his physique was on full display. His shoulders, broad and defined, were a testament to his strength. The contours of his chest muscles were pronounced, and his abdominal definition was both clear and fluid. An aura of warmth radiated from him, reminiscent of someone just emerged from a shower. Water droplets trickled down from his hair, following the pronounced line of his Adam's apple, meandering down past his abs and disappearing into his lower abdomen. The loose pants sat precariously at his waist, revealing faint veins on his abdomen. Lin Yang was utterly captivated. What did this mean? Was the attire from Meichuan truly this provocative? Secretary Lin, have you had your fill of the view? Huyan leaned against his forehead, sweeping the damp strands of hair back. His other hand rested on his hip as he tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yang. This posture perfectly accentuated the muscular lines of his arms, the veins visibly prominent. Who claimed the CEO was devoid of desire? He was positively enticing. Lin Yang felt his face inexplicably heat up and quickly averted his gaze. "Mr. Hua, why are you not wearing a shirt?" He had yet to lose his composure, yet Huyan was certainly acting strangely. Huyen smirked. Secretary Lin, I senti you who always enjoys looking at me while in the car? I thought I'd give you an ample view now. Lin Yong found himself momentarily speechless. So I should thank you for this generous display? He retorted. Why not go so far as to remove your pants as well? Noticing Lin Yang's distracted demeanor, Huyen approached him, resting his powerful arm on the armrest of the sofa. The refreshing scent of his body wash enveloped Lin Yong, leaving him feeling cornered. Seated as he was, with Huyen bending slightly over him, he found himself at eye level with Huyen's abdomen. The faintly visible veins and the damp waistband tantalizingly suggested images he dared not entertain. He averted his gaze further upward, feeling a sense of panic wash over him as Huyen's low, amused voice broke the silence. Secretary Lin, have you had your fill of the view? What are your thoughts? Perhaps I find you a touch self-absorbed and rather enticing. Lin Yong thought to himself, though he merely adjusted his glasses without voicing this sentiment. Rationally analyzing the situation, he concluded that Huyen's sudden display of his physique might be an attempt to intimidate him into retreating, believing he harbored feelings for the female lead. This seemed plausible. The lenses of his glasses reflected a glimmer of insight as he calmly maneuvered himself out from Huyen's obstructive presence. He then stood gracefully, readjusting his glasses, and spoke professionally. Mr. Hua, your physique is as impeccable as your wealth, from head to toe, akin to a divine sculpture meticulously crafted by the hands of an artist. Standing before you, one feels utterly dwarfed by inadequacy. For anyone you desire, no one would dare contest your claim. Originally amused by Lin Yong's furtive attempt to sidle away, Huyen found himself feeling as if he had indeed been turned into a statue upon hearing such praise. After a prolonged silence, he let out a self-deprecating chuckle and sank into the sofa. He raised his eyes to scrutinize Lin Yong for a few seconds. Secretary Lin, I've never encountered someone as dim-witted as you. Lin Yong? Why must he resort to insults mid-conversation? He had strained to offer praise. Mr. Hua, what do you mean by that? He inquired, his calm tone betraying a hint of indignation. Huyen pressed at his temples, dismissively waving his hand as though soothing a child. It's nothing. Go take a shower. Lin Yong? Clenching his fists, he watched as Huyen rose from the sofa, casting a cursory glance in his direction before retreating to his room. Lin Yong relaxed his grip, deciding to let it slide, given Huyen's apparent awareness of the situation. He turned and made his way to the bathroom. Upon emerging, he was surprised not to find Huyen lounging on the sofa. Upon entering the bedroom, he discovered Huyen seated on the bed, a laptop resting on his lap, seemingly engrossed in work. His hair had dried and he was now dressed. Lin Yong exhaled in relief, having feared that Huyen intended to sleep in the nude. The thought of his boss embracing him in a state of undress was enough to send him into a frenzy. Huyen preferred to hold him close while sleeping. Just imagine waking up to find your boss's bare chest as the first sight of the day. The mere thought was maddening. Lin Yong climbed onto the bed, lying down obediently beside Huyen, who soon closed his laptop, removed his glasses, and slipped under the covers, turning his back to Lin Yong. Lin Yong's eyelids twitched involuntarily. What was happening? Such unusual behavior. Was he upset and choosing silence to communicate? Did he expect Lin Yong to guess? Mr. Hua, shall I turn off the lights? Lin Yong's voice, without his conscious will, took on a more restrained tone than usual. Huyen replied curtly, off. His voice was colder than usual, biting like frost. Lin Yong shivered, perplexed by Huyen's erratic behavior. He slowly sat up to switch off the light. Typically, after the lights were out, Huyen would draw closer to him. However, today, the silence behind Lin Yong lingered uncomfortably, rendering him somewhat disconcerted. He was certain that the domineering CEO was upset. The cause eluded him. It was akin to being summoned into your superior's office, only to be met with the question, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Without a hint of guidance, leaving the employee to guess. Is this a childish game? Lin Yong pondered intently. Could it be that his earlier compliments had been overly extravagant, leading the CEO to perceive him as disingenuous, thus inciting his ire? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. The CEO, the most challenging entity to appease in existence, harbors an aversion to flattery while being impervious to any criticism directed at him. As Lin Yong mulled over how to refine his sycophantic discourse for future encounters with Huyen, he was suddenly enveloped by the latter's warm presence. Huyen's arms encircled him, and Lin Yong instinctively opened his eyes. Upon falling into that familiar embrace, he surprisingly felt a sense of relief. No, he should not feel relieved. He sensed a tightening grip that was almost suffocating. Just as he intended to shift slightly for a breath of air, Huyan's cold voice pierced through the moment. If you move again, Secretary Lin, I shall deduct your salary on the grounds of negligence. The mere mention of a salary deduction rendered Lin Yang motionless. The malevolent grip of capitalism. Was it wrong for him to exhibit a hint of displeasure at being forced to work overtime? Moreover, he had not even expressed anger. He merely needed to breathe. Chapter 57 Secretary Lin, remove your glasses. When Lin Yang awoke the following morning, it felt as though the world had collapsed. Huyan's presence was conspicuously absent, and the spot where he had lain was icy. The bedroom bore no trace of Huyan, who had seemingly departed at some point. Grabbing his phone, he discovered it was already past 11. He raked a hand through his disheveled hair, his face reflecting a pallor of despair. No, he distinctly recalled setting an alarm while Huyan was in the shower. Considering Huyan's workaholic persona, he had taken the precaution of setting an alarm that had never existed before, intending to rise before the CEO to prevent any notion of laziness from taking root. Yet that alarm, which would ring every 5 minutes if left unattended, had failed to rouse him even once, allowing him to sleep well into midday. As he drew back the curtains, the bright sunlight only intensified the chill within him. He hastily dressed and groomed himself in the bathroom's shower. Upon exiting, he found no sign of Huyan. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom were devoid of his presence. The entire villa was eerily silent. Could he have left? A daring thought crossed Lin Yang's mind. Having completed his duty of companionship, perhaps now was the opportune moment for a stealthy escape. Like a cautious tomcat, he quietly tiptoed toward the door. Just as he neared it, a chilling voice rang out from a distance. Secretary Lin, what are you sneaking about for? Lin Yang nearly stumbled, his heart racing as he turned, scratching his head sheepishly. Xiaohua, I thought you might be hungry and was just about to fetch you something to eat. The excuse was riddled with holes, and he quickly sought to change the subject. Where have you been? I was just going to ask what you wanted to eat. Yet I couldn't find you anywhere. Huyan, seeing through his transparent ruse, merely chuckled derisively after glancing at Lin Yang's unkempt hair, still standing on end. I was working in the study. Yet, Secretary Lin, didn't you mention you would investigate President Wang's matters over the weekend? I presumed my secretary was quite diligent. He glanced at his watch, then raised his gaze to Lin Yang. And yet, here you are only rising just before lunchtime. Are you planning to commence your work in the afternoon, only to request overtime pay afterward? Lin Yang, Xiaohua, this was an oversight. You know I am never late during regular hours, right? Huyan crossed his arms, observing him with an air of amusement. Were there not several occasions when I had to wake you? Lin Yang, isn't it said that brevity is the soul of wit? Why is your tongue so sharp? He mused whether the female lead would find herself exasperated by Huyan in the future. When did you wake up, CEO? Unable to win the argument, Lin Yang opted to shift the topic. Huyan cocked his chin, languidly responding, when your alarm rang. Lin Yang? So, if I failed to hear my alarm, it's your fault for turning it off? No wonder I didn't catch the incessant ringing. It was you who silenced it. Realization dawned upon him. It was not his inability to rise but Huyan's interference that kept him from waking. Lin Yang clenched his fists in frustration. Huyan raised an eyebrow, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. Lin Yang's fists loosened as he spoke earnestly. That couldn't possibly be the case. I was merely curious as to why you didn't wake me this time. If you wish to avoid rousing me, perhaps you shouldn't have silenced my alarm. Huyan regarded his helpless expression with a smirk. I simply wanted to see how long you would sleep without your alarm. Lin Yang, how utterly mundane. Was humanity capable of such boredom? Observing Lin Yang's incredulous look, Huyan's amusement deepened. He turned and beckoned Lin Yang. Bring me a cup of coffee from the study. Carrying the coffee, Lin Yang approached Huyan's study and knocked on the door. Huyan's deep voice beckoned him to enter.
Lin Yang hesitated.
This was Huyan's home, not the office. Today was the weekend, and it was not working hours. Here he was in Huyan's residence, serving him tea. For a fleeting moment, he felt like a servant in Huyan's household. If he were to request a male servant's salary, Huyan might just oblige. Shaking his head, Lin Yang dismissed the notion. Though he often self-deprecatingly likened himself to a beast of burden, he ought not to truly consider himself as such. Working tirelessly for 30 days straight with no respite would leave even a machine weary. This was Lin Yang's first visit to Huoyan's office. The heavy wooden door swung open, revealing a spacious study furnished with a minimalist design, reminiscent of the CEO's office. Lin Yang quickly regained his composure as a diligent worker, respectfully placing the coffee before Huoyan. "CEO, your coffee." As he prepared to rise, Huoyan abruptly lifted his gaze towards him. "Wait a moment. Lin Yang?" He instinctively cast a glance at his collar. Oh, today he wasn't clad in a suit, but rather in a casual outfit he had brought to work last Monday and had since left at Huoyan's residence. There was no tie to be fastened. So what was this all about? "What's the matter, Mr. Hua?" Lin Yang inquired politely, although he was already drenched in sweat. Quite literally. The hunched posture was undeniably uncomfortable. Huoyan remained silent, scrutinizing Lin Yang's face for several seconds. Lin Yang felt a shiver run down his spine under such intense observation. Which employee relishes being gazed at by their superior? After what felt like an eternity of staring, Huoyan finally averted his gaze and stated coolly, "Secretary Lin, you don't suffer from myopia, do you?" Although Lin Yang was somewhat perplexed, he nodded affirmatively. "No, Mr. Hua. Wearing glasses would render him more professional. Then today, remove your glasses." Lin Yang could indeed take off his glasses. In fact, he was not particularly fond of wearing them as they made him feel quite uncomfortable. However, Huoyan's remark left him bewildered, prompting him to ask, "Why?" Chapter 58. "Secretary Lin, are you threatening me?" His instinctive retort elicited a frown of dissatisfaction from Huoyan. He appraised Lin Yang's visage. At first glance, Secretary Lin's face appeared rather ordinary. Upon closer inspection, it lacked any remarkable traits. With glasses, he seemed even more mundane. Yet his skin was commendable. There had been a period when he had evidently not rested well, as evidenced by dark circles under his eyes. After sleeping over 10 hours last night, the dark circles had significantly faded, rendering his face even cleaner and more pleasant today. Now, observing him from such a close distance, Huoyan discovered that Secretary Lin's eyes were, in fact, quite unique, remarkably expressive. To put it elegantly, that is, to say it harshly, he would refrain from doing so, lest Secretary Lin secretly form a group to criticize their boss's sharp tongue behind his back. Quite unattractive. Huoyan withdrew his gaze, calmly uttering 3 words. "Lin Yang?" He brewed him coffee, and this was the thanks he received in return, a personal attack? "Mr. Hua, are you referring to my glasses or my face? I'll grant you another chance to rephrase that. Think carefully before you speak." Huoyan genuinely lifted his gaze to regard him once more. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yang leaned slightly closer to Huoyan. He believed that while his face may not rival the meticulously crafted visage of Huoyan, it was certainly not inferior. He wasn't merely defending the original character of this NPC. Rather, his face bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, to the point that when he awoke in an unfamiliar environment and saw the familiar reflection in the mirror, he initially thought he had been kidnapped. As Huoyan's face suddenly loomed closer, he momentarily lost focus. His hands, resting on the desk, tightened slightly as he lowered his gaze and said, "Neither is appealing." "Lin Yang? Shall I take my leave then?" Lin Yang contemplated giving up entirely. If he was deemed unattractive, why was he instructed to remove his glasses? Huoyan fixed a cold stare upon him. "Who said you could leave?" It seemed he was reluctant to let Lin Yang depart despite his earlier comments about his looks. "Mr. Hua, I'm not afraid that my appearance might offend your eyes," Lin Yang replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Huoyan detected the subtlety and chuckled lightly, deliberately replying, "I could hold you while sleeping. Would I still mind your appearance?" Lin Yang. By that logic, should he then express gratitude? "Remove your glasses and sit over there." After sipping his coffee, Huoyan added, "Also, when we are alone, you needn't wear glasses. Put them on only in the presence of others." Lin Yang was baffled. Wasn't he unattractive in both cases? Did this imply that his perceived unattractiveness should be kept unique? "Mr. Hua, what difference does that make in your eyes?" Lin Yang inquired politely, reasoning that since he appeared the same to Huoyan regardless, he believed the best course of action would be to minimize his presence. Perhaps because it was the weekend, his audacity had swelled. Huoyan halted his typing, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Lin Yang for several seconds. "Secretary Lin, are you threatening me?" "Not at all," Lin Yang replied flatly, even avoiding eye contact with Huoyan. It was evident that he genuinely cared about this matter. Though he claimed not to be intimidated, his demeanor radiated dissatisfaction. Huoyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, You're not so unattractive without glasses. Lin Yang chose to ignore him, prompting Huyen to raise an eyebrow and add, quite handsome, actually. The moment Lin Yang responded, he pushed his glasses up with his index finger and said earnestly, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Hua, but in my view you are far more handsome. You are the epitome of creation, and I cannot possibly compare to you." With that, he elegantly removed his glasses and gracefully took a seat on a nearby chair. Huyen? He felt as though he had been deftly maneuvered. This was the first time he had encountered someone so dedicated to work, even on a weekend. Truly, one of the hallmarks of a domineering CEO. The dedication to work was not merely for show. Huyen was indeed serious. Once he commenced his tasks, he hadn't even taken a sip of his coffee. Moreover, despite working from home, Huyen maintained an air of dignified elegance. The lenses of his glasses glinted with a cold sheen, and every movement he made exuded the aura of a corporate elite. No wonder, despite the melodramatic cliches of domineering CEO novels, so many were drawn to them. Sometimes, the allure of a domineering CEO was undeniable. Lin Yang did not linger in Huyen's study for long. Soon enough, the family cook at the Hua residence delivered the prepared meal. Huyen's work remained unfinished, instructing Lin Yang to retrieve it. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a warm and amiable auntie standing at the entrance, both hands carrying familiar boxes. Clearly taken aback at the sight of him, she hesitated before inquiring, "Who are you?" Lin Yang had been residing at Hua Yan's home, either dining at the restaurant for breakfast and dinner or having the family cook deliver meals. On the rare occasions the auntie had come to deliver food, he was in the shower, and Huyen had answered the door. This was their first encounter. "Hello, auntie. My name is Lin Yang, Mr. Hua's personal secretary," and before he could finish, the auntie interrupted him, her expression one of surprise. "You are the Secretary Lin that old Ma mentioned, the one whom my young master is particularly taking care of?" Lin Yang. "Oh, Secretary Lin, let me tell you, not long ago, old Ma tearfully confided in me that he had fallen out of favor, that my young master no longer required him to pick him up from work. When I inquired further, he smiled and said it was all right, that my young master had matured and was no longer so indifferent. It was only when I pressed him that I learned the person my young master was taking care of was you, the one who took his job." After Auntie Zhang arranged the meal, she enthusiastically engaged Lin Yang in conversation. Lin Yang. What was he supposed to do about that? Perhaps he should apologize? Unfortunately, Auntie Zhang didn't give him the opportunity, continuing her chatter. "However, Secretary Lin, what brings you here? I recall that the young master's company observes a weekend break." Lin Yang forced a pained smile. "I'm working overtime." Aunt Zhang looked astonished. "Overtime at the young master's residence?" When he moved out, he was adamant about not allowing us to come over to cook for him. He detests having anyone in his home. How could he possibly permit you to work here, Secretary Lin? Lin Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the truth. In reality, this overtime entailed sharing a bed. Even if the location were different, it would still involve sleeping beside Huyen. It was unclear whether Aunt Zhang would be more astonished by the notion of him sleeping with Huyen or by the fact that he visited Huyen's home daily. A notion that seemed utterly unfathomable to her. Just as Lin Yang was pondering how to broach the subject, a dispassionate voice emanated from the study. "Because he slept here last night." Chapter 59. Secretary Lin, is sharing a bed with me a matter of great embarrassment? Huyen's icy tone immediately captured Aunt Zhang's attention. "Young master," she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Having worked in the Hua household for over 20 years, she had watched the young master grow up. Regardless of how cold his demeanor had become in adulthood, to her, he remained the little glutinous rice ball who once reached out for her embrace. Lin Yang's expression became considerably more rigid. Upon hearing Huyen's words, he felt as though darkness had engulfed him. How was it possible that he had been contemplating how to articulate this matter sensibly, only for Huyen to blurt it out so brazenly? Noticing the stiffness on Lin Yang's face, Huyen smirked and said leisurely, "What's the matter, Secretary Lin? Did I say something amiss? Or is it that my previous statement lacked sufficient clarity? Should I elaborate further, perhaps mentioning that we indeed shared a bed last night?" "That's quite enough, Mr. Hua," Lin Yang hastily interrupted. "Your explanation is already abundantly clear. I doubt Aunt Zhang wishes to know any more details." Lin Yang adjusted his glasses awkwardly. Such matters were best kept between the two of them. He could not afford to have his secret of being a bedfellow exposed. Huyen merely smiled, opting not to pursue the topic further. Aunt Zhang, brimming with excitement, glanced between Huyen and Secretary Lin. Her curiosity piqued. What on earth is going on? I truly wish to know. Yet both men appeared resolute in their silence, leaving Aunt Zhang with no choice but to concede her inquiry. But why was Secretary Lin here last night? Old Ma mentioned some time ago that Secretary Lin had grumbled about having to escort the young master home after work, which hardly seems different from working overtime, she inquired with genuine intrigue. Lin Yong was taken aback by her comment, unable to intercept her in time. He closed his eyes in despair. Secretary Lin, it appears you are quite dissatisfied with my work arrangements. Why have you never voiced this to me directly? Huyen's voice, laced with a hint of menace, emerged from the side. Lin Yong. Could he even voice such sentiments? The position had originally been volunteered for by the former occupant, and as an employee he could only grumble behind closed doors. Oh dear young master, haven't I mentioned before? One must not be too harsh on those close to you. It is vital to show concern for those around you. My intention in saying this is to express my worry for Secretary Lin, having to drive you home after work every day. Wouldn't that impose excessive pressure? Aunt Zhang interjected on Lin Yang's behalf. In his mind, Lin Yang fervently agreed. Finally, an NPC who understood the struggles of another NPC, unlike the domineering CEO who merely regarded him as a tool. Huyen cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yang. Realizing he was being scrutinized, Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, feigning indifference. Huyen smirked, retracting his gaze. Yes, I understand. It was rare for Huyen to heed the words of a servant. However, Aunt Zhang, there's no need for concern on that front. Secretary Lin has been sleeping here with me every night, so you needn't worry about his overtime. Lin Yang, who had just exhaled in relief, was left dumbfounded. What? He could no longer maintain his composure and turned to Huyen in disbelief. Are you serious? You just blurted that out. Huyen turned to him, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked coldly, What's wrong, Secretary Lin? Did I say something inappropriate? Lin Yang, what could he possibly say? He didn't wish to elaborate further, nervously glancing at Aunt Zhang. His mind raced, desperately concocting an explanation. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang did not dwell on the matter, cheerfully stating, Is that so? So, when you ask me to prepare meals for two, it's for him? She shot a playful glare at Huyen. And every time I inquired, you never bothered to clarify, leading me to believe your appetite had simply increased. I was genuinely happy for you. Yet, it's delightful to see you suddenly so considerate. Aunt Zhang wiped her eyes, glancing at Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, we owe you a great deal. Old Ma was right. You are the first person to have garnered such special treatment from our young master. When I return, I must tell the madam that our young master has finally learned to care for others. Lin Yang. So, does he owe a thank you as well? A thank you he truly did not wish to hear again. Please convey that sentiment to someone who genuinely needs it. Once Aunt Zhang departed, the room fell into an eerie silence. Huyen remained silent as he regarded Lin Yang. Under his piercing gaze, Lin Yang felt as if he were being pricked by 1,000 needles, a lump forming in his throat, sitting uncomfortably on pins and needles. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself. Adjusting his glasses, he forced a stiff smile. Mr. Hua, the food is getting cold. Perhaps you should eat before returning to your work. He attempted to sidestep to the chair, but as he turned, Huyen's imposing figure blocked his path. Secretary Lin, don't you have anything to say to me? The chilling aura enveloped him, emanating from Huyen. Lin Yang, what could he possibly say? You're blocking my way. Kindly move aside. With a forced smile plastered on his face, he replied, I believe there is nothing to discuss. Huyen raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Is that so? I have something to say. Lin Yang. Mr. Hua, I certainly do not find any issue in your asking me to be your chauffeur. I perceive it merely as a trial you have set for me. Lin Yang felt he was running out of excuses, trying to explain himself. I never mentioned this matter. Seeing that Lin Yang had nothing to say, Huyen finally spoke. Lin Yang, huh? So he had him speak for so long? What do you wish to say? Huyen inquired, his hands tucked into his pockets as he stood before Lin Yang, observing him leisurely. Huh? What is it?
Lin Yang,
Feeling guilty, adjusted his glasses and lowered his gaze, playing the fool. I thought you had finished speaking, thus I interrupted you. Is that so? I had already uttered the word sleep, and I presumed Secretary Lin was aware of my intent, hence the deliberate interruption. Huyen stepped closer, the distance between them less than an arm's length. Huyen spoke calmly, I had thought that sharing a bed with me would be a matter of great embarrassment in your eyes, Secretary Lin. Lin Yang? It is not merely the case of a domineering character being economical with words. Could it be that this FAAD is intended to conceal his deficiencies in verbal articulation? How is it that the seemingly ordinary interaction between two robust men, akin to brothers sharing a bed, can evoke such vivid imaginings when expressed through his lips? After lunch, Huyen returned to his study to work. Lin Yang had initially planned to leave, but upon witnessing Huyen's earnest dedication, he felt a twinge of guilt. Huyen remarked that when it came to work, it was indeed work. He suggested that overtime was often only initiated at the very end. After all, one must earn their overtime pay. Contemplating this, Lin Yang decided to stay until Huyen completed his investigation. Chapter 60. Secretary Lin, do you have a penchant for heroes rescuing damsels in distress? President Wang is truly a remarkably simplistic supporting character, simple in his malevolence. His nefarious deeds are well known to many. Initially, Lin Yang believed that investigating this matter would take some time. However, after merely inquiring with a few individuals, he gathered the information swiftly. Just as Huyen had previously stated, President Wang currently wields considerable influence in the entertainment industry, capable of covering half the sky with his hand. Although he has been on a downward trajectory for quite some time, his resources, along with the leverage he holds over various prominent stars, ensure that he cannot swiftly fall from grace. This individual is mired in scandal, forever enamored with youthful flesh, indiscriminate of gender. Previously, a number of rising stars had bravely exposed his misdeeds online, but the fervor surrounding those revelations was quickly suppressed, resulting in no significant uproar. This was a topic he was well versed in. Such a quintessential antagonist serves merely as a tool for the male lead to display his prowess. During Jiang Xinyue's birthday banquet, President Wang was present and immediately fixated on the female lead of that time. He subsequently reached out to Jiang Yumin, fully aware that Jiang Wanwan held no position within the Jiang family and never bothered to seek her opinion. Upon learning of this, Jiang Xinyue took it upon herself to assist him with strategies. Naturally, the Jiang family did not simply offer Jiang Wanwan to him without expectation. Jiang Xinyue aspired to enter the entertainment circle, desiring top-tier resources from the outset. Given the Jiang family's limited connections in the industry, they were keen to rely on President Wang's outstretched hand. This was, in essence, a transaction involving their daughter. Lin Yang, embellishing the narrative, reported this matter to Huyen with an air of righteous indignation. Yet, Huyen's reaction was not as he had anticipated. And then what, Secretary Lin? What do you wish for me to do? Lin Yang was taken aback. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. In classic melodramatic romances, upon the first formal encounter between the leads, the domineering character typically reacts with, "This woman is truly extraordinary. You have captured my attention." Following this, he would be attentive to her affairs. Huyen's current indifferent demeanor made Lin Yang feel that his initial agreement to collaborate was not born of genuine interest in her. "Isn't this your concern, President Hua? I am merely a secretary. How could I possibly have the authority to make decisions on your behalf?" If one did not know better, they might assume he was the boss and Huyen the secretary. Should their roles be reversed, Huyen would undoubtedly be displeased. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses and stated professionally, however, "If you find yourself hesitant to make a decision, I could offer some suggestions." Huyen raised an eyebrow, observing him with an air of amusement. "Is that so? I had thought that your investigation into this matter was part of a larger plan." Lin Yang, to help him garner the female lead's favor is one thing, but now he expects me to assist in formulating a plan as well? Lin Yang clenched his fists, feeling as though he were watching a cardboard cutout engage in a romance, convinced that the misunderstandings between the two were on the verge of resolution, only for them to engage in a silent game of charades, resulting in a drawn-out sense of futility. "President Hua, I have no grand scheme. I merely believe that someone as unique as Miss Jiang should not be exploited in such a manner, marrying a scoundrel like him. What do you think, President Hua?" A practiced smile graced Lin Yang's face. Though his smile was insincere, the intensity of his gaze was genuine. "I will continue to watch you until you agree to assist the female lead." As if sensing his thoughts, Huyen responded with a nonchalant hum, lazily lifting his eyelids to regard Lin Yang. "So, Secretary Lin, what do you propose I do?" After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he rephrased, "Secretary Lin, what would you suggest I ought to do?" Lin Yang. That initial statement was intentional, wasn't it? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang feigned contemplation for a long moment before stating, I believe that regardless of the circumstances, if Miss Jiang is unwilling, we should do our utmost to assist her in escaping this predicament. To preempt any misconceptions about his intentions toward the female lead, Lin Yang added, after all, Miss Jiang is our collaborative partner. If she were to be coerced into marrying President Wang, it would not bode well for our partnership. Huyen remained silent, merely observing him with a calm expression. His perpetually impassive visage made it difficult for anyone to discern his thoughts. Now, with his eyes obscured by glasses, Lin Yang found it even more challenging to fathom what was on his mind. Why does he keep staring at me? Is there an answer written on my face? Lin Yang awkwardly adjusted his glasses, preparing to speak when Huyen interrupted him. Huyen responded in a nonchalant manner, then withdrew his gaze, picking up the phone on the desk to glance at it before flipping it face down on the surface. She just informed me that next Monday, Jiang Yuman wants her to stay home to entertain someone named Wang. Huyen lifted his eyelids to glance at Lin Yang. Lin Yang blinked, momentarily bewildered. President Hua, were you just looking at a message from Miss Jiang? Huyen nodded. Who else would it be? Lin Yang pressed his lips together, his fists clenching. Not the primary disciple. Why is he seeking him out at this juncture? The domineering character is aware that the old Bai intends to meet the female lead next Monday. What does that make all his diligent investigations? A clown? Secretary Lin, prepare some gifts. We shall visit the Jiang family next Monday. Huyen closed his laptop and stood from his chair, striding toward the door. Lin Yang was unable to mourn the absurdity of his situation in time, hastily following in Huyen's wake. President Hua, are we to play the role of heroes rescuing damsels in distress? Lin Yang's tone carried a hint of excitement. Finally, there was tangible evidence of the domineering character's genuine interest in the female lead. Tomorrow was Monday, and he could still enjoy a paid day off to witness the drama unfold. Who wouldn't be thrilled? This was a live broadcast of the real domineering character, a spectacle not found in reality. He had to find the perfect spot to indulge in the unfolding drama. Secretary Lin, do you have an affinity for heroes rescuing damsels in distress? Huyen abruptly halted, turning to face him. His inky, profound gaze bore down on Lin Yang, obscuring any insight into his thoughts. Lin Yang sensed the peculiarity in his words but nonetheless nodded honestly. It's captivating. I enjoy it and suggest more of it. Huyen noted. Observing Huyen's somewhat exasperated expression, Lin Yang hastily added, I meant no offense. I merely believe you look dashing in whatever you do, and if you were to rescue a damsel, it would only amplify your charm. Regardless of your actions, I will always support you. Huyen regarded him, his expression remaining largely unchanged. After a prolonged moment, he finally withdrew his gaze and spoke nonchalantly. It's not that I wish for this. I merely believe that Secretary Lin, you must have wanted me to act thus, which led to my decision. Chapter 61. Secretary Lin, are you attempting to pue me? Lin Yang? What does he mean by implying that he hoped for such actions? Although the words were not incorrect, the manner in which they were expressed suggested a lack of interest in the female protagonist, as if it were merely for his own benefit. Lin Yang hastened to catch up, poised to articulate something, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a subtle smirk at the corner of Huyen's mouth. An epiphany struck him. They were engaging in a game of tongue and heart. How many tedious and melodramatic plots have been spun from a proud CEO's reluctance to confront his feelings for the heroine, leading to countless convoluted twists. He understood all too well. Mr. Hua, your acceptance of my suggestion serves as the highest form of acknowledgement for me, he remarked, adjusting his glasses with a smile. Might I request Miss Jiang's contact information? This way, should you encounter any matters that are difficult to address directly, I could inquire on your behalf. Lin Yang felt that the timing of his request for Huyen's contact with the heroine was remarkably astute. There was no one better than he at seizing the moment. However, Huyen's reaction far exceeded his expectations. The smile vanished from Huyen's face. You wish to obtain her contact information? Lin Yang nodded, perplexed. Huyen's expression darkened as he stepped closer. You intend to contact her privately? Lin Yang furrowed his brow at the peculiar phrasing, yet he saw no inherent issue and nodded again. Yes, I was thinking that if Miss Jiang has an urgent matter and cannot reach you, she could contact me. He offered an explanation based on intuition. Instead of softening, Huyen's demeanor grew even more frigid. No, his ink-dark eyes fixated intently on Lin Yang's somewhat naïve face. Secretary Lin, do not entertain thoughts of contacting her privately. With that, Huyen spun on his heel and departed. Lin Yong felt a chill waft over him, an inexplicable breeze that left him shivering. What kind of ominous wind was this? Hadn't their atmosphere just been amicable? He believed he had executed his task splendidly and was prepared to return home for a day of rest. Yet, Huyen obstructed his path, preventing his departure. Lin Yong was discontented, forcing a smile that hardly reached his eyes as he gazed at him. Mr. Hua, tomorrow is Sunday, my final day of rest. Huyen stood before the door, glancing at him with a hint of indifference. Yes, I am aware. If you know, then why impede my exit? Mr. Hua, I believe I have completed my tasks. Lin Yong maintained his feigned smile. Huyen nodded slightly, understood. His indifferent attitude suggested he was entirely unconcerned with Lin Yang's predicament. Lin Yong inhaled deeply and asserted, Mr. Hua, I wish to return home to rest. Upon hearing this, Huyen finally regarded him with seriousness. Resting here is just as effective. Resting at the boss's residence could never compare to resting in one's own home. Lin Yong endeavored to maintain his smile, fearing that if he let it falter, he would truly lose his composure. It is different for me. I am unaccustomed to this place, which disrupts my ability to rest. Insufficient rest will adversely affect my work performance. Lin Yong sensed that Huyen might not comprehend his sentiment. Thus, he added, it is akin to asking you, Mr. Hua, to rest in my humble and dilapidated abode. I am certain you would find it equally unrefreshing. Upon hearing his words, Huyen paused and scrutinized his face thoughtfully. Lin Yang's expression brightened, believing Huyen had grasped his point. After all, the CEO was born with a silver spoon. Even the bathroom was likely larger than his rented room. How could he endure staying in such a shabby environment? However, Huyen raised an eyebrow and asked, Secretary Lin, are you inviting me to your home? Lin Yong? He truly wanted to see the CEO's report card. Did he fail reading comprehension? No, Mr. Hua. What I mean is, I require solitude to rest adequately. More precisely, he needed to avoid encountering his boss to achieve proper rest. Is that so? Even without an alarm disturbing your slumber, I assumed you were enjoying a splendid day of rest, Huyen replied.
Lin Yang.
Huyen did not dispute this point further but inquired, Secretary Lin, if you were to leave, what would I do? Without you, I certainly would not be able to rest. Your rest is of no concern to me. Lin Yong was still struggling to find a tactful way to articulate his thoughts when Huyen, as if reading his mind, continued, You wouldn't want me to arrive at Zhang's house on Monday, looking as though I hadn't rested well, would you? If you leave, I shall be unable to sleep for 2 consecutive days, and my dark circles will be quite pronounced. Lin Yong. A peculiar sense of being cornered washed over him. In that instant, he found himself at a loss for a retort. Indeed, he too hoped the CEO would be in perfect form when coming to the rescue, at the very least without the burden of panda eyes. Then I shall return tomorrow evening, Lin Yong proposed, taking a step back. Yet, Huyen advanced toward him, closing the distance to less than an arm's length. Secretary Lin, are you attempting to PUA me? Lin Yong? What is PUA? Mr. Hua, where did you learn that term? You've mastered it well. I suggest you refrain from learning more. Huyen's lips curled into a smirk, his deep-set eyes locking onto Lin Yong, as if to ensnare him within his gaze, leaving him with no escape. Coming and going, sleeping and not sleeping, weaving in and out of my thoughts daily. If this is not PUA, what is? Lin Yong? This is utter nonsense. What is being said here? He was being likened to a scoundrel, who encouraged the CEO's vocabulary. Lin Yong felt a flush creeping to his ears as he tentatively suggested, Then I shall not come tomorrow either? That is not permissible. Huyen coldly rejected him. Lin Yong. He had anticipated this outcome. If he accused him of PUA, then what of the exploitation? What about his salary? 3 times the amount. Huyen, observing Lin Yang's slightly reddened ears, declared without hesitation. 3 times the salary for a day's companionship.
Lin Yang's displeasure evaporated instantly.
It was not that he wished to work overtime. It was merely that the compensation was insufficient. As long as the remuneration was adequate, he would not mind being the overworked beast of burden that could soon drift into slumber. On Monday afternoon, Lin Yong accompanied Huyen to the Zhang residence. Upon their arrival, they found that Mr. Wang had just arrived not long before. Jiang Yuman had exchanged pleasantries with him, barely settling down when a servant entered to announce, Mr. Hua and his party have arrived. Jiang Yuman and Mr. Wang exchanged knowing glances, each harboring their own thoughts as they stood, not even taking a seat, waiting for Hui Yan to enter. As Lin Yang stepped inside, he felt akin to an emperor ascending the throne, with himself as the favored sycophant at the emperor's side. Chapter 62. Secretary Lin, it is you who should be anxious. Mr. Hua, what brings you here? You didn't even inform me, and I have yet to prepare for your reception. Jiang Yumin fidgeted awkwardly with his attire. In moments of embarrassment, individuals often feign busyness. Hui Yan remained silent, directing his gaze towards Lin Yang. Was this an indication for him to proclaim the imperial decree? Lin Yang, having comprehended the unspoken message, cleared his throat, lifted his chin, adjusted his spectacles, and with a grave demeanor proclaimed, "Our esteemed President Hua has specifically come to meet Miss Jiang today, having communicated with her prior to his arrival." Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yumin, Lin Yang emulated Hui Yan's tone and coldly inquired, "What? Does our President Hua need to personally inform you?" His demeanor exuded the essence of a sycophant reveling in his newfound authority. Jiang Yumin, who held a significant regard for his reputation, found it intolerable to be belittled by even a mere secretary. Just as he was about to admonish Lin Yang, he caught a glimpse of Hui Yan's frigid glare, which rendered him motionless. "I did not mean it that way," he stammered stiffly. Lin Yang smirked with satisfaction, promptly turning his attention to Hui Yan, pushing up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with restrained pride and triumph, as if to say, "Do you see? This is how one should flaunt superiority." Hui Yan was amused, a smile flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumin was nearly driven to fury by this spectacle. In the realm of the affluent, his family held considerable sway, yet Hui Yan brazenly favored his subordinate. Lin Yang, sensing Hui Yan's satisfaction with his performance, glanced at Jiang Wanwan and continued, "These gifts have been meticulously selected by our CEO for you, Miss Jiang. I shall place them here." He lifted several exquisite bags from beside his feet, with more gift boxes still in the car. These were all procured earlier that morning when Hui Yan had handed him a bank card, instructing him to purchase gifts for the female protagonist. Although Hui Yan had initially said to buy whatever he liked, Lin Yang, to avoid unnecessary complications, had taken care to send Hui Yan photos of each item before making any purchases. Only when Hui Yan succinctly responded with a single word of approval would he proceed to checkout. How could this not be considered a thoughtful selection by President Hua? Lin Yang scanned the living room and noticed several beautifully wrapped gift boxes on a nearby table, likely gifts from President Wang. He stepped forward, approaching President Wang with the gifts in hand. The spaciousness of the living room was no obstacle, as he deliberately positioned himself right in front of President Wang. "Please step aside, you are blocking my path." His tone was somewhat polite, yet not overly so. President Wang, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Yang's reflective lenses, instinctively shivered. The traumatic memory of that day when Lin Yang had confronted him loomed large. Hastily, he made way for Lin Yang, even going so far as to cover the mole on his face with his hand. Lin Yang, holding the gifts, turned a corner and placed them before the table, encircling President Wang's gifts with his own. But that was not the end of it. The onlookers watched as he re-entered with yet another heap of gifts. He then maneuvered around the now distant President Wang and finally placed the gifts atop Wang's, rendering the latter's offerings entirely obscured. President Wang was left bewildered. Isn't this blatantly intentional? Lin Yang, with a professional flair, dusted off non-existent specks from his hands and addressed Jiang Wanwan. "Miss Jiang, might I inquire if you are pleased with the gifts presented by our President Hua?" Jiang Wanwan could not contain a nod, responding with a smile, "I adore them. Thank you for the thoughtfulness of President Hua and Secretary Lin." Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, responding with elegance and restraint. All gratitude should be directed towards President Hua. These are solely his intentions. I merely serve as the courier of gifts. Before Jiang Wanwan could respond, Hui Yan interjected, his voice languid, "Secretary Lin, weren't these gifts selected by you? I merely provided the funds." Lin Yang was taken aback. He adjusted his glasses, turning to Hui Yan with a blank expression. "Must you be so candid at this juncture? There is no need to establish a persona of unassuming honesty before the female lead. Such traits are not befitting of a domineering CEO." As he turned back, eager to clarify, he heard Jiang Wanwan state, "Since these gifts were chosen by Secretary Lin, I am certain I shall cherish them." Lin Yang's eyes shut momentarily, appearing alive, yet internally he felt a sense of impending doom. Unbeknownst to him, President Wang was seething with jealousy at his side. When he had entered with the gifts, Jiang Wanwan had expressed disdain, urging him to depart with them. Now, however, she was expressing appreciation for gifts chosen by a mere secretary. Was she implying that he was inferior to a lowly secretary, one who earned a meager salary and knew nothing of gift selection? Lin Yong felt as if someone were watching him with ill intent. Yet, upon glancing around, he realized no one was observing him. He was merely conjuring fears within himself. Little did he know, President Wang had just exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been secretly plotting to reprimand the audacious secretary when a sudden chill washed over him. His eyes meeting Hui Yan's cold, shadowy gaze, which sent him retreating, lowering his head, and placing his hands obediently before him, as if to plead for mercy. The atmosphere had grown eerily similar to last Friday. Jiang Xinyue and President Wang were no longer smiling, while Hui Yan resumed his characteristically terse manner.
Lin Yang,
Fervently extolling Hui Yan, and Jiang Wanwan, patiently listening to Lin Yang's ramblings, occasionally engaging with a few words, while Jiang Yumin, desperately wanting to join the conversation, was met with exasperated glances from both Jiang Wanwan and Lin Yang, silently communicating, "You're being tedious." As the afternoon progressed, only Jiang Wanwan and Hui Yan appeared at ease. Lin Yang, who ought to have been a cheerful tool, found his spirits dampened whenever he attempted to attribute his accomplishments to Hui Yan, only to be swiftly rebuffed, leaving him devoid of joy. He had planned to linger until President Wang departed, so they could leave together, but unexpectedly, as he was engrossed in conversation with Jiang Wanwan, Hui Yan abruptly pulled him away. After a brief silence in the car, Lin Yang could no longer restrain himself. "President Hua, do you have urgent matters to attend to? Why the haste to leave? That old man by Deng hasn't he even departed yet?" Hui Yan, lounging in the back seat, cast a casual glance at him through the rearview mirror. "It is not I who has pressing matters, but rather Secretary Lin. It seems you are the one in a hurry." Lin Yang was taken aback. "What urgency could I possibly have? I was waiting for Jiang Yumin to bring out the sunflower seeds so I could chat with the female lead." Hui Yan glanced at his watch and then at the clearly inferior silver watch on Lin Yang's wrist, which was barely visible. "Secretary Lin, I have never worn a cheap watch, but surely, even the least expensive timepieces must tell the correct time." Chapter 63. "Secretary Lin, what would you like to eat?" Lin Yang? What did this mean? Had he suddenly begun to mock his watch? "President Hua, I believe the time on my watch is likely similar to that on yours. What difference does a few zeros make? It serves the same purpose, does it not? To tell the time? One can merely flaunt in front of the affluent, but do not dare to put on airs before the impoverished. For the poor are entirely unfamiliar with such ostentatious luxuries, which are hardly worthy of public proclamation. Those who comprehend this have already donned a facade of disdain. Am I mistaken? I had assumed, Secretary Lin, that the time on your watch differed from mine, which is why you seemed unhurried to leave at the end of the workday."
Lin Yang,
He quickly glanced at his watch, realizing it was already past 6 o'clock, indeed after working hours. His sole intention was to enhance Hui Yan's favor in the presence of the female lead, completely oblivious to the passage of time, even forgetting the significance of leaving work. Catching a glimpse of his suddenly enlightened expression in the rearview mirror, Hui Yan smirked and remarked, "Usually, as the end of the workday approaches, Secretary Lin, you find various reasons to remind me. I had thought you were quite eager to leave on time." "Lin Yang, is it so difficult to utter the words 'it's time to leave'? When the clock strikes the end of the workday, it simply indicates that work is over. There is no need to tread upon his watch." Lin Yang took a deep breath. "President Hua, you jest. In truth, I am not overly concerned about the end of the workday. It is merely that, on many occasions, I inadvertently broach related topics at that precise time." He yearned to maintain the image of a professional secretary. Hui Yan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then let us turn back to the office for overtime. After all, due to the matters concerning the Jiang family, there remains much unfinished business." Lin Yang, that seems unnecessary, does it not? The mere suggestion of returning to work for overtime made Lin Yang's stomach churn. Hui Yan had evidently no intention of letting him off the hook, chuckling as he said, "What's the matter, Secretary Lin? Did you not claim to be indifferent to the end of the workday?" "Lin Yang, is it true that the CEO's penchant for brevity only applies when the female lead is present?" He desperately needed to regain favor in the eyes of the female lead. While he professed indifference, he couldn't help but add, "However, President Hua, I find myself rather hungry at the moment, and I fear that working on an empty stomach might adversely affect my performance." He sheepishly stole a glance at Huyen through the rearview mirror. In truth, he was not lying. He was indeed hungry. After engaging in conversation with the female lead, he had momentarily forgotten her identity and regarded her as a friend. The more they conversed, the more engrossed he became, even to the point of neglecting his own hunger. Jiang Yuman was also quite the character, incessantly interrupting without so much as considering to bring forth something to eat, exhibiting a complete lack of awareness. What do you wish to eat? Lin Yang. Huyen, who was engrossed in his phone, lifted his gaze and inquired with notable patience. Are you not hungry? What dishes do you desire? Would you prefer Aunt Zhang's cooking, or dining at a restaurant? Lin Yang was momentarily overwhelmed by the flurry of questions. Wait, does it not seem as though the role of the taciturn individual has transferred onto me? Back at the Jiang family residence, after Huyen and the others had departed, General Manager Wang felt he had regained an opportunity. Approaching Jiang Wanwan with a smile ready to form, Jiang Wanwan stood abruptly, declaring, I shall return to my room. General Manager Wang's expression darkened immediately, while Jiang Yuman slammed his palm onto the table. The General Manager is still here. Why must you return to your room? If you wish to leave, allow the General Manager to accompany you. A lecherous grin quickly spread across General Manager Wang's face. Jiang Wanwan cast them a cold glance, shaking her phone in the air. President He instructed me to return to my room and video call him. He wishes to witness me unwrapping the gift he sent. She shot a scornful glance at General Manager Wang, her expression dripping with derision. Are you certain you want him to accompany me inside? Immediately, the expressions of General Manager Wang and Jiang Yuman soured. Once Jiang Wanwan retreated to her room, General Manager Wang turned to Jiang Yuman with a cold glare. Is this what you deem hospitality, Jiang? I can see you have climbed the high branches of the Hua family, purposely inviting people here to witness my humiliation. Jiang Yuman, flustered, responded, General Manager Wang, I was completely unaware of this situation. I had no such intentions. Please allow me to explain. General Manager Wang, having endured a day filled with indignation, was impervious to his words, snorting dismissively and departing. General Manager Wang's departure prompted Jiang Yuman to pursue him. Jiang Xinyue shot him a glare filled with disappointment before stepping forward, feigning concern. Father, do not be hasty. I shall go and persuade General Manager Wang. Just as General Manager Wang was about to enter his vehicle, Jiang Xinyue intercepted him. Jiang Xinyue, did you not say that Huyen harbored no feelings for Wanwan? Then why has he chosen today to visit? In the Jiang family's garden, General Manager Wang, seething with rage, glared at Jiang Xinyue. After ensuring no one else was around, she tightened her grip on her skirt in frustration. It must be Jiang Wanwan's doing. She surely feigned distress before President Hua to solicit his attention. Yes, it must be so. Did you not notice that President Hua barely engaged with her, while that secretary conversed with her incessantly? Jiang Xinyue's eyes brightened as she believed she had uncovered the crux of the issue. It must be her who seduced that secretary, compelling him to speak on her behalf, thus bringing President Hua along. How could President Hua possibly have any interest in her? Jiang Xinyue's meticulously crafted visage contorted with disdain. She could not abide the notion of someone as exceptional as President Hua being attracted to Jiang Wanwan. By what right does she possess such allure? Do you think I will still believe your words? General Manager Wang snorted. A mere secretary, if not under Huyen's directive, would possess no such authority. General Manager Wang had navigated the murky waters of this industry for many years. If his interests were genuinely at stake, he could not possibly remain oblivious. So you intend to abandon it all? Jiang Xinyue regarded General Manager Wang with a shrewd glint in her eye. General Manager, did you not profess a fondness for my sister? Are you truly prepared to relinquish that due to a trivial obstacle? She deliberately curled her lips into a smile. Or are you frightened? Do you fear that President Hua genuinely harbors interest in my sister, and thus refrain from opposing him? Her words struck a nerve, causing General Manager Wang to lower his gaze, nervously toying with a hair on his mole, before snorting in anger. Jiang Xinyue, do you think I am unaware? You also seek to exploit this situation to render your sister a laughingstock, marrying a notorious figure within this circle, significantly older than her. Even if everyone knows she is the victim, she will undoubtedly remain the focal point of discussion. And what of it? Secretary Lin, what do you intend to do? Jiang Xinyue lifted her eyelids, casting a languorous gaze upon him. General Manager, they say there is no one in the entertainment industry you cannot pursue. Why, now, Are you hesitant to chase after the person you desire simply because of President Hua? General Manager Wang's countenance darkened. His lips pressed tightly together in silence. He recognized that Jiang Xinyue was deliberately provoking him, and he found himself unable to refute her points. He did not wish to concede the fear he felt towards Huyen. Jiang Xinyue realized her tactics had borne fruit. She smiled knowingly, continuing, General Manager, I am uncertain whether you prefer purity or playfulness, but I can assure you, my sister surpasses most individuals you have encountered in cleanliness. She has never even been in a relationship. General Manager, have you not longed for a love as pure and innocent as in your youth? My sister is the epitome of your ideal. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up as he lewdly twisted the hair sprouting from his mole, his face unabashedly displaying his depravity. Are you suggesting that Wan is still a virgin? Indeed, such words proved to be quite effective. Jiang Xinyue felt a wave of nausea rise in her stomach, yet she managed to maintain a smile. I'm not entirely certain about that, but I've heard that throughout her life, a multitude of suitors have lined up to present her with love letters, and she has never granted anyone an opportunity. In university, she was famously regarded as a high mountain flower. Mr. Wang, conquering someone like my sister must bring a considerable sense of achievement, wouldn't it? His eyes rolled slightly. A dazed smile plastered across his face. Jiang Xinyue could instantly discern that this repugnant old man was likely fantasizing about pinning Jiang Wanwan beneath his corpulent frame. A wave of revulsion washed over her. However, the thought of Jiang Wanwan enduring such indignities brought a smile back to her lips. Yet, it seems Wanwan harbors a strong dislike for me. Mr. Wang rubbed the hair on his mole, feigning sincerity. I have never been one to impose. I yearn for a love that embodies freedom and romance. Besides, you know how deeply I cherish Wanwan. How could I possibly coerce her? Jiang Xinyue raised an eyebrow. I see this is merely an act. The less one possesses, the more they tend to masquerade. This is quite manageable. How could this be deemed coercion, Mr. Wang? Compared to her heart, you have merely conquered her body. For someone of your stature, if the public were to learn of your conquest, who would dare vie for the affection of someone you have touched? Moreover, women like my sister are inherently traditional. If you were the first to have been intimate with her, you would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on her heart. Once she finds herself with nowhere else to turn, where else could she seek refuge but in your embrace? How could this not be seen as a form of initiative? Mr. Wang, you may be unaware, but in today's world, both premarital and forced love are quite fashionable. The kindness you show my sister will surely touch her heart in due time. Jiang Xinyue spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and Mr. Wang found himself increasingly captivated, though a flicker of concern remained. But what about President Hua? Jiang Xinyue brazenly grasped one of his pudgy hands, enduring the humiliation with fortitude. Do you think someone like President Hua, who lacks even scandalous rumors, would still be interested in her if he learned she had been with you? At her words, Mr. Wang felt a stir of desire within him. Rubbing the hair on his mole, a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Are you suggesting that my utmost priority now is to have Wanwan willingly submit to me? Jiang Xinyue recoiled in disgust at his use of the term baby, but quickly withdrew her hand. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I have already devised a plan for you. A few days later, Lin Yang received an invitation from the receptionist, delivered by someone sent by Mr. Wang. The contents were straightforward. He was hosting a banquet and cordially invited prominent figures from the upper echelons of society to attend. However, Lin Yang sensed that matters were far from simple. He had previously investigated Mr. Wang and knew that this man indulged in sordid and extravagant affairs, frequently hosting such gatherings. While it appeared to be a banquet on the surface, those who attended were usually either seeking to seize an opportunity to advance their own interests or were of a similar ilk as Mr. Wang. In short, none of them could be considered normal. He was uncertain if such invitations had ever been sent here before, but based on the memories of this body, Mr. Wang had never previously extended such an invite. The sudden arrival of this invitation filled Lin Yang with an instinctive sense that it had something to do with the female lead. He hurried to find Huyen. In the president's office, the atmosphere remained as cold as ever. Huyen flipped his phone face down on the table, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, exuding a violent beauty. I inquired, and she too received an invitation. She will not attend. He lifted his gaze, fixing Lin Yang with a steely stare. So, Secretary Lin, can you now rest easy? His inky eyes, stark in their contrast, seemed to pierce through Lin Yang. Just as Lin Yang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Hui Yan's words sent a wave of anxiety through him once more. As long as Miss Jiang is unharmed, I am indeed at ease, President Hua. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses. Though he was uncertain of Mr. Wang's intentions in inviting Hui Yan to the banquet, he assumed that if the female lead did not attend, no major issues would arise. Upon hearing this, Hui Yan's brow furrowed in discomfort, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Secretary Lin, you abruptly mention a significant matter, and I assumed it was a major issue at work. Yet your urgency pertains to this? How can matters of lifelong significance not be deemed significant? Lin Yang felt a twinge of grievance but remained silent. President Hua, I am merely concerned that Mr. Wang may harbor ulterior motives regarding Miss Jiang. She is, after all, our business partner. Hui Yan shot him a cold glance. I've yet to see you exhibit such concern for our other partners. Lin Yang stammered. Even asking about her well-being is a trivial matter to you, Secretary Lin? Can't you find a solution for yourself? He had indeed considered it. The simplest solution would have been to obtain the female lead's contact information. Yet, after inquiring with someone, he found that they were unwilling to provide it. President Hua, might you share Miss Jiang's contact information with me? He offered a standard smile, presenting what he believed to be the simplest solution. Hui Yan raised his gaze to meet his. You wish to? Indeed. Lin Yang nodded eagerly, hoping for a positive response. However, Hui Yan merely scoffed, turning his face away. Not a chance. Childish. He had anticipated that if he truly had a solution, he would not be so reluctant. So, Secretary Lin, what do you plan to do? Lin Yang inquired, perplexed. Hui Yan picked up the invitation from the table and waved it. How do you intend to handle this? Are you going to attend? Chapter 65. Secretary Lin, care to explain? The way he spoke made it seem as though if he expressed a desire to attend, he would genuinely be taken along. Though he thought this, Lin Yang felt an inexplicable urge to test the waters. President Hua, if I were to say that I wish to attend, would you take me with you? He gazed at Hui Yan with a hint of trepidation, uncertain of why he felt a flicker of hope for Hui Yan's agreement, yet equally anxious that he might comply too readily. Hui Yan narrowed his eyes, observing him. After seeing Lin Yang nervously swallow, he finally spoke. Of course, you may. He paused before abruptly shifting his tone. However, Secretary Lin, what benefits can you offer me? This is not a business banquet. It is entirely unrelated to work, and it is scheduled for a Monday. If you wish to attend, you will undoubtedly miss your afternoon duties, and I will need to accompany you for styling. In any case, it would be a loss for me. Shouldn't Secretary Lin provide me with some advantages? Lin Yang stammered. President Hua, I don't actually need to get styled. The banquet is at 6 in the evening. We can simply go after work. After all, the domineering CEO hardly cared about being late to such an event. Upon hearing this, Hui Yan scrutinized him from head to toe, a hint of disdain creeping into his smile. Secretary Lin, are you planning to show up, donning a head full of gel and dressed in tatters, to scavenge there? Lin Yang remained silent. I have no objections. I do, Hui Yan interjected. Lin Yang fell silent again. Hui Yan. Secretary Lin, do you comprehend the implications of accompanying me? Lin Yang. Does it imply that I am merely your subordinate? It suggests to the public that you are associated with me. Your reputation reflects upon me. Should it be tarnished, it is my visage that suffers. Henceforth, wherever we may go, you must possess the awareness of being mine and maintain your decorum. Do you understand? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. There was indeed some merit to his words, yet he could not shake off the peculiar sensation that lingered. So what benefits should I expect, President Hua? He inquired, adjusting his glasses and offering a conciliatory smile. Surely you do not intend to lower my salary, do you? Everything else is negotiable but not my pay, for I do have some, albeit modest. Hui Yan cast him a disdainful glance. Rest assured, I have no interest in your trifling earnings. Lin Yang. You acknowledge they are trifling, then? What do you imply? Hui Yan smirked slightly. Secretary Lin, you will spend the weekend at my residence, and I shall provide you with overtime compensation. Thus, irrespective of your intentions at the banquet, I shall cover for you. He regarded Lin Yang with a confident gaze. What say you, Secretary Lin? Is this arrangement not advantageous for you? Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed difficult to refute such an offer. When a superior willingly extends generous overtime pay and promptly acquiesces to your desires, it is truly hard to argue against it. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Hui Yan's elaborate words were merely a pretext for seeking his company under the covers, leaving him somewhat perplexed. partly cunning, yet somewhat innocent? From what Lin Yang had gathered from his friend's countless tales of domineering CEOs, he surmised that President Wang's hosting of the banquet and Hu Yan's invitation must harbor some ulterior motive. He had to attend this gathering regardless. As expected, upon arriving at the banquet hall, he sensed something amiss. The crowd was overwhelming, a veritable sea of attendees packed into the venue. If it were merely a typical debauched party, there would be no need for such a multitude. The greater the number of attendees, the higher the risk of exposure. Today's gathering was even more populous than the birthday celebration for Jiang Xinyue. Even Lin Yang, who seldom paid attention to the entertainment industry, could spot a few familiar celebrities amid the throng, along with numerous business magnates. Moreover, he noted several individuals in the corners, cameras hanging from their necks. This was no ordinary affair. It was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Had the female lead truly not arrived? Lin Yang felt a twinge of anxiety as he scanned the banquet for familiar faces. Unexpectedly, another figure was making a beeline toward them. Secretary Lin. A delicate voice called out from a distance, vaguely familiar. Lin Yang caught sight of a flash of yellow as Dong Yen, clad in a yellow cake dress, approached with enthusiasm. Secretary Lin. Dong Yen exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Yang's heart sank. Trouble. Why was this insignificant supporting character here? Such an inconsequential role should have exited after fulfilling her part. He quickly positioned himself in front of Hu Yan. I'm sorry, Miss Dong, but our President Hua is currently unavailable. He glanced at Hu Yan, and indeed, Hu Yan's expression darkened further upon seeing her. What are you saying? I came over because I saw you, Dong Yen declared, bashfully lowering her gaze and fidgeting. I merely wished to meet you.
Lin Yang?
Miss Dong, what do you mean by that? What brings you to see me? He asked, attempting to maintain a professional smile befitting a secretary. At his inquiry, Dong Yen blushed even deeper. Of course, it is because I like you. If I did not like you, why would I seek you out? With a shy gesture, she attempted to playfully punch Lin Yang's chest. Before he could react, Hu Yan had already grasped her wrist. Do not touch him. Hu Yan's voice was cold as he released her hand. The chill in Hu Yan's tone sent a shiver down Lin Yang's spine, as if a refrigeration unit stood behind him. Although Hu Yan had merely touched Dong Yen, he had done so with considerable force. Her wrist turned red, and tears welled in her eyes as she protested. Brother Hua, what are you doing? Rest assured, I no longer harbor feelings for you. I understand you dislike my proximity. You need not worry, I shall not approach you again. She cast a shy glance at Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, I came specifically to see you. Knowing you might be here tonight, I even baked some cookies to share with you. Unfortunately, as I left my room, I encountered two men and a woman who were helping a drunken woman. They bumped into me and knocked my cookies to the ground, shattering them. If you wish to try them, I can remake them and deliver them to your office, if that pleases you. Before Lin Yang could respond, Hu Yan's icy voice interrupted. Secretary Lin, what is the meaning of this? Kindly explain. I was not aware that my secretary had taken an interest in a woman I do not favor. I instructed you to ensure she does not appear before me again, yet your actions suggest you have encouraged her affections. Chapter 66. Secretary Lin, do you still desire her contact information? While Hu Yan's tone remained steady, his voice was colder than usual. Lin Yang felt a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he sensed Hu Yan's genuine anger, akin to a husband whose wife had been usurped. Yet, she was merely a malevolent supporting character, not his wife. Is there nothing to say in your defense? Hu Yan's patience waned as he awaited Lin Yang's response. As silence lingered, Hu Yan's voice grew heavier, tinged with impatience. No wonder I have sensed your growing audacity towards me lately, Secretary Lin. It appears you have already lined up a replacement, planning to abandon me. Is that it? Lin Yang. While that may be the case, his increasing boldness was an entirely different matter. President Hua, I can explain. Explain what? Hu Yan scoffed. Are you to clarify that you hold no interest in her, that her affections are unreciprocated? I was unaware that your charm had reached such heights, Secretary Lin. Lin Yang. Is that truly necessary? Look at me, Secretary Lin. Hu Yan's voice dropped to a commanding tone, leaving no room for dissent. Lin Yang clenched his fists. President Hua, he said, turning to face him earnestly. Ultimately, caught between anger and helplessness, he chose the latter. Dong Yen could not bear to see the one she admired treated so poorly. Brother Hua, why must you bully Secretary Lin? Please, Stop tormenting him. She grasped Lin Yang's hand. Secretary Lin, you need not lower yourself like this. If necessary, I could support you. Lin Yang quickly withdrew his hand, adjusting his glasses with a politely restrained demeanor. Miss Dong, please conduct yourself with dignity. We are not even friends. Do not continue to pester him. Can you not see that this domineering CEO is in one of his infamous moods? Please say a bit more. Your explanation is still unclear. Secretary Lin, I instructed you to look at me. Can you not hear? Behind him, Ho Yan's voice echoed with a menacing tone. Lin Yang felt overwhelmed. Turning around with a congenial smile, he politely inquired, Mr. Ho, why do you insist on having me look at you? Even without gazing, I can provide an explanation. Why does he have to be subjected to such scrutiny? Though he expressed this sentiment, Lin Yang dutifully turned his head to face Ho Yan. Ho Yan's gaze bore into his somewhat reluctant countenance, his dark eyes deepening in intensity. If you're not looking at me, then who are you watching? Her? Lin Yang thought. Should I simply poke my own eyes out? You mustn't be so harsh towards Secretary Lin. Even if you are Ho Yan, it's unacceptable. Dong Yen lifted her chin defiantly, staring unflinchingly at Ho Yan. In the past, when she harbored feelings for him, she was always afraid of incurring his wrath. Now that her affections have waned, she realized Ho Yan wasn't as fearsome as she once thought. Ho Yan frowned, casting a cold glance her way. What did you just say? Dong Yen flinched slightly. Oh, it seems I didn't mean anything after all. Miss Dong, I implore you to cease your chatter. Lin Yang regarded her as though she were an ancient ancestor. These two were indeed his living ancestors. He should have been a mere bystander, yet he felt as if he were caught in the crossfire. Author, come and save me. Mr. Ho, I swear, there is nothing between Miss Dong and me. Ever since you advised me to avoid her at the company, I haven't seen her at all. After that, they had been inseparable for nearly 24 hours a day. He found it hard to believe Ho Yan was unaware. Ho Yan's unwavering gaze scrutinized him in silence, his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Dong Yen bashfully interjected, Secretary Lin, so you do remember our last meeting. She stood to the side, shyly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her fingers fidgeting in circles over her chest. Indeed, that day you remarked on my beauty, urging me not to waste my energy on someone who doesn't cherish me, suggesting I deserve better. I pondered over your words for quite some time. I found your reasoning compelling, which is why I decided to let go of my feelings for Ho Yan. She lowered her head bashfully, then cautiously lifted her gaze towards Lin Yang. Upon catching sight of his face, which seemed to radiate with an ethereal glow, she quickly averted her eyes again, shyly declaring, I like you now. After speaking, she flustered, covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. Lin Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. If this were true, he wished it were false. If it were false, he longed for her to clarify. However, her bashfulness seemed all too genuine. Lin Yang felt as if he were on the brink of despair. Secretary Lin. Ho Yan's voice was low and chilling, akin to a death knell. Lin Yang forced a stiff smile, looking at Ho Yan. Mr. Ho, you heard her. She is merely imagining things. This cannot be attributed to me, as I don't even possess her contact details, nor have I ever reached out to her privately or met her. Lin Yang felt he had clarified sufficiently. Yet Ho Yan responded, do you wish for her contact information? Lin Yang felt the darkness deepen. Isn't that a bit excessive? Is this how one interprets reality? Perhaps I should redo my reading comprehension. Mr. Ho, might I suggest that I am indeed unrelated to her in any capacity? Ho Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon him, his dark eyes starkly delineated, as if he intended to forever imprison Lin Yang within his gaze. Dong Yen, not quite grasping the situation, blushingly remarked, it's all right, Secretary Lin. We can start a relationship from now. I can share my contact details with you, and we can talk every day. The thought of nightly conversations with Secretary Lin filled her with shy elation, prompting her to giggle sweetly. That's enough, Miss Dong. Lin Yang regarded her with an impassive expression. I said enough. I meant for you to stop liking Mr. Ho, not to start liking me. Lin Yang, feeling a headache coming on, adjusted his glasses. Miss Dong, please find someone else to admire. I have no feelings for you. You should pursue someone who appreciates you. He couldn't fathom why, as a beloved daughter of a prominent family, she would ignore the countless suitors at her feet to fixate on someone indifferent to her. Was it that she had never tasted the hardships of life and now sought the bitterness of love? Dong Yen, undeterred by his words, replied with a bashful smile. It's all right, your current disinterest doesn't faze me. I will strive to win your affection. She gazed at Lin Yong with twinkling eyes. Secretary Lin, you are unlike anyone I've ever met. I won't give up easily. Chapter 67 Secretary Lin, why don't you accept her? The statement bore a resemblance to the sayings of a domineering CEO. Lin Yong felt a wave of darkness encroach upon him. This was certainly a situation fraught with hardship. Secretary Lin, what are your plans moving forward? Ho Yen, standing nearby, scrutinized him with a somber expression. Lin Yong thought to himself, what else could he do? Was it not clear he was already rejecting the advances? One might think he had stolen Ho Yan's beloved, given the urgency of the matter. Ho Yan, I will not permit you to continue bullying Secretary Lin. Dong Yen defiantly raised her delicate chin, glaring at Ho Yan. She couldn't bear to see Secretary Lin suffer even the slightest injustice. Miss Dong, I beseech you, please stop. Lin Yong looked at her with exasperation. They were standing before a powerful CEO. Was she truly so reckless with her words? Secretary Lin, she is merely advocating for you, Dong Yen said, her expression one of feigned innocence. Lin Yong met her gaze with an impassive demeanor. That won't be necessary, Miss Dong. We are not familiar enough. I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. Is that true? Dong Yan's expression fell, a hint of sadness flickering across her face, rendering her somewhat pitiable. However, Lin Yong sensed that if he didn't reject her thoroughly now, it would be he who felt pitiful later. Indeed, he gestured towards a direction behind Dong Yen. Do you see those individuals over there? Dong Yen turned to follow his pointing finger. I see them. What of it? They are my friends. Are you eager to meet them already, Secretary Lin? Lin Yong thought, what a blunder. Among the group, one young man gazed at Dong Yen with an intensity that was both restrained and filled with affection. He was quite handsome, exuding a simple yet elegant charm. Lin Yong initially assumed the young man was infatuated with Dong Yen, only to realize he was merely one of her friends. Once again, Ho Yan's voice echoed ominously from behind. Secretary Lin, so you wish to attend this gathering merely to meet your little girlfriend's friends? Lin Yong swiftly turned to placate the capricious CEO. Mr. Hua, I remain unattached and currently harbor no intentions of seeking a partner. Thank you. He quickly addressed Dong Yen. I have no interest in you or your friends. I merely wish to convey that no matter your actions, my affections will not be swayed. Thus, I suggest you return to your companions without delay. He patted Dong Yan's back as one would soothe a child. Dong Yen, somewhat disheartened and aggrieved, bit her lip and gazed at him. Ultimately, she sniffled in distress. Secretary Lin, I understand that you may not harbor feelings for me at present, but I shall not relinquish my pursuit. I will make you fall for me. With that, she turned and trudged away towards her friends, visibly dejected. Lin Yong exhaled in relief, intending to wipe the sweat from his brow, when a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Secretary Lin, why did you not acquiesce to her? I perceive your fondness for wealth. If you had indeed agreed with her disposition, you would never need to worry about finances again. Lin Yong raised an eyebrow, finding a semblance of logic in the statement. It appeared he had attracted the interest of a wealthy benefactor. Shall I agree then? Lin Yong gestured tentatively. Hui Yan's expression instantly darkened, resembling the onset of winter frost. Do you dare? Lin Yong recognized the shift in the CEO's demeanor. Should he genuinely consent, Hui Yan would undoubtedly be displeased. I was merely jesting, Mr. Hua. My sentiments towards her are utterly non-existent. Hui Yan scrutinized his face intently for a prolonged moment. Despite the barrier of his glasses, Lin Yang's true thoughts were difficult to conceal. Noticing the absence of insincerity in his eyes, Hui Yan's expression softened considerably. It is preferable that way. Indeed, it is, Lin Yong mused, sensing a hint of immaturity in the CO's demeanor. Before long, Mr. Wang made his entrance, brandishing a microphone and delivering a plethora of insincere platitudes to the crowd. Lin Yong listened intently, yet failed to discern the purpose behind his words. Once Mr. Wang concluded his oration, he felt a pressing need to visit the restroom. Upon returning, before he could even reach the banquet hall, a figure obstructed his path. If I recall correctly, you must be Secretary Lin? Lin Yong looked up to find none other than the familiar yet malevolent figure of Jiang Xinyue, the scheming antagonist intent on harming the heroine. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? He adjusted his glasses, adopting an air of professionalism. If there is nothing of import, might you step aside? I have matters to discuss with Mr. Hua. Jiang Xinyue narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy and malevolent. What matter? Is it regarding my sister? Initially, Lin Yang planned to intimidate her with Hui Yan's name, hoping to send her on her way, for he had no actual business with the CEO. However, upon hearing her query, he smiled. That is of no concern to you, Miss Jiang. Nevertheless, I must mention that Mr. Hua has indeed been in frequent contact with your sister lately. Jiang Xinyue clenched her fists in frustration upon hearing this. Secretary Lin, what benefits has Jiang Wanwan bestowed upon you for you to advocate for her? Lin Yang smiled, his eyes twinkling. Miss Jiang has never offered me any advantages, nor am I advocating for her. I am merely stating that Mr. Hua has been quite attentive to her of late. Jiang Xinyue glared at him, jealousy consuming her. Why should Jiang Wanwan effortlessly receive everything? As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she had been cherished and raised in the limelight, while she, a despised illegitimate child, had been born into scorn. Even now, as she stood on equal footing with Jiang Wanwan, mockery still lingered in the shadows. The esteemed CEO, Hu Yan, showed particular regard for her rival, while even a mere secretary dismissed her. Every smile on Lin Yang's face felt like a mockery of her plight. Secretary Lin, I believe your position as Mr. Hua's secretary indicates you possess a certain intelligence. You must understand that Jiang Wanwan currently holds no esteem within our family. Your efforts to support her are futile. Would it not be wiser to assist me instead? Her eyes glimmered with a predatory ambition. If you help me, by speaking favorably of me to Brother Hua and facilitating opportunities for us to meet more often, once I become Mrs. Hua, your rewards shall be substantial. Through her observations, she had discerned that this secretary held a significant position in Hu Yan's esteem. During an incident at their home, the secretary had boldly confronted Mr. Wang, and Hu Yan had not reprimanded him, indicating the secretary's importance to him. If she could win him over, it would bring her closer to Hu Yan. Secretary Lin, have you suddenly found yourself longing for her? Can you truly envision yourself as Mrs. Hua? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xinyue, believing hope was within her grasp, nodded eagerly. I am confident I can win Brother Hua's affections. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, a congenial smile adorning his face as he politely inquired, Miss Jiang, might I ask what type of pillow you typically sleep on? Jiang Xinyue pressed her lips tightly together, instinctively suspecting his intentions were far from benign. What do you mean? She cautiously inquired. Lin Yang revealed a pristine smile. I merely wish to know what kind of pillow one must use to dream of someone like you. Mr. Hua probably does not even know your name yet, while you are already envisioning your future children. I would not dare to dream so grandly. Jiang Xinyue's smile faltered. Lin Yang shook his head, lamenting, Miss Jiang, your confidence is commendable, but I could just as easily claim to be Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Would you believe me? Jiang Xinyue's expression darkened. What do you mean? You do not intend to assist me? She glared at Lin Yang through gritted teeth. Do not tell me you genuinely plan to help Jiang Wanwan. Lin Yang donned a professional smile. I am not assisting anyone. I am merely Mr. Hua's secretary. Assisting others is beyond my purview. Jiang Xinyue's countenance soured. She did not trust his words. Secretary Lin, I have investigated your background. You hail from a modest family and are a salaryman. Surely you could use the money. She raised her chin, exuding confidence. Whatever Jiang Wanwan has given you, I can offer you double, no triple. What do you say? The prospect of threefold compensation was indeed tempting, Lin Yang admitted candidly. Jiang Xinyue's eyes brightened, believing she had found a glimmer of hope. However, Lin Yang sighed. Yet Miss Jiang has never offered me any payment. Even if you were to multiply it 100-fold, it would still amount to nothing. Then how much do you desire? Jiang Xinyue sensed that this secretary was toying with her, and her patience waned. I desire not a single cent. Lin Yang revealed a gleaming smile. Miss Jiang, I am secretary to Mr. Hua. I only accept the salary he provides. Any remuneration from others is of no interest to me. Money or life, he was quite clear on the choice. He did entertain the thought of extorting a sum from Jiang Xinyue, yet the fear of being discovered by Hu Yan and subsequently fed to the sharks loomed large. Clearly, you only wish to assist Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Xinyue could no longer contain herself, her gaze aflame with fury as it fixed upon Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, you must be acutely aware of Jiang Wanwan's current predicament. She is struggling to secure her own safety. Are you truly certain you wish to side with her? What benefits can she possibly offer you? Lin Yang removed his spectacles, holding them in his hands as he raised his eyes to meet Jiang Xinyue's, a calm smile gracing his lips. Miss Jiang, do you know when it is most exhilarating to win a game? His question left Jiang Xinyue momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? Clenching her fists, she instinctively sensed that Lin Yang would not utter anything favorable. He squinted at her with a playful smile. Why? It is undoubtedly when one turns the tide against the odds. He lifted his chin slightly. The strong never bemoan their circumstances. Moreover, his gaze fell, adopting the haughty demeanor of Huoyan as he regarded Jiang Xinyue with a cold tone. The nature of our situation is determined by our President Hua. His calm yet confident declaration resonated. Whoever our President Hua supports shall ride the winds of fortune. Is it not? The last three words floated in the air, languid and chilling. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Xinyue could scarcely believe that the figure before her was Lin Yang and not Huoyan himself. Her teeth clenched with indignation. You are nothing but a mere secretary, merely a dog trailing behind Huoyan. Do you truly consider yourself significant? She scoffed, no longer concealing her contempt for Lin Yang. And what of it? Lin Yang replied, donning his glasses once more. Even if I am President Hua's dog, you still find yourself in need of my assistance. Do you not? What of being a dog? Do you not believe he might become so unhinged that he would turn on himself, frightening you into submission? The notion of a mere secretary demeaning her was intolerable, and her face flushed with rage. You will soon regret rejecting my plea today. With that, Jiang Xinyue stormed away in fury. Upon returning to Huoyan, Lin Yang found him glancing at his multimillion-dollar watch, his voice cold as ice. 21 minutes and 5 seconds. Secretary Lin, did you fall into the toilet? Why did you take so long? Lin Yang protested. No, my friend. I merely went to the restroom. Why are you timing me? I came in last place in the restroom speed trials. Would you like to try? He jested. President Hua, this wouldn't count as an absence. Would it? You wouldn't dock my pay for this? Though he had never experienced such a thing, he recalled a friend who complained about their internship. 1 hour late meant an absence, resulting not only in a loss of pay but also a deduction from their attendance bonus. Huoyan scrutinized Lin Yang's face for several seconds, curiosity piquing. Secretary Lin, have I ever docked your wages before? Lin Yang shook his head. No, not previously. Not yet. But that does not preclude the possibility in the future. Many secretaries in domineering CEO novels faced salary deductions. Huoyan could sense Lin Yang's thoughts, feeling an inexplicable frustration. Then behave yourself or I shall dock your wages. Lin Yang quickly placed his hands in front of him, adopting a docile demeanor. See, I told you, a domineering CEO will cut your pay at the slightest provocation. Welcome back, the familiar NPC vibe has returned. However, something felt amiss. The longer Lin Yang lingered in the banquet hall, the more he sensed that the situation was peculiar, an eerie sensation creeping in. It was not mere conjecture. The circumstances were indeed strange. Mr. Wang, the host of the event, had briefly made an appearance before vanishing without a trace. Jiang Xinyue was also nowhere to be found. He had noticed several individuals with cameras, who had seemingly received some notification simultaneously, now engrossed in their phones, checking their equipment. He recalled Jiang Xinyue's parting words, convinced they were not mere expressions of anger. A foreboding feeling intensified within him. With little time for contemplation, he directly addressed Huoyan. President Hua, can you reach Miss Jiang on her phone? Huoyan furrowed his brow, his voice cold. What is it? Suddenly missing her. He understood that Lin Yang's demeanor indicated concern for Jiang Wanwan, yet he preferred not to see Lin Yang so invested in another, especially one he had treated with particular care. What did it matter if something befell that woman? Chapter 69. Secretary Lin, do not fret. Lin Yang was unconcerned with Huoyan's thoughts. Urgency coursed through him. Miss Jiang could be in trouble. Huoyan remained silent, his gaze fixated on Lin Yang's anxious expression for a few seconds, his gaze inscrutable. After a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Wanwan's number. The phone rang for an eternity, but there was no answer, the call eventually disconnecting automatically. Huoyan looked at Lin Yang. No one picked up. Just as I feared. Lin Yang exclaimed. President Hua, Miss Jiang may indeed be in danger. Can you find a way to locate her? Lin Yang had no capacity for anything else at that moment. Huoyan studied his anxious face, momentarily at a loss for words. This was the first time he witnessed Secretary Lin so distressed. Even when he had asked him to share a bed, Lin Yang had not exhibited such urgency. A strange irritation welled up within him, a desire to grasp Lin Yang's hand and tell him to stop worrying about others. Yet, Seeing Lin Yang genuinely distressed compelled him to want to alleviate his troubles, to smooth the creases of his furrowed brow. President Hua? Lin Yang tentatively called out, noticing Hui Yan's prolonged silence. Could it be that this domineering CEO had been rendered speechless? Hui Yan, perceiving Lin Yang's thoughts with ease, shot him a cold glance before dialing another number. Do not panic. He was calling someone to trace Jiang Wanwan's whereabouts over the past few hours. Lin Yang was uncertain how effective this call would be, but Hui Yan's reassurance eased his anxiety considerably. This comfort stemmed not from the notion that, according to the tropes of domineering CEO narratives, nothing truly catastrophic would occur in such scenarios, but rather from the calm assurance embodied in Hui Yan's words. As Hui Yan sought assistance in locating Jiang Wanwan, Lin Yang remained vigilant. He had a strong intuition that she might still be nearby. Mr. Wang, the instigator of the banquet, had only recently disappeared. His departure suggested an intention to personally target the female lead. With numerous individuals carrying cameras still present, it would be implausible for her to have fled far. Lin Yang was resolute in believing that the female lead was indeed within this hotel. President Hua, I have a strong feeling that Miss Jiang may be in this vicinity. Hui Yan nodded in agreement, having considered the possibility as well. Lin Yang hastened towards the hotel lobby. The most straightforward approach now is to investigate General Manager Wang's check-in information. Regardless of the number of rooms, we must meticulously inspect each one. Just as they were about to exit the banquet hall, Dong Yen obstructed their path. Secretary Lin, where are you in such a hurry to go? Aren't you going to stay and have some fun with me? Lin Yang, lacking the energy to engage with her, replied, Miss Dong, I have pressing matters to attend to. I am searching for someone, so please do not complicate things for me. Go and enjoy yourself. Dong Yen furrowed her brow in confusion. Searching for someone? Is it that woman you spoke to at the entrance? Secretary Lin, do you have feelings for her? No. I do not harbor any affection for her. Rather, I intend to create trouble for her. Lin Yang's expression was grave. Jiang Xinyue and General Manager Wang had seemingly disappeared at the same time, which meant they were undoubtedly together. Upon hearing this, Dong Yan's eyes lit up. I might know where she is. That little cookie of mine was shattered by her, and she has yet to apologize. She could very well be resting in the room next to mine. I will accompany you to confront her. When Lin Yang arrived at the hotel lobby, the lobby manager initially refused to provide them with a spare key, citing the need to protect personal privacy. However, after receiving a phone call, he glanced nervously at Hui Yan and quickly complied. Nearby, a staff member attempted to make a clandestine phone call, but was caught by Lin Yang, who approached and kindly restrained the person's hand. As ordinary workers, we should avoid jeopardizing our jobs over such trivial matters. Shouldn't we? Upon entering Dong Yan's adjacent room, Lin Yang was confronted with a most repulsive scene. A 2-meter-wide bed where Jiang Wanwan lay unconscious, her upper body clad only in a slip. General Manager Wang, with a lecherous smirk, was cradling Jiang Wanwan's face, poised to kiss her, while Jiang Xinyue stood nearby, gleefully filming the scene with a camera aimed at them. The moment they caught sight of Lin Yang and his companions entering, their expressions turned to panic. Lin Yang took a quick glance at Jiang Wanwan, relieved to see she still wore her clothes. He immediately pointed at General Manager Wang. Hua, this scoundrel intends to violate Miss Jiang. Go on, domineering CEO, unleash your charm. Lin Yang thought, eagerly awaiting Hui Yan to deliver a decisive blow to General Manager Wang. However, after a prolonged wait, Hui Yan remained unmoving, prompting Lin Yang to glance back only to find Hui Yan staring at him, a hint of displeasure etched on his face. Hua, how can you remain so composed? Hui Yan cast a cool glance in his direction. Secretary Lin, you have yet to pay my bodyguard's wages. He then turned his attention to General Manager Wang. I have already alerted the police. They will arrive shortly. Are you certain you wish to proceed and provide the police with more evidence? Lin Yang was taken aback. Is this domineering CEO overly composed? Could he truly be a genius? Well, what brings you here? General Manager Wang finally grasped the situation and scrambled to dress himself. Jiang Xinyue shot him a fierce glare before rushing over. Brother Hua, this is all a misunderstanding. Jiang Xinyue hastily discarded the camera and began to explain. My sister was feeling unwell, and General Manager Wang came to check on her. Hui Yan regarded her coldly. Among us, who is the easiest to deceive? Accompanying them were the lobby manager and Dong Yen.
No. Jiang Xinyue instinctively glanced at Lin Yang.
Enough, Miss Jiang. You need not continue your feeble excuses. We have already investigated the matter thoroughly. If you are wise, you will remain still and await the police. He cast a glance at the unconscious Jiang Wanwan. One cannot help but wonder if she has been administered some strange drug. He looked at Huyen, who exhibited no sign of concern. Frustrated, Lin Yang approached Jiang Wanwan to assess her condition. General Manager Wang glared at him as he passed by, disregarding him entirely. The audacity of a mere secretary to ignore him was infuriating. The recollection of the slap that had left his face swollen danced in his mind, alongside the memories of Lin Yang strutting past him in the Jiang household. The moment the door opened, it was Lin Yang who had rushed in first. A mere secretary had humiliated him time and again. A murderous intent began to brew in General Manager Wang's eyes. The life of a lowly secretary was inconsequential. With his means, he could easily compensate, confident that his family would not hesitate to sign a settlement. He doubted Huyen would engage in a life-or-death struggle over such a trivial matter. With that thought, his hand slipped into his pocket, where he kept a knife he often toyed with. Chapter 70. Hua, I believe I can argue my case. Lin Yang observed that Jiang Wanwan's complexion appeared unremarkable. She was merely sleeping soundly, which relieved him. Just as he was about to rise, a glimmer of cold steel flashed in his peripheral vision. General Manager Wang had drawn a knife, now a mere arm's length away from him. Lin Yang's heart raced. Wang, gripping the knife with both hands, lunged at him. Lin Yang. Huyen's anxious voice echoed from a distance. It was the first time Lin Yang had heard Huyen call his name. A moment of disorientation struck him. The domineering CEO, seemingly unconcerned for the female lead, was genuinely worried about him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yang dodged clumsily to the side as Wang lunged, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow but sustaining a cut on his arm. The fabric of his shirt tore, and a gash opened on his arm, blood oozing down and pooling on the polished floor. Lin Yang gasped in pain. Though he often joked about dying, the reality of injury sent panic coursing through him. He did not wish to die, especially not within the confines of a fictional world. Seeing that Lin Yang had evaded the attack, General Manager Wang's expression darkened. The knife he had just thrust out seemed to fuel his murderous intent. He repositioned himself, preparing to strike again when a powerful gust of wind rushed toward him. Before he could react, a loud thud resonated as Huyen kicked him to the ground. You dare to move against him? Huyen loomed over General Manager Wang, his face shrouded in darkness. His expensive shoe pressed down on Wang's wrist, grinding it mercilessly. Wang let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig as the knife slipped from his grasp, blood staining the blade, catching Huyen's eye. Huyen's expression turned icy as he seized Wang by the collar, delivering a series of punishing blows to his face. Each strike resonated with painful impact, prompting Wang to cry out in agony. His pleas for mercy fragmented and desperate. Brother Hua, Jiang Xinyue stood by, contemplating intervening, but she lacked the courage in the face of Huyen's ferocity. Lin Yang. Huyen's voice was cold, and Lin Yang licked his dry lips, witnessing Huyen's chilling demeanor for the first time. From his vantage point, he could only see Huyen's sharply defined profile, exuding a frigid aura. The calmness of his face paired with the unhesitating force of his fists against General Manager Wang revealed a serene madness within him. Just as Lin Yang began to suspect that Huyen had lost his sanity, Huyen, upon witnessing President Wang faint, ceased his aggressive actions. With a countenance shadowed by darkness, Huyen approached Lin Yang, his expression frigid, hands hanging at his sides still dripping with blood, remnants from his confrontation with President Wang. His deep, dark eyes bore into Lin Yang, fixated solely on him. Secretary Lin, he uttered, his lips forming those three words with dispassionate calm. Instinctively, Lin Yang took a step back, sensing that Huyen was far more terrifying than the supervisor who had insisted he work late on Friday. As Huyen closed the distance to within 2 steps, a faint yellow figure suddenly interjected. Dong Yen, finally coming to her senses, grasped Lin Yang's uninjured arm and cried out, Secretary Lin, you mustn't die. Darkness enveloped Lin Yang's vision. Upon raising his gaze to Huyen's even colder expression, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He was still alive, yet he longed to understand if she truly wished to abandon her life. It was no wonder that despite Huyen's overt disdain, she had resolutely visited the office numerous times. You truly fear nothing, do you? He mused. Secretary Lin, do you not value your salary? How dare you engage in such perilous acts? In the living room, Huyen's face remained grim as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yang. Lin Yong felt a surge of defiance. President Hua, this should qualify as a workplace injury. Wouldn't you agree? He even believed Huyen ought to express gratitude. However, Huyen merely cast him a cold glance. Foolish injury. You might as well perish from your stupidity. Lin Yong. He hastily retracted his earlier concern, realizing he hadn't been overly worried after all. TSK. He thought, dare to lick your lips, and you'll surely be poisoned. After Gucci had meticulously bandaged Lin Yang's wound, he regarded him incredulously. Secretary Lin, you truly possess remarkable abilities. After all these years serving as Huyen's family physician, I've never prescribed him medication. Yet the rare instances I've treated someone have all been due to you. He adjusted his reflective glasses, chuckling. All along, Huyen's medical expenses have been for your sake. Lin Yong shot him a languid glance. If you can't speak wisely, it's best to remain silent. No one will assume you've perished. President Hua, I believe I can still argue my case. Under the circumstances, evasion was exceedingly difficult. Just an ordinary individual at that moment. He felt his arm had merely sustained an injury, which he had already deemed his limit. Huyen shot him another glance. So when Dong Yen grasped your hand, you couldn't evade that either? Lin Yong? But she didn't intend to harm me. He rationalized that the child had merely acted recklessly, without any intention to hurt him. In fact, he had felt a sense of relief at Dong Yen's sudden appearance. Otherwise, he might have thought the hand gripping him belonged to the domineering figure who had just struck someone. Yet Dong Yen was left in a sorry state. When she attempted to follow him into the car, Huyen shot her a cold glare, forcing her to stand on the roadside, inhaling exhaust fumes in dismay. Upon hearing his words, Huyen's gaze turned even icier. You still have so many excuses? Do you wish to cover medical expenses as well? The mere mention of money made Lin Yong promptly seal his lips, becoming docile. As for Huyen's family physician, there was no need to speculate. The title implied a status of global preeminence. He knew without a doubt that he could never afford such medical expenses. All right, Huyen. You needn't keep addressing Secretary Lin. He is injured, so cease your remarks for his recovery's sake. Just as Lin Yong was about to assert that the physician wasn't entirely unkind and had spoken up for him, Gucci flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Though Secretary Lin may be somewhat foolish, at least he knows to express pain when injured. Didn't he just grimace in agony? He regarded Lin Yong, who was casting him a forlorn glance, and sarcastically praised, Secretary Lin, you're quite impressive. In this day and age, secretaries have it good. Some climb into the boss's bed, while others get treated by the boss's family doctor when injured. Lin Yong. He hadn't spared him either. With one slap from the domineering figure, this family physician was even more formidable than the legendary dragon subduing 18 palms. Dr. Gu, you must keep an antidote on hand at all times, right? Gucci, Otherwise, what if you inadvertently lick your lips and end up poisoned? Chapter 71. President Hua, I am applying for sick leave. After Gucci had tidied up the medical kit, he turned to Lin Yong. Come on, Secretary Lin, given your injury, I'll kindly offer you a free ride home. Time was running short. With Lin Yong's hand injured, he instinctively felt that Huyen would not require him to accompany him to bed tonight. As Lin Yong stood up, still slumped, Huyen cast a cold gaze from above. Where do you think you're going? Lin Yong stiffened, speechless, while Gucci queried in confusion. Of course, I'm sending him home. Although I find it unnecessary, if you believe he requires hospitalization, I can take him to the hospital. Though Lin Yang's injury appeared alarming, it was not severe. With consistent medication and dressing changes, he would face no major issues. Gucci had already planned that should Secretary Lin insist on working despite his ailment, he would visit the office as he had before to assist him with his dressing changes. It would surely be entertaining. Huyen cast a glance at Lin Yong, coldly commending, "Sit." Once Lin Yong obediently settled back down, Huyen directed his attention to Gucci. No need, he'll be staying here tonight, you return home. Gucci, He felt as though he was hearing something incomprehensible from his longtime friend for the first time. As Huyen was about to speak, Lin Yong hastily interjected. President Hua. He genuinely feared Huyen would, as before, imply that they were to share a bed. Huyen turned his cold gaze upon him. What is it? Did I say something wrong? As if anticipating his thoughts, Huyen spoke composedly. Secretary Lin, today is Monday, not Friday. Gucci blinked in bewilderment beside them. What does Monday have to do with Friday? His curious gaze flitted between Huyen and Lin Yang. Was it merely his imagination, or did their relationship seem to carry a hint of ambiguity? Sensing Gu Qi's probing gaze, Lin Yang lowered his eyes in guilt. President Hua, I am injured. Huyen replied, so what? I'm not put off by you. Why are you unwilling? Lin Yang. There was a semblance of reason in that statement. I am applying for sick leave. Very well, Huyen readily acquiesced. Follow the company procedure. Lin Yang. How could such a cold phrase emerge from his lips? The directive to follow company procedure stripped away much of the warmth. According to company policy, employees requesting leave must first submit a request through the designated internal system to human resources and then to their direct supervisor. If the HR department did not approve the request, the direct supervisor would remain unaware of the leave. Lin Yang was well acquainted with the few personnel responsible for managing employee leave, and judging by his understanding of them, it was evident they would not be checking company messages at this late hour. However, his direct superior is none other than Huyen. Observing the wounds he has sustained, Huyen astonishingly refrains from granting him approval, seemingly intent on exploiting him. Is that right? Wait a moment. Gu Qi finally could no longer contain himself and interjected. He glanced at Huyen, then at Lin Yang, and in one breath he queried, regardless of whether it's Monday or Friday, whether you're taking leave or not, what does that have to do with your staying here tonight? This single statement rendered Lin Yang utterly speechless. Truly, he was reminiscent of the doctors depicted in domineering CEO narratives. Such incisive words radiated across the room. Huyen smirked slightly. From Monday to Thursday, he will be sleeping here with me. Moreover, he will share the same bed. Huyen turned his gaze toward Lin Yang, his expression languid, and he spoke nonchalantly. Isn't that so, Secretary Lin? In that moment, Lin Yang felt as though all eyes were upon him. The overhead lights were somewhat dazzling. He averted his gaze, feeling too aggrieved to speak. After all, he was merely a small, powerless secretary. Did he dare to utter a word? Oh, is that so, Secretary Lin? Despite Lin Yang's actions clearly conveying everything, Gu Qi still feigned ignorance and asked. Lin Yang replied, what can I say? Aware of Gu Qi's intentional provocation, Lin Yang shot him a fierce glare from the corner of his eye. Gu Qi, having caught the look, could no longer suppress his laughter and covered his mouth, asking, Secretary Lin, what's the matter? Speak up, Secretary Lin. Lin Yang thought to himself. This cold-hearted individual would never forgive him. The situation was already dire, and Huyen, maintaining his calm demeanor, added, with your hand in such a condition, can you even bathe by yourself? I suppose you don't expect me to assist you in that, do you? Lin Yang shut his eyes tightly. Enough, he declared, enough. Some people may appear to be alive, yet in truth they have been dead for some time. Gu Qi stroked his chin, clicking his tongue, unable to resist commenting. Why do I feel that your relationship has turned somewhat ambiguous? Lin Yang could no longer hold back. He shot a glare at Gu Qi, his expression devoid of emotion, and stated, we're merely sharing a blanket and chatting. What are you insinuating? Huyen, unusually rising to his defense, countered, what ambiguity? We haven't even removed our clothes. Perhaps you should consider getting your eyes checked. Just as Lin Yang was about to feel touched that Huyen finally acted like a human, Huyen continued, I merely discovered that I can sleep soundly beside him, which is why I bought his time for the night. Lin Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. This explanation was worse than none at all. It seemed that, with those words, their relationship sounded even more ambiguous. Gu Qi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is it truly that remarkable? Huyen nodded indifferently. Indeed, I have confirmed it multiple times. As long as I sleep next to him, I will not suffer from insomnia. When he returns home for the weekend, I find myself unable to sleep at all, no matter how many medications I take. He cast a casual glance at Lin Yang, a smirk playing on his lips. Thus, I am currently contemplating how to secure his time for Saturday night. Lin Yang felt a shiver run through him, instinctively wrapping his uninjured arm around himself. Although he wasn't quite sure why he did it, he simply went along with it. Gu Qi, suppressing laughter, nodded. No wonder you haven't asked me for sleeping pills lately. I thought you had given up on treatment. He turned towards Lin Yang. But Secretary Lin, you are truly remarkable. A problem that even the top medical team could not solve seems to have been resolved by you. He smiled brightly. One day, when you're free, let us share a bed so I can see if such miraculous occurrences truly exist. But you don't suffer from insomnia. How would you test it? Before Lin Yang could respond, Huyen interjected. Just that simple syllable caused Guqi to instantly lose his smile. What do you intend to do? Huyen shot a cold gaze at Guqi, his dark eyes starkly contrasting, harboring a menacing undertone. Guqi, keenly sensing the danger, hastily picked up his medical bag and stood. It's nothing. I merely meant to say, Mom, I believe I see countless stars. It's time for me to return to sleep. I wish you both a sweet slumber. Upon finishing his sentence, Guqi swiftly darted to the door, opening it and fleeing without a backward glance. Chapter 72. Mr. Hua, I wouldn't mind sleeping in the bathroom. Lin Yang observed Guqi's hasty escape, feeling a sense of vindication. He couldn't help but chuckle. A smile, however, does not vanish. It merely shifts. So you find joy in my staying?
Lin Yang's smile instantly faded.
Can warmth derived from others truly last? He turned, rigidly staring at Huyen. Ultimately, he chose to dwell in the realm of indignation rather than outright anger. As long as I remain, Mr. Hua, you will no longer suffer from insomnia. Naturally, I am pleased. Huyen cast a cold glance in his direction. I recall you appeared quite jubilant when you left for home last Friday without a backward glance. Lin Yang remarked, why do I always feel a chill? Secretary Lin, are you certain you can bathe by yourself? Lin Yang had initially thought Huyen was merely jesting. It now appeared he was serious. He glanced at his hand, which was wrapped like a rice dumpling, and looked up at Huyen. Mr. Hua, perhaps I can forgo bathing today? The weather has cooled down and I haven't really perspired. Daily using the CEO's shampoo and body wash. He felt as though he carried an air of the CEO's aloof fragrance, not foul at all. Huyen regarded him with a stern expression. Even if you are dirty, do you expect me to endure your odor? Lin Yang retorted, it's merely one day without a shower. How could it possibly lead to such a stench? Can it be worse than your mouth when it's angry? I can sleep in the guest room. The sofa is also an option. Huyen shot him a disdainful look. Why not suggest sleeping in the bathroom, where you both would embrace the same odor? Lin Yang pondered for a moment. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. The bathroom is larger than my room, and it's neither dirty nor smelly. I could grab some blankets and curl up in the spacious bathtub, turning on the air conditioning. It might even be more comfortable than sleeping in my own room. However, all his delightful imaginings dissipated when Huyen cast him a cold, piercing glance. If you sleep elsewhere, why would I have you stay? Lin Yang thought to himself. He knew that if he truly opted for the bathroom, Huyen would not be pleased. Thus, he had stated he wished to return home. Stealing a glance at Huyen, he chose to keep his mouth shut upon seeing the latter's cold and sullen expression. Observing Lin Yang's newfound silence, Huyen's countenance improved significantly. He leaned closer to Lin Yang, slightly lowering his gaze to fixate on him. Secretary Lin, if you cannot bathe by yourself as your employer, I wouldn't mind showing you some compassion by assisting you with that. Lin Yang. Huh? Show me compassion? Does he even believe his own words? If he truly wished to show compassion, he should let him return home to rest well and offer him a raise. What a working individual desires as compassion is merely an increase in salary. Only money can evoke a sense of care. No, President Hua, it is merely my hand that is injured, not both of them severed. Huyen cast a fleeting glance at his hand, saying nothing further. Very well, Secretary Lin. I hope you are truly unscathed. His tone bore an undercurrent of displeasure. Lin Yang pondered, why does it seem he is not wishing me well? His fist felt rigid and painful. Even the act of clenching it brought him discomfort. After Huyen retreated to the bathroom for a shower, Lin Yang finally exhaled in relief. He resumed his place on the sofa, picked up his phone, and noticed a message from Guqi. Upon reading it, anger surged within him, prompting a desire to clench his fist once more. Please refrain from mentioning me again, Dr. Gu. It appears Secretary Lin's status exceeds my expectations. Not only has he shared the bed of our boss, but he has also enlisted the services of the boss's family doctor. You are the most impressive secretary I have ever encountered. Lin Yang replied, Get lost. No sooner had he sent the message than Guqi called. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang terminated the call. He then silenced and dimmed his phone, tossing it aside, and reclined against the sofa. After Huyen emerged, Lin Yang had spent over half an hour in the bathroom. With only one hand functional, it was quite the ordeal. He had contemplated forgoing washing his hair, thinking that if he tousled it a bit, Huyen might not notice. Yet, recalling the CO's keen observational skills, There had been instances when Huyen seemed to read his thoughts. He obediently washed his hair. As he stepped out, he heard Huyen's voice drift toward him. At last, you have emerged. I was contemplating whether to sacrifice my bathroom door for your sake, Secretary Lin. The icy tone startled Lin Yong. Turning, he saw Huyen leaning against the wall, his expression serious as he scrutinized him. Lin Yong forced a smile. President Hua, what are you doing here? He had nearly been frightened to death, momentarily believing a male ghost had entered his home. Huyen approached, his gaze flicking to Lin Yang's dangling arm. Is your hand all right? Lin Yang nodded. It got a bit wet but did not touch the inside. He had anticipated a moment of genuine concern from the CEO, but instead, Huyen merely smirked. I'm relieved to hear that. I thought you had taken so long in there to inflict injuries upon yourself for the sake of claiming compensation from me. Lin Yang, is this the nature of capitalists? Even after amassing such wealth, they remain vigilant against others attempting to claim their fortune. That night, as Lin Yang struggled to slip beneath the covers, he faced a dilemma. Typically, he slept with his back to Huyen, leaning to the right. Now, with his right hand injured and unable to support himself, he had to lie flat before rolling to the right. This maneuver elicited laughter from Huyen. Secretary Lin, can you not adapt? Would it not be more convenient to sleep in a different direction? Lin Yang, is that permissible to say? If he shifted positions, he would have to face him. Huyen always slept facing him. Each morning upon awakening, he would invariably see Huyen's face. He could not discern whether this was intentional or accidental, nor did he dare to inquire. Regardless, he wished to avoid sleeping facing him. President Hua, if you are willing to show me the perfection of your occiput, I might consider changing my sleeping position. As Huyen lay down, preparing to turn off the light, he paused at Lin Yang's words and propped himself up. What is it? Is my face not pleasing to you? Are you unable to sleep at the sight of my visage? Huyen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Without needing to turn, Lin Yang could sense the peril in Huyen's gaze, as if he were being stalked by a predator. He felt a chill run down his neck, prompting him to hastily cover it. Of course, that is not what I meant. In this world, who could surpass President Hua in beauty? I fear that should I sleep facing you, your handsomeness might leave me unable to rest. He spoke earnestly, in a sense. Gazing upon Huyen's face indeed kept him awake. Chapter 73. President Hua, could you please release me? No sooner had Lin Yang finished speaking than Huyen's deep laughter resonated behind him. Unlike Guqi's uncontrollable mockery, this was more subdued and melodic. It was oddly pleasing. Lin Yang felt a warmth creep into his ears and, unable to resist, inquired, President Hua, what is it? You are not having another episode, are you? That would be rather frightening. Huyen's smile faded as he noticed Lin Yang's flushed ears. Observing without comment, he replied in a deliberately low tone. It is nothing, merely that your foolishness is so apparent it has made me smile. Lin Yang. So I have indeed managed to amuse him. Lin Yang attempted to shift away, seeking distance from this nefarious capitalist. Before he could move, the lights abruptly extinguished. Huyen's hand settled on his shoulder, causing Lin Yang's body to stiffen, held captive for several seconds. A rustling sound came from behind him. Huyen lay down as was his custom, wrapping his arms around Lin Yang. Resigned, Lin Yang ceased his movements. Just as he intended to close his eyes, Huyen's voice broke the silence again. Secretary Lin, are you not concerned that you might inadvertently crush your own hand while sleeping this way? It seemed he had not relinquished his desire for Lin Yang to sleep facing him, though the reason for this feeling eluded Lin Yang. It's all right. I am a compliant sleeper. Huyen scoffed lightly. Then who was it that previously claimed he was an unruly sleeper when with me?
Lin Yang choget awkwardly.
Are you not aware, President Hua, of my sleeping habits after all this time? Suddenly, his tone shifted. Wait, why does that sound so peculiar when I say it? Huyen chuckled softly, his tone becoming notably more buoyant. Could it be because I have been keeping you bound? Lin Yang. Indeed, it appears I owe you much. Leaders have a way of claiming credit for everything, he retorted sarcastically. Should I express my gratitude to you, President Hua? Huyen feigned ignorance, responding, then how do you intend to thank me? Lin Yang. Perhaps a bow of gratitude? No, I fear you might injure yourself and seek compensation from me. Lin Yang. Then what could I possibly offer with this diminished form? Lin Yang. Image of a small yellow face wielding a knife. Huyen raised an eyebrow. Why do I sense a hint of discontent from you, Secretary Lin? Lin Yang continued to smile. Not at all. How could that be? Hu Yan's voice turned cold. Secretary Lin, cease your laughter. It is rather unsettling. Should your laughter haunt my dreams and deprive me of restful sleep, you shall owe me a night of companionship. Lin Yang immediately covered his mouth, stifling his laughter. Upon feeling his palm against his lips, he realized his reaction. That's not right, he mused internally, stifling a laugh without uttering a sound. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from behind him, uncontrollable and deep, resonating from Hu Yan's chest. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and Lin Yang could feel the vibrations emanating from Hu Yan's torso, seemingly synchronizing with his own heartbeat. For a brief moment, Lin Yang felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. He dryly inquired, Mr. Ho, do you still want that token of gratitude? Hu Yan slowly reined in his laughter. No need, Secretary Lin. Your forced smile suffices. Lin Yang felt a flicker of mixed emotions, some joy and some discontent. Let's just sleep. Hu Yan gently patted Lin Yang's shoulder. Lin Yang retorted, are you trying to soothe a child? Yet after a few pats, he surprisingly felt drowsy. Could this be yet another of the CEO's hidden talents? In a daze, Lin Yang shut his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, Hu Yan's voice intruded again. Secretary Lin, does your hand hurt? Lin Yang pondered for a moment before responding, yes. It might be due to pressure on a certain area, causing a blockage in circulation. If Mr. Ho were to release me, it should alleviate the pain. In truth, the pain had subsided. Any discomfort was merely a residual ache from the injury itself. He initially thought Hu Yan had a moment of conscience and was concerned for him, seeking an excuse to be freed. However, Hu Yan's voice turned serious. Then let it continue to ache. A little reminder is beneficial, lest you dare engage in such perilous behavior again. Lin Yang thought to himself, there it is. The capitalist will never genuinely care for their employees. Though he voiced such sentiments, he could distinctly feel the grip on his waist had softened considerably. The following morning, Lin Yang was unexpectedly roused by the alarm clock. As he turned it off and prepared to rise, Hu Yan restrained him. What do you think you're doing? Hu Yan sat up with a stern expression. Lin Yang glanced at him, bewildered. Mr. Ho, the alarm has gone off. I need to get up for work. Hu Yan shot him a cold look. Work? With that gash on your hand? Are you completely oblivious? He snatched the phone from Lin Yang's grasp. Lie still. A person who usually enjoys sleeping in is up quite early today. Lin Yang protested. Isn't it Tuesday? That meager salary and perfect attendance may be trivial to you, but they are crucial for me. Are you implying I cannot take a leave without a salary deduction? Do not concern yourself with work. You shall rest, Hu Yan declared authoritatively. Lin Yang's mind was buzzing with questions. I haven't even applied for sick leave yet. Hu Yan cast a chilling glance at him, observing him leisurely. Secretary Lin, I am right here. Do you still need to apply? What about the approval process? Who makes the final call in the company? Lin Yang retorted, as if the one who insisted on the approval process last night wasn't you. Hu Yan's demeanor remained icy. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Yang, sensing the tension, quickly replied, no thank you, Mr. Ho. You truly are the best boss I've ever encountered. Hu Yan scoffed, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within. It was akin to saving someone from corporate tyranny, only to have them express endless gratitude, offering nothing more than a mere good person card in return. With a huff, Hu Yan tossed the covers aside. Lin Yang suddenly remembered something and clutched at his shirt. Mr. Ho, what about my perfect attendance and today's salary? Both are assured.
Lin Yang's spirits lifted.
Then, since I am on leave, may I return home now? Despite Hu Yan's early morning demeanor resembling that of someone owed millions, Lin Yang inexplicably felt today he was rather agreeable. Upon hearing this, Hu Yan paused mid-motion, turning to scrutinize him. Secretary Lin, did you dream last night? Chapter 74. Mr. Ho, how come you haven't poisoned yourself? Lin Yang was puzzled but answered honestly, no. Hu Yan squinted, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Then how is it that you think so positively? I presumed you were still half asleep. Lin Yang mentally retracted his earlier statement about Hu Yan being agreeable. With such a venomous tongue, how have you not poisoned yourself? Stay put, will you? I'll have Gucci come over to change your bandages shortly. Lin Yang nodded obediently, realizing he needed Gucci's help. Otherwise, he would have to bear the medical expenses himself. Unfortunately, Gucci only listened to Hu Yan. Noticing Lin Yang's compliance, Hu Yan's expression softened. his tone less frosty. I will send you Aunt Zhang's contact information. If you feel hungry, call her, alright? Lin Yong remained silent, studying Ho Yan's face for a few seconds, contemplating whether he was still half asleep. Otherwise, how could the typically cold and unfeeling CEO now seem so considerate? Surely, it was a sign that he had yet to fully awaken, wishing to bid goodnight to a certain character. Suddenly, his face was pinched. When he looked up, he found Ho Yan close to him, playfully squeezing his cheeks. Mr. Ho, what are you doing? He exclaimed, bewildered. Are you playing with me? Do you think everyone else is mad just because you are? After pinching Lin Yang's cheeks a few more times, Ho Yan casually withdrew his hand. I noticed you were unresponsive for a while. I thought you had entered standby mode. It seems you might indeed be a robot. A little pinch brings you back to life. Lin Yang sighed, not very considerate. Before leaving, Ho Yan insisted Lin Yang get up to have breakfast. Though it was technically a day off, Lin Yang was reluctant to share breakfast with his boss. Mr. Ho, I'm not hungry yet. I can eat later. Ho Yan shot him a frosty glance. When you say later, do you mean around 11 or noon? When you finally rise to eat a meal that is neither breakfast nor dinner. Lin Yang had no retort. Ho Yan's assessment was painfully accurate. After Ho Yan departed, Lin Yang flopped back down and quickly fell asleep again. What could be more blissful than lying in bed, receiving a paycheck while your colleagues are at work, sprawled across a luxurious bed worth millions? Ho Yan had indeed hit the nail on the head. Lin Yang slept soundly until past 11 in the morning. Upon picking up his phone, he saw Ho Yan had sent him Aunt Zhang's contact information. He hesitated, reluctant to reach out to her. He was genuinely hungry now, but Aunt Zhang was the CEO's housekeeper. Though he often threatened to toss his resignation at Ho Yan's face when displeased, the reality was that he hardly dared to issue commands to the CEO's staff. After some contemplation, he decided it was best to order takeout himself. Just as he opened the delivery app, a message from Gucci popped up. Open the door. Lin Yang? As he opened the door, he was greeted by Gucci, who stood before him with both hands laden with items, a grin plastered across his face. Secretary Lin, you're really here? Lin Yang regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion. Or should I summon you to gather the boss's remains? Gucci inhaled sharply, the chill creeping in. Secretary Lin, you're quite audacious. Are you not afraid I'll tell Huyen how foul-mouthed you are? Lin Yang's expression remained impassive, revealing a set of pearly whites. Then I wouldn't mind collecting your remains first. A shudder coursed through Gucci, a sense of trepidation settling in. Secretary Lin, please don't smile like that. Frightens me. Lin Yang swiftly wiped the smile from his face, casting him a sidelong glance as he opened the door. Come. Gucci obediently followed Lin Yang inside. Upon seeing Lin Yang, he inquired, Secretary Lin, did you just awaken? With his disheveled hair, a tuft defiantly standing upright, and without his glasses, Lin Yang hardly appeared to be someone who had been awake for long. He poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Gucci. What's the matter? I'm off today. He lifted his chin slightly, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Gucci set the medical kit on the floor, adjusted his glasses and grinned broadly. Good thing I arrived late. Huyen told me to come early, but seeing you, Secretary Lin, it's clear you're not one for early mornings. He smirked. I've come at the perfect time. Lin Yang thought to himself that had it not been for Gucci's injured hand, he would have surely kicked him out. No time is a good time for you. After freshening up, Gucci had already laid out his myriad bottles and jars. Upon spotting Lin Yang, he asked, Secretary Lin, have you ordered food? Did you get something delicious enough for two? Lin Yang shot him a glance. Are you hoping to mooch a meal? Gucci replied nonchalantly, what else would I be here for at this hour? Huyen mentioned he provided you with Aunt Zhang's contact information. Gucci flashed a bright smile. It's been ages since I savored Aunt Zhang's cooking. Secretary Lin, if you haven't reached out yet, do so quickly.
Lin Yang fell silent.
Recalling the last conversation he had with Aunt Zhang, he retrieved his phone, scrolling through his chat history with Huyen, and remarked, here, you can speak with Aunt Zhang directly. Just as he was about to hand over the phone, he heard Gucci exclaim joyfully, you're going to show me Aunt Zhang's contact? That's wonderful. Huyen was reluctant to share it with me before. Now I can ask Aunt Zhang for food. I absolutely adore her braised pork ribs. He reached out, eager to take the phone, but Lin Yang quickly withdrew his hand. No, I'll do it myself. He was apprehensive about Huyen questioning him should he discover that Lin Yang provided Gucci with Aunt Zhang's details. Once the call connected, Aunt Zhang's gentle voice resonated from the other end. Hello? Aunt Zhang, this is Hua's secretary, Lin Yang. He introduced himself, feeling a tad sheepish. To his surprise, Aunt Zhang's voice brightened instantly. Oh, Secretary Lin, I knew it was you. The young master sent me a message today, saying you would call to order lunch. He asked me to prepare something for you. She continued, it's the first time I've seen the young master care for someone so thoughtfully, even mentioning lunch specifically. Secretary Lin, it seems you are indeed quite special to him. Lin Yang was taken aback. That's not, how does one defend against a zero-frame face check? It's akin to facing James in a one-on-one. Hellish. Enough, he declared. I've had enough. Chapter 75. Hua, why are you acting up again? What would you like to eat, Secretary Lin? Aunt Zhang's tone was exceptionally kind and affectionate. Lin Yang understood this warmth stemmed from her perception of his special status concerning Huyen. He dared not elaborate further and simply requested 2 dishes. Aunt Zhang replied in surprise, is that enough? Should I make a bit more for you? No thank you, Aunt Zhang. Oh dear, Secretary Lin, you're eating too little. You're so thin you really ought to eat more. What about that young Dr. Gu? What does he want to eat? Dr. Gu? Lin Yang frowned. P.S. the one helping you with the dressing, has he eaten? What does he want? Lin Yang, unwillingly glancing at Gu Qi, asked, what do you want to eat? Gu Qi, noticing Lin Yang's sour expression, donned a teasing smile and deliberately replied, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick. Lin Yang tightened his brows. Are you listing off a menu? He ignored Gu Qi and turned to Aunt Zhang, expressionless. Oh, he says he wants to eat, Aunt Zhang responded. What? During the interval while waiting for Aunt Zhang to bring the food, Gu Qi assisted Lin Yang with his dressing. While doing so, Gu Qi remarked, Secretary Lin, you are truly the most audacious man I have ever encountered. I have never seen a secretary last this long by Huyen's side. Not only have you remained by him for so long, but you've also moved into his home and shared his bed. You're quite remarkable. He expressed his genuine admiration. It's the first time I've witnessed Huyen treating someone with such particularity. Lin Yang had grown somewhat sensitive to the term special. He shot Gu Qi a blank stare and replied, so what? After hearing you say it so many times, Dr. Gu, you don't want to climb into his bed too, do you? Would you like me to teach you? With the domineering boss absent, he felt no need for such reservations. Ah? Gu Qi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, covering his mouth as his shoulders shook with mirth. Once he had calmed down, he looked at Lin Yang and said, Secretary Lin, you're indeed quite amusing. Lin Yang closed his eyes in resignation. With a boss like that, it was no surprise that everyone around him was equally abnormal. While enjoying their meal, Lin Yang received a call from Huyen. It was a video call. He hesitated between answering the voice call or video call for a couple of seconds before ultimately resigning himself to the video communication. As soon as he opened it, he instinctively straightened his back. This was the propriety of a diligent worker. Are you eating? Huyen's gaze fell on the bowl before him. Lin Yang replied, though currently, due to him, he could not eat. It was already quite challenging to eat with his left hand, and now he had to hold the phone for the video call, leaving him without a hand to eat. Huyen, have you had your meal? Lin Yang inquired, uncertain of Huyen's purpose for calling at this hour. Huyen appeared to brighten at his question, a smile gracing his lips. I've eaten, now I'm dealing with documents. Oh, Lin Yang replied, then thought, can I hang up now? Just as he contemplated how to conclude the conversation, Huyen casually asked, what are you eating? After posing the question, he turned his attention back to his computer. Like a whimsical desire to keep this video call perpetually active, treating it as an electronic pet for idle banter. Lin Yang, he's already on sick leave. Is it truly impossible to simply hang up on the boss's call? No, he should have feigned ignorance from the start and not answered at all. Huh? After a prolonged silence, Huyen turned his gaze back towards him. Before Lin Yang could utter a word, Gu Qi suddenly leaned in. Huyen, since you're absent, your secretary told me to feed him some food. You ought to intervene. Lin Yang, caught off guard by his words, quickly turned to him, chuckling. Dr. Gu, when did I ever say that? Out of the 7 dishes here, aren't 5 ordered specifically for you? In Huyen's blind spot, Lin Yang threatened Gu Qi with his eyes. You glutton, just eat your food, will you? Better close your mouth, or I might actually feed you something unpleasant. Unfortunately, Gu Qi was far from intimidated. Rather, he found it all the more entertaining. Look, he is even threatening me. Huyen, did you see that look in his eyes? It's terrifying. Lin Yang's murderous glare was impossible to conceal, and his smile had long since faltered. Dr. Gu, you certainly have a knack for humor. Haha. Who's joking? I'm serious. Huyen Yu. Dr. Gu. Lin Yang desperately wished to leap forward and cover his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, the expression on the screen had grown increasingly grim. Secretary Lin. Witnessing the playful scuffle on screen, completely disregarding him, the two bodies pressed together in close proximity. Huyen could no longer contain himself. His voice, cold and calm, pierced through the screen, silencing Lin Yang and Gu Qi for several seconds. Although his tone remained consistently placid, Lin Yang keenly discerned that the domineering CEO was indeed irate. The atmosphere plunged into a chilling silence. Even Gu Qi refrained from uttering a word. Mr. Hua, what seems to be the matter? Lin Yang straightened his back dutifully, akin to a schoolboy called upon in class. Though uncertain of what had provoked the CEO's ire, he figured that feigning innocence was the safest course. Huyen observed him, who dared not meet his gaze, and let out a cold snort. Secretary Lin, it seems you lead quite a lavish life. While the boss is diligently working at the office, here you are, frolicking with the family doctor in the boss's home. Lin Yang? The statement, while seemingly valid, carried an odd undertone when expressed in such a manner. Realizing that Huyen genuinely appeared vexed, Gu Qi, against the odds, interjected on Lin Yang's behalf. After all, Secretary Lin had sustained an injury, which was beyond his control. This only served to stoke the flames further, as Huyen cast a frosty glance at Gu Qi. Keep your distance. Are you two particularly close? Does he require your advocacy? Gu Qi, wishing to retort, fell silent under Huyen's icy stare and gradually withdrew from the screen. Once he was entirely out of sight, he shrugged with an expression that seemed to convey, I can only assist you to this extent. Lin Yang shot him a fierce glare. What a hindrance. Surprisingly, this fleeting glance did not escape Huyen's notice. Secretary Lin. Huyen's low, frigid voice betrayed no emotion. Lin Yang hastily turned to face him, his expression one of despair. Mr. Hua, what's wrong now? Since you're injured, is it so difficult to remain at home and avoid mingling with unsavory characters? Huyen closed his laptop and glared coldly at Lin Yang. After causing a ruckus, he had the audacity to point at himself, bewildered. Was he the unsavory character? Not difficult at all. Lin Yang replied dutifully, yet he felt a surge of indignation and timidly glanced at Huyen. But Mr. Hua, it seems that I did not summon this unsavory character. Does the absence of others mean one can treat them as fools? Clearly, it was Gu Qi who initiated the fuss, so why is the blame directed at me? Such is the harsh reality of society. No matter how reasonable the worker, they ultimately cannot compete with those in positions of influence. Huyen lazily lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at him. Are you implying that I erred in inviting my family doctor over to tend to your injuries? His languid gaze was laden with an air of authority. Lin Yang lowered his head and muttered, No, it's my fault. It was a mistake to attempt reasoning with the CEO. Who could ever prevail in such a debate? Huyen could easily discern Lin Yang's evident reluctance. Yet, considering that he had already admitted fault, he chose not to press further. Gu Qi, relishing the oysters adorned with vermicelli, was caught off guard when Huyen called his name. He looked up in confusion, pointing at himself. Me? After slurping the last of the vermicelli into his mouth, he added, You two are busy with your video call, and I still have a role to play, right? Lin Yang cast a fierce glare at him. Young disciple, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. His words resembled a character who, during the romantic tension between the CEO and the female lead, sought to bluntly expose their relationship. Such a character, yet so indiscreet, it diminishes their caliber. I suggest we change the actor. Lin Yang did not believe the CEO would take such remarks lightly. Turning to gauge Huyen's reaction, he indeed noticed the stormy expression on his face. He covertly covered his mouth, reveling in the misfortune of others. Yes, scold him, lash into him. However, Huyen merely cast a calm glance in his direction and stated, You have no role in this. Return to your hospital. Lin Yang, what? That's it? No follow-up? In light of the context, this statement felt rather peculiar. It would have been better left unsaid. Gu Qi, still dissatisfied, interjected, I haven't finished my meal. Besides, the hospital is my family business, so no one would dare say anything if I don't go. He placed a hand on Lin Yang's shoulder. And honestly, how could you bear to leave Secretary Lin alone? lonely and forlorn. I can stay and keep him company. It's a splendid idea. Hui Yan's gaze flickered towards Gu Qi's hand resting on Lin Yang's shoulder, his expression darkening. Even through the screen, Lin Yang felt an encroaching chill. It seemed as if the air-conditioned living room had grown significantly colder. Secretary Lin, are you feeling bored? Hui Yan's obsidian eyes fixed intently on Lin Yang. Instantly, Lin Yang straightened up, declaring with righteous indignation, not at all. He could no longer tolerate the situation, placing his phone on the table and pushing Gu Qi's hand away, forcing a disingenuous smile. Dr. Gu, we are not that familiar. Gu Qi, appearing betrayed, shook his head in disbelief. Secretary Lin, you've truly disappointed me. Lin Yang, what an act. Still not leaving? Gu Qi initially contemplated saying something further, but upon sensing Hui Yan's unmistakable displeasure, he retreated, taking his medical bag and departing in a hasty retreat. As he departed, he did not forget to voraciously snatch a chicken leg. Lin Yang smacked his forehead in exasperation. Truly, he was diminishing the prestige of all the family doctors portrayed in domineering CEO narratives. He could scarcely bear to witness it any longer. Once Gu Qi had left, the living room fell into a serene silence. After all, he had spent numerous days sharing a bed with Hui Yan. Throughout the day, aside from work, he had essentially been in solitary company with Hui Yan, and he had grown accustomed to it. Yet now, even a mere video call with Hui Yan, with neither of them occupying the same physical space, rendered him utterly uncomfortable. His toes were nearly clawing their way through the floor. He wondered if displaying his awkwardly clenched toes to Hui Yan might prompt the latter to hang up in fright. Just as Lin Yang was aimlessly indulging his imagination, Hui Yan spoke up unexpectedly. Lin Secretary, is it truly so dull to be alone at home? Lin Yang? Surely he had not caught Hui Yan's earlier reply? Such is the nature of a CEO, only hearing what he wishes to hear. Not at all. How could I be bored residing in your esteemed home, Mr. Hua? Indeed, it was far from boring. Even if it were, as a diligent worker, he relished the monotony of his idle moments. It would have been even better if the CEO possessed a modicum of awareness and refrained from disturbing him. How could one be unbearded and converse so joyously with someone like Gu Qi? Hui Yan regarded him with indifference. Lin Yang? What sort of person? He could not shake the feeling that the CEO's disparagement of Gu Qi was even more scathing than his insults directed at Lin Yang. He almost wanted to report Gu Qi to the authorities. Mr. Hua, you do not understand me. Surely you are not oblivious to your own friend? You see, when he wishes to converse with me, how can I possibly deter him? With Gu Qi absent, Lin Yang yearned to mercilessly disparage him. The next time they gathered in the group chat to criticize the CEO, he would surely slip in a casual jab at the CEO's friend. Hui Yan raised an eyebrow. Lin Secretary, are you blaming me for not understanding you? Lin Yang? What a misinterpretation. Could it be that this CEO truly lacked comprehension? Just as Lin Yang prepared to clarify, the CEO had already completed his self-interpretation. Understood, stay put, I shall return early. With that, Hui Yan unceremoniously hung up the call. Lin Yang stared at the now blank screen of his phone. Was it truly that effortlessly concluded? Such is the CEO with a logic all his own. No wonder he could not become a wealthy man. This logic alone could occupy a lifetime of study. In the afternoon, as Lin Yang reclined comfortably on his bed, engrossed in his phone, he received messages of concern from the small group chat. He had not gone to the office all morning, prompting Zhou Qi to inquire with HR, discovering that he had taken a sick leave. However, the specifics of his ailment remained a mystery to HR, as Hui Yan had merely mentioned to them that Lin Yang was taking a sick day. Consequently, a throng of colleagues was now inquiring about his health. Lin Yang pondered briefly before typing a simple 3-character response. A slight cold. Instantly, a message from Yu Xiaoxiao popped up. You've got some nerve, Secretary Lin. Taking a day off for a cold. You've hit the jackpot. I hope you're ready to forfeit your perfect attendance award? Lin Yang. This was outrageous, devoid of any pretense. Wasn't he their department supervisor also in this group? Shouldn't he they step in? Chapter 77. Mr. Hua, you're rather amiable, aren't you? Soon after, a message from the department supervisor appeared. Secretary Lin, I want to have you violating company policy. Just tell me, how many months' salary would it take for you to forego perfect attendance? How can anyone take a day off for a mere cold? Lin Yang. Lin Yang. Apologies. Salary details are confidential, but my attendance remains intact. You Xiao, a department supervisor. Goodness, it turned out the supervisor was a bit stingy with their subordinates. Wasn't he it? You Xiao, Secretary Lin, as Mr. President's personal secretary, you must be exhausted. Since you're feeling under the weather, why not let me take on some of your burdens? How about I step in as the personal secretary for a while? Department supervisor. Indeed, Secretary Lin, you truly work too hard. As the supervisor, I should take over first. Lin Yang. 6. Thank you all for your concern, but it is currently working hours. Shouldn't you all focus on your tasks? I have screenshots of your idleness, so let us get back to work. When he wished to be idle, colleagues were comrades. When on leave, he became the most loyal employee to the boss. Department supervisor. 6. You Xiao. You heartless person. I shall never forgive you. After a while, Lin Yang received a message from Zhou Qi, who had managed to find time amidst his busy schedule. Zhou Qi. Secretary Lin, I heard you have a cold. Are you truly all right? Lin Yang. Yes, it's nothing serious. Focus on your own work. You know I have always trusted you. Now that I'm ill, it's your chance to catch up with me. Go for it, I believe in you. You must believe in yourself too. Zhou Qi. All right, I will ensure to complete your share of the work as well. Having painted grand visions for the diligent child of capitalism, Lin Yang tossed his phone aside and reclined on the bed. A sense of fulfillment mingled with weariness enveloped him, prompting an involuntary comparison to his former life. Could he voice this sentiment? If it weren't for that 5 million, he might not be so disenchanted with this world. In fact, this world seemed to hold a greater allure than his own. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a message from Huyen appeared. In quintessential CEO fashion, please verify this document. A file followed shortly after. Lin Yang, not enchanted. He yearned to bid farewell to this working world. The CEO despised others encroaching upon his space. Could he not exhibit a semblance of boundaries? Employees were on leave, yet he still required Lin Yang to work. What a poet! To preempt Huyen from sending more work his way, Lin Yang resolved to delay addressing it until nearly the end of the workday. He decided to take a nap instead. The absence of the CEO was quite pleasant. At last, he could change his sleeping position. Little did he expect that he would sleep right through to the end of the workday. Upon seeing the time displayed on his phone, 18:02, he felt as if the sky had fallen. He quickly opened his phone to check if Huyen had messaged him. Fortunately, Huyen had only sent 2 words, off work, not a single mention of the document, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Huyen was not particularly concerned about the file. In truth, Lin Yang had glanced at it before sleeping. It was hardly an important document, so trivial that he could hardly fathom why Huyen had sent it to him. After tidying himself up, he made his way to the living room. This is what it's like to take leave at the boss's home. Although he was on leave, he dared not lounge about in bed as he usually would. He feared that upon returning home, Huyen would see an employee comfortably sprawled across the bed and instantly become displeased, waving his hand to insist Lin Yang return to work the next day, denying him even the sick leave. Today, Huyen had indeed returned earlier than usual. Lin Yang had barely settled onto the sofa for a few minutes, the fabric still cool beneath him, when he heard the sound of the door opening. He hurried to the entrance to greet the returning Mr. Hua. You're back, sir. As the door swung open, a formal smile immediately graced Lin Yang's face. Huyen paused momentarily, gazing at him for several seconds before casting a glance into the living room. The warm yellow light cast a glow on the cool-toned furniture, lending the entire space a cozy ambience. The television was on, its sounds filling the large room with a lively atmosphere. A half-open bag of potato chips lay on the coffee table, exuding a sense of domesticity. Huyen's brow relaxed considerably, and he nodded slightly. The air conditioning was on in the living room, making it quite warm. He removed his coat, and Lin Yang instinctively reached out to take it. Huyen hesitated for a moment before placing the coat in Lin Yang's hands. It was only after the coat was in his possession that Lin Yang realized his actions, blinking in confusion. What was he doing? He had become accustomed to taking Huyen's coat during their meetings, yet he had now accepted it so naturally. An inexplicable feeling washed over him, as if he were a wife welcoming her husband home from work. He quickly dismissed the thought. He truly wanted to send a message to their group chat. Kids, it's not a cold. I must be running a fever, a rather severe one, which has muddled my brain. Mr. Hua, Why are you home so early today? It seems work went smoothly, Lin Yang casually inquired, hoping to divert his thoughts. Huyen smirked slightly. Isn't it because I was worried you might be bored, Secretary Lin? I made a special effort to return early to keep you company. Lin Yang's smile faltered. You're quite considerate, aren't you? Until the following day at work, Huyen did not bring up the matter of that document. Lin Yang harbored serious doubts. Huyen seemed intent on ensuring he didn't relax too comfortably during his time off, deliberately seeking tasks for him to do. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, as he had neglected that document. In the evening, a striking silhouette appeared before the villa. Jiang Wanwan had just arrived at Huyen's doorstep when she spotted a girl in a pink cake dress lingering at the entrance. The girl was quite cute, her face brimming with youthful collagen, though her heavy makeup somewhat marred her appearance. Judging by her attire, it was evident that she hailed from a well-off family. Yet for some reason, she was pacing nervously, caught in a cycle of hesitation about knocking. Jiang Wanwan approached, carrying several bags. Are you here to see Mr. Hua? Upon hearing her voice, Dong Yen turned to face Jiang Wanwan. Although Jiang Wanwan did not recognize her, Dong Yen was familiar with her. This face was that of the woman whom Secretary Lin would go to great lengths to protect. Dong Yen instantly adopted a wary demeanor. I'm here to see Secretary Lin. I like him and he is injured, so I want to take care of him. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Was it just her? Or did it feel as if the other party had already revealed everything without her even saying a word? Chapter 78. Mr. Hua, does that makeup hurt? Then why don't you go inside? Jiang Wanwan felt no animosity towards the girl. To be precise, she believed that a girl who liked Secretary Lin could not harbor too many ill intentions. She merely asked out of goodwill, only to be met with Dong Yan's tear-filled eyes. Because Brother Hua doesn't welcome me. If he sees me, he'll surely chase me away. Her face was a picture of grievance as she sniffled. Brother Hua gets upset if I even speak to Secretary Lin. He dislikes me too much. Jiang Wanwan, that's probably not the main reason. So you mean Brother Hua actually doesn't dislike me? Dong Yen thought Jiang Wanwan was trying to console her, her animosity toward the girl who had been protected by Secretary Lin dwindling. Jiang Wanwan replied, well, it's not that he doesn't dislike you, but a large part of his dislike is likely due to Secretary Lin. Unable to deceive her, Jiang Wanwan decided to speak frankly. Aren't you eager to go inside? How about you hide behind me? When the door opens, just hold onto my hand tightly and say nothing. I'll tell Mr. Hua that you're my good friend, and regardless of what I say, you shouldn't utter a word, just nod, alright? Hope ignited in Dong Yen's eyes as she gazed at Jiang Wanwan. Touched. Are you going to help me? Jiang Wanwan nodded helplessly, murmuring in agreement. She felt as if she had no choice but to assist the girl. She recalled a day from her childhood when Jiang Yumin suddenly asked her if she wanted a younger sister. At that time, she naively thought he meant for their mother to have another child. She dreamt joyfully about what her sister would be like, only to later discover that the sister Jiang Yumin referred to was Jiang Xinyue. The sister she had wished for was likely akin to the girl standing before her now. Dong Yen was moved, but she was no fool. Understanding that Jiang Wanwan shared a unique relationship with Secretary Lin, she asked with suspicion, do you like Secretary Lin? I want to make it clear that he belongs to me, so don't think about competing with me. Jiang Wanwan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I have no romantic feelings for Secretary Lin. I want to compete with you, but I doubt you could outmatch me. Seeing that Jiang Wanwan appeared sincere, Dong Yen stepped closer, grasping the corner of her sleeve. Then let us go. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the weakly grasping hand on her clothing, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating. Alright, just don't blow our cover. When the door opened, Huyen stood before them. Upon seeing him, Dong Yen instinctively hid behind Jiang Wanwan, her hand stubbornly clinging to Jiang Wanwan's clothing. The psychological shadow cast upon her by Huyen during the previous party still lingered. Huyen's expression darkened as he swept a cold glance at Dong Yen's hand, his voice low and forbidding. Come out. The chilling command startled Dong Yen, making her shrink her shoulders. Huyen's expression grew even graver. If you want to come out, then just leave. Moments later, a pitiful head peeked out from behind Jiang Wanwan. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see Secretary Lin. He didn't tell me to leave. Dong Yen retorted, her timidness belied by her spirit. Huyen frowned, his face darker than before. You still want to see him? His expression was so grim it resembled that of someone about to devour a child, causing Dong Yen's eyes to redden. Jiang Wanwan, feeling exasperated, gently patted her hand to soothe her before addressing Huyen. Mr. Hua, I brought her here. Secretary Lin is injured, and I heard she was worried about him, so I brought her along. Huyen raised an eyebrow. Do you two know each other? Zhang Wanwan, sensing something amiss, furrowed her brow but nodded nonetheless. Yes, we are friends. Huyen's lips curled into a slight smirk, casually inquiring, is that so? Then do you know your friend's name? From Dong Yan's earlier conversation with Lin Yang at the banquet, Huyen could tell that she did not recognize Zhang Wanwan. Evidently, the moment the question was posed, both Dong Yan and Zhang Wanwan froze. Dong Yan took the initiative to grasp Zhang Wanwan's hand. Brother Hua, what are you saying? I'm good friends with Sister Wanwan. Of course, I know her name. How could you not understand this? Her tone seemed to pridefully imply that Huyen was a fool. However, a mere glance from Huyen rendered her instantly compliant. Did I ask you? Huyen spoke coldly. Dong Yan shrank back, timidly retreating behind Zhang Wanwan. Miss Zhang, if you can mention her surname, I will consider you both acquainted. Zhang Wanwan. Upon witnessing Dong Yan's pitiable state, her sole desire was to hasten her entry, forgetting to inquire about her name. Is it Hua? She ventured tentatively. She assumed that Dong Yan's fear of Huyen indicated a complicated relationship between them, where Huyen despised her yet found it impossible to confront her directly. Do you think that is plausible? Huyen retorted icily. Zhang Wanwan stiffly tugged at the corners of her mouth. I doubt it. Noticing the grip on her arm tightening, Zhang Wanwan forced a smile. We are here to see Secretary Lin. Isn't his opinion the most crucial? Perhaps we should let Secretary Lin decide? Shall we ask if he wishes to meet him? Where is Secretary Lin? Zhang Wanwan glanced inside, yet before she could spot Lin Yang, Huyen had already blocked her view. He is showering and has no time for you. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yang's voice rang out from a distance, filled with surprise. Miss Zhang, what brings you here? Lin Yang had just finished his shower, and as he emerged, Huyen instructed him to return to bed and rest. Just as he lay down, he heard a knock at the door. As he was about to rise, Huyen stopped him, insisting that he remain lying down while he answered the door. After a prolonged wait without any sound, curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to step out. The moment he appeared, all eyes turned towards him, one gaze particularly intimidating. Huyen turned around, his expression dark as he fixated on Lin Yang. Startled, Lin Yang froze mid-motion, his feet shifting awkwardly to the side, utterly baffled by Huyen's sudden ire. Zhang Wanwan glanced at Huyen and deliberately asked Lin Yang, Secretary Lin, did you just come from the bathroom? Unaware that his presence was aggravating Huyen, Lin Yang inadvertently made the situation worse. No, I showered a while ago. Why? Before he could finish, he felt Huyen's icy gaze intensify, as if it could bore through him. Lin Yang dared not look at Huyen, lowering his head and clearing his throat awkwardly. Chapter 79. Mr. Hua, have you become conceited again? Zhang Wanwan observed Huyen and smirked slightly. It's nothing. I simply hadn't seen Secretary Lin and thought he was still bathing. Lin Yang felt a flicker of gratitude. He hadn't anticipated that the heroine would show such concern for a mere secretary. He restrained himself and smiled gracefully. No, thank you for your concern, Miss Zhang. Just then, Huyen interjected sharply, Secretary Lin, aren't you usually grinning widely when you laugh? Why are you so restrained now? Have you lost the ability to smile? Lin Yang's smile faltered, and he avoided Huyen's gaze. Internally, he was rolling his eyes at Huyen, wishing he could orbit around him endlessly. Mind your own business. I'll smile as I please, especially in front of Miss Zhang. Secretary Lin, I finally met you. Dong Yan could no longer contain herself and peeked out from behind Zhang Wanwan. Spotting Lin Yang in his loose casual attire, with his hair tousled and without glasses, he appeared remarkably youthful and clean, resembling a gentle, refined male scholar. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Secretary Lin, is your hand all right? I can arrange for the world's top medical team for you. Why not come stay at my house? Dong Yan sprang forward, attempting to grasp Lin Yang's hand. However, a tall figure intercepted her. You wish to steal my secretary right before my eyes? Huyen glared at Dong Yan with a dark expression, the veins on his forehead pulsing ominously, signaling his dwindling patience. Were it not for the significant ties between the Dong family and his own, he would have cast Dong Yan out himself. The moment Dong Yan saw Huyen, she immediately leaped back behind Zhang Wanwan, as if the latter's back was her safest haven. Once she hid behind Zhang Wanwan, Huyan's gaze naturally shifted to her. Zhang Wanwan felt the pressure mounting but noticed the hand gripping her arm was trembling slightly. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Dong Yen and said, "Just stay put. Don't cause any trouble." She realized that expecting this young lady to behave was futile. She was likely accustomed to having her whims catered to since childhood. "Mr. Hua, she certainly means no harm. She is merely concerned for Secretary Lin, just as I am. I brought a gift for Secretary Lin to express my gratitude and have something to discuss with you. Could you please allow me to enter?" Even if she was not permitted inside, it seemed unnecessary to obstruct Secretary Lin so thoroughly. Huyen had something to say to Zhang Wanwan as well, and letting her in posed no issue. However, his gaze shifted towards Zhang Wanwan's back. What about her? Dong Yan's shoulders sank slightly as she poked her head out, whispering, "I'm just a human accessory to Sister Wanwan." If one deemed her foolish, she still remembered her status as Zhang Wanwan's good friend. If one considered her clever, she persistently tested Huyan's limits. Zhang Wanwan protectively shielded her. "She is my good friend. She merely wishes to visit Secretary Lin today. If Secretary Lin does not mind, it should be acceptable for her to join us, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Huyen immediately turned to Lin Yang. "You don't mind?" Dong Yen looked at Lin Yang with a pitiful expression. Secretary Lin. Their gazes converged on Lin Yang, who felt overwhelmed. Is it necessary for the wealthy to engage in their games at my expense as this helpless little NPC? He glanced at Dong Yen, realizing he hadn't anticipated her acquaintance with the heroine, let alone that they were good friends. At the last banquet, Dong Yen had clearly not recognized Zhang Wanwan. Had Zhang Wanwan learned of Dong Yen's presence that day, leading to their subsequent acquaintance? Observing their closeness, it appeared genuine, though he was reluctant to see Dong Yen. Witnessing their camaraderie prompted him to nod. Since she is Miss Zhang's friend, let her in. Dong Yan's face instantly lit up with joy. Yet, for someone, the expression was terrifying. Huyen's face darkened perilously, his glare fixed on Lin Yang. "You let her in?" he asked, his tone frosty, as if he were ready to tear Lin Yang apart. Lin Yang, steeling himself, replied with a smile, "Since she is Miss Zhang's good friend, allowing her to sit for a while shouldn't be a problem, right? Big fool. What are you staring at him for? If you're dissatisfied, why not just tell her to leave? So unhappy, yet earlier you were asking what he was doing. Do you think being his secretary is an easy task? Just let you act for a couple of episodes, and you'll see how obedient you become." Upon hearing this, Huyan's expression darkened even further. He stared intently at Lin Yang for a few seconds, ultimately saying nothing. With a cold huff, he turned and walked away.
Lin Yang, emboldened,
dared to steal a glance at his retreating figure. TSK. So now he's playing the Tsundra card. What's the matter, my proud boss? Lin Yang turned to Zhang Wanwan and smiled. "Please come in, Miss Zhang." Since he had said nothing, she would interpret it as his tacit agreement. Zhang Wanwan placed the gifts on the coffee table and glanced at Huyen, who still wore a frosty expression but remained close to Lin Yang. She felt compelled to explain, "These are all health supplements. I didn't know what else Secretary Lin might like, so I didn't buy anything more. If there is something you particularly want, feel free to tell me, or I can give you the money and you can buy it yourself. You got injured saving me, and I feel I should give you something, perhaps a bit of medical compensation." Her last few words struck a chord with Lin Yang. Was it permissible to say such things? He didn't particularly desire gifts. He favored money. As he pondered how to gracefully accept her monetary offer, Huyen interjected coolly. "No need. Do you think he has no one to pay him?"
Lin Yang.
He couldn't help but look at Huyen in confusion. Was he referring to the meager salary he received? Surely that was not the same thing. Noticing his gaze, Huyen turned to him. "What's the matter, Secretary Lin? Did I say something wrong?" His narrowed eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. Reluctantly, Lin Yang's head moved robotically side to side. No. Huyen's expression visibly softened. Just then, Dong Yen presented her gift to Lin Yang. "Secretary Lin, I also brought you a lot of gifts." Seeing the multitude of Zhang Wanwan's gifts on the table, Dong Yen quickly added her own. She didn't forget to explain each one. "This is a necklace for you, Secretary Lin. It even has the initials of my name on it. This is a tie I picked out for you. You look so handsome wearing a tie. I hope you'll always wear the one I gave you. And this is a pair of glasses I specifically prepared for you. Just thinking about you wearing them while looking at me makes me giggle." Dong Yen covered her face, shyly laughing. Jiang Wanwan glanced at Huyen, whose expression was dark enough to rain, and inwardly felt anxious. She grasped Dong Yan's shoulder firmly, silently urging her to stop. My dear young lady, please refrain from speaking further. Every word is a misstep in the presence of your brother Huyen. Despite the air conditioning running for quite some time, Lin Yang felt an icy chill enveloping him. It was rather lamentable that such a wealthy CEO could only feel the cold of the air conditioning. Could someone call the authorities for him? He felt as if he might freeze to death. Huyen's face was grim as he turned to Secretary Lin. Will you accept these gifts? His narrowed eyes bore an ominous threat. Lin Yang dared not utter a word of acceptance. He politely smiled. No need, Miss Dong. Please take these gifts back. My home is rather small and cannot accommodate them. Looking at the pastel pink bags adorned with hearts, he truly did not wish to accept them. Moreover, some of the gifts bore her initials. If he accepted them, it would feel as though they were rightfully hers, which was rather intimidating. Hearing his refusal, Dong Yan's lips pouted in disappointment. Secretary Lin, you don't want them? Why not? She cast a glance at Huyen and spoke with a hint of grievance. Is it because Brother Huyen threatened you so you don't dare accept them? Before she could finish her sentence, Huyen shot her a cold glance. Dong Yan was immediately cowed, her intended words transforming into a mere hiccup. Jiang Wanwan found the situation amusing and quickly grabbed her hand. Sister, since Secretary Lin cannot accept them, why not give them to me? My home is quite spacious and can accommodate them. She winked at Dong Yan, though unfortunately, Dong Yan remained oblivious. But Dong Yan wanted to say more, but Jiang Wanwan tightened her grip, forcing a smile and signaling desperately to her. Please give them to me. I truly need them. Dong Yan tilted her head, somewhat perplexed. Did this person really need her gifts? She wasn't wearing glasses, nor did she have any accessories around her neck. And a tie? That was a men's tie. Was she certain she needed it? Before she could contemplate further, Huyen's voice interrupted. Seems Miss Jiang truly needs these items. Huyen turned to Jiang Wanwan, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Miss Jiang is even more clever than I had imagined. Your family's choice to abandon you will undoubtedly be the most foolish decision they ever make. Jiang Wanwan sighed in relief internally and smiled politely. You flatter me, Mr. Hua. Observing the shared smiles between them, Lin Yang felt inspired. I haven't seen our CEO smile in ages. Miss Jiang, thank you. Your presence has warmed our Mr. Hua. Before he could finish, Huyen's expression turned stern as he fixed his gaze on him. Secretary Lin, don't dwell on your own buttons. After saying this, he caught sight of Lin Yang's incredulous and bewildered expression and smirked coldly. Who said I haven't smiled in a long time? Wasn't it just the other day that you made me laugh? Lin Yang? This was not how he had envisioned the scene. In this day and age, could even a simple line be interrupted? How frustrating. When would they manage to stand up? Noticing Lin Yang's mix of irritation and confusion, Huyen's amusement deepened. By your reasoning, should you not thank yourself? Lin Yang. That hardly seems necessary. Lin Yang awkwardly scratched the back of his head. It's my privilege to bring joy to my boss. There's no need for thanks. He thought perhaps he should offer something in return. There was an odd sense of completing what should have been the female lead's role. Observing his demeanor, Huyen's expression lightened, and he smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Hearing Huyen's words, Dong Yan pondered for a moment before reluctantly addressing Jiang Wanwan. Very well, since you need these items so much, I shall give them to you. Brother Huyen is so clever. If he says Jiang Wanwan truly needs them, then it must be so. Dong Yan regained her composure and turned to Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, I shall buy you new ones next time. Lin Yang quickly replied. No more, Miss Dong. I truly cannot accommodate this at home. Please cease your words, my precious young lady. Must we truly pursue this unfortunate matter? Jiang Wanwan hastily grasped Dong Yan's hand. Sister, let us discuss this another time. She leaned in close to Dong Yan's ear and whispered a reminder. Did I not tell you to refrain from speaking? Please, do not utter another word about your desire to present a gift to Secretary Lin. We shall revisit this topic on another occasion. Having said that, she swiftly diverted the conversation, fearing Dong Yan might speak further. Mr. Hua, did I not mention that I needed to speak with you? Shall we step aside for a moment? She cast a sidelong glance at Dong Yan. Only by separating the two of them would she and Secretary Lin likely find some respite. Huyen also glanced at Lin Yang, who was wearing an expression of sheer delight. Rest assured, Mr. Hua, I shall ensure Miss Dong is not a distraction while you converse privately. Huyen scrutinized him for several seconds, noting the unbridled joy on his face. He closed his eyes for a fleeting moment, and upon reopening them, he no longer cast a glance at Lin Yong, coldly addressing Jiang Wanwan. Let us go. On the balcony, the night was tranquil, and the cold wind rustled, sharpening one's thoughts. Jiang Wanwan leaned against the railing, taking in the night sky before turning to face Huyen, poised to speak. However, Huyen spoke first. Miss Jiang, what you wish to discuss must pertain to your family affairs, correct? Huyen stood with his back to the light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the pale yellow glow accentuating his sharply defined features. His face appeared increasingly cold and aloof. Jiang Wanwan met his gaze with unwavering resolve. This man seemed considerably warmer in the presence of Secretary Lin, whose every gesture seemed to stir his emotions. Yet it was evident that at his core, he remained a rather indifferent individual. The perception that matters could be negotiated when with Secretary Lin was merely an illusion. This man was as difficult to engage with as the rumors suggested. Chapter 81. Mr. Hua, save me. It appeared that Mr. Hua also wished to discuss this matter with me. Jiang Wanwan casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and met Huyen's gaze with calm composure. Huyen regarded her with a fleeting glance before losing interest and looking elsewhere, his voice cold. No matter what you wish to convey, it is of no consequence. Our collaboration ends here. I shall promptly clear out your family's affairs. Huyen's gaze returned to Jiang Wanwan, narrowing as his voice turned even colder. They have touched upon my forbidden boundary. I lack the time to play with them leisurely. The memory of Lin Yong being injured before him tightened Huyen's brow and clenched his jaw, an aura of coldness radiating from him, more frigid than the night breeze. He would never forget that image. Lin Yong had been stabbed right before his eyes. The moment he saw Mr. Wang charging at Lin Yong with a knife, he felt his heart momentarily halt when Lin Yong attempted to evade, but it was too late. The helplessness of wanting to save him, yet being unable to do so, was a feeling he never wished to experience again. Had it not been for Secretary Lin being injured, he might have already dispatched Mr. Wang with his own hands. While it was certainly entertaining to slowly torture a foe, he no longer wished to entertain any risks. He could not bear to witness Secretary Lin harmed before him. Even the slightest risk was unacceptable. Jiang Wanwan seemed to have anticipated his response, nodding slightly. The forbidden boundary you speak of refers to Secretary Lin, does it not? Huyen shot her a cold glance. What do you wish to imply? Jiang Wanwan quickly clarified. Rest assured, I merely sought to confirm. I do not intend to use Secretary Lin as leverage against you. She smiled, saying, Secretary Lin has assisted me greatly, and I hold him in high regard. Suddenly realizing her misstep, she turned to find Huyen glaring at her with a dark expression. You would do well not to harbor any intentions towards him. Jiang Wanwan found herself both amused and exasperated. This formidable Mr. Hua, who instilled fear in the upper echelons, was typically composed and rational, yet he seemed less so when it came to Secretary Lin. Jiang Wanwan hastily reassured him. You need not worry. I have no such intentions towards Secretary Lin. She glanced at Huyen and playfully remarked, I am not foolish enough to compete with you, Mr. Hua. At her words, Huyen's expression softened significantly. He shot her a cold glance and retorted, Even if you wished to compete, you would find it futile. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback but then chuckled in resignation. Indeed, no matter how astute a man may be, he tends to become somewhat foolish when it comes to matters of the heart. Nevertheless, her statement held merit. She likely wouldn't succeed in competing for him, not because of Huyen. In truth, I came here today to convey to you, Mr. Hua, that you need not concern yourself with me. Feel free to act decisively. I merely hope that after Jiang Yuman's company collapses, you might allow me to salvage some remnants. Honestly speaking, when she awoke and learned of Secretary Lin's injuries sustained while saving her, she assumed Huyen would obliterate the Jiang family without a second thought, considering her merely a triviality. To her surprise, Huyen had not acted immediately. Instead, he had taken the time to inform her of his intentions. This was already quite astonishing to her, likely due to her favorable relationship with Secretary Lin. She had not anticipated Huyen's direct intervention. Rather, she had resolved to forego her own vengeance upon learning of Secretary Lin's injury. Even at the moment she was poisoned by the most trusted maid's ginseng soup and began to lose consciousness, she had not abandoned her desire for revenge. Upon discovering Secretary Lin's injury, however, she had decided to relinquish that path. Her own injuries were inconsequential. She had long prepared herself for the worst. Yet, she did not wish for those around her, especially someone like Secretary Lin, who cared for her deeply, to be involved in the turmoil. Huyen regarded her for several seconds, studying her expression. Once he was assured she was not deceiving him, he averted his gaze, speaking coldly. Rest assured, I have no interest in a defunct company. If Miss Jiang desires assistance, I may be inclined to help you. He paused, adding, for the sake of my secretary. It seemed he relished every opportunity to remind her of that fact. Jiang Wanwan smiled wryly, expressing her gratitude sincerely. Then allow me to extend my thanks in advance, Mr. Hua. She mimicked Huyen's earlier pause, lifting her gaze to meet his again, adding, and to your secretary Lin. The emphasis on your was evident, carrying more weight than her other words. Huyen visibly relished this, a smile creeping onto his lips, though it did not last long. As he opened the door, he found Dong Yen cornering Lin Yang on the sofa, desperately attempting to pounce on him, while Lin Yang struggled valiantly with his 3 limbs before his expression turned icy. Secretary Lin, what a fortunate fellow you are. Perhaps I should be more considerate and linger outside a while longer, granting you both ample opportunity to bond? Huyen's face darkened as he regarded the entangled pair. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon seeing Huyen's grim countenance, he felt as though he had already become a mere specter. However, Dong Yen, who had pounced on him, remained oblivious to the underlying tension. With her back turned to Huyen, she was unaware of the storm brewing on his face. Upon hearing him speak, she genuinely believed he wished for her to have some private moments with Secretary Lin. Eagerly, she exclaimed, Brother Huyen, please let Secretary Lin embrace me. I've never been held by someone I like, and I simply wish for a hug from him. Huyen pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, what are your intentions? His voice was chilling, exuding a coldness that felt as if it could freeze anyone who came into contact with it. Lin Yang felt his life was in peril. Wasn't it said that domineering CEOs wore glasses to enhance their charm? Why did he feel Huyen was genuinely blind to his struggle? With one arm injured, what could he possibly do? Gritting his teeth, Lin Yang could only beseech Huyen. President Hua, please save me. I remember now. Huyen scrutinized him for several seconds before striding over and forcefully pulling him from beneath Dong Yen. Dong Yen tumbled onto the sofa, her chin colliding with the backrest, and she blinked in confusion, wondering why Secretary Lin had suddenly vanished. Jiang Wanwan, witnessing the scene, could only manage a wry smile as she approached to lift Dong Yen back up, opening her arms wide. If you crave a hug so desperately, come here and let me embrace you. Her eyes shimmered with a tenderness akin to that of an indulgent older sister. Chapter 82. President Hua, I can wipe my own tears. Dong Yen regarded the woman who had so generously offered her embrace. Having previously assumed her strikingly beautiful face was the sole reason Secretary Lin paid her so much attention. Upon closer inspection, she realized the woman's beauty surpassed her expectations. Her features were exquisitely defined without appearing excessively delicate. Though her eyes were not the large, round type, they were captivating and lively, complemented by her prominent brows. She seemed to embody the very image Dong Yen aspired to achieve. The clothing she wore was also beautifully coordinated, and when Dong Yen had hidden behind her, a faint floral fragrance lingered in the air, making her embrace feel both fragrant and soft. Hesitating for a moment, Dong Yen finally wrapped her arms around Jiang Wanwan's waist. While she found solace in this embrace, Lin Yang felt as though he were on the brink of death. The pain was unbearable. When Huyen had unexpectedly pulled him away, his face had slammed into Huyen's chest, and now his nose throbbed acutely, tears threatening to spill. He couldn't help but glance up at Huyen, forcing a stiff smile. President Hua, you could have simply moved Miss Dong away. He sensed that Huyen was deliberately being difficult. Dong Yen was significantly lighter than him. Surely, moving her should have been an easier task without sending him crashing into Huyen's chest. Was he feeling a bit petty because the female lead had showered him with gifts while neglecting to offer him any? Huyen cast a cold glance at Lin Yang's face, noting the redness at the tip of his nose and the glistening moisture in his eyes, the corners tinged with a hint of pink. He narrowed his eyes, the depths of his dark irises concealing an ominous threat. Lin Yang felt Huyen's gaze upon him was disturbingly predatory, like a wolf eyeing delicious prey. Panic surged within him. He instinctively tried to retreat. As he took a step back, preparing to flee, his arm was suddenly seized by Huyen. Where do you think you're going? Huiyan's grip on Lin Yang's arm was firm, his voice husky. I saved you, and yet you're not grateful? Lin Yang felt as if Huiyan intended to devour him whole, leaving him no room to voice his grievances. Of course not, President Hua. You are undoubtedly the best boss in the world. Thank you so much for what you did. You truly are a wonderful employer. He thought, Your Majesty, please see, I have no disloyalty in my heart. Lin Yang instinctively reached for his glasses to push them up, only to realize they were gone. Embarrassed, he rubbed his sore nose instead. I just wanted to grab a tissue to wipe my eyes. Who understands this kind of bittersweet pain? I suggest everyone find a wall to run into. Given their familiarity, he felt it unjust for him to suffer alone. Huiyan scrutinized his face for a few moments before finally releasing his grip. Wait. Lin Yang then watched as Huiyan turned to retrieve a tissue from the box on the coffee table. Huiyan extended the tissue towards him. Lin Yang's smile was painfully stiff. President Hua, what are you doing? Huiyan lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Did you not say you needed to wipe your tears? Thank you, I can manage on my own. Before he could finish his sentence, Huiyan pressed the tissue to the corner of his eye. Lin Yang quickly shut his eyes, afraid to open them. He hoped Huiyan was not attempting to blind him. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Huiyan's touch was surprisingly gentle. The man who seemed capable of effortlessly ending a life with a mere flick of his fingers was surprisingly cautious, as if he were double-checking with each delicate motion. Huiyan's fingers brushed against Lin Yang's skin, igniting a sensation akin to fire. His eyelashes trembled uncontrollably, and for a moment his heart seemed to stop. He was still trying to comprehend what was wrong with his heart when Huiyan's low, soft chuckle broke the silence. Secretary Lin, even when I simply wipe your tears, you are so frightened that you need to tightly shut your eyes. When you kiss the person you like in the future, will you be so nervous that you accidentally poke your own eyes out? Lin Yang understood. So this is what a myocardial infarction feels like. He would have to threaten Gucci next time to give him a free checkup. Lin Yang opened his eyes, and upon seeing Huiyan's face, he instinctively prepared to retort. You still don't know what I am like when I kiss? We have already French kissed. The words were on his lips when he suddenly realized something was amiss, hastily retracting his rebuttal and forcing a smile. Then I won trouble President Hua with my concerns. He felt this response was far more emotionally intelligent than anything Huiyan had said. Yet, the moment the words left his mouth, Huiyan's expression darkened immediately. Wipe it yourself. Huiyan shoved the tissue into Lin Yang's palm. You need my help to wipe away a single tear? One might think I am your secretary.
Lin Yang?
Wait, who was it that acted without hesitation just now? In the world of domineering CEOs, many things seemed illogical. Surely, a CEO could afford to be unreasonable? Huiyan's face was grim as he sank into the sofa, casting a glance at the two still entangled nearby. Aren't you two leaving? Dong Yen, who had been on the verge of confronting Huiyan for wiping Lin Yang's tears, would have charged at him were it not for Jiang Wanwan's restraint. Now, witnessing Huiyan's demeanor, her cheeks flushed with indignation. I'm not leaving, Brother Huiyan. I want to stay here. She bravely stepped forward. Upon hearing her words, Huiyan turned, narrowing his eyes at her, his icy gaze brimming with danger. Dong Yen immediately shrank back, hesitating whether to return her foot to the ground. Jiang Wanwan, with a sigh of resignation, pulled her along. Sister, stop messing around. President Hua has to work tomorrow. We shouldn't linger here and cause him any trouble. She glanced up at Huiyan, about to speak, but he raised his hand to interrupt her, a sudden smile gracing his lips. You may stay. Before his words could fully settle, a radiant smile blossomed on Dong Yan's face. Really? Then I want to share a room with Secretary Lin. She always knew that her older brother Huiyan, who once helped her fend off the boys who bullied her, could not possibly be a bad person. However, the next moment Huiyan's voice came through that it's not possible. Dong Yan's expression immediately fell. Why not? The mirth in Huiyan's eyes deepened. Lin Yang, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, quickly intervened. President Hua. He extended his hand in a gesture of peace. Unfortunately, it was too late. Huiyan stated flatly, because he shares a room with me. Dong Yen was taken aback. Huh? Despite the clarity of his words, she found herself utterly perplexed by Huiyan's statement. Lin Yang closed his eyes in resignation. Children, it seems like the sky has darkened. Or perhaps it was his heart that had already succumbed to despair. He dared not gauge Jiang Wanwan's expression at that moment. Yet he heard her, somewhat helplessly, say, Let's go, sister. It's too cramped for 3 people in one bed. If you really wish to share a room with someone else, I can accompany you. Chapter 83. President Hua, what secret conversation did you two have? At these words, Lin Yang's eyes snapped open. Upon seeing Jiang Wanwan's calm demeanor, devoid of shock or displeasure, as if she had known all along, he emitted a sound of incredulity even more profound than Dong Yan's. Huh? His voice, light yet trembling, carried a weighty despair. No, even if this is a story about 2 powerful characters, isn't the female lead a bit too composed? It was as if she were entirely unconcerned with the matter at hand. Noticing Lin Yang's reaction, Jiang Wanwan even offered him a smile. Secretary Lin, do get some rest. Don't stay up too late. It's good for your health. After saying this, she turned back to Huoyen, adding, President Hua, please don't trouble Secretary Lin any further. He is already injured and should rest. Lin Yang? Huh? Children. Truly felt like the sky was collapsing. He was unsure if it was merely his imagination, but he sensed that this domineering narrative had strayed far from its intended path. As for where it had gone, he dared not contemplate. He could only hope it was a figment of his imagination. Before Lin Yang could regain his senses, Jiang Wanwan had already departed with the equally bewildered Dong Yen. The spacious living room fell into silence. Lin Yang stood dumbfounded at the door, still ensnared in a whirlwind of confusion. Huoyen furrowed his brow, positioning himself in front of Lin Yang. Secretary Lin, if you're so reluctant to part with her, would you like me to call her back? Lin Yang looked up at him, earnestly inquiring, is that possible? He genuinely wished to pull the female lead back and clarify what was truly happening. For in his mind, there lingered a voice that insisted Jiang Wanwan was indeed the protagonist of this tale. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he felt as if words only he could see floated above her head. The female lead of this story. Yet now, she had heard that the male lead was sharing a room with an ordinary secretary and exhibited neither curiosity nor shock. Was the female lead's possessiveness over the male lead truly this minimal? Lin Yang was baffled, and Huoyen was not inclined to grant him the luxury of pondering. Do you truly believe that could be the case? Huoyen's expression darkened as he gazed at him. Lin Yang, feeling intimidated, scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Haha, I was just joking, right? You seemed displeased. He understood. Observing Lin Yang's distracted demeanor, Huoyen inhaled deeply. Go take a shower. A vein pulsed ominously at his temple. But I just showered. Lin Yang thought Huoyen had forgotten about the secretary's situation. Huoyen shot him a cold look. You don't smell it? Can't you tell? Lin Yang? He lowered his head to catch a whiff of himself. A delightful scent of shower gel lingered, accompanied by a sweet, fruity peach aroma. It was rather pleasant. I don't stink, do I? Why can't I just sleep in the guest room? Huoyen's brow furrowed, his patience wearing thin as he pressed his fingers to his temples. Can't you smell it? The stench of cheap perfume. Lin Yang finally comprehended. Huoyen was criticizing Dong Yen. Did he really despise this spiteful female antagonist so much? He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. She wasn't even bothering him now, yet he was still met with disdain. And to speak of cheap perfume, he wished he could record that remark and present it to the brand representative. Although he was no expert in fragrances, he was certain that a young lady of Dong Yan's stature wouldn't be using anything subpar. While the peach scent was indeed a tad sweet, it did not resemble the cloying nature of a low-grade perfume that could induce headaches. Aren't you going yet? Huoyen shot Lin Yang a frosty glance. Lin Yang could only reply with a reluctant "oh," as he trudged off to take a shower. After the lights dimmed, Lin Yang couldn't help but inquire of Huoyen, President Hua, what were you and Miss Zhang discussing privately? Would you mind sharing? Of course, if it were a secret between the two of you, I completely understand if you prefer to keep it to yourselves. He simply wanted to discern why the female lead remained so composed upon hearing Huoyen mention sharing a room with him, even exuding a hint of blessing. If their conversation merely revolved around whether they were sleeping together, that would indeed be worthy of tears. What are you thinking? Huoyen leaned closer, his presence causing Lin Yang to tremble slightly. A smirk played on his lips. Secretary Lin, do you take such delight in overthinking? In the darkness, Huoyen's voice resonated with an even deeper, more magnetic timbre. If I were to say I simply informed her that I intend to bring down the Zhang family, would that disappoint you? Huh? Lin Yang felt utterly at a loss, unable to grasp Huoyen's words. Each statement he uttered left Lin Yang in a state of astonishment. President Hua, are you serious? Is the Jiang family really about to collapse? According to the usual tropes of the story, shouldn't the Jiang family be flaunted from head to toe before being thoroughly dismantled, only to lament and plead for the female lead to spare them? Do you think I'm joking? Huyen asked in a low voice. Lin Yang pursed his lips, reluctantly chuckling. Of course not. Yet he couldn't resist adding, but isn't that a bit too swift? Doesn't Miss Jiang want to take her revenge personally? He felt that the conclusion was still far off. He hadn't even glimpsed its ending. She feels the same. In the darkness, Huyen's expression was grim. The Jiang family is indirectly responsible for your injury, and you still wish to speak on their behalf? Sensing the danger in Huyen's tone, Lin Yang quickly retorted, how could that be? They must pay. In a fleeting moment, the unfolding of events seemed to surpass all his expectations. He found himself in a state of bewilderment, beginning to question the very nature of this world. Yet, amidst the chaos in his mind, a notion persisted, compelling him to believe that this was indeed the world of the domineering CEO novel his friend had described. Lin Yang felt as though his mind was on the verge of combustion. Before he could fully process his thoughts, Huyen abruptly wrapped his arms around his waist. Don't overthink it. Just go to sleep, he murmured, leaning his head against Lin Yang's shoulder, deliberately lowering his voice. Have you forgotten? Miss Jiang advised you not to cause too much trouble. The warmth of Huyen's breath lingered by Lin Yang's ear, causing it to flush with heat, and he felt as if his mind had completely short-circuited. Huh? Didn't Miss Jiang say not to trouble him too much? No, that didn't sound quite right. What was the situation, after all? Where was the system? Was there truly no system at play? The absence of a system in this narrative was rather mundane and lacking in flair. System, where are you? I could use a lifeline here. Chapter 84. Morning at Yu Xiaoxiao's version morning has arrived, and today is Yu Xiaoxiao's rendition. In the dimly lit office, Yu Xiaoxiao rested her heavy head on the desk, her hand gripping a cup that had long since been emptied of coffee. The gentle sunlight cascaded over her, finally infusing her with a semblance of life. Who was it that claimed that enduring a situation for long enough would lead to familiarity? Surely that wasn't a sentiment attributed to Lu Xun, was it? In any case, she felt that this adage was nothing short of a grand deception. After 3 years in the workforce, she still had not acclimated to the daily ritual of rising early for work. Even though there was little to occupy her time now, merely sitting there made her feel as though her body had turned stiff, resembling that of a corpse. The atmosphere in their office mirrored her sentiments, with everyone else also languishing in a state of lethargy. Just as they were all idling away, the door to the department swung open abruptly. Everyone shot up in indignation. Who is it? Didn't you learn to knock before entering? Such a lack of manners, no upbringing at all. The department supervisor was particularly incensed, as there were few individuals in the company he feared, and those who typically sought him out held lower positions. He felt compelled to stand and confront the newcomer, curious to see which new employee was so oblivious to etiquette. However, as he stood, a tall figure strode into the room. Huyen entered, casting a casual glance around the office. The department supervisor immediately felt the urge to retreat, wishing to hide beneath the desk and feign a trip to the restroom. But it was too late. Huyen's gaze had already landed upon him. He steeled himself and approached Huyen with a sycophantic demeanor. Mr. Hua, what brings you here personally? If there's something to convey, it could easily be relayed through a secretary. Your presence here is quite bothersome. I came to find someone. Huyen replied coolly. The supervisor exhaled in relief. Mr. Hua, who are you looking for? I can assist you in locating them. He wiped the sweat from his brow, fearing that their collective idleness might have been discovered and would lead to reprimands. Thankfully, no, wait, this was directed at someone in their department. Could it be that one of his good kids had committed a grave error? The supervisor's anxiety intensified as he looked at Huyen. Mr. Hua, has someone in my department erred? I assure you, there must be some misunderstanding. Everyone here is a good child. Perhaps a more thorough investigation is warranted. His face was awash with hope as he gazed at Huyen. Huyen found his incessant chatter grating. Silence, he commanded coldly, turning his attention back to the office. In the sea of shrinking violets, he finally spotted the individual he sought. Yu Xiaoxiao was hunched over her keyboard, her eyes darting around the documents, feigning busyness while not comprehending a single word on the pages. Internally, she was in a state of panic, praying that the person Huyen was searching for was not her. Then, A shadow loomed overhead. Huyen approached Yu Xiaoxiao's side, utterly indifferent to her actions, his gaze fixated solely on her. Step outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's heart sank, her body frozen as she pointed at herself. Me? Are you sure? Could you possibly be referring to someone who merely resembles me? Huyan's patience waned as he frowned slightly. Yes, you. Step outside. With that, he turned and exited the office. It appeared that the unfortunate soul was indeed her. Yu Xiaoxiao squeezed her eyes shut, and upon reopening them, Huyan's silhouette remained before her, her face etched with despair. Mr. Hua, what is it that you need from me? In the small conference room, Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at Huyen with trepidation. Though she often enjoyed critiquing her boss and other colleagues, the thought of leaving her position filled her with reluctance. For one, she had yet to secure a new job. Additionally, the company's benefits were truly commendable, with no enforced overtime or the absurd penalty of docking pay for a mere minute of tardiness. She had fought tooth and nail to join this company, and even if they offered her a generous severance, she would be loath to accept it. Huyen lifted his gaze to her, seemingly perplexed by her apprehension. You are quite close with Secretary Lin, are you not? Huh? Yu Xiaoxiao's head snapped up. She had expected Huyen to announce her termination. She was ready to plead for mercy, promising never to slack off again. Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, she suddenly realized how Lin's name had come into play. That day at the barbecue you were seated beside Secretary Lin, correct? How would you characterize your relationship? Yu Xiaoxiao pondered the question. Well, it is good. She scrutinized Huyan's expression. His face was a mask of indifference and impatience, revealing nothing of his feelings toward Secretary Lin. She recalled that Secretary Lin had taken a brief leave due to a cold, yet his pay and attendance were untouched. With a slight smile, she continued, My relationship with Secretary Lin is certainly good. In fact, I am his closest confidant in the office, his go-to-lunch companion. Huyen was baffled by the term go-to-lunch companion, but her words suggested a connection between Secretary Lin and this female colleague that exceeded his initial assumptions. Huyan's expression darkened, and he coldly inquired, How close is close? Noticing the shift in Huyan's demeanor, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly amended her response. Actually, it's not that close, just a bit friendlier than with the average colleague. We chat occasionally. As she observed Huyen, she noted that his expression softened considerably after her clarification. Regrettably, she realized she should have embellished their relationship further, perhaps claiming they had once fought over the last bun at a breakfast shop. Huyen, evidently uninterested in small talk, pressed on. Do you know what he enjoys doing during his breaks, or if he has any particular interests? He relishes the weekends by languidly reclining in bed, aimlessly scrolling through videos. His passion revolves around wealth. Is this permissible to articulate? Yu Xiaoxiao pondered for quite some time. Torn between betrayal and loyalty, she chose to speak a few kind words on behalf of Secretary Lin. He possesses a fondness for literature. Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at Huyen with unwavering sincerity. Secretary Lin is undoubtedly the most diligent and ambitious individual I have ever encountered. She recounted, Last weekend, I intended to invite Secretary Lin out for a meal, but he informed me that he had yet to finish his book and must complete it. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but lament. Secretary Lin has truly sacrificed so much for his work. Reading, Huyen tilted his head. Yu Xiaoxiao was already caught up in her performance. Indeed, all of his readings pertain to finance and software. He is exceedingly industrious. Huyen remained silent, the depths of his gaze darkening, a hint of playful amusement flickering within. All right, I understand. You may return. Chapter 85 Mr. Hua, are you preparing for postgraduate studies? Upon returning to the office, Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if she had narrowly escaped disaster, with everyone casting lingering glances her way. Xiaoxiao, her department head, lamented. A tall, slender male colleague approached her, clutching her colorful keyboard. Sister Xiaoxiao, are you leaving? Rest assured, I will take good care of your keyboard. Another colleague reached for her water cup. What about this cup? Yu Xiaoxiao, exasperated, shouted at the ceiling, Get lost. I was merely called out for a brief conversation. I am not leaving. Her co-workers wore expressions of regret. Aren't you being dismissed? I truly liked that little ornament on her desk. Yu Xiaoxiao, a bunch of ingrates. They often professed their love and camaraderie. Yet even before her departure, they began to covet her belongings. Xiaoxiao, what did Mr. Hua want to discuss with you? Her department head inquired. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a touch of gratitude. Indeed, there are still good people in this world. However, she soon heard her department head cautiously add, "It has nothing to do with me, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes. "Forget it." She waved her hand. "Everyone, please delete Secretary Lin's contact information." Lin Yong had just awakened and was contemplating what to have for lunch when his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Yu Xiaoxiao. "Planning Department, Yu Xiaoxiao. Secretary Lin, this is where I can assist you." Lin Yong. Planning Department, Yu Xiaoxiao. "There are some things I dare not say outright. May you seek your own fortune." Lin Yong. Isn't it? Lin Yong pondered. Divine gold. He struggled to comprehend Yu Xiaoxiao's cryptic messages for quite some time, dismissing them as mere workplace eccentricities. Yet another one gone mad. What working person isn't a bit crazy? It was only when Hu Yan returned that Lin Yong began to grasp the meaning behind Yu Xiaoxiao's words. As usual, he opened the door for Hu Yan, but to his surprise, it was a bodyguard clad in black standing before him, arms laden with a mountain of books nearly obscuring his face. "Lin Yong? Mr. Hua, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Yong glanced at Hu Yan, who stood behind the bodyguard, confusion etched on his face. "My esteemed boss, what madness is this? Mr. Hua, where should these books be placed?" Hu Yan replied coolly, "On the table." The bodyguard promptly addressed Lin Yong with courtesy. "Please make way." Lin Yong quickly stepped aside. As he beheld the pile of pristine books on the table, Lin Yong was engulfed by bewilderment. "Mr. Hua, why the sudden acquisition of so many books? Surely you are not preparing for an examination?" Had the fervor for examinations from his world seeped into the realm of novels? Did even the aloof tycoons aspire for bureaucratic positions now? Hu Yan's lips curled into a smirk. "These are for you, Lin Yong." "Huh? But I am not preparing for anything. Why gift them to me? Mr. Hua, have I not been performing well at work?" Was he finally unable to manage the workload he had delegated to Zhou Qi? Hu Yan observed Lin Yang's averted gaze and furrowed brow, the amusement in his eyes intensifying. "I was concerned that Secretary Lin might be feeling bored, so I took the liberty of gathering these books for you. Is it not to your liking?" He lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of challenge, as if to say, "What now, your online crush looks like this in reality, is that not satisfactory? Lin Yong?" Surely no well-meaning individual believes that the remedy for another's boredom is to bestow upon them books. Moreover, not just any frivolous novels but rather intellectually demanding tomes. Most critically, he didn't even find himself bored. The happiest moment for a worker is to languidly lie in bed, reveling in that very boredom. No, how could that be? "I must thank you, Mr. Hua, for your considerate gesture." Lin Yong suppressed his urge to curse and managed a smile. "However, you needn't have gone to such lengths to procure so many books. I likely won't finish them in the near future. Thus, it would be perfectly acceptable to leave them for another lifetime, right? Surely, the tycoon wouldn't he have the spare time to check whether he had read them? He could simply feign compliance. No rush." Hu Yan regarded Lin Yong, as if he had already deciphered his thoughts, and spoke leisurely. "As long as you learn something new each day." He paused deliberately before adding, "I hope to hear fresh insights from Secretary Lin's lips every day." Lin Yong closed his eyes, feeling as if the sky were collapsing around him. "Mr. Hua, may I inquire why you believe that providing me with books would alleviate my boredom?" Hu Yan tilted his head. "But Secretary Lin, are you not the one who adores reading?" Had he misjudged? Observing Lin Yang's pallid complexion, he provocatively stated, "With your impressive academic credentials, you cannot possibly abhor reading, can you?" Lin Yong had initially intended to express his disinterest, but, upon hearing Hu Yan's subsequent words, he stifled the phrase. He forced a stiff smile. "Indeed, I absolutely adore reading." What else could he possibly say? Surely he could not allow the tycoon to question his academic qualifications. Seizing the moment while Hu Yan went to shower, Lin Yong reached out to the prime suspect. "Lin Yong, I bear no grudge against you. Why do you wish to cast me into peril?" Planning Department, Yu Xiaoxiao? Planning Department, Yu Xiaoxiao. Transfer to a human representative. Lin Yong, it was you, wasn't it? You told Hu Yan that I love reading, didn't you? Planning Department, Yu Xiaoxiao. Indeed, you should be grateful to me, Secretary Lin. This morning, Mr. Hua unexpectedly sought me out, inquiring about your interests. After much contemplation, I believed he was hinting at wanting to find fault with you to orchestrate your dismissal. Would I ever betray you? Of course not. I merely informed Mr. Hua that your greatest passion is reading. Such a hobby could never lead to error. So, Secretary Lin, Is Mr. Hua not profoundly touched and eager to offer you a raise? Might I request a serving of national trend takeout from you tomorrow? Upon seeing the multitude of messages she had sent, Lin Yong felt as though he were engulfed in darkness. Blackness upon blackness. Lin Yong. You guessed well. Please refrain from guessing next time. Lin Yong. Aren't you eager to play my role for a couple of episodes? How about you take over for these next 2 days? Realizing that the situation was not as she had presumed, Yu Xiaoxiao slowly typed out a question mark. Planning Department's Yu Xiaoxiao. Huh? Did I guess incorrectly? Then why did President Hua ask me what I like? Could it be that he has a crush on you? Her words left Lin Yong in stunned silence. Indeed, what reason would the domineering CEO have to inquire about his preferences? Chapter 86. President Hua, I wish to return home. Lin Yong gazed at the last message sent by Yu Xiaoxiao, lost in contemplation. Under what circumstances would one desire to know another's likes and dislikes? He had never understood how his friends discerned that the male lead had developed feelings for the female lead, as they would analyze the subtle shifts in the male lead's attitude towards her. He distinctly remembered his friends frequently mentioning that the male lead would instinctively seek to learn what the female lead enjoyed. So, did Huyen harbor feelings for him? Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Such notions were utterly absurd. A shiver ran down Lin Yong's spine, leaving him feeling cold, as if Huyen were right behind him. Suddenly, a deep voice broke through the silence. Secretary Lin, what are you staring at so intently on your phone? Startled, Lin Yong spun around to find Huyen standing right behind him. So, the chill he felt was indeed physical. President Hua, have you finished your shower? Why so quiet? Upon seeing Huyen's icy visage, Lin Yong quickly regained his composure. Indeed, it was impossible. How could Huyen possibly have feelings for him? He hastily turned off his phone screen. Whatever had been displayed just moments ago, he had to ensure it was deleted before he could find solace in his next breath. Huyen must not see it. It seemed Huyen had guessed the direction of Lin Yang's thoughts. I was walking over and even called out to you. What has captivated your attention so? He cast a sidelong glance at the phone pressed against Lin Yang's chest, narrowing his eyes. Secretary Lin, why are you clutching your phone so tightly? Is there something within it that you do not wish for me to see? He lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yang's, his question laden with implication. I trust my Secretary Lin isn't engaged in idle chatter about me with others. Is he? Lin Yang's heart raced under Huyen's scrutinizing gaze, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. Isn't it true that the CEOs in these stories are often quite impressive? They always manage to guess so accurately. Lin Yong awkwardly tucked his phone into his pocket and forced a smile at Huyen. President Hua, this should be considered my personal privacy. Wouldn't you agree? Just as I wouldn't pry into your conversations with others, I believe I too have the right to keep certain matters private. After expressing his slight vexation, he added with sincerity, of course, I would never gossip about you behind your back, President Hua. You know my loyalty remains unwavering. Huyen seemed to pay little heed to the latter part of Lin Yang's statement. After a moment of contemplation, he raised an eyebrow. Are you interested in examining my conversations with others, Secretary Lin? Huyen casually picked up Lin Yang's phone, which had been resting on the coffee table, and presented it to him. The password is my birthday. Feel free to look through it. Lin Yang stared at the phone, bewildered. Did he really just hand it over? Moreover, this was not a work phone but a personal one, filled with untold secrets. Was he not concerned that Lin Yang might send some bizarre messages to his friends, tarnishing his reputation? No need, President Hua. That's not my intention. I'm not curious about your conversations with others. Truthfully, if he were pressed to look, he might indeed be intrigued. Yet who would dare take such words from their boss at face value? The most pressing issue was that he didn't even know Huyen's birthday. How could he possibly ask? Really not interested? Huyen's voice dropped a notch, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Lin Yang sensed the shift in his boss's mood. Was he eager for him to view his phone? Lin Yang was perplexed but dared not reveal his ignorance regarding Huyen's birthday. While it seemed reasonable, he couldn't help but feel that if he were to ask for his birthday while holding his phone, Huyen's expression would darken even further. Truly unnecessary, President Hua. Huyen's expression turned frosty. Then let it be. He returned the phone to himself, turning away without casting Lin Yang another glance. Watching him retreat to the bedroom, Lin Yang felt as if his mind were ablaze. Such strange individuals existed in this world. He had no desire to become a part of his peculiar game. Was it not true that every domineering CEO in these tales bore some eccentricity? That night, to Lin Yang's surprise, Huoyan turned his back to him while sleeping. Moreover, there was a noticeable distance between them, leaving a gap that made Lin Yang feel somewhat cold. He paid it no mind and even deliberately shifted further away. This arrangement suited him just fine. It allowed for a more comfortable slumber, devoid of any unwanted proximity. However, just as he was on the verge of drifting into sleep, he felt the warmth of Huoyan's strong chest against his back. A powerful arm wrapped around his waist, and as Huoyan adjusted his position, Lin Yang heard a low, muffled grunt escape him. The warm breath against his neck sent a ticklish sensation coursing through him. Rather than being startled, Lin Yang felt a sense of pride, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Was the CEO's tsundere nature indiscriminately directed at everyone? From that cold grunt, Lin Yang even detected a hint of adorableness.
Impossible.
It must have been time for sleep. Otherwise, he would have found himself lost in irrational thoughts. Good night, Makabaka. Lin Yang remained at Huoyan's residence until Friday. After Guqi finished changing his bandages, he could no longer endure the situation and sent Huoyan a message. Lin Yang, President Hua, tomorrow is Saturday. I will be returning home. No sooner had the message been sent than his phone rang with Huoyan's call. Why are you going back? The moment the call connected, Huoyan's cold voice resonated, tinged with evident irritation, leaving Lin Yang bewildered. President Hua, it's Saturday. I shouldn't need to stay overnight anymore, right? Who had angered the formidable CEO during today's meeting? Step forward and take the blame. Secretary Lin, what treasures do you possess at home that you are so eager to return? Huoyan's voice dripped with condescension. Is your bed larger than mine? Can your air conditioning run all day without interruption? Do you have someone at home who prepares meals for you? He paused. Then in a low voice added, or is there someone waiting for you at home? Each of Huoyan's statements struck a chord in Lin Yang's heart. Bushkaman, are you a pea shooter? Your mouth is non-stop. Are you trying to become a rap star? Lin Yang replied in a sulky manner, feeling both irked and a touch aggrieved. Huoyan's voice softened. Then you. But I truly cherish my home. Lin Yang interjected, unwilling to yield. He began to explain earnestly, although it's small and unremarkable, it holds immense significance for me. It was my only refuge when I first arrived in this vast city, adrift and alone. It embodies the memories of my arduous struggles. Even though it lacks a grand bed, the air conditioning is perpetually malfunctioning, and no one is there waiting for me, I still long to return. Chapter 87. Mr. Hua. What brings you here? Lin Yang had initially intended to use magic to outwit magic, concocting a plethora of words to sway Huoyan. Yet, as he spoke, he found himself resonating with the character's plight. Upon reflection, he realized that their circumstances mirrored each other. In the real world, he too rented a modest room, striving to find a job. The difference lay in the character's excellence. He secured a lucrative position, while Lin Yang could only rely on a stroke of fortune. Tragically, after just a month of employment, he was usurped by this character. He had not even begun to spend the 5 million lottery winnings before he found himself here, toiling away. Upon hearing the initial part of Lin Yang's speech, Huoyan had planned to mock him, to expose his pretenses. However, as he detected a hint of melancholy in Lin Yang's tone, he fell into a prolonged silence before finally responding. Then you should go back. I'll have old Zhang come to fetch you shortly. Ah! Huoyan's voice was unexpectedly gentle. Lin Yang was taken aback by his swift acquiescence, momentarily stunned. Huoyan took a deep breath, seemingly impatient yet exhibiting an unusual patience as he said, Don't you wish to return? Go rest for now. We can discuss other matters on Monday. Really? Lin Yang could hardly believe it. The sorrow he had felt moments before dissipated like mist. Yes, Huoyan affirmed, his voice deep and resonant. Those 3 simple words were like celestial music to Lin Yang's ears. Was this truly his boss? The same cold, reticent overlord? Why did he seem so tender today? Was he more amenable to gentleness than harshness? Lin Yang mused that perhaps he ought to refine his acting skills for future encounters. And what about the books you bought for me? Upon witnessing Huoyan relent, Lin Yang sought to push his luck. Secretary Lin, your eagerness to return home surely isn't solely about avoiding reading. Is it? Lin Yang, that's not entirely accurate. It constitutes about 40% of my reasoning. I absolutely did not think that. I was merely contemplating whether I might take these books, which you specifically purchased for me, back home. At that moment, Lin Yong fervently hoped that Huyen possessed an insatiable possessiveness over the items he had acquired, forbidding anyone from taking them. After a brief pause, Huyen finally spoke. No need. Just rest well. He paused again, adding with a smile, you can read them when they arrive next week. Secretary Lin, since you adore reading so much, I will make sure to keep them safe for you. Lin Yong, I feel somewhat touched, though not excessively so. After spending so many days at Huyen's residence, Lin Yong finally returned to his own home. Indeed, no matter how comfortable his boss's abode, nothing could compare to the solace of solitude within his own space. Over the past few days, he had endured daily inquiries from Gu Qi, who would come to change his bandages, incessantly probing about how his relationship with Huyen had developed into its current state. Simultaneously, he had to seize the time before Huyen finished work to cram in some studying and then relay his findings. Although Huyen seemed indifferent to what he had learned, listening only casually, Lin Yong still felt a pang of discomfort. Huyen had instructed him to rest well over the weekend. Lin Yong gleefully believed he could finally enjoy a full 2 days of respite. However, this joy was short-lived. On Saturday evening, Lin Yong returned home carrying a few fruits. Upon exiting the elevator and turning the corner, he was greeted by the imposing figure of a tall man standing at his doorway. Lin Yong felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him. In the dim light of the corridor, Huyen leaned against the wall, one leg slightly bent, exuding an air of elegance and charm. His well-defined hand held a phone, with his gaze lowered, deep-set eyes idly fixed on the screen. Even in the subdued lighting, his attractiveness remained undiminished. The shadows only added a layer of ethereal ambience, making him appear as if he had stepped out from a misty ink painting. For a fleeting moment, Lin Yong found himself entranced, until Huyen casually lifted his penetrating gaze. When their eyes met, Lin Yong felt a breathtaking beauty that nearly stole his breath away. It was as if his very soul had been momentarily drawn from his body, leaving him dazed until Huyen pocketed his phone and stood upright, prompting Lin Yong to remember to act as if he hadn't seen his boss and to make a hasty retreat. Secretary Lin, if I recall correctly, you only injured your hand, your mind is intact. So why are you still standing there in a daze? Even from a distance, Huyen caught a glimpse of Lin Yang's somewhat foolish expression and couldn't help but smirk. Upon hearing his usual cutting remarks, Lin Yong snapped back to reality. Mr. Hua, what are you doing here? Reluctantly, he stepped closer to Huyen. The nearer he approached, the stronger his feelings of resistance grew, and he berated himself for having been so enraptured by Huyen's visage. What's this? I came specifically to see you, and you seem rather displeased? Who would be pleased in this situation? Encountering one's boss on a weekend, particularly at the threshold of one's home, was hardly a cause for celebration. It was evident that the boss was here to seek him out. Who could feel elated about that? It felt akin to working overtime while wearing a forced smile. Not at all. I merely didn't expect Mr. Hua to be so busy even on weekends, taking the time to visit me. How thoughtful of you towards your employee. Though Lin Yang's face lacked its usual glasses, making his fabrications painfully transparent, Huyen was nonetheless charmed by his words. As long as Secretary Lin is aware, Huyen replied, Lin Yong, no need to elaborate further. That would only inflate the boss's ego. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Huyen glanced at the fruits Lin Yong was carrying, his expression tinged with disdain. Lin Yong felt a surge of irritation. These were fruits he had painstakingly procured at a discount. In their group chat about sharing meals, this would undoubtedly be the topic of conversation for a year. I just went out for a meal. Lin Yong replied with feigned cheerfulness. Mr. Hua, might I suggest that you could have called to inform me before coming over? Huyen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. Secretary Lin, I thought you usually ordered takeout? Lin Yong? How could someone who typically disregarded even restaurants with a per capita cost of 200 be aware of takeout?